7 seconds. Front court over to Westbrook. Left side Gordon for the win. Yeah! 2.8 seconds left, coming back the other way. Williams from half court. Baked it no good at the horn. And the Denver Nuggets shock the Oklahoma City Thunder in game number 1. Final tonight, 121 to 119. Oh, baby!
Inbound. It's off to Brown. Bridge is there. They hold it. They drop it. It's over. The Knicks have won. What a comeback and a game 1 win for New York.
It's always been a business thing with Jimmy Butler, not getting paid what he thinks he deserves to get paid.
Butler puts that one back. This is going to be a Golden State victory.
Halliburton, the rebound. 9 seconds. They do have a timeout. Carlisle's going to let him play. Halliburton steps back and hits. Tyrese Halliburton trying to take Cleveland's heart. And it is over. The Indiana Pacers in a Game 2 stunner.
Interesting, isn't it? Round 2 of the NBA playoffs, and not a single home team has won yet. Started on Sunday. Indiana steals game 1 against Cleveland in Cleveland. You're like, wow, that's pretty interesting. Able to pull that one off against the team with the second best record in the league. You move on to the next night. The game preceding the Nuggets game was the Knicks, who came back from down 20 to win 108-105 in overtime against Boston. We all know how the Nuggets game went. Game winner from Aaron Gordon. They steal game 1 on the road in Oklahoma City. Indiana again last night on a shot from Tyrese Halliburton late in with a couple seconds left. Knocks down a 3. They win 120-119 again in Cleveland. And then despite Steph Curry leaving the game with a hamstring injury, and he might be out for a while, Golden State steals game 1 on the road in Minnesota. Weird start to the second round. And we always kind of wondered this, right? Because I had a few textures that came in because we talked about, how much does home court, how much does home ice really matter over the course of a series? Is it just about playing well? And then the Nuggets and the Avs both played a Game 7 in which the home teams won those. The Nuggets and the Stars. It's like, I guess, well, maybe it matters right there. But doesn't seem to matter here early in the second round. Now, I think I'd be very, very surprised if the Nuggets go on the road in OKC again and deal another L to the Thunder in their own building. But I got what I think to be is a goal for them. And in 10 minutes, we'll go to the Avs press conference yesterday. Some things that stuck out from both Chris McFarland and Joe Sakic. But on the Nuggets front, there's one thing that I think should be the goal for them throughout the course of this series in particular. OKC is a very good, very deep basketball team. But I think they're missing 2 things that the Nuggets have distinct advantages over. And for teams on paper, you stack these up side by side. I don't think the Nuggets are the more talented team on paper, but I think they could make up in the margins. And here's what I mean. I'm going to make a comparison that's going to be a bit painful, so I apologize. The majority of the Avs and Stars series, the Avs were better. The Avs on paper were better, especially with the injuries that Dallas was dealing with. You look at everything from like an analytical lens, the Avs did better, except for what? A couple of the details that really, really matter, especially in the playoffs, to winning and losing games. The Avs were worse in the special teams area, and they didn't close nearly as well as Dallas did. Well, let me take that to the Nuggets. I think the Oklahoma City Thunder on paper, much better than what the Avs are in a lot of different categories, especially depth. They can throw 10 guys in a rotation at you. Hell, they can throw 12 and not blink. The Nuggets are praying to get 6 guys to play well for a night. They can almost double you up in just bodies that they can throw out there. But here's where I think you have a distinct advantage. And if you can execute in this area, then you win this series. The Thunder do not have nearly the experience you do in dealing with pressure. The Nuggets have done this year after year after year. They've faced elimination year after year after year. They've given up home court advantage year after year after year. And they don't get panicked in situations like that. They've been there. In fact, sometimes they thrive in those scenarios. At least in game 1. And if you go back last year to the Dallas Mavericks series that they had in the second round, same kind of story. Better than the Mavs on paper, but when it came to pressure-packed situations, how did they respond? If you can keep these games close, that would be the goal. Just keep it close late. Because I truly think you're going to close out better than they will. So that's one area. The other is this, and this is a lot bigger, and I think it's kind of flown under the radar because what we like to do, especially in stuff like this, is take MVP and MVP runner-up in whatever order that's going to be, although I think it's going to be Jokic as the runner-up. We like to make it a one-on-one battle. So here's what happened, Nelly. The first game gets done, and we say, gosh, Jokic dropped 42, 20, and 6. Shea was over 30 points. He almost had a triple-double, 10 boards, 8 assists, whatever he finished at. What a matchup between two heavyweights slugging it out. And you know what I really noticed? When things started going a little bit off the rails for OKC late, when that lead that they had for most of that game started to dwindle and it got to 8, and then 6, and then 4, and then 3, they had one option. They said, Shea, you got to get us a bucket. And as good and talented as some of those other guys on the roster are, they did not trust Lou Dort to get them a bucket late in the game. They did not trust Jalen Williams to do that. They did not trust Chet Holmgren. They didn't trust anybody. It was the Shea show. Now, look at what the Nuggets did. They can have Joker take it at you, or Murray, or Gordon hitting the 3, or Christian Brown in transition, or Westbrook. They had a few different guys that were trusted because they've been there. And that's the thing. Like, why do you think it's always so hard to actually kill the Warriors? Are the Warriors that good of a basketball team? They might be a lot better now with Jimmy, but at least over the past couple of years. What was Golden State in your mind as far as a threat postseason-wise? Wasn't really on your radar. But the reason why they're so difficult to get rid of is because they've been there over and over and over again. So even if the team is not as good on paper as they were in the past, Golden State has a championship pedigree where they do not get nervous and crumble in big pressure-filled situations. And that's just something you cannot have unless you do it. I always think about this as far as like your job. Like, this is the only job I've ever had. Now, like, I could have studied and done homework and watched other people do radio shows and blah, blah, blah. The only way I was going to get better at this was to actually put my face in front of a microphone and do it. The only way you get better as a salesperson is trying to make a sale. And you're going to fail. But it's part of the steps. And Oklahoma City is just at the point. And look, teams don't necessarily need it. It's not like it's impossible for a team who's only been in the playoffs for a couple of years just to figure it out. But it just makes it harder.
How much more we got to lose? Yeah.
Well, that's the thing. Like, the whole Nuggets we don't skip steps thing that they were kind of trumpeting back when Jamal was hurt and Porter was hurt and you had a couple really bad playoff exits because you just knew you stood no chance. God, I think that really helps. Like, if you stick through it, because you get into situations like this where you're down 13 points with 6 minutes to go against the best team in the league, but because they have inexperienced just time in these kind of pressure situations, you see a team like the Nuggets who have been there step up and get them. Like, I think it's the same thing with Cleveland. Cleveland's a really good basketball team. Didn't they win, what was it, like 2 15-game win streaks in just this season?
Oh, yeah, they were absolutely light years ahead of the rest of the East. It wasn't even close.
But they are not like championship playoff hardened yet. They've been there. But I don't know. It's tough. It's tough to really get a read on that in the NBA.
And especially for the Nuggets, you're talking about playoff experience. How about for these guys like Jokic and Murray and MPJ who have been there forever? Jokic has played with every combination and permutation of every Nuggets roster possible. Yeah. At this point, Jokic is like Doctor Strange. He can see all 3 billion possibilities of a Nuggets roster, and right. he ended up in the playoffs with the one that had Facu Campazzo and Austin Rivers, and still made it to the playoffs with those guys. So he's been battle tested with everyone.
Think about that over the past 4 or 5 years. Just the amount of different guys that were key parts to the Nuggets team. Like, you just mentioned a couple: Austin Rivers, Facu Campazzo, Will Barton, Malik Beasley, Jeff Green, JaMychal Green. You could go about 50 more names of people that got real playing time for the Nuggets that are no longer here.
Bull. You were the conductor of the hype train. The Plum Dog millionaire, Mason Plumlee.
I miss Mason. Mason's the best backup center they've had in the Jokic era. He's the best. Maybe there's an argument to be made for Boogie, kind of, sort of. Although he was in the locker room was a different thing, but I miss Mace.
Every cliche that people say about white tight ends in the NFL, same thing used to get said about Mason Plumlee. Real scrappy player.
Oh, yeah.
Real workhorse. First guy in the gym.
Just
last
does his
guy
job.
Out of the gym. Yeah, just brings his lunch pail every day.
Does his job. Doesn't care if he gets credit. Nothing. I miss Mason. Anyway, here's what you got tonight. I think you're facing a no-lose situation. If the Nuggets win, the series is borderline over. If they lose, then you're still in fantastic shape. But man, would you love, I just want one more time, put OKC in the pressure cooker late and see how they respond to it. See if they crumble or if they've learned a little bit. Because if they do that and they're able to battle their way through it, then you're going to have a hell of a series on your hands. If you put them in the pressure cooker and they crumble again, it's done.
We'll see if Pepe Le Pew still sticks to his analytics.
Yeah.
What's that guy's name?
Dagno.
You know what? By the end of this series, I'm going to make it a point to actually know how to spell his damn name. There's an I where you wouldn't expect it.
It's like Daigneult. That's my best guess at it.
I think you forgot an A. I think it's the Eault.
Oh, yeah, you're probably right. So a lot more to get to at this game and some things that I'd be looking for tonight in just a little bit. I do want to get to the press conference yesterday with Chris McFarland, Joe Sakic. There was 3 main questions that I had heading into the offseason. All were answered. We'll get to them next. End of the season presser from Joe Sakic and Chris McFarland yesterday. Some of the big things coming out of this, and you knew that someone was going to be a sacrificial lamb in all of this. The question was going to be, is that how high is it going to go? Is that, is it a GM? Is it a head coach? Is it a major player? Is it, I don't know. We had to see. They ended up letting go of Ray Bennett. And that's something that Chris McFarland said kind of right off the bat, as they opened up the press conference. If you could hit me with cut one from Chris there, Nelly.
Today we made a difficult decision. We're going to move on a good hockey man and a good person and a good coach in Ray Bennett. So just wanted to start off with that and thank Ray for many, many years of 100% commitment to us. Ray's been around a long time, and that was not an easy start to the day. So,
again, it felt like some sort of move had to be made. And I kind of saw the same thing that Sakic was talking about. If you ask me, well, how did the Avs lose that series? If they did everything so well, how'd they lose? Special teams were the problem. And I don't even think the PK was all that bad. It wasn't great, but I mean, I think the Stars ended up like 30% on the power play. But you got 2 shorthanded goals, too. It was the power play. Forget like not scoring. It was not being dangerous for huge parts of it. And that is under the purview of Ray Bennett. And so Joe Sakic said this afterwards.
Well, it's definitely when you look at how we lost, and we just feel maybe a different voice should help. I mean, listen, he's done a great job. He's worked extremely hard. He's a great person. Our power play's been top 10 over the last few years, but we feel the way things ended, maybe a different voice going in next year could help that. But ultimately, execution comes from the players. I mean, your top players. We have some of the top players in the world on our team. They're the ones out there that need to execute. So it just ran dry at the wrong time.
You know what's interesting about having Sakic in a position like this? There was the big question heading into that was, again, are you going to make major changes? Is it going to be Bednar's head that's on the chopping block? Is it going to be Chris McFarland's? Who is it going to be? And they ended up going with Ray Bennett. But Sakic said something that I think it puts the Avs, and they aren't alone in this, but in a very unique situation. When you have somebody that has played the game as much and as well as Joe Sakic, we're talking about an all-timer. There are GMs that are in place in different teams across the NHL, the NBA, the NFL, a whole bunch of different places. But it's different when it's a guy who has played at the level of Joe Sakic. Like Calvin Booth was a former player, but Sakic was an all-timer. And when he says something like this, just in general, I'll just read this. It's just a quote from yesterday. We don't need the whole clip. But I think that this kind of crystallizes maybe the mentality that these guys had as opposed to some fans. From Arif Dean, Joe Sakic on what went wrong. Very, broad question, right? Here's just a snippet of the answer, though. I went through it as a player. Sometimes things just aren't going to go your way. The toughest thing in sports to do sometimes, the absolute toughest, is nothing. People think that you have to make a move whenever you don't reach the ultimate goal. And the Avs and Nuggets are both in the same place on this. They are at a championship or bust, essentially, type of level. Now, if these teams made it to the conference finals and lost, would we be up in arms? Probably not. But they're in championship or bust level. So when they don't get there, or what happens with the Avs, they lose a very tough series against what probably was going to be their best opponent in the first round in 7 games. And it's the way that you lost, right? I think
Are you
Sakic,
winning a championship?
I think Sakic understands, though, because he's been through it. If you've played sports at some sort of higher-ish level at some point in your life, there's like, sometimes you're like, I felt like we did everything right, and it just didn't work. It happens. And the hardest thing you can do sometimes is nothing. Here's the easy thing they could have done. Gone into that press conference yesterday and said, you know what, guys, this isn't good enough. Coach is gone. GM's gone. I'm trading away 2 of our top players. We're going to go nuts in free agency. They could have done that. And I bet you a whole bunch of people would have clapped and said, see, there you go. That's people who don't stand for substandard or subpar standards. But go around the league and look at teams that have tried to do that. Look at the teams that have done this isn't good enough, let's change everything again. The Milwaukee Bucks did that to their team. They went out and they got Dame Lillard because that team, a year removed from a championship, lost, and that wasn't good enough for them anymore. So we need to make a major change, buy Middleton, in comes Dame, and they're worse than they were before. The Lakers said, this is just unacceptable. We can't do this. Let's go trade for Luka. They lose in 5 games. Making a move for making a move's sake is not always the smartest thing. The biggest difference, by the way, between what the Avs are dealing with and what the Nuggets were dealing with, the Nuggets had organizational instability. They had 2 people at high positions of power that not only didn't get along and hated each other, that didn't have the same mindset on how to be successful. Philosophically, path to success was different. The Avs aren't dealing with that. You know, there was a time for both of these teams, by the way, when the easy thing would have been to make a move. Don't you remember? It's funny, these happened just a couple of months before these guys ended up with championship parades going through downtown. I remember one coach being called Teflon Mike by a whole bunch of people out there. That he always just escapes criticism. He's not a good coach, but nobody wants to blame the coach. And then Micah Malone was doing a championship parade. I remember Jared Bednar being called a Ken doll. That he was just a pretty face on the bench that didn't do anything. And then shortly after that, he was hosting a championship parade downtown. But the easy things in the middle of those seasons, when the Avs lost again in the second round to, what was the last one, Vegas before they won the championship?
Yes, that was when they won the first 2 games and then didn't win another one. Yeah. Vegas won 4 in a row. That's right. That was 2021.
Would it have been easy to fire the head coach then? Yeah. Would a lot of organizations have done it? Probably. And they didn't. They did the difficult thing, which is, I'm going to see this out. When the Nuggets, for 2 straight years, had a first-round exit in 5 games and a second-round sweep, could the easy thing, the thing that a lot of teams would have done, hey, man, you're wasting Jokic's prime. Get rid of this coach. They didn't. They stuck with it, and they won a championship the year afterwards. Their job is to keep things in perspective and not react like a fan would. And I'm not even saying the fan reaction's wrong. It's who we are. But that quote right there from Sakic, I went through it as a player. Sometimes things just aren't going to go your way.
And that's what Moser has talked about time and time again on this show, is how it took 5 years for the Avalanche to win a second cup with that stacked core with some of the best hockey players that have ever put on a pair of skates. Yeah, and so that's what Sakic was saying, is a lot of those years between 96 and 01, they should have won. They absolutely should have won. But sometimes...
And those players like Sakic would have agreed. Like, yeah, we probably should have won that, and we didn't.
Right, but sometimes, some guy wraps around the net and just chucks a puck in front, hoping something happens, and it bounces off someone's skate and goes directly in.
Yep.
And there you go. That's all she wrote. I think with Ray Bennett, I know I've used this this example before, but I firmly agree. It's like Bane in The Dark Knight Rises when they're all escaping from that plane that's about to crash in the opening scene of the movie.
They need one of us in the wreckage, brother.
They expect one of us in the wreckage, brother.
Yeah.
Ray Bennett is the guy they left in the wreckage.
Look, I don't think that they were going to go through this with no changes. But I also didn't feel like it was going to be major. And here's the other thing. Like, there was a major change already this year. So everybody is out there to relitigate the Mikko trade. And I think almost everyone, would have said 4 games into that series that the Avs got the better of it. That Mikko Rantanen was not the same guy without Nathan MacKinnon. That you got some pretty good players in return for it. All of that. And then because Mikko has just a stellar last couple of games, but more specifically 2 periods, it kind of changes perspective. You know, this is like a quarterback who had 102 passing yards through 3 quarters and then threw for 250 in the 4th. And then you're like, look at these numbers, man. He threw for like 300 and some yards and 4 touchdowns. And it's like, yeah, but it came in a quarter. I mean, he still did it, and you give him credit, and he did it in the clutch moment that won the team a game, but where was it before? But they were asked, like, looking back, would you do anything differently? Let's go cut 6 from McFarland here, Nelly. Looking back, do you regret the way that you handled any of the Mikko negotiations? Here's the GM of the Avs on that.
No. I mean, what's done is done. That happened. We moved forward, and we're very confident with the group we have here. I mean, we still think. I mean, we had a really good team here to finish the year. It was a lot deeper, a lot stronger than it was to start the year or Christmas time. We didn't get it done. And that's it, unfortunately. They executed at key moments of the game. Give them credit, like Chris said. We did not execute in those big moments, and that's the difference. But our effort was there, preparation was there. I thought, I'll say it again, like 5 on 5, I thought we played incredible hockey. And we just didn't get it done in those big moments. And like I mentioned, I mean, their power play was a difference for them, and ours just wasn't quite as sharp as it normally is.
Oh, man, you remember in Key and Peele when they did the Obama sketches and they had the anger translator? I could be Joe Sakic's anger translator right now. I know exactly what that answer was. Here's his answer. If we execute on a power play, then none of you guys are having the discussion of whether that's the right move or not. Why is the Mikko thing being relitigated right now? Because you blew it in Game 7. And because Mikko, of course, was the guy that scored 2 incredibly important goals on the comeback trail back. But his answer is this. If we win that Game 7, do you know what is not a question on any show? And I've seen a whole bunch of them across like the hockey podcasting world, all of that. Man, do you think the Avs regret the decision to trade Mikko? You win that Game 7, you hold on to a 2-0 lead. You don't have some of the screwery that happened late in that game. You execute on a power play. You don't go kind of impotent during a double minor in that game. Nobody's asking that question, are they? If the Avs win Game 7, move on to the second round? Is anybody saying, you know what, a big mistake was trading Mikko? Certainly didn't say that before the series started. Most people anyway. I mean, I heard every bit of that translation going through my head. And that's why I told you, I said this on Monday, Nelly. I said, do you know who had to be sick watching that game from the luxury suite? Was Chris McFarland. Because it's not just that you lost, it's that Mikko now gets the comeback story trail thing. that he got to do it against his former team and he got to make them pay. When all it really took was 13 minutes of execution down the stretch. Stay out of the box. Keep it 5-on-5 hockey, and you were going to be just fine. But I heard that translation loud and clear. Because they knew that was coming. It's like, we lost, and he puts together 2 big goals on the way there. I know it's the hat trick as an empty netter, but 2 big ones on the comeback trail. And here's the other thing. He's also probably thinking to himself, hey, I didn't trade him to that team. I traded him to the East. So 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. Game 2, Nuggets Thunder tonight. You can hear it right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, but you can join us tomorrow morning at Safeway on Lowell Boulevard and West 44th Avenue. We'll be broadcasting live from 6 to 10. If you're lucky, Vic might give away some underwear again. What happened the last time? Never know. We'll be at Safeway. Thanks to our friends at Redbird Farms. Their new chicken teriyaki sauce is a game changer. Stop by and see what Redbird Farms has to offer. We'll see you at the Safeway on Lowell and West 44th Thursday morning. Back after this. If you don't take an underwear, you don't get the gas. All right, there was a trade made in the NFL. George Pickens traded from the Pittsburgh Steelers to the Dallas Cowboys. Pickens is such a really interesting sort of player. He's good. He's big. He's athletic. Big sort of like catch radius. But he's an idiot. So what do you do with that? And here's the thing. The Dallas Cowboys, they already got enough circus tents. They can always fit in more clowns. But it's like, how much can you take? Like, I've always wondered this. There have been a few players that have moved on from Mike Tomlin that have been seen as sort of problems. And all of these are sort of different cases from one another. But it's not like Mike Tomlin and the Pittsburgh Steelers are a stranger to somebody who's difficult to deal with. I mean, Antonio Brown is one of them. George Pickens is another. Martavis Bryant. They had a running back that sat out for an entire year due to a contract dispute. There's a lot of different dudes on that roster that were difficult. And most of the time when, especially if they're talented, when Mike Tomlin says, I've had enough, it's like, you deal with this issue then. No, it kind of reminds me of the Shedeur stuff in the draft, where it's not, nothing about Shedeur was solely about attitude or something like that. They will take people who are serious problems that have done awful things in their off-the-field life as long as they can play. But at some point, it hits too much for people. And I'm not talking about that with Shedeur. I'm saying with George Pickens. Because I thought this was their whole plan. They trade for DK Metcalf, and now they have Metcalf and Pickens on the field at the same time. Like, that's pretty good. It's a good group. But I guess he's just too much to deal with. And I don't blame him for that either. Speaking of Shedeur, I don't know what's going on here. An anonymous Colorado fan identifying himself as John Doe is suing the NFL for $100 million due to emotional distress caused by Shedeur Sanders dropping to the fifth round of the draft. That is the lawsuit. I don't understand how lawsuits work. I don't know how you, like, I've heard the stories of somebody said that they spilled, like, somebody spilled a McDonald's coffee in the morning in their car and it got on their legs and it burned their legs and they sued McDonald's over the coffee being too hot or something like that. Like, I don't get how you can just do that. I don't know how much money this is going to cost, but I will say this, $100 million, I'm joining the class action lawsuit because I was very distressed emotionally and confused by it. And I think the NFL is totally at fault. So I remember, Nelly, I was laying down on the couch and I couldn't move for hours, days even, waiting for Shedeur to get drafted. And it was so bad that it caused a strain in my marriage. My relationship with my daughter is not the same anymore. I need a part of this $100 million class action lawsuit. I want to make it a class action is what I'm saying.
I'm going to start a class action lawsuit against Mikko Rantanen for the emotional distress he has caused all of us here at the station.
Perfect. Yeah, let's do that.
And actually, quick tangent. So that coffee case, that infamous McDonald's coffee case, that woman was 79 years old. She actually got third-degree burns on her pelvis because the coffee was so hot. And had to get skin grafts at the hospital.
But coffee is hot.
Hot enough to give you third-degree burns? How hot do you make your coffee, Kaner?
Well, haven't you seen the movies? If somebody breaks in your house, you got a hot coffee pot, you take the pot, you throw it on his face.
I guess. I'm just saying that everybody has attacked 79-year-old Stella Liebeck for too long. That coffee was very hot.
Well, why is it on her pelvis?
She dropped it. She's 79, man. I don't know.
Well, then there's a responsibility on the Actually, I take this back. If we're going to go down this road, then everything else is not your fault. Everything is the fault of somebody else, and they need to pay you for it.
No, now we're getting into It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, the Reynolds defense, the bowl of cereal.
Oh, yeah.
Eating the bowl of cereal while driving. But no,
science is a liar sometimes.
Sometimes. But I'm with you. I saw this lawsuit, and I went, I know that person is just taking a shot in the dark. Because in America, you could sue anyone for anything. So you may as well just go for it. Because if you even get a fraction of what you're asking for, it was successful. So make something up. Take a shot.
Hey, do you want tell you something. Every once in a while I like to do this. I like to expose my stupidity. I know nothing about lawsuits. Like, the only way I can think to sue somebody is if they caused you harm, like bodily harm, and it was their fault. For example, if Nelly hauled off, punched me in the face, and I needed reconstructive surgery because he's like the Hulk, okay? Then I think I could sue Nelly for that. But here's just a thought that I had as somebody who doesn't understand how suing somebody works. To make it harder for you to sue people, I think the law should be this. I'm Brett Kane. I'm running on this platform. The loser of the lawsuit, whether it's the plaintiff or the defendant, has to pay for the other side's legal fees. And if you do that, I think it would be you'd see a lot less frequency in these like super petty litigious moments. Like this lawsuit, $100 million due to emotional distress caused by Shedeur Sanders dropping in the 5th round. If you told that guy, all right, we'll go through with this, but if we lose the case, you have to pay for the NFL's legal fees. He'd be like, you know what? That's okay. I'm not going to do that at all then. No, thank you. That would stop a whole bunch of them. Now, again, before you start yelling at me, got a lawyer listening, I don't know the law. Anyway, Teicher says, agreed. That coffee was ridiculously hot. The lawsuit was justified.
It was like 20 degrees south of boiling.
Well, why is the coffee that hot anywhere? I thought you put coffee on a pot and it's all the same temperature.
Do you want to go down this rabbit hole? Because her attorneys argued that they tested coffee around the entire city of Albuquerque and found that on average, it was 20 degrees lower at other establishments. It's a fascinating case, like jokes aside, if you want a weird rabbit hole to go down.
But how does it get? That's why I don't get. Why was it that hot? What do they have? Were they cooking it like over a coal fire?
Hey, man, cooking in New Mexico, things get weird. Things get weird in Albuquerque. Just ask your boy Walter White. Who knows what they cook down there and how they cook it?
I don't know. Coffee's hot. Don't drop it. Now, if I took coffee from that Keurig and I dropped it on my pelvis, I would be in some severe discomfort. Okay? Do I sue Keurig? You know what? Maybe I should.
Yeah, hey, go for it. You could use a few extra schmeckles. We're going to get it on
tape, too. Oh! Anyway.
I watched it. The mug broke, Your Honor.
And, yeah, so now I'm suing the mug company, too. If you are makers of coffee mugs or coffee in general, watch out. $50 million is what I'm looking for, and I'll settle for 20.
That's what you got to do. In the case where I punched you and broke your orbital bone or whatever you said, which I like that in this scenario, I'm strong enough to do that. That's what you got to sue everyone. Sue me, sue our boss for being my supervisor, sue the guy who hired me, sue the guy who hired the guy that hired the guy that hired me.
If you did that, I'm going to own the Nuggets myself. KSU have put together a horrible work environment for me or something like that. That's what would happen.
Sue our old program director who was 2 PDs ago who hired me as an intern. He can get some.
So, Nelly, here's what you should do. Punch me in the face. I'll take over. I'll sue everybody in this company for all they got, and then I'll make you executive CEO of the Avs.
Nailed it.
It's all part of my plan. 303-504-0925. Game 2 tonight, Nuggets and Thunder. I was kidding, by the way. I love this company. I love my job.
Are you sure?
I'm very sure. She says, Brett, my wife wants to sue you for this conversation. Well, I'll sue her right back. We'll get a double suit.
Settle down. Just
sue me? I sue you. Game 2 tonight, right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. You can hear it. At 7:30, a chance to go up 2-0 as home teams losing like crazy in the second round of the NBA playoffs. We'll get to that next. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane.
7 seconds. Front court over to Westbrook. Left side Gordon for the win. Yeah! 2.8 seconds left coming back the other way. Williams from half court. Baked it no good at the horn. And the Denver Nuggets shock the Oklahoma City Thunder in game number 1. Final tonight, 121 to 119. Oh, baby!
Inbound. It's off to Brown. Bridges there. They hold it. They drop it. It's over. The Knicks have won. What a comeback and a game 1 win for New York.
It's always been a business thing with Jimmy Butler, not getting paid what he thinks he deserves to get paid.
Butler puts that one back. This is going to be a Golden State victory.
Halliburton, the rebound. 9 seconds. They do have a timeout. Carlisle's going to let him play. Halliburton steps back and hits. Tyrese Halliburton trying to take Cleveland's heart. And it is over. The Indiana Pacers in a Game 2 stunner.
Game 2 tonight. Nuggets and Thunder, 7:30 right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. So for keeping track at home, Sunday, Indiana goes on the road to Cleveland in Game 1 of their series, and they win.
Road team wins.
New York, before the Nuggets game on Monday, they went to Boston, and despite being down by 20, won by 3 in overtime in Boston.
2-0 for the road teams.
Denver, we know how that game ended. Aaron Gordon hits the 3 in OKC, and the Nuggets win.
3-0 for road teams.
Indiana again yesterday goes to Cleveland. Tyrese Halliburton at the buzzer essentially wins 120 to 119.
That would make it 4-0 for the road team.
And then Golden State has Steph Curry leave in the middle of the game with a hamstring injury, and they still win 99-88 over Minnesota.
5-0 so far in the second round of the NBA playoffs for the road team. These are the craziest playoffs I've seen in a long time.
What's going on?
I don't know. Minnesota had 31 points at halftime.
Minnesota, by the way, in a 2-game stretch, it's the worst 2-game 3-point shooting performance in the history of the NBA playoffs.
Maybe that's what the Wolves are when they're not playing the Nuggets.
What? That bad?
I don't know, dude, but they lost to a Curry-less Golden State team by a lot.
Did you hear what Chris Finch had to say about his star player after the game?
No, please
Hold on a second, just real quick.
All right.
Minnesota against the Warriors last night were 5 of 29 from 3. Okay?
They were 0 for 16 at one point.
Do you know what they were in the closeout Game 5 over the Lakers that they won?
They were really bad there, too.
7 of 47.
And they still won that game.
So hang on, quick math. That makes them 12 of 76 over the last 2 games from 3.
The 3 balls gone to the league.
And we thought Boston was bad.
Anyway, Finch, go ahead.
Starts with Ant, he says.
Yeah.
I thought he struggled. You got that?
Go ahead, he's got it.
And it starts with Anthony. You know, I thought he struggled early, and then you could just kind of see the light go out a little bit for a while, and then
Stop. A coach says about a star player, you just kind of see the light go out.
He's right.
I know it is. I know he is.
He's right. He didn't score. He didn't make a bucket.
Imagine an NFL coach talking about his quarterback. He missed a couple of wide open passes in the first quarter, and then you just kind of saw the light go out.
And then you could just kind of see the light go out.
It's hysterical.
Can I give you 2 things just real quick?
Hysterical.
First of all, I don't know how you guys feel about Anthony Edwards. He was told that stat, that they were 12 of 76 over the last 2 games from 3, and he had the shocked look on his face. And then him and Julius Randle started laughing about it. I don't know if I'd like that if I'm a Minnesota fan, watching them laugh about how bad they've been over the past couple of games.
Unless they're so confident that they're going to make up for it in game 2
and
beyond.
with Curry with a hamstring injury, that's probably going to sideline him the rest of the series. They probably are.
That sucks for Golden State, man.
But here's the other thing. With these road teams winning, the Nuggets being one of them, I was kind of thinking about Game 2, and what kind of mentality are they taking towards Game 2? Is it what Indiana just did against Cleveland, which is, hey, if we can steal Game 2 in Cleveland, like maybe we can have this series wrapped up around our finger? Or is this one of those, we've done our job and let's wait till we get back home? Like,
Or it could be what I've said all year. Home court doesn't mean crap anymore. Home court doesn't mean crap. The home court advantage that we all assumed was such a huge advantage, what is it?
Well, home court and home ice mattered in Game 7 for both the Avs and Nuggets.
In Game 7s, maybe they do.
Yeah.
But overall, look at what's happening in the NBA playoffs. Guys, did you see the final minute of that Indiana game?
Yeah, crazy.
They were down by 7. The Pacers were down by 7 with 46 seconds to play. It was over. And they win the game.
Well, and I've wondered this. This is one of the things I wanted to bring up. And Moj, listeners, I apologize because I'm going to make a comparison that's going to hurt. And we'll get to the Avs stuff, the press conference between Sakic and McFarland in a little bit. The Avs were better than the Stars for most of the series. They weren't, though, in two crucial categories that ultimately ended up deciding it, which is power play and just closing the game out. I think the Nuggets, on paper, are not better than the Thunder. The Thunder certainly have more depth. They're better defensively. They got a whole bunch of things in their favor. But where the Nuggets are better are a couple of categories that really matter, which is playoff experience and being able to close a game out.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you, if I almost am begging, like, if I could get a result tonight that I think is ideal, I want the Thunder to have like a 6-point lead with a couple minutes left. And I want to see how they handle it. Because if you kill them again late,
they're dead.
They're dead.
I would prefer a 30-point lead, maybe with 30 seconds left, but that's fine. You know where the Nuggets are also better at? And this is why I always root for chaos. Are you watching these games, how chaotic they are? Guys falling, technical fouls, flagrant fouls, dudes just like completely fatigued.
You know what I love? One of my favorite plays in basketball is when a guy's below the hoop. This is for an offensive board. He can't actually make the rebound, but it's a tip out.
Yeah.
And then it bounces at the free throw line off somebody's hands. It gets onto the floor.
Yeah.
Couple dives.
It's like a greasy goal.
It's like, yeah, I suppose it's like that, but I'm talking about, so you can get another kick at the can.
Sure.
And then if your team doesn't, let's say Joker can't actually get his hands on the board or MPJ or whoever's down there, but they tip it out, they're tipping it high in the zone, best they possibly can. And then it's just total madness. And then if your team gets it back and you reset to 24, you're like, oh my God, that's awesome. But if the other team does it too, you're like, oh, for God's sake, you can't grab that ball? Let's go. You say greasy goal. I thought you were going to say like a grease pig. Because that basketball, when it's all over the top of the zone like that, and guys are diving for it, it's going off legs and flying up in the air, it's like a grease pig.
I'm telling you, in the most chaotic moments is
and by
when
the way,
Nuggets are at their best.
Have you ever seen anybody try to catch a greased pig?
Well, why would you? I'm not sure why you would grease a pig.
Well, you ever been to the State Fair in Iowa, man?
No.
Well,
I've been to Villa San Michele and they've taken out a hog.
Well, I saw that pig too, but he's getting
big
roasted.
That's a big old boy.
Big old pig.
Big old boy.
No, but the point is that you grease a pig, man, you can't catch that pig.
Doesn't the Iowa State Fair have deep fried butter on a stick? Isn't
that
what they serve?
They will deep fry everything.
Why are you greasing the pig?
Because it's a contest to try to catch a greased pig.
Yeah, that doesn't matter. I want to go back to what you were talking about because I think there is what you're talking about.
Because it's fun.
And one other thing that I think the Nuggets have an advantage of, but you said you were talking about chaos. That they thrive in the chaos, right, Vic?
Yeah.
Here's one thing that I noticed. Maybe it's a one-game sample. I don't know. But didn't it feel this way? So late in the game when things are starting to go poorly for OKC, and they're starting to let go of the rope a little bit, it felt like their entire sort of mindset was get Shea the basketball, right? Which it's ideal. He's your best player. He's probably the MVP.
It's your default mechanism.
But you know what? I don't know if they trust anybody else in that situation where they need a bucket. Like, who are they going to get the ball to outside of him?
They don't trust Chet.
Is it Jalen? Is it Chet? Is it Dort? Is it...
Jalen was 5 of 20.
It's one thing you can say about the Nuggets. Think about all the guys who have made big shots.
Yeah.
Jamal can make big shots.
Yeah.
Joker obviously can. Gordon just did multiple times this series. Russ has made a couple of really big shots late.
I wrote a piece for our pregame show tonight highlighting this very subject. In the game-winning play. What?
You wrote a piece?
Yeah.
What does that mean?
I wrote a feature that's going to be edited for tonight's show. What? Why is this?
I wrote a piece for the New York Times. It's no big deal. It's entitled.
I'm confused as to his reaction.
Well,
to this.
I've never heard you say I wrote a piece
I think
before.
Maybe he was saying you're going to have something for the intro tonight or something like that.
I wrote the copy
you
for
said,
the editor.
You did make it sound like you're Mark Twain.
Okay, my apologies. Yeah. I framed a piece that's going to air tonight.
Okay, there you go. All right, better.
That features that final play. And what I highlighted was this. The Denver Nuggets, again, won a game without having to rely on their best player in that final play. He never touched the ball. You know who else didn't touch the ball? Jamal Murray.
Mm-hmm.
The three people that touched the ball, Christian Brown, Russell Westbrook, and Aaron Gordon. And you know the first person to greet Aaron Gordon coming off the court? A guy who didn't even play in the fourth quarter, Michael Porter Jr.
Yep.
Pretty cool.
I think that's awesome.
I do too. I as well. Back to your point, Brett. The Thunder are a deep team. I mean, they have players they can bring off. They can go 10 deep easily, no problem. But do they have that second dog, diggity dog? Do they have that other guy that when hey, listen, on the inbound, when Joker's flailing arms, when Joker's being Gary.
Yep.
And you can't, and then he shuffles over to SGA, and so you can't deliver the ball to him.
Do you know how brilliant a defensive move that really was?
Incredible.
By the way, how many superstar defensive players would flail around like Gary and sort of like, because most guys are too cool for school, they wouldn't do that.
Absolutely. Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
They have to look good.
I heard, how's this? The worlds are turning. I heard Nick Wright say something about that was incredibly smart, where he goes, most superstars would not do that because it makes you look stupid. And they would care about the aesthetic of how they're playing.
Hold on. Please do not take Nick Wright back on the bandwagon.
Oh, I'm not.
No,
I'm not.
Because
I am saying that
he earned that spot on the sideline.
Yes, he did. Yeah. No doubt about it. But here's the thing.
No, he and Mannix, they're permanently in the penalty box. Don't get me wrong.
He spent all day yesterday trying to get back into good graces. All day.
I was going to try and save that for a little bit later.
All day.
But Nick Wright is, man, he's trying to do a 180 badly.
Nelly, just to remind people why he's not allowed on these premises here, dig up the interview we did with Nick Wright from years. How many years ago was that?
It's got to be 4.
Yeah,
easy 4.
Okay, so it was the year before the championship?
Something like that,
Maybe when Nikola won his second MVP.
Yeah,
and he was anti-Nick.
But he's trying to screw him over because of the postseason situation when Jamal is out.
Okay.
Yeah, when the only reason that they actually won a game against Golden State was because of Joker, he tried to throw him under the bus.
When we tried to tell the national guy why this Nikola Jokic, is fundamentally the best player in the game, and he laughed at us on our own show. I want that interview because if any of you out there think that we are all of a sudden going to ingratiate ourselves with his mindset, screw that. He's out.
I actually just thought I wanted to bring it up because I think this is funny, Moj. Jokic is so good that the guy who was so entrenched in his camp of I am not budging from this take no matter how wrong it is, finally had to be like, I was so wrong. I need to go to the opposite side where he said, and this is the clip that I saw yesterday.
Cracks me up.
The guy I'm rooting for.
I'm glad to join you. I'm glad to talk to you guys. To be clear, though, we've never gone back and forth on Twitter. You called me a and I said I'd come on the radio show. But I don't think I've ever tweeted to you once in my life.
Yeah.
He has been proven so wrong that Nick Wright actually said yesterday, the player I'm rooting for most in the postseason right now is Nikola Jokic.
Cracks me up.
That's how much Jokic has turned him around.
What I heard yesterday,
he came on our show because I called him a bleep.
You called him with a D.
You called him the D word. You called him a Richard on Twitter.
Don't you remember that? Yes.
We've been over this, Vic. I said
that's what prompted him to say.
Find me that tweet. Right. Somebody out there right now listening. Somebody listening.
Watch how easy this is going to be.
Find me the tweet where I called him a D word. I don't remember that.
Yeah, that's what prompted the whole thing. Hey, Brett, this is what I heard out of him yesterday, though, was...
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Couldn't believe it. Either way, he's permanently banned. It doesn't matter.
Find stuff like that.
Nick Wright On April
So good.
Wait, how did you find that so
21st.
fast?
Don't worry about it. April 1st,
What year?
2022.
So
Send that
that's
to me.
3 years
Send
ago.
that to me.
It's a quote from the StatMuse. This is how it started.
Yeah.
Nikola Jokic is one loss away from becoming the first MVP in NBA history to be swept 4-0 in the first round.
Okay.
That was, remember, they were playing against Golden State. They were
So
down
he
3-0.
is ripping him. Okay, he's ripping him.
Also, one
Jamal's
loss
leg is off at this point.
Also, one loss away. This is Nick Wright. Also, one loss away from tying Iverson for the longest playoff losing streak of anyone to ever win an MVP at any point in their career. AI lost 8 straight at the end of his run in Denver, far past his prime. Jokic lost 7 straight while winning back-to-back MVPs.
All right.
You said the man had 37 and 18 tonight. He continues to carry the team even in the postseason. He handles himself with class, always respectful of the opposition. Nick, I've never met you, but this narrative isn't funny anymore. You're sort of a bleep.
You're sort of a bleep? What did I
Richard.
call him?
Richard. Richard.
Richard. D.
Blank pound.
And so did he respond to that?
Yes.
Did
he
he
responded through the DM.
I think he sent you a DM and said,
Okay, that wasn't a DM. That was a public tweet.
No, that was public.
Okay.
Yeah, no, then you said something like, come on the radio show. She's fine.
All
Guy
right.
called me a D. I'll go on.
Awesome.
Anyway, it's just
See,
funny
that's
to
how
see.
you respond to guys like that.
It's just
so
funny
you
to
know. No, I'm serious. That's how
Well.
you respond. So if his co-host that he has on his show, those softies, they don't respond to him like that. They let him run the narrative.
Oh, what, Broussard?
Somebody, no, I'm not joking. Somebody needed to stand up to him back then and said, "You're a fool. You're an idiot. Cut your hair."
It's just funny to see. Well, he needs a haircut. It's just funny
No,
to see.
that's my last. I would have said, "Cut your hair." Now.
Guys like that come around when the Nuggets are actually a dog, not only in the series, but game to game.
How did
Buddy,
you find that so
You just told me his numbers across the board are up from the regular season. You are wrong. They're down in assists. The rebounds are the same. They're down in field goal percentage. And tell me, you have the numbers. Is his 3-point percentage this postseason higher or lower than it was in the regular season?
Well, what did I say? Keep it coming.
Well, we lived this
Buddy.
already.
So here's what you do. You
Nobody's
search
called me buddy.
your name, so Vic Lombardi, and then you go to his, get Nick Wright, and then I put the D word next to it, and it popped up.
So you just put all those together and it comes up?
Yeah.
Don't go
Nice.
to images, Brett.
Let me try that crap again.
Yeah.
All right.
Dave
The
Parker.
more you learn. Hose.
Hose.
All right, so then did it get heated? Did he hang up? Whatever happened after that?
No, he just basically you two, Brett and I just sat back
Yeah.
while you two went back and forth about it, and then he left.
That was an era of we got people on that disagreed about Jokic, and me and Moser just kind of sat there and let you two yell at each other.
Okay. All right, so I went toe-to-toe with the hair guy.
Uh-huh.
Who won that?
Vic, here's the deal, man. If this was a fair fight, if you were actually arguing something you had a chance of winning, you were going to struggle because if we're being totally honest here, there's probably not a person in the world better at this very specific type of interaction than me. It's a really unfair fight because you're arguing with emotion for your hometown team or the home listener team when you know deep down in your heart that, yeah, of course, like Giannis is better and Embiid's better and Steph's better and Kawhi when he's healthy is better and and Luka's probably better. He's like the 7th or 8th best player in the league, and that's not good enough for you or not good enough for the Nuggets fans. And so you have to stand on this soapbox.
No.
But
I'm not
you
playing
agree.
this game.
Let me
cook.
I gotta tell you
Let
something.
me cook. Wait.
No,
Hang
hang on. No, we don't. We gotta take a break.
You can't just cut me off.
I gotta take a break, or we have to take a break. But I gotta say something. It's the exact type of thing that I hate in this business that we do. Is the guy who goes, "There's nobody better in the world than me" at this type of argument. It's the same thing as like Skip
Nelly,
Bayless saying,
send
"I
him-
won the debate."
Nelly.
It's like, who cares?
Nelly, send him that interview and say, how do you feel about this today?
All right.
Oh, what do you mean, all right?
No, we've done that. You put him in his place.
Dude,
he's been proven
He's
completely
basically
wrong.
on his hands and knees calling back saying, I got to tell you guys,
He's not
I
co-
love Joker. Joker's
I'm
so good.
slamming the door shut. I want to hear my retort. I don't want to hear him.
Okay, we'll get to your retort later. 303-504-0925.
Hey, you retort on your own time.
Some audio from Chris McFarland, Joe Sakic, the end of the season press conference next.
Chris Mannix, who we'll never have on here ever again.
I'm going to head over to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today, have an appointment for a checkup, get my blood drawn, make sure everything is going good. Are you going to do the same kind of thing? Low testosterone affected me, and it was not pleasant. It just didn't feel like the same guy that I used to, and so I did something about it. You probably don't know it, but guys in their early to mid-30s start losing 2 to 3% of their testosterone production every single year, and then before you know it, you're like, golly, I'm just not the same as I used to be. Well, do something about it. Maybe you're suffering from that. You got the brain fog. You got a lot of different things going on, low energy. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take the low T quiz on their website. 10 simple questions, yes, no answers. It takes 2 minutes. Schedule a consult. They're going to draw your blood, results within 30 minutes. Colorado licensed medical providers going over everything with you. The benefits are absolutely outstanding. You're going to wake up feeling refreshed, more productive at work, no more brain fog. Maybe even your sex drive is going to be back. Any bad thing, you know what I'm talking about? They've successfully treated tens of thousands of men, and most men wait a year or longer, don't need to do that. Give them a call, 720-440-7900. I'll see you at the Denver location today. I'll be stopping by, 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of turnover this year. I think that after the deadline, we really like to the team we had. We felt this was a deep team that was ready to compete and be there at the end. So it is disappointing that it ended like that. You know, you look back at the series, and 5-on-5, I thought we played great hockey. Prepared, and the guys were dialed in, and we were playing avalanche hockey. I think the difference in the series, when you look back and reflect, is their power play. They executed. They did everything they needed to be dangerous and scored at key moments of the game, and our power play didn't do that for whatever reason. Whether it was, it ended up being confidence, I think, but try and make adjustments. But we just we didn't have it at the right time, and so that at the end of the day, that when you look at it all, that was the difference.
Joe Sakic yesterday alongside Chris McFarland at the end of the season press conference talking about many things. I had about 3 different things I wanted to hear from them on sort of just what their take and what their read on it was. One of them was just overall thoughts of the season. Moj, I think it became increasingly obvious that any big moves that were going to be made, talking about GM or head coach, was not going to happen because there was no announcements before the press conference, and I would doubt they would say them there. But the one thing they did say was they let go of one guy. Nelly, can you go ahead and give me Chris McFarland on that, where you open up the press conference with this?
Today we made a difficult decision. We're gonna move on a good hockey man and a good person and a good coach in Ray Bennett. So just wanted to start off with that and thank Ray for many, many years of 100% commitment to us. Ray's been around a long time, and that was not an easy start to the day. So
everything that he said was true. He is a good man. He's a hard worker. He's a good hockey guy. He's in charge of the power play. And it went 3 for 22 in this series. You okay over there, brother? Okay, good. And so it's not shocking, not surprising. Probably not a fun thing to do either. Yeah. But I was there yesterday, and I'm just listening, and I'm just listening. And what they were saying is, I think, everything that I was feeling and saying on this program yesterday morning, if I'm not mistaken. I hope that you remember me saying, this is just it's a good hockey team.
Yeah.
This is a good hockey team. And by the way, there are other really good hockey teams in this league. The difference between you moving on and not is 3 for 22 on the power play. You could point to that, right? Yep. Or you could point to this breakdown, or even taking a penalty, for crying out loud. But everybody's going to take penalties. Yeah. I think the Dallas Stars are thrilled with the double minors they took in the series. Well, the Avs didn't make them pay.
They just weren't burnt by it, yeah.
That's correct. So there you go.
I heard something on
it. I know nobody wants to hear it, Vic. Nobody wants to hear when you lose in the first round that this is a damn good hockey club.
But I heard something on the appetizer that made me feel better about.
But it's the truth.
I agree. I agree. Joe Sakic has a unique perspective because he can speak from the authority of management and as a former player who has been there and done that.
Mm-hmm.
You can fire your power play coach. You can fire him. But you know what Joe did? He said, you know what? It's also on these players for not executing. Because the execution of that power play was great during the regular season. They were number 8 in the NHL. So if they were great during the regular season, why couldn't it be so in the postseason? It's not just the coach.
Right.
At some point, the players have to take ownership. These are the best players on the planet.
There is no doubt about it.
There's one quote that I really liked from him that I think gives him a unique perspective as opposed to a lot of GMs. Yeah, let's go ahead and hear it. Go ahead, Nelly.
Well, I just think, I'll say I went through as a player as well. I mean, you're sometimes things just aren't going to go your way. Like I look at Kale. Like Kale played so well. He had as many chances in the playoffs as he did in the regular season on a per game thing. He might have got blocked, great saves, just missed the net sometimes, and those things happen. But it doesn't mean you don't play well. It's sometimes it's just not going your way, and
So pause right there. This is what I'm talking about.
But but when you say that, even though it's the truth, And it's hard to quantify, right, Brett? You can't just put your finger on, well, it didn't go your way.
Mm-hmm.
Fans hate that because they want blood. They want answers.
Blood.
They want specifics. They want this.
I mean, look at us. I mean, when reaction to Nick Wright, we want blood.
Here's the thing, though.
We have bloody hands. No, I'm serious. As a society, I mean, blood is to be had.
When you're a player, you've said it over and over, Moj. Those Sakic teams filled with Hall of Famers on it didn't win 3 years in a row. They won, and then they waited a long time, and then they won another one.
5 years.
But when he said, I went through it as a player, sometimes things just aren't going to go your way. That is only, I think, can be seen through the perspective of a player.
Well,
I did what I felt like was right in all these different situations. It just didn't work out.
Moj, take yourself back to young Joe Sakic. You weren't here. Young Joe Sakic, after winning the first cup and falling short to that same Dallas franchise.
Well, here's what happened. They win in 95-96. It's awesome. They win the division the next year. They go all the way to the conference finals, then they lose to the Red Wings. Here for all this.
But at that point, you're like, okay, you beat them last time. They beat you. It's a rivalry. Great.
And they're really good.
Yeah.
The next year, you lose in round one to the Edmonton Oilers and Tommy Salo. You're like, what in the what? Okay, that's 2 years in a row now. We're 2 years removed from the Stanley Cup. Let's get our act together.
Let's go.
You take care of the Northwest again at the time. And you beat the Red Wings in the second round, man. You're like, we're going. And you lose to Dallas in 7. That's 3 years removed.
Was 7th game at their place?
Yes.
Yeah. And that was the Dallas team that had Hull.
It had Madonna. Yeah, Hull. It had New and it had everybody on that friggin' team.
So then they end up losing to Jersey. Who'd they lose to? Dallas.
You might have been Jersey that year.
Okay, go on.
Well, no, they lost to Jersey the next year because Jersey won in 99-00. Right. So then, Brett, okay, we're 3 years removed now. Next season, Northwest, okay, sounds good. Beat Arizona. You beat the Red Wings again in the conference semis.
Oh, yeah, it's heating up, baby.
And you lose to Dallas again in Game 7. You're like, what in the holy... Right? And so Joe Sakic experienced all of this.
Yeah, he felt it.
As a player. So did Peter Forsberg. So did Patrick Waugh. So did Adam Foote. So did every other stud, Milan Hajduk. Every other stud on those teams, you're going, man, this team's low-dead. And I know if I say, sometimes things just don't go your way. That's not good enough. But I need answers.
This is what I wanted to get to, though, is that because he's gone through that before in a big way, he knows what that feeling's like. He knows what it is to think our team was good enough and we didn't get there, and sometimes that's the way that things kind of fall. I think the perspective he can have, especially when it comes to somebody like...
By the way, that last one, Raymond had made the trade for Ray Bourque that year at the deadline from Boston.
Mm-hmm.
And you lose to Dallas again.
Yeah.
But in all of this, I think it gives him a much different perspective than most, because there's some people, there's some teams, there's some dudes in charge.
They would blow it up.
Because it's easy.
Yeah.
It's easy. You know what's really easy to do yesterday? Fire McFarland and fire Bednar and then start over and say this isn't acceptable. Everybody will give you applause for not sitting on your heels and waiting for something to happen. You'll get praise. But let me tell you something. Milwaukee Bucks did that in trading for Damian Lillard, and they got worse. And the Lakers did that to get Luka on their team this year, and they lost in 5 games in the first round. Just because you're making moves doesn't mean it's the right thing. In fact, said this in the appetizer, the hardest thing to do sometimes is nothing. At least nothing major. And I'll explain. The year before the Avs won the Cup, they lost again in the second round of Vegas in a year that we all felt, hey, no excuses that year. You had a healthy team. That team was primed and ready for a championship. And they lost, was it 3 in a row?
4.
4 in a row.
They won the first 2 games of the series.
4 in a row. That felt like a prime opportunity for a lot of teams to make some major changes. They didn't. And then what happened?
They won.
The Nuggets, for 2 straight years, lost in 5 games in the first round. They got swept in the second round. Very easily could have said, you know what? I guess Malone's just not the guy. We got to get somebody else in here. They didn't. Stuck with it. In the year afterwards, what happened? They won. Like, the patience part is sometimes the hardest thing that you can do, but it doesn't mean it's incorrect.
It's an excellent point, Vic. One of the hardest things you can do if you're Chris McFarland and Joe Sakic is look in the eyes of the fans and say,
I still believe in this.
Yeah. Only because people, they demand this, they demand that, they want this, they expect that. It's just a really good team. Do you need probably a couple of more tweaks? Sure you do. I'm very interested to see who they're going to hire, who Jared Bednar is going to hire to take over the Ray Bennett role, and what the new ideas might be on the offensive side of things, and especially on that power play, because you've got terrific players. Saw the power play start to work better as that Game 7 went on, when somebody inadvertently got parked behind the net and forced Dallas to chase like crazy. And they got some good looks at the can. They just couldn't get it home. And so, yeah, it's. I don't know that fans want to hear, we're going to run this back with these guys. This is a good club and we've got our guys and so on. But sometimes it's the right thing to do. And I just know this is a really good hockey club. Doesn't mean you're going to win next year. Who knows, man? It's hard to win.
Let me read something on the text line. I'm sorry,
Please.
on the Twitch feed.
Please.
I can't pronounce your name because these Twitch names are all jacked up. I don't understand why they come in codes, but whatever. Bednar just doesn't have a good track record, all the talent in the world, and he can't get past one team. Let's just take that argument for its own, all right? Doesn't have a good track record. Well, what's your definition of a track record? Is winning a Stanley Cup pretty good track record? Is that pretty good? So the one team you couldn't get past, the one coach you couldn't get past. Totally admit that. Couldn't get past Peter DeBoer. Has Peter DeBoer ever won a Stanley Cup?
No.
So let me ask the Twitcher, which track record would you rather have? One of winning a Stanley Cup or one of not getting by a certain coach? Which one would you rather possess?
I'd rather win the Stanley Cup.
It's also short-sighted in just saying, like, even if their argument, and I'm assuming this is what it is the Stanley Cup was the outlier. That's what they're saying about Bednar. I don't know how you can look at what happened early this season for the first half of the year where they had, 43 different guys, Moj, that were playing at some point on the Avs roster?
Well, no, the Avalanche this year used 49 different players.
49 different players and a goalie that was giving up 4 goals a game at least.
It comes down to the definition of a track record.
And keeping them afloat.
What is it? What's your track record? I mean, is the Stanley Cup championship, is the winning a championship the greatest thing you can have on a track record?
Yeah.
Or is it just getting there? What is it? How do you define it? And I'm sorry, I can't. Again, props to capital NB small UI 04 on Twitch. My bad. I'm not trying to make an argument. I'm just asking. What is a track record?
Mm-hmm. Go ahead. 303-504-0925. You can tell us. Another piece of audio that we'll get to a little bit later, by the way, where I'm going to play the role of Joe Sakic anger translator, because I know what he wanted to say that he couldn't say when prompted with one of these questions that we'll get to in, let's say, 20 minutes. Meanwhile, Game 2 tonight. What is it that the Nuggets can replicate from Game 1 that would lead to a winning Game 2? We'll get to it next. Join us tomorrow morning at Safeway on Lowell Boulevard and West 44th Avenue. We'll be broadcasting live 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. If you're lucky, Vic might give away some underwear again. Who knows?
That's Safeway, by the way. I just looked up the address. That is the one that is 2 blocks away from my mom and dad's house. That's my old
Can
Safeway.
I go to lunch afterwards?
You guys want to do that? You want to hit the sim after?
Yeah.
All right, look.
Can I have Bambi lunch?
Nona's watching right now. Ask her.
Bambina.
Mother, may I?
No, what did you just call her? What did you just call my mom?
Bambina. Bambi.
You don't call her by her first name.
Mrs. Lombardi.
Thank you.
May I please come by tomorrow?
It would make me so happy.
For
Please.
some gnocchi after the show, please. Maybe an early lunch.
Please.
You can invite Easy's friend, that other old guy that comes over, and
Joe.
Across the street. Joe can come over and hang out with us.
Nothing would make me happier.
I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll even go across the street where the truck is parked, and I will sweep that driveway.
Yeah, whatever you need. I'm willing to work for food.
All right.
If you don't take an underwear, you don't get the gas.
That's my old hood on 44th and Lowell, the Safeway there.
Been there a billion times. So anyway, we'll see you there.
We'll be at Safeway. Thanks to our friends from Redbird Farms. Their new chicken teriyaki sauce is a game changer. Stop by and see what Redbird Farms has to offer. We'll see you at Safeway on Lowell and West 44th tomorrow morning.
I want to get back to the Nuggets here momentarily, but again, when you see the reactions coming in from the fans, I think it's natural. I think it's normal. People are like, they didn't do this, crap, they didn't do this and that. People are angry, and that's the beauty of sports. You get emotional about it. It's just hard overall on everybody. I think you could see on Chris McFarland and Joe Sakic's faces yesterday how difficult this loss is on them.
Well, hang on to this, Moshe, because I want to get to it in 10 minutes. There's
exactly.
a clip. There's a clip from Sakic in which he was speaking in anger code, which wasn't anger, but I could tell he was angry about something. So we'll get to that in a bit. I don't know what to expect from the Nuggets tonight.
Yeah, how do you frame this game?
There's two schools of thought. Well, here's how I frame it. I don't think you have anything to lose tonight. If you lose the game, then you've done your job still. It's a 1-1 series coming back home.
Well, I didn't think they had anything to lose in game one. I thought that was a team. I was ready to surrender game one.
And then
you won.
If you win again, it feels like the series is kind of over. I mean, maybe not, but it feels that way. If you take 2 from them in OKC, I don't think there's a lot of things to lose. But what I will say is, I don't know if their mentality is let's try and go for the kill in OKC, or if their mentality is going to be, hey, we did it. I'm not going to overextend myself for game 2 when we're already in good shape.
Well, man, when the last time the Nuggets had that killer instinct, they won an NBA championship.
Yeah.
So if you're telling me they can go in there with the chance to win tonight, go in there with the chance to win. I will be greedy. You know the one advantage the Nuggets have here? It's their opposition, and it's their makeup and personality. Did you see the way those guys were sitting up at the press conference after that loss?
Yep.
Okay, all right, so explain to me what you thought of their body language. SGA.
I thought it was like
Jalen Williams. Yeah.
It's no big deal. We got
Dude.
We'll be screw these
Explain
guys.
to me.
Jalen Williams was doing memes at his press conference.
Correct.
He was doing the Torian Prince rebound meme.
Exactly.
And I go, bro, what are you doing? You just dropped the first game at home.
Again, what have you done to earn that reaction? What have you done exactly, Oklahoma City, to pretend you can sit up there, your players, and act like it's not a big deal? That's insulting to your fan base.
It really, if you had been there and done that, and then you act like that, that's a different story. But you haven't been there and done that yet.
This isn't a team that you've crushed, by the way. I mean, the Nuggets have won more games. They've got the winning record right now against you this year,
Exactly.
3-2.
I don't understand why they're so laid back and just jolly about it. And I hope the Nuggets make them pay for that mentality. Yeah. Oh, you think it's going to be just easy to come back? Okay, let's find out.
Not that this matters, but just out of curiosity, I just looked it up on Circa. What do you think the spread is tonight?
I would say
it's 11.
8.5 points.
11.
OKC.
11. Nailed
Is it really?
Moshe. 11
Again,
points.
a double-digit
But
spread?
it's more than it was in game one. It's
Keep
funny
doing it.
because the Nuggets win game one, and people are probably, the betting public is thinking, obviously. Same with the Knicks and the Celtics, by the way. The Celtics are now a bigger favorite tonight than they were in game one.
Sure.
Because it's the it's the rebound factor. Screwed up game 1, we'll come back and crush them in game 2. And it may happen. I don't know. But man, oh man, you said a Nuggets team put on a clinic in professionalism and how to properly win a game at the most, how do you say it? Tight time?
Yeah.
I'll tell you what.
But the point is that, and the public's like, oh, well, that's nothing. Well, they continue to doubt this Nuggets team, and they continue to do things.
I think the youth and immaturity of that OKC roster
Yeah.
showed its face, not only in the final minutes of that game, but in the post-game reaction.
I do too. I saw that clip of Jalen Williams doing that, and I'm like, this would be infuriating.
Dude, you just went 5 for 20.
Yeah.
Who do you think you are? Again, I keep going back to this. The entitlement era.
Well, look,
what have you done to earn that attitude?
If they have confidence, like, that's understandable. They won 68 games. You can have some confidence.
Great.
But the issue is...
You won the regular season banner.
You just blew game 1 against a team that even they know hit Shea's teammates with true serum. Who's the best player in the world? They aren't saying their teammate. They know it's the guy on the other side. And they know that they're going to have a whale of a time trying to stop him because Hartenstein is not big enough and Chet Holmgren is certainly not big enough. But I'll tell you what, the moment that I keep going back to, that I think kind of crystallized where they are as a team, talking about OKC, you got a chance to close the game out. So you're playing the weird foul game at the end. Chet Holmgren's face when he walked to that free throw line.
Fear.
That's what inexperienced teams that haven't dealt with pressure look like. What have the Nuggets done, especially like this core? They've come back from down 3-1 twice in their time together. They have been on the brink of elimination multiple times. They have faced crucial moments in Game 7s before.
They've been hurt.
They've been hurt. They've had to overcome. Like, OKC hasn't done that yet. And I think it showed itself in the fourth quarter. And that's why, again, I know, Vic, you're like, hey, a 40-point win would be nice. Yeah, it'd be great.
Yeah.
I almost think if you have another close game late in the fourth quarter that you steal the soul of them again, that they're done for. Over.
All right, this just popped into my head. You guys would get on me big time for talking about the arms of Nikola Jokic. Because they look like what?
A pink piggy.
Close to baby piglets, correct. Pink. But when you look at his arm, you ever see that video of the great white shark through the and that shark comes by the camera?
Up,
And, you know, like, what the hell is that thing?
Been through
That's
some
that's
battles.
the biggest damn thing in the ocean. What the hell's that thing been through?
That's
right?
the most feared shark.
fighting.
That's a terrifying shark. He's seen some things.
Maybe Nikola Jokic and his arms. Maybe his arms are a metaphor for the Denver Nuggets. Look what they've been through.
We've been through war.
Yeah.
I mean, listen, you've been through blown up legs. You've been through tragedy. You've been through this, that, and firings.
Yeah.
All this. When you look at his arms, that's a perfect metaphor for who the Denver Nuggets are. And you know what the Oklahoma City Thunder
Young
are?
and pretty.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, you little giraffe?
They're a Gap ad.
You little giraffe. Young giraffe.
Oh, yeah, little.
Yeah, the little baby giraffe. Look how pretty this giraffe is.
Baby Jamal Kell saw a baby giraffe at the zoo last weekend. She loved it.
Yeah. Look how pretty that giraffe is with the long neck.
What's the most popular
Look
animal?
at Chet Holmgren with that long neck.
Yeah.
He is a giraffe. You're right.
What's the most popular animal on the internet right now? It's that little pygmy, what'd you call it? That little pygmy hippo?
Oh, yeah.
Moodang.
Yeah, there you go.
That thing.
Well, she's cute, right? And she's smooth. She's playful. She's fun. She's all this stuff, right? But she doesn't have any scars. Ain't no lion tried to eat her back.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? She can make all scars down her back. So that's kind of what OKC is right now.
I've changed my tune then. I went into this game thinking the Nuggets have already accomplished what they hope to accomplish, is to take one of these two. And now I'm like, the more I talk to you guys and the more I hear about
that
this,
old lion.
now I'm greedy. I am selfish.
You be the old lion tonight. Go
I am
get 'em.
greedy.
Yeah.
Dude. I want. I'm not in here to give. I'm here to want.
Let them do
and
this?
Take. No, I'm dead serious.
Just put it right there?
I'm not. This is not a joke here. This is like, okay, let's go ahead and let them know that this is, all right, hey, little boys. Hey, little boy, did you have a little fun in the post game? Little boys? Pat them on the head, little boy, and then take their lunch money. That's how you treat this game.
Of chaos.
Yeah, I don't see. It's the same thing that happened with Minnesota. I don't like this. I don't like when teams lose and then they go to the post-game press conference. They're like, ha, ha, ha. Oh, what? We're 12 of 76 from 3 the last 2 games? That's stupid. We need to shoot better, man. That's correct. It's like, why aren't you angry?
No urgency.
What is this?
Yeah, zero urgency. Now, you can be, there's a big difference between, you don't have to show your anger, but you can display different methods on the post game.
Yeah.
You can't sit back there and pretend this is a theater, okay? Is what they did. They sat back there like this was a preseason loss.
Right.
You just gave away a game, dude.
Broadcasting for the Backus and Shanker Studios, serious lawyers for the seriously injured. I want to get to this audio from Sakic yesterday. He was asked a question on a certain subject that the answer requires a translation. And I'll give it to you next.
for either one of you guys, talking to the players after the game, it still seems like they still have a strong connection with Jared Bednar. I guess just where are you guys at? Where's the organization at confidence-wise in Jared's ability to lead this group?
100% confident Jared's our head coach. Today we made a difficult decision. We're going to move on a good hockey man and a good person and a good coach in Ray Bennett. So just wanted to start off with that and thank Ray for many, many years of 100% commitment to us. Ray's been around a long time, and that was not an easy start to the day.
No, they expect one of us in the wreckage, brother.
Here's kind of what it was. No hesitation, by the way. Asked about Bednar. It was immediate. 100% confidence. He's our coach. Boom. So that was the end of that. Again, they weren't going to announce they fired the coach at the press conference. That news would have escaped beforehand anyway, so it shouldn't have been surprise to anybody. But do you guys remember the show Key and Peele?
Sure. One of the best ever.
And they had this recurring sketch on their show where it was Obama and the anger translator Luther. Remember that? I'm going to play the role of Luther here for Joe Sakic because they were asked about the Mikko trade. And obviously this is a big, man, the amount of hockey podcasts I saw yesterday talking about the Mikko trade and what went down and relitigating that thing and how much the Avs messed up and blah, blah, blah. The amount of those that I saw because...
It's such low-hanging fruit,
Well, that's the thing, Moj.
I mean...
How about Carolina winning last night?
Yeah, pretty big win.
I always say this. Sports does this a lot. You play the result of something, and so whatever the result is, you can retrofit an argument afterwards that maybe didn't make sense beforehand. But they were asked, any regrets on how you handled the Mikko negotiations? Here's Sakic.
No. I mean, what's done is done. That happened. We move forward, and we're very confident with the group we have here. I mean, we still think. I mean, we had a really good team here to finish the year. It was a lot deeper, a lot stronger than it was to start the year or Christmas time. We didn't get it done. And that's it, unfortunately. They executed at key moments of the game. Give them credit, like Chris said. We did not execute in those big moments, and that's the difference. But our effort was there, preparation was there. I thought, I'll say it again, like five on five, I thought we played incredible hockey. And we just didn't get it done in those big moments. And like I mentioned, I mean, their power play was a difference for them, and ours just wasn't quite as sharp as it normally is.
Allow me to play the role of Luther, the anger translator. If we execute a friggin' power play, none of you guys are talking about the Mikko thing because we win this series and it's not a discussion. The only reason it's a discussion is because our power play was bad and Mikko just had the opportunity to capitalize in the third period of Game 7. That's it.
Go back into the studio. I'm done now.
At the end of Game 4, nobody was asking me if the Mikko trade was something I regretted because I didn't at the time and nobody else would say I would either. It's only because the things happened in the exact way they happened. You're asking me if I regret it.
Results write the final chapter. That's what you're saying. Results write the chapter.
That's what he's saying. That's what he's saying. He's like, we didn't capitalize on the power play, and it just so happened that the one guy that could create this storyline happened to be the one in Game 7 to score a couple of goals. That's it.
And the Avalanche didn't trade him to Dallas.
Well, that
They didn't trade him back to...
That's what's crazy about it, is that you get rid of him to the East thinking, okay, he can't hurt us unless you get to the finals. And yet he finds a home right there, round one, impediment one.
Life is funny sometimes, Vic.
Unfathomable.
Life is weird sometimes. There's not a whole lot I can say at this point. You know, you called, by the way, I'm going to give you credit.
What's that? When Mikko Rantanen was traded to Dallas, I'll never forget the show because Mark Moser came in here and said, you're going to see him round one. You called it back then.
Yeah.
You called it back then. You said it's going to happen round one.
Yeah.
Sure.
There's not a whole lot I can say right now that's not going to make somebody upset and angry. Because people want to litigate the entire series, right? This, that, this, and that. But like you just said, Brett, let me do a little translation as well. The Avs were 3 for 22 on the power play. If the Avs go 5 for 22 on the power play, they're in Winnipeg tonight.
Yeah.
Essentially, right?
Yes.
Or if you go 6 for 22 on the power play, it's not even a discussion.
Mm-hmm.
You look at both those power play goals late in Game 7. You don't take that penalty. If the stick doesn't blow up, does McCarr take a penalty?
No.
Mikko Rantanen's, I went back. I don't know why I do this to myself. And again, this is all therapeutic, I guess. On the wraparound try, Vic, his second goal, the wraparound try, he goes around the net. He throws it to the side of the cage. That's all he can do. He blows himself up so hard, he goes face first into the end boards. He falls down and crashes. Blam!
And Gerard's skate had to be at a particular angle.
Had to be right. And listen, as I look back on it too, Tyler Seguin's coming into the zone.
Mm-hmm.
But that puck was not going to get to him. But he falls down and plants himself into the end boards, yet the puck goes off. Now, you can call that kismet. You can call it whatever you want. Hockey gods shining down on 96. I mean, whatever it is you want to do. But there's not a whole lot I can say right now to salve anybody. I can't put the salve on the sunburn because people are mad. And rightfully so. Everybody's upset by it. Everybody who's an Avalanche fan or certainly involved with the organization, especially players, coaches, and so on, they're bumming in a big-time way.
But I'm as annoyed as I think they are with that question because it's just about, you said it, Moj, it's the lowest hanging fruit thing that you could come to, right? It's, I bet you regret that now. Not really, dude, because if we did what we were supposed to do, it wouldn't have mattered.
You guys going to be able to watch tonight?
Not really.
And I speak of
you're talking about Winnipeg
and Dallas, yeah.
I think I'm going to be more focused on the Nuggets and the Thunder. Is that okay with you?
Is that
no. I'm sorry. Is that acceptable to you, Vic?
Hey. Vic just asked a question.
I didn't mean to be. I'm sorry. I apologize.
I'll answer your question.
My apologies.
I'll answer that unemotionally.
My humble apologies, Moj, for asking such a vile question.
What are you talking about?
I am not going to have the game on during the Nuggets game.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if it's a night where the Nuggets are off and they're on, maybe. I don't know. I don't know if my heart's in it yet. When you get bounced, I don't know. This has happened every year with the Avs. If they get eliminated from the playoffs, it's hard
to watch
for me to really invest myself.
All right, so let me ask an obvious question.
Rycroft sent me a text yesterday.
Uh-huh.
This is where I'm at.
Who do you want to win that series?
Come on.
Mm-hmm.
That's not even close.
I'll say Winnipeg, but
Couldn't care less.
Whoever comes out of the East.
Who do you want to represent the West in the Stanley Cup final?
Your mom. Brett.
You're going to see my mom tomorrow. You can't.
No, he's not. He's backing out again.
Yeah, but she'll probably come to the store to visit.
Hey, ready?
Hey, talk to her right now and apologize.
I'm sorry, Bambi. I apologize, Mrs. Lombardi. So 2:39 p.m. Riker sends me a text. Says what? Right there. What's that?
Hands covered up.
No, what's that? Right there.
Oh,
right there.
Yo.
And I said no. And then we didn't talk.
You weren't ready to progress on that conversation.
He said yo. I said no.
Was he looking for a booty call? What was going on? What time?
No, 2:39 in the afternoon. No, but here's the thing. It's been very hard. Listen, when the Avs get eliminated, I don't care when it is. I don't care how good of a season you had in the regular season, bad, whatever the case may be. It's all. I always have to work my way back to hockey. Okay? I can't just jump on the next night and watch 3 games in a row. Or why be 1 or 2 games now? I mean, whatever. I can't. I've got to work my way back to it. Especially hard to watch a team that knocked your team out.
Yeah.
Do you see what I'm saying? Like maybe the 48-point season,
I get it.
It was easy to jump on board right away, watch Stanley Cup playoffs because it was a very tough year and so on and so forth. And you weren't going. But for the years where after the Vegas loss, tough. After the Sharks loss, tough. Difficult times, man.
Can I pose a question that I think is good from a texter? It's a texter who hates me, by the way. This guy hates me. But I appreciate all of our texters. It's Wando. He's asked me to be fired multiple times.
Who hates me? Because I haven't been on the text line for months.
All of the texters.
Everybody.
Like how much hate? Tell me how much hate has been brewing.
Hang on a second.
Read me some hate.
I'm so mad now.
He asked a really good question to us, though. Had the Avs not made that trade, would they been in the position they were in anyway? And that's a really interesting way to look at it.
Yeah.
Had they not traded Mikko, and they went just throughout the season as they were, remember, they were really struggling at that time.
They were stale.
They were stale.
And that's
their power play, by the way, as bad as it was in the postseason, was really bad at that time.
Remember the run they were on when they made the trade? They looked like a bad team. And that's a great point.
The power play had been dying on the vine.
Yeah.
Dying on the vine. And we talked about it. As soon as the trade goes down, what happens? That power play looks reinvigorated, right? Because Marty Necas is moving and Nate's doing his thing all over the zone. And look, man, they wouldn't be as deep as they are, okay? They wouldn't be as deep. Would they have won round number 1? I don't know. I mean, look, without Rantanen, Dallas doesn't win. I'll tell you that much. Without him, they don't win.
Well, you could have said without Robertson and Heiskanen, they don't win.
Good point. With Heiskanen and Robertson, maybe they do win anyway, right?
I got some breaking news.
What's that?
Nelly, can you give me some breaking news music?
Oh,
I'm going to break news on this show, then I'm going to break it.
Break that news.
Let me break it.
Break it with breaking news.
From Frank Saravalli. Meet the brand new franchise in the NHL.
Well, they've already been
names. A new name. The Utah
Mammoth.
Yeah.
Is it the Mammoth, really?
It's the Mammoth. Yep.
I would have gone
Utah.
With the Utah, your mom.
I like that. The Mammoth.
Get your own stuff. Is it that hard to just find your own names?
Well, they wanted Yeti, and what happened there?
They got sued by the company.
They got sued by Yeti.
Well,
the Yeti coolers,
or whatever.
Yeah.
I don't think they got sued. They got a cease and desist or something like that, right?
Here's an idea. Just the snow. I don't know. Just call yourself something else.
What? Like what?
The Mammoth is ours. That's our thing.
What resonates in Utah that would fit? There isn't much there.
The what? The rocks. The lake.
The salts.
The salts.
The Utah non-alcoholic beers.
I mean, just be original. What are we doing here?
Mammoth remains, specifically those of Columbian mammoths, have been found in various locations across Utah, including the Huntington Canyon and the shores of ancient Lake Bonneville.
Yeah, nobody cares.
A nearly complete skeleton was unearthed in Huntington Canyon in 1988.
Yeah.
Mammoth.
All right. Got a name at least.
All right. Yeah, they're not. It's no longer Avalanche 3 Hockey Club 1.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Hang on. I want to see some of their state symbols.
Have you ever been to Utah?
I've never been to Utah.
Salt Lake's actually pretty cool. I like Salt Lake City.
Utah is famous for its dinosaur fossils and related discovery. If you wanted to go big, you should have gone with a dinosaur.
Downtown Salt Lake is clean.
Is it?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, but when you drive into it from the west, and you got to go all those stagnant pools of salt water. Stinks.
Yeah.
I know we've been through this with
Smells like an Oklahoma rest stop.
We've been through this with Colorado before. Why do you need to have a big meeting over deciding the state cooking pot?
Come on.
Which in Utah, by the way, is a Dutch oven.
I figured it would be a Dutch oven. Which, for a lot of dudes, has a different connotation.
Oh, what losers. Their state bird is a California seagull. It's another state's name in your bird. Wow, what losers, man.
What is our cooking pot? I didn't know we had some designation. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard of.
Colorado state cooking pot.
But it better be barbecue.
They don't have one.
Yeah, good.
Yeah, they don't have one.
Colorado state pot is something different,
That's
Vic.
a good point.
Very different. Very different.
All right, fine. They're the Mammoth. Great. Got a name. Good for them.
You can't find something on your own. By the way, does it have to be super specific?
I know. The Utah Broncos.
By the way, I have a lot of people sending me like suggestive nicknames that I cannot use any of these, just so you know. If you're going to help me do the show, do something that is
nicknames
helpful
for what?
For the Utah nickname.
Oh, yeah. But I'm just saying, like, when you call yourself Detroit Lions, there's no lions in Detroit. It's just lions like a fearsome animal. It's
Chicago Bears.
Yeah, there's no bears in Chicago.
Are you sure that bears did not live in Illinois at one point, though?
I'm sure animals lived everywhere at some point, ever, whenever.
You know, I think the Dodgers should change their name to the Big Spenders.
Like Los Angeles Lakers. Nobody really cares. It's just a name.
They moved from Minneapolis. Utah Jazz moved from
Holy
New Orleans.
crap. Yes, bears were once native to Illinois, but they were eliminated by the state in 1870.
Eliminated?
That's what it says. While there are no resident black bear populations in Illinois today, there have been recent sightings with the potential for individuals from nearby states to wander into their state.
I always thought about, what if you had the most unintimidating nickname for a team?
Softies?
Yeah, like the Denver House Cats.
That'd be funny, actually.
But you're this ferocious team, and it's just like,
Stanford's got the tree.
Yeah, Stanford's a tree.
Well, it's a color. They're a color. Cardinal.
We played this game once where we're teeing off, and before you tee off, it's the fun game. You had to meow 3 times before tee off. Like you're standing over the ball.
I like that.
3 meows.
I like that.
Do you know how hard it is to hit a ball?
Of course.
After 3 meows? Try it.
Well, we played in a scramble, and we told the group with us, we said, we all have to Howard Dean it while you're swinging on the drive.
You're standing over the ball, right? You're looking at a 580-yard par 5, and you're going, meow, 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 and then you swing.
I like it. I love the idea of having a mascot that is unintimidating. I think it's great. Should do more of it.
What's UC Irvine? What are they?
Anteaters?
Yeah, Andy. That's not very intimidating. What's Santa Cruz? I think Santa Cruz is the banana slugs.
I still think one of the best nicknames for a team that I've seen, Long Beach State Baseball, is the Dirtbags.
That is good.
Just the Dirtbags.
Dirtbags.
Yeah. I think it's great. Come up with more of that stuff instead of just repurposing the same names over and over and over again.
Utah Dirtbags?
Yeah. Tampa Trash.
All right.
Tampa White Trash.
That would be, you know what? That's actually kind of scary.
That'd be
if you think
sweet.
about it. Yeah. Crowd full of people in wife beaters.
What? That's mostly northern Florida.
What is this, Nelly?
The UC Santa Cruz Banana Slugs.
Oh yeah, that's awesome. What if they were actually really good at some things? That's great.
How about if you're the New Jersey? Hey!
The New Jersey. Hey!
The New Jersey, forget about it. Hey!
See, those are fantastic names.
That's outstanding.
I would root for those teams, actually. Anyway, 303-504-0925. So, back to the Nuggets. A place where they have the advantage distinctly over OKC. Game 2 tonight, again, right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Pregame starts at 7. Stick around.
Hello, friends. Vic here for AAA Service Plumbing, Heating, and Electric. Whatever comes to mind, whatever you need done in your house, whether it be plumbing, heating, and electric, call AAA. Right now, a deal for you. I know it's a little chilly out. I know it's raining. We need the moisture. But pretty soon, it is going to be sweltering. You know it, and I know it. You better make sure the AC is working properly. They've got a $49 AC tune-up special going on right now. $49. Schedule an appointment today at AAA.com. AAAtoday.com. That's AAAtoday.com.
Yeah, I mean, I think it lets you focus on schematics. You know, you don't have to go in and rally the group to stay together in a tough moment. That's already happening, and they're already having that conversation. You know, keep yourself going. You know, keep your head up. And I know it sounds, you know, cliche, but it's not. You know, in this building, how loud it is. You brought up Nicole, the intensity of the game, people calming him down, him calming other people down. You need that. So when I step in there, we can just talk about trying to win the game. You know, not trying to balance egos or any of that stuff. So it goes a long way in high intense moments. Just super proud of the guys.
David Adelman after game one. Game two tonight right here, Altitude Sports Radio at 7:30. One thing I was thinking about, you know, I think the Nuggets have an advantage here in if the game is close and late, they have multiple people they trust. And the Thunder have really just one in Shea. But on that subject, you don't need Joker to hit a shot late in the game if it's close. Because you got Murray, and you got AG, and you got Christian Brown, you got Westbrook, and you got Porter who's hit big shots if he's feeling all right that day.
What?
Are you talking to me? Are you talking to Nelly?
I'm talking to Nelly because he's talking.
Somebody's whispering sweet nothings in my ear, and it just sounds like
Nelly, and Nelly's been talking to me, thinking it was me, but it was Vic.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, enough. Enough. Here's the thing, though. As much as it's nice to have different options to go to, and it's a luxury that the Nuggets have that I don't know if the Thunder have quite yet, I think Jokic has to be a scorer in this series and not a distributor.
Well, he has been.
Well, I think he's got to. The advantage that you have on the floor, bigger than anything else, they're very good OKC at perimeter defense.
Don't you think they're going to make adjustments, though? They're not going to. There's no way Dagno, who thinks, again, he's a NASA scientist, there's no way he goes into game 2 with the same mindset game 1.
But you're going to have to force it. Like, force them to change their game. But if you get one-on-one matchups with Hartenstein or Chet, Jokic needs to put up 40 points. That's where your biggest advantage is.
I guarantee you're going to see tonight the Oklahoma City Thunder layer Nikola Jokic. They're going to layer him with bodies, much like other teams have done. And they're going to take the ball out of his hands as soon as he touches it. How many times in that game 1 did we see Nikola grab the ball, and he's got plenty of time now to make up his mind on what to do, right? Tonight, he's going to grab the ball, and the double's coming.
Sure.
Be prepared for it.
But that's why you have guys like Jamal Murray.
Yeah.
That's why you have MPJ when he's totally healthy, but hopefully he'll have a rebound type of game. Somebody else has got to make him then, Vic.
Yeah, be prepared.
And again, Jamal was 6 of 16, 2 of 7 during game number 1. Still for 21 points, but that's because of the volume, not because of the efficiency. Then why can't he have a big game? Why can't Jamal have one of his Jamal games? You want to layer the big fella? Well, take this layer and eat it.
It depends where the double's coming from. I don't expect them to come off Jamal for that double. It'll come off somebody else. I don't think this is a prime Jamal series simply because he's facing two of the best perimeter defenders in the NBA, in Caruso and Dort. They're tough.
If that's the case, if they're going to layer him, where do you want to see Joker? If the double team is coming, where on the floor do you want to see the double team so he can get out of it or pass out? Do you want to see it at the elbow? Do you want to see it in the low block?
The double's going to come.
You want to see it on? You want to see it on the perimeter and have him, be pressured on the outs. Where do you want to? Where would you like to see, if you're David Adelman, Joker doubled on the floor?
I mean, I'm not sure it matters where he's doubled. What matters is whoever sent the double, that person has to pay for it. Whoever that person's guarding has to score, has to make it. I just think tonight there's no way they can live with Chet going one-on-one with Joker. They're going to get in foul trouble very quickly, as they did in game 1. They can't do that. Clearly, Nikola's too big for him.
He can't do that either. The big fella can't get in foul trouble again either.
Well,
he's been in trouble the last couple of games, but
last 2 games he played with 5 fouls, right?
The biggest unknown.
It's hard to foul out of a playoff game.
The biggest unknown in each game throughout this playoffs right now, since Porter's injury, is what Porter I'm getting. Mm-hmm. Is it the guy who's going to knock down 4 of 7 threes and give you 14 or 15 points, or is it the guy that you're going to deem unplayable after about 22 minutes?
Well, the one thing I do respect about David Adelman, he is doing exactly what he promised he would do when he took the job. He said that the guys playing their best will finish the game.
Yeah.
And he's done that every game. The guys playing their best.
MPJ has no problem with that.
No, did you see, again, I want to make mention of this. Go back and look at the game-winning bucket. Go back and look. When Aaron Gordon makes that 3, and then they miss, the very first person off the Nuggets bench was Michael Porter Jr. to congratulate Aaron Gordon.
There's nothing.
He didn't sulk.
There's nothing you can say, and I'm not saying you, I'm just saying people in general, that will get me to dislike MPJ. I think MPJ is such an amazing teammate.
I will go out of my way, and I've done this with my own friends who continue to harp on this.
Me too.
I get it. He's inconsistent. I get it. He's paid to make shots. I get it. Sometimes he loses the ball when you're like, inexplicably, how do you lose the ball? But I'm going to counter all that by saying not many people would play with the injury he's got right now. Not many people would.
Not many people play the injury or the mentality that he has.
Exactly.
He doesn't care if he closes out the game or not.
3 starters in Cleveland sat out last night with injury. In Cleveland, they're like, why aren't you playing in the most important time of the year? I know you're injured, but come on. You can't say that about Michael Porter Jr. He cannot put on his own jersey. He can't take off his... Moj, He can't take his jersey off.
If you can't dress yourself, you're injured.
There's a play that happened in game 1. I don't know if you guys saw it, but it was Nuggets fans got really mad at MPJ for this. There was a ball missed shot. He's kind of by himself underneath the rim. He's got, I forget who it was from OKC, but going to try and get the rebound too. Porter gets there first, but he one-hands it and tries to dribble through it, and he gets it ripped away. And very easily, it's like he couldn't grab the ball with two hands and take the contact.
And there's nothing wrong as a fan to be frustrated and lash out if a player does that, even though you know he's injured, right? You're like, come on. That's how a fan operates. I go back to that whole Russell Westbrook scenario at the end of the game where fans, and I don't even call them fans, the stands, the bane of sports now, these stands that have come out, right?
Yeah.
Super fans. When, people are like, and you saw the video, no, pass the ball. What do you think every single teammate on the Nuggets bench, what do you think was going through David Adelman's mind at that point?
Kick it to AG.
What do you think anybody in the Nuggets organization was thinking at that very juncture?
Kick it to AG.
And why were they thinking that? Why?
Well, because it's the right play to make.
Because there have been instances where perhaps the right play wasn't made.
I mean,
Correct.
They go back to that regular season game against Minnesota. Yeah.
So don't be disingenuous. Don't be that. I'm telling you right now, that the advent of the stan, when a player comes to town and they have fans all over the world, and all they do is root for the player and not the team, you're going to kill me. It is the bane of my existence. I root for the team. We pull for the team. This is about the team over anybody else. I don't care about your stalking syndrome with a specific player. Stalking, in this case.
Oh, stalking.
Stalking. I don't care about the shrine you have to whatever player. You might have a shrine at your house. My shrines exist of teams that represent my city.
To go back to this though, because I'm with you, Vic. Like, is it frustrating at times with Porter when he's not knocking down shots? Now, I am grading this totally differently. Here's the thing. I think that, I don't know what percentage you think that Porter's playing at. I mean, if you don't have an arm, is it 50%? Whatever it is. It's necessary that he's suiting up and playing, though. Here's what's funny. I told Vic this earlier, Moj, and a texter writes in, I don't think TNT understands that Porter is really injured. I was listening to a podcast between Zach Lowe and Bill Simmons, and they were talking about game 1 and giving the Nuggets praise for coming back and winning the game. And Simmons goes, yeah, there's a lot of whispers out there that Porter's dealing with an injury right now. And Zach Lowe goes, what gave that away? Is it the football shoulder pad? It's like, what do you mean whispers? The guy can't move his arm right now.
Absolutely, but he's got to be a threat.
What are we talking about?
But he's got to be at least a threat.
And he has been at times in the postseason, and there's other times that he hasn't. And when he's
before,
not,
before
he goes to the
your time,
bench.
hold on, Vic. Before your time, Broncos' first Super Bowl championship, right? Playing the Green Bay Packers. What happens to Terrell Davis in that game?
He has a major migraine, can't see.
He can't see. So Shanahan goes to TD and says, listen, I need you in there. We're going to run this, da-da-da. He goes, Coach, I can't see. He goes, I don't need you to see. He goes, I just need you in there. Otherwise, if you're not in there, they're not going to believe.
Yeah.
They're not going to they're not going to believe that,
Yeah.
That's the only way this play will work. You don't need to see. Well, that's Mike, look. I don't necessarily need you to go 5 of 8 from 3-point range.
Space
but you
the
need
floor.
You need to space the floor.
Can I say something on that real quick?
Yes.
Because I know I've said this multiple times this year, but I just feel like I need to reiterate this for people who might not have been listening at those times. Whether Porter is making a shot or not, whether he's knocking down the threes or not, there's something that only he does that nobody else that plays in his place can do. What did you just say, Vic? When they're going to double Nikola Jokic tonight, presumably, they're going to leave who open?
Probably going to be Christian Brown.
Probably Christian Brown or Russell Westbrook or somebody like that, right? Porter can't lift an arm, and they are not leaving him alone still. And if you want Jokic to operate with maximum amount of space, Porter's the only guy that brings that to the table. And it's what you're talking about, Moj. It's, if nothing else, you're a decoy. They're like, I can't. If Jokic is in the paint, the defender who's on Porter can't do this. Can't sag off because he's still going to at least attempt the shot and make them nervous.
Mm-hmm. Let me get back to Vic's unanswered question. I posed the question to Vic. He didn't answer it. Let me answer it. I prefer if you're going to, when I feed Joker tonight, I'm going to feed him not at the top of the key, but I'm going to feed him at the elbow all night long rather than low on the block. Because what I want is I want that space. I want this space right here available to me. And I'm thinking specifically on that side of the block. I want this space available. He can kick out. He can kick down. He can kick behind him. You see what I'm saying? I want to have as much space around Nikola Jokic as humanly possible. Do not back yourselves into corners and get caught. And by the way, also one thing I did not like in game number 1 that I saw several guys do, stop picking up your dribble. Stop picking up your dribble. You're putting yourself, because they're such good defenders on the perimeter, Vic, it's probably hard not to pick up your dribble. When you're coming in and a guy flashes over and you got one guy on you, a guy flashes over, and now you feel trapped, it's probably human nature to pick up your dribble and now look. Oh, God, now what do I do? You play right into their hands. Don't pick up your dribble, man. Keep that ball on the floor at all times.
Nuggets turned it over a ton, but I need you to know something. This is the most suffocating defense in the league. They do that. That's what they do.
I know.
They cause that.
Right.
So if you're expecting the Nuggets to go pain-free in the turnover department tonight, that's not going to happen. So I'm going to warn you firsthand, you're going to turn it over again tonight. It's just limiting as many of the unforced errors as you can.
So a couple things here. Break more down with Game 2 coming up in a little bit. Got more audio from the Avs end of the season presser that we'll get to. I have a couple of notes, though, in the NFL, including one with the Broncos. Very notable name about contract extension numbers. Well, one has been tossed out there. What it would take to get Nick Bonito signed long-term. Yes,
also,
Vic.
You guys fashion yourselves as musical geniuses, right? I'm going to play a game with you of Name That Tune. You remember that show?
I do remember the show.
I
was a little tiny kid, though.
We're going to play Name That Tune, sports version, on the show.
You remember This Is My Life? Guess My Life.
All right, so just a couple of quick notes here. This morning, some news comes down from the NFL that George Pickens has been traded to the Cowboys for a third and is it fifth or sixth? It's a 3 and a 5 or a 6. I can't remember what the other thing was.
You know what that trade smacks of? That's Mike Tomlin saying, I'm not dealing with this guy anymore.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. Like, Tomlin has had more than his fair share of problem children, let's say, especially at that position. And when he says, I'm done, then that guy is like, screws loose.
All right, let's say you're the tour manager for Elton John. And you do a good job. Then you become the tour manager of Diana Ross. And you follow it up with, let's say, Pink.
Okay.
And now, like, Lady Gaga's like, yeah, you're like, no, I can't do it anymore.
I can't subject myself to that.
I can't do this diva thing anymore.
Well, I thought the DK trade was to put two guys together like him and Pickens, and it turns out that was just the Pickens replacement.
Exactly.
Well, I mean, think of all the divas from starting with AB all the way through
Antonio Brown, Martavis Bryant,
Juju Smith-Schuster.
Juju.
I mean,
Le'Veon Bell sat out for a year.
All these different guys who have just been so dramatic.
What cracks me up is, of course it's Dallas, and all of a sudden the Cowboys seem to think that they're world beaters because they got Pickens. Uh-oh, look out.
Good luck with that, dude. I mean,
Pickens is talented.
I know, but I mean,
he's actually George Pickens is a really good wideout.
I know, but they go from, all right, the Cowboys, what'd they really do, to, we got Pickens.
Right.
Watch out now.
So that's just one bit of news this morning. Here's some things Broncos related. According to Mike Kliss, they're going to bring in Desmond Ridder for a tryout. So maybe find some depth at QB. I don't know. Because right now it's Nix, Stidham, and who else did they sign this offseason? Who was the third quarterback that they got?
The dude that played in Indy.
Ellinger.
Yeah.
Sam Ellinger, that's right. So maybe he's going to battle it out with Ellinger for practice squad guy for later in the year. Veteran dude, maybe.
I saw Sam Ellinger with your brother and your sister-in-law.
Okay. Where?
What?
He was the quarterback of Texas at the Alamo Bowl.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
I thought you meant you saw them out together.
Yeah, I was like, what?
No.
Where? At the aquarium?
Is that like, what floor are you on?
Yeah. One last thing here, just
Home
real
Depot?
quick.
Were they at Home Depot?
Chris Thomason of the Gazette has this on Nick Bonito, who is seeking a new contract, obviously, and he's deserving of one, that his new contract would be in excess of $20 million a year. And if you can get him on one of those lower numbers, 22, 23, I think you jump at it immediately. Because he's really good. And I think if he has one more year, think about it this way. You don't sign him before this season. If Benito goes out and has another year like he did last season, where he was tied for second or third in sacks in the league, that lower 20 number might turn into 30-some.
Assuming he can continue to produce at the same rate, which I hope that he can. I think that he can. How old is he right now? 20.
He's still on his rookie deal.
5?
So. Nick Benito's 25, yes. He'll turn 26 in September.
And in terms of the top.
God, he's younger than my beautiful baby boy.
Well, that's crazy. In terms of the top rushers in the league, he is on the very young scale because the guys getting all the bucks are anywhere 28 to 32, right around in that area. So, yeah, if you
know you're keeping somebody around, then just keep somebody around.
Well, if you can get him for 20 per, I would do it today. I'd do it right this second.
There does have this feeling because there's a few guys that are up for contract soon, and the big ones are him, Zach Allen, who also needs to be paid, and Cortland Sutton.
Isn't that amazing how teams...
Yeah, the cap's going up, and the money's not an issue with this team.
That's what I'm wondering.
I'm not worried. Well, I mean, we worry about the dumbest things sometimes.
Well, I have questions about Sutton just in general, if they want to keep him long-term. Like, Sutton's good, but he's on that wrong side of 30 now for a wideout, and I don't know if they're willing to commit long-term to that. That's all I'm asking.
It's amazing, though.
I could tell you what, though, he's all
teams
in.
do pretty well, though.
Oh, sure.
Teams do pretty well. Guys need paid.
Anyway.
Guys need paid.
So just some updates from the NFL over the last few days. Yes, Vic.
Can I play Name That Tune?
Sure.
Would you allow me that? And this is a sort of a different spin on Name That Tune.
Can I preface this by saying teams do pretty well, though?
Oh, sure.
Teams do pretty well. Guys need paid.
Anyway.
Guys need paid.
So just some updates from the...
What in the world is going on?
What just happened, Nelly?
Nelly had a button push that he shouldn't, I bet.
You know, that was over the air, Nelly. Whatever you just played.
Yeah, whatever you just hit right there was over the air.
I didn't play anything. What are you talking about?
Yeah, something just went over the air.
What we just said on the air went over the air again. I don't know. All right.
Push a button and see if it goes over the air. Just do what you just did before.
You didn't push anything?
I was making sure I had the clip ready to go that Vic wants me to play. I opened it on the computer.
All right, there's some stuff going on here.
There's some stuff.
Wait, do you have... Hang on, I think I have an idea. Do you have Twitch pulled up in there with the sound on? That might have been what's happening. Anyway, go ahead, Vic.
The old game show Name That Tune was a game where you would play a song, a few bars from a song, and whoever can name it in the fewest amount of, what is it, bars?
So no, just notes.
Notes.
I can name that song in one note.
One note, whatever. Just ding, ding. And then, right. So this is its spinoff. I'm gonna play just a couple pieces of this.
Do you know who was a singer on Name That Tune? I'm gonna blow your face off right now. That's
Gregory Peck.
Kathy Lee Gifford.
Oh, great. Anyway, this game, it's not about the song. You'll know the song. It's who's singing the song. This is an athlete in the United States of America who plays professional sports. All right? Give me, if you don't mind.
Please be John
Steve
Elway, the
Nelson.
Masked Singer.
Give me 5 seconds of this tune. Just 5 seconds, and I'm going to see if these guys, and no help, turn off your screens, because I know these Twitchers and texters are going to try to help. I swear to God, Twitchers and texters and YouTubers, you better put your hands to yourself. Do not help these people. Here we go. Play the tune.
As Tennessee whiskey.
All right, that's it. Stop right there. Can you name that singer?
I know who that is. I know for sure. I don't want to ruin your game, Vic, but I know it is.
I think it's the guy from the Eagles. Not Eagles like Hotel California, but like Philadelphia Eagles. Right?
That's your guess?
Yeah.
All right, what's your guess?
I know who it is.
Who is it?
That's AG.
It's Aaron Gordon.
He's an accomplished singer.
Play the whole thing. You surprised?
Who sings that? Is that a Stapleton song?
Yes.
Yes, that's Chris Stapleton.
So
Great
let me
song.
tell you something. You want musical history? I'll give you musical
How
history.
did you know that, by the way? Did you hear him do that already?
I've heard I've heard AG on that piano. He's got a great song where he just says F you over and over again in very, very sweet tones.
Does he really?
No, I'm telling you, it's great.
I'm in.
Yeah, I'll show you during the break. It's really good. But no, he's a great it's annoying. You can't be good at basketball and a cool guy and an attractive human being and a good singer. You can't have everything. That's not fair.
He's getting a little greedy.
Not that off.
Save some for the rest of us, man.
So you thought it was that offensive lineman
Jordan Mailata.
Well,
yeah, he's the guy. He's the guy that kind
of. That's a good guess.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
you want some musical history, by the way?
Hey, do you like that game?
I like Aaron Gordon. I thought your presentation sucked.
So Chris Stapleton has Tennessee Whiskey. But that song is actually "I'd Rather Be Blind" by Etta James.
Yeah, nobody cares.
So I have her album too.
Listen,
so wait,
no one here cares about your musical history lesson.
I have Etta James' album. "I'd Rather Be Blind." Amazing.
Well, Etta James is brilliant. At last.
Okay. All right, now, this is where I get off.
Well,
the
you
show.
started to play Name That Tune. It's your fault.
I knew this would lead to this nerddom. I just wanted to offer some sports and music, and you guys took it total nerd.
Kids
just
listening to this show, go listen to Etta James. She's amazing.
She's incredible. That's all I really got on that. I mean, yeah, that's really.
I didn't
cool.
ask for more on that.
I
That's
guess
all I need on that.
What is the best game show in the history of this program?
Family Feud. We haven't played in a long time. You know, that's on you guys. The
problem is we win. See, you know what? We won. We finally won after 5 years.
Yeah, it's not fun anymore.
We finally won after 5 years, and now you.
I'm being honest with you. It wasn't fun when you guys got answers
right.
right.
One time.
I know, but it ruined it for me. It really did. I'm not saying we won't play it again, but it really did piss me off.
It is sad.
Straw poll.
It's
straw
sad.
poll.
That's on Nelly. Nelly's too busy just rolling random sound back there.
At some point, should we bring back the feud? Yes or no?
Yeah, we're going to do it.
303-504-0925. Yes or no? At some point, someday, somehow, should the feud return?
Listen, just because I climbed to the mountaintop doesn't mean I can do it again. We defeated the game show. I get it. It doesn't mean we can do it again. And we did it in resounding fashion, too. Remember that?
Why would that make you mad that we actually won?
The point of the game is that you guys lose and you embarrass yourselves. That's why it made me mad.
So we embarrassed ourselves 136 times, and the one time we win, it makes you mad.
Yeah.
Dude, I came to play.
It's all right. I'll give you an example. I went to a Globetrotters game, and the Sentinels won.
It's called the Generals first.
Generals,
it's not the
Sentinels, Jesus.
Generals won. The Generals won. And I feel like I got gypped out of my money.
They did win.
I know.
Look at the overall record.
I bet you everybody would feel like they got gypped out of their money if the Globetrotters lost.
I wouldn't. Those boys play hard. They practice.
You guys don't get the respect of the Generals. You get the Sentinels is what you guys get. Wait, what are the Sentinels? What was I thinking of?
The Washington Sentinels?
Was that
no,
from
that's the Senators?
That's Shane Falco's team.
The replacements.
That's Shane Falco's team. The Washington Sentinels. That's right.
The replacements. And their head coach was?
The guy who just died.
Gene Hackman.
The guy who just died. The late, great Gene Hackman.
Well, he
Don't
just
let him
died.
do this again. Don't let him do this again.
Are we going to do this again?
No. Do you remember what happened the day that he couldn't stop talking about Gene Hackman?
You're right. Oh, God.
I'll tell you what.
Oh, that is quite upsetting.
We'll get back more to Chris McFarland and Joe Sakic.
Yes, we can do that.
We'll get back to more, of course, what's coming up tonight in game number 2. And, Vic, I have a question to you about the David Adelman strategy.
Okay.
Adelman strategy, along with, hey, national NBA media, the league's in good hands. I'll explain next.
I'm going to head over to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today, have an appointment for a checkup, get my blood drawn, make sure everything is going good. Are you going to do the same kind of thing? Low testosterone affected me, and it was not pleasant. It just didn't feel like the same guy that I used to, and so I did something about it. You probably don't know it, but guys in their early to mid-30s start losing 2 to 3% of their testosterone production every single year, and then before you know it, you're like, golly, I'm just not the same as I used to be. Well, do something about it. Maybe you're suffering from that. You got the brain fog. You got a lot of different things going on, low energy. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take the low T quiz on their website. 10 simple questions, yes, no answers. It takes 2 minutes. Schedule a consult. They're going to draw your blood, results within 30 minutes. Colorado licensed medical providers going over everything with you. The benefits are absolutely outstanding. You're going to wake up feeling refreshed, more productive at work. No more brain fog. Maybe even your sex drive is going to be back. Any bad thing, you know what I'm talking about? They've successfully treated tens of thousands of men, and most men wait a year or longer, don't need to do that. Give them a call, 720-440-7900. I'll see you at the Denver location today. I'll be stopping by, 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
This guy is so unbelievably talented. Did you just make a face when I said that, Moj? Hang on. Did you just make a face when I said
he's unbelievably talented?
What was the face you just made?
I actually have a very good story behind this guy that would take too long to tell, but you'd probably be fascinated by it.
He's incredible.
Yeah.
Anyway, just quickly here, it's a message to national NBA media. Because how much have we heard them talk about, I don't want to go to Denver for a late postseason series. I don't want to go to
Stephen
Minnesota.
That's Stephen A. Smith.
Most
talking.
people love.
I don't want to talk about the games from last night. Is Luka going to sign long term in LA?
Yeah,
that's what I'm talking about. Here's what this playoffs have been and where they are now. It's a playoffs that does not feature Ja, Harden, Kawhi, Braun, Luka, Giannis, Booker, Beal, KD, AD, Embiid, Dame, all of the usual stars that they are obsessed with talking about during the postseason. And it's been a remarkable watch. Think about this.
100%.
5 games since Aaron Gordon's tip-in dunk to win it have finished with buzzer beaters. And who are the names been? AG, Halliburton, Brunson, AG, Halliburton.
Yep.
You're in great shape. You don't need that kind of stuff. It's been wildly entertaining.
You are so on point here. It's other names that are making names for themselves. It's other players. It's other teams. I mean, how could you not be impressed with what you saw last night? Indiana, how could you not?
Absolutely. When the Milwaukee Bucks won the NBA title, were you kind of happy for the city of Milwaukee?
Yes. Remember the huge congregation of fans waiting outside the doors each game? It was awesome.
Do you think other teams in other smaller markets, I say smaller because it's not L.A. or New York or Boston or whatever, San Francisco, you think they were sort of like, yay, when the Nuggets won because of Denver?
I guarantee it, because we went from market to market. No, listen. When we went from market to market, we would have people from those respective teams in the organization say, God, we loved it when you embarrassed L.A.
Yeah.
You got to understand
I'll
something.
tell you,
In the inner circles of the NBA, here's it's not even a secret. Everybody hates L.A. And it's not just us. Everybody hates L.A.
Sure.
Except Nico Harrison.
Exactly.
I would, if the Nuggets can't do it, and I hope that they can, but it has to be OKC or Mini against Indiana. And watch Stephen A's head fall off.
Yeah, because it doesn't meet the narrative.
Right.
See, so what happens is...
I think it's healthy for the game.
Yeah, because Stephen A is
for
a
the
Knicks
league.
fan.
Right.
And the people that live in L.A. that work for ESPN, they're usually L.A. fans. I told you about the guy that was on national radio show saying the Nuggets didn't win the series. The Clippers gave it to him.
Yeah.
How about
he
Denver?
works for a national radio program and lives in L.A. I mean, what kind of... That's a ridiculous notion.
How about Denver versus Indiana, NBA final?
It would be
finals.
You know what that kind of final would represent? The last two teams to go from the ABA to the NBA. You remember the scene from Tropic Thunder? Do you remember? Not Tropic Thunder.
No, Semi-Pro.
Semi-Pro.
Do you remember the scene when
it was the Flint Tropics. Yeah. That's why we... And Jackie Moon thought he was getting into the NBA, right?
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
When did that change, by the way? Like, the Pacers, I was pretty young during this, but they've made documentaries about the Reggie Miller Pacers and how fun they were to watch.
The only reason
they had Dale Davis and Rick Smith.
I guess it's because it was against
they
the
beat
Knicks.
the Knicks.
Yeah.
That's why.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
They had some dudes on that team.
Dude, there's great stories. There's great stories everywhere in the NBA if you properly document them.
Yeah.
The problem is the people who do most of the documenting live on the coastal towns, and they only concern themselves with those damn teams.
What have you guys...
Chris Mannix, who we'll never have on here ever again.
Have you guys... You guys have you guys not caught the Celtics documentary that's on HBO again?
Hey, we just did a documentary on Chauncey Billups. Have you guys seen it yet?
Yes. Excellent.
What'd you think?
I thought it was very well done.
Really good.
Do you think that's ever going to get done in New York?
Not a chance.
Do you think that's going to get done in L.A.? Do you think ESPN's going to do a Chauncey? They don't care. They don't care.
All I'm saying is, I'm going to go through those names again. John Morant, James Harden, Kawhi Leonard, LeBron James, Giannis Antetokounmpo, Luka Doncic, KD, Booker, Beal, AD, Embiid, Dame. Those are all of the names that were marquee, must-watch postseason basketball names that are not in it, and the league is doing just fine with these games.
And you want to see some of these media people's their faces melt? Tell them this next time. After the game the other night, do you know that Jamal Murray has surpassed Damian Lillard in playoff points?
That's crazy.
Jamal Murray has more playoff points than Dame Lillard.
That's
crazy.
That is
time.
Crazy.
Look out.
Yeah, that is crazy.
Yeah. Who's been better in the playoffs? Who's a better playoff performer? Jamal Murray or Damian Lillard?
Well, Jamal's one of the best playoff performers ever by the numbers.
So if you ask just a rando, man, can you compare Dame to Jamal?
I've always wondered how that goes about. Paul George's nickname is Playoff P, and he's terrible in the playoffs.
He's terrible.
But it's like a narrative gets formed. Like, I don't want to get too deep on this stuff because I don't want people yelling at me about this, but...
Who's yelling at you?
No. All right, I'll say it. You're going to get yelled at by some people about this. Kobe is seen as a super clutch guy late in games, knocking down shots, and the numbers don't back that up, but I'm throwing it out there. He's had big moments, but he shoots like 25% on game winners.
Listen, I love the mystique of Kobe Bryant. I love the way he played. So much of his narrative is because of who he played for. Okay? Who we played for.
Like, you ask... Vic, you will know this, though. Hang on.
I've had people try to put Kobe in the same conversation as Michael Jordan, and I scoff and laugh.
You know this, Vic. You ask a whole bunch of NBA fans, all time, who do you take for a clutch shot to win the game? A bunch of them would tell you Kobe, right?
Mm-hmm.
What do you think Kobe shot in the final 5 seconds of games on field goal attempts? What was his percentage?
I wouldn't even be able to guess.
So
that.
you're
31%.
I was going to say the reason you're leading up to it is because it's not a.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's just a narrative gets formed, and then it's really hard to break.
But he also took the most of those shots.
Okay.
Michael Jordan missed
31%.
a lot of buzzer beaters, but he always took them. He wanted it. He said, "I got this. Maybe I don't got it, but I'm going to take it."
I'm looking at Dan Hyatt's notes right now. You realize that when the Nuggets win the first game of a playoff series, they've won that series 7 straight times now.
Really?
Yeah. When they take game 1.
Here's my question to you. I promised that I'd ask you the question.
I want you to ask it with enthusiasm and with professionalism.
Okay, here we go. If you're David Adelman tonight, you are DA, you are ready to go in the game number 2 with a 1-0 series lead, and you want to come home, you want to get greedy.
Yeah. What's the question?
What would you do game plan-wise to really screw up what Daniel and OKC thinks is coming their way? Because they think they're going to get another healthy diet of the big fella because he went for 42, 22, and 6. They think they can exploit us inside. Yeah. Here's what we got for Joker and the Nuggets tonight. What do you do if you are David Adelman to say, oh, you thought you were getting X, but you're really getting Y?
Sit Joker and start Saric.
Bro, you don't have to get extreme here, bro.
That would send a wrinkle.
I almost think it would be hilarious just to see how they react. Like, Jokic is suited up in uniform, just on the bench, ready to go. And it's like Saric takes the opening tip.
Hey, watch this, Dagno.
Okay, you're down 15-3. Then Joker comes in. First whistle. That's just funny to me. I don't know. Seriously,
I don't know what you do. You play the same game.
Do you hoist more threes? I mean, do you?
Oh, man, you do what the game. They're going to make them make the changes. They're
Understood.
the ones who have to make the adjustments.
And they are going to make changes, Vic. As you said, you think the defensive structure against Joker tonight is going to be more layered than it was in Game 1.
Their game plan was obvious in Game 1. Let Joker get his, and we'll win the game because not enough help is going to come his way. Well, Joker got his, and the Nuggets won the game. Now, I know it took a crazy dramatic finish, but they won the game. I think tonight they're going to be more concerned with stopping Joker. And I like that because Joker is going to feast in the dish market. Dishes everywhere. Cheeseburger. You want a cheeseburger? Here's a cheeseburger. You want one? Want a cheeseburger?
Yeah.
Here's a cheeseburger.
Thank you.
Dude, I love a good cheeseburger. Yeah. I'll take one.
He's going to be handing out cheeseburgers all night long if that's what they're going to do.
Where do you think OKC's mentality is?
They're still confident. You saw it in their post-game press conference.
I was just going to say.
They're not rattled.
Is that false bravado or is that real?
A youthful bravado.
Well, think about it. Mose, you could just say this. Hey, we messed up a couple things late in the game. If not, we had that.
Totally.
I mean, they were up 10 for 40 minutes of that game, essentially?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Like, you couldn't break through that 10-point deficit barrier?
That's a very good basketball team, dude.
It is.
Very good.
It is, but you know what?
I'm not taking anything for granted at all.
Excuse making is great, though, because they can say, well, we missed our first 10 threes. Sure, but Michael Porter Jr. really never did anything. They could say, oh, well, Jalen Williams was 5 of 20. Sure. I mean, but Jamal Murray didn't really go off. And
the counter I would have for them very quickly, Vic, is the Nuggets shot less than 40% from the field in the first half, and they were down 10
exactly.
at halftime.
I mean, there's always an excuse is always there. The results are all that matter. Excuses are great. We could be better here. Yeah, the Nuggets can be better protecting the ball. I think the big number that Oklahoma City's going to concentrate on, the biggest number resulting from that game is the rebound disparity. Did you guys see how the Nuggets they got 63
They got
rebounds.
20 more than
20 more rebounds. They are going to make every effort to get to the glass in this game. Second chance points. Again, the Nuggets, 27 second chance points, second most in their history.
Part of the reason,
who was the real monster, by the way?
Part of the reason that Oklahoma City did not get second chances, you know why? Because Joker was cleaning up on the defensive boards like crazy.
Yeah,
like crazy.
You know what's huge? AG had 7 offensive rebounds in that game. 7. AG, here's what's funny. How tall is AG, Vic? Is he like 6'8", 6'9"?
6'8".
6'8". He plays way bigger than that. And I think it's just because physically he's stronger than almost everybody else that he matches up with. And that's why I love...
He's certainly thicker.
Well, he's combined this outside shot, but he can still park in the paint, post somebody up there and throwing a double on him, let him bully his way to the hoop. He's still really good at that too.
So look at these Hyatt numbers. These are astounding when you think about it. If they're going to throw Chet on Joker, they're done. He outweighs him by 75 pounds. He scored 28 of his points against Chet Holmgren. All right, he just went off on him. Jalen Williams guarding Nikola Jokic. What do you think he did against Jalen Williams, who is only 6'5"?
I mean, I would assume crushed him.
0 for 7.
Really?
And a lot of it's just coincidental, maybe.
Like, Jalen Williams one-on-one, no help?
No help.
Now do Caruso.
Wait a minute. Do they have their Rui Hachimura? Is that what they got here?
I guarantee they're going to trot him out there.
They found something. They might have lost, but they found something with Rui.
Really, if Hyatt found these numbers, you don't think the NASA scientist has them?
Yeah. Well, you know what? Go ahead. I dare you. Throw 6'5" on Joker one-on-one and see what happens.
For the entire game. Good luck with that.
The issue with Joker is, at least throughout the course of this postseason, you know what? We'll get to this in a second because there's something with Joker that I wanted to address. You can join us tomorrow at Safeway on Lowell Boulevard and West 44th Avenue. We'll be broadcasting live from 6 to 10.
What part of the city is that in?
I'm going to be honest. I don't know names.
Just say the north side.
That's in North Denver.
Okay, north side.
That's the pride of North Denver.
I don't know if you were looking for one of the funny names that we have for everything.
We don't do that here. That's
okay.
That Safeway is in North Denver.
That's a later That's a bone of contention. That's a later thing.
That Safeway's been there for over 50
the Rhino,
years.
low, high, goof guy, dupe day.
Safeway, thanks to our friends at Redbird Farms, our new chicken teriyaki sauce is a game changer. Stop by and see what Redbird Farms has to offer. We'll see you at Safeway on Lowell in West 44th tomorrow morning.
Once again,
we've seen this before, and Nicola's going to figure it out. We're going to figure it out. This is the first time I've ever been in a series up 1-0, and the series is over in everybody's eyes because they put Rui Hachimura on Nikola Jokic for 6 possessions. So let's see how it plays out tonight.
Yeah, maybe it's Jalen Williams now, the brand new Rui. By the way, just quickly, people are saying I'm such an outsider. I mean, here's what I'll tell you. I don't consider myself an outsider.
What do you mean
anymore.
an outsider?
Like I'm not a true Denver blah blah blah.
I got
whatever
you,
that
bro.
thing is.
I got you. You're mine.
I've been here long enough where I'm like, you know what? I can claim this town. Okay, this is part of it.
As long as you call it North Denver, we're good.
But here's what I would say: whenever you guys throw out your rhinos and high lows,
No, that's not me.
and Highlands, and
no, natives don't say that.
I have no idea where these things are at.
First of all, natives never refer to that crap. Oh, I almost cursed. You will never hear a native call it low's high or whatever the hell.
I don't even know what lodo
ever.
is.
In fact, you will know when someone is not.
So
from
Brett,
here.
let me educate you.
Rhino, what the hell's that crap?
Denver gets the Rockies.
5 points.
Colorado gets the Rockies. They're playing a Mile High, but they're going to build the stadium downtown. Lodo stands for Lower Downtown. Lodo.
What does lower mean? That's what is lower?
Well, upper would be, closer to Broadway and Governor's Park area. How about that? You know where that is?
No.
Okay. This is Lower Downtown, but right by the Platte.
But
okay?
why don't you just say
Coors Field
West
area.
Denver?
Okay.
Coors Field
Coors Field
area.
area.
Yeah, it's around this thing that's very famous.
Lower Downtown, and by the way, it was all warehouses and crap and train tracks, and that's all it was. So then you build the ballpark, and then everything starts to grow from there. Obviously, very nicely. Really big ball arena down there and so on. Okay, here.
Wait till you see this new ball arena project stuff that's coming up.
Okay, so here's Coors Field. This is all Lower Downtown.
But just call it the
Union
Coors
Station.
Field area,
Hold
the
on.
Union Station
Keep that
area.
Up there.
Up here.
Get the hell out of my map.
Now people are going over. All right, we got Vic and Moj going to the board now.
Okay, describe it then.
Let me show you how this works. All right, originally in North Denver, the Potter area, if you go back into the late 1800s and the early 1900s, all those names were there. But in the 70s and 80s, this area, bring it down. Bring it down.
The Highland.
Bring it down. No,
The other way. There you go. That area is North Denver.
That's North Denver. Okay,
right.
got it.
And
That's
now,
North
it may
Denver.
be Northwest. I get it, Northwest, but that area is called North Denver. This stuff up north, like up North I-20, this is not North Denver. People think, oh, you live in Thornton or Globeville. Globeville's not North Denver, even though it's due north on the compass. That is not North Denver.
It is not.
Okay? And this area right here, this area that they're calling now the Rhino District, the Rhino, you can call
What does
it whatever
Rhino
you
mean?
want.
What does that even mean,
I
though?
have
What is
no
it
idea
short
what that
for?
River
I have
North
no idea.
Art District.
River North.
The River North District. Yeah, Rhino.
Yeah, I ain't doing that. Just so you know, we're not doing that.
Just here's
So take that out of your mouth.
If you need to explain to me where things are, but just give me like the closest really famous landmark and just say it's near that, and then I'll be good. I don't need your nicknames. Okay, don't need them. Or hey, it's South Denver. Okay, I got it. The southern part of Denver. It's around there. Got it. I don't need your stupid nicknames. Anyway, so few things.
Do you know where Lechugas is?
I do know where Lechugas is.
Okay.
Actually.
It's on Tejon. It's like 36 in Tejon.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah, I know where it's at.
That's Old North Denver. On the other side of 25, up that area. Got it?
Hey, I want to bring back something from earlier. Jamal had a quote yesterday where he said, "No one ever expects us to win. For years, it's been the same. Just deal with it and go do our thing." I don't think it's for years that's been the thing. I think at least people around here, 2 years ago, Vic, I think there's a lot of confidence around that team that they were good enough to win a championship, and they did. I think last year there was a lot of confidence around. I certainly felt that way. I thought they were winning.
You know, my message to Jamal is you earned that.
But here's the deal. It's funny that that's mentioned. And look, he's not alone in athlete who says nobody believes in us. It's everybody does it, including Travis Kelce. But what's funny is we did sound really optimistic earlier in the show about the game tonight, and texters pointed that out, and they said, guys, knock that off immediately.
No,
the skepticism coming from this show has been a fuel that has somehow worked for the Nuggets.
Every time we doubt the Nuggets, they prove us wrong. And I attempted to convey that to Jamal Murray in a question, if you recall. He didn't like it. Jamal doesn't.
He bit you.
So you know what? From now on with Jamal, hey, man, you guys going to win it all, obviously. You're the best team in basketball. You're the best player on earth. How does it feel going into this game?
Yeah.
Well, then he thinks you're just. Then he would think you're just
humoring
him.
So which way do you want it?
Well, let him. Whatever his motivation comes from, let it happen.
I'm going to say this again. Have you ever considered that he just hates you?
Could be. No, I'm talking about
no matter
hate.
what you say,
I think
he's going to take offense to it.
He hates narratives.
No, I got you.
He hates narratives. He's just not. And I get that, but the Nuggets are at this. You cannot question this. The Nuggets are at their best when they're doubted.
I see this game tonight going two ways, Mose. You tell me if I'm wrong here. One scenario is it's a close game that goes either way. The other scenario is that the Thunder win by a lot. I think those are the only two options.
Absolutely. There's no scenario where the Nuggets blow out the Thunder.
I don't think so.
Or win by double. Put it this way. The scenario where the Nuggets win by double digits is not on the table. That is not a possible outcome.
So a Nuggets blowout is not
a possible
I
outcome.
could see the Nuggets like, we just played a tough 7-game series. We stole game one.
Chill.
If we get blown out tonight, no biggie. We're
That's
coming
not
back
their
home.
makeup.
I'm just saying, I wouldn't be surprised if that happened.
It's not their makeup. And you asked this question earlier because it's a popular question that's out there. Is Nikola more vocal? Has he been more active? Has he been more, whatever word you'd like to use, animated?
Media people have said yes. He said that's a media-driven thing, that he's been the same guy always.
The answer is yes, he is more vocal. He is more active. He is more animated. Now, he's had bouts of that. He's shown signs of that, but not at this level, not this many times. So both can be true. He has taken more of an authoritarian role on this team, and he should. The best player, the franchise player on each team should do this, right?
Yeah,
so
I completely agree.
It's opened up that opportunity for him.
Back to Jamal's point, though. He's really not incorrect. The kid from Georgia going, everybody had us as a 4-win team, and you said...
Sorry, repeat that?
The kid from Georgia, Bulldogs. Everybody said we're just going to win 4 games, and you said...
Who?
Right, who? Nobody said that. A lot of people have doubted the Nuggets over the years. In fact, I think the only time that people actually praised the Nuggets and thought the Nuggets were going to win was probably halfway through the NBA final.
Yeah.
Against Miami. I mean, right? Or maybe even before the series began, like, give a slide edge to the Nuggets. They've got a home floor. Okay, so, I mean, other than that, they've been kind of the dogs every other year.
The way I look
including this particular season.
Yeah.
The way I look at this playoff run, it's so different than the way I used to look at the postseason, where I was always so concerned. Remember, I told you guys this week going in, don't concern yourselves with home court. I don't know if it's in Game 7 it was. I acknowledge that. In Game 7 it means something. But in the first 6 games, I'm telling you, it's crazy. For the first time in the history of the NBA playoffs, the second round starts with 5 road teams winning. It's never happened before.
That was pretty bizarre.
It's never happened in the history of the NBA
Well, it's
playoffs.
4 road teams winning, but one doing it twice.
But 5 games,
Right.
exactly. I think the Nuggets tonight, the way they look at this game, is not the way we may look at it. Oh, go steal another one. It's just every game is the same game. Doesn't matter if it's there or here. They're capable of losing here as well as they are on the road.
Sure.
Home court is, what is it about home court that's not what it used to be? Can you explain it?
I'm not really sure that I can.
What is it?
I don't know when the Nuggets are really going strong, when the Nuggets are going strong at Ball Arena, and that crowd is really going, and Rocky's doing his thing, and and Kyle's doing his thing. It feels like that should, it feels like that should help propel, does it not? It's what it feels like.
Did it help propel the Avs in Game 3 when Gabe came back? And
I know.
And this is where pro sports is now. I believe, here's my hypothesis.
Please.
These arenas are getting so loud now and getting so crazy, and just the theatrics and all this stuff.
You can't tell one from the other?
Exactly. I believe players have become immune to that. You don't think it was loud in OKC in the fourth quarter when they were up by 13 with 6 to play? You don't think it was loud in the final 2 minutes? You don't think their fans were going ballistic? You don't think they were running the music? What did it do? Nothing to the Nuggets.
Yeah, but watching that crowd in those T-shirts, that would not intimidate me whatsoever.
I don't think the arena and the allure of the noise and home court, these players are like, yeah, whatever, man. We see it all the time. It doesn't bother them.
Yeah.
It doesn't. It doesn't bother them one bit.
I think it's easier to play at home, but I think you're right. It's probably not what it used to be. Like if
Did you hear Joker after the game? They asked Joker, "Hey man, this was loud." He goes, "Dude, I played in Serbia."
Oh, by the way, we haven't mentioned this yet because he said this in the post game. I didn't even notice this. When Jokic was at the line, OKC was chanting "free throw merchant" to him.
Foul merchant or free throw merchant? What was it?
One of them. One of the two. And
do you know who plays for Oklahoma City, right?
So I'm saying, were they being ironic as a crowd, or?
Well, basically, what they've done is they've outed themselves as unsophisticates, because anybody who knows the game realizes that the big fella doesn't get to the free throw line even nearly a third of the time that he should.
The last 2 times that Jokic has gotten those fouls, and he got 13 free throws. Early in that game, he was getting nothing. He got a lot late. But part of that was because OKC was stupid and put themselves in the bonus with 8 minutes left in the fourth quarter.
And let's not discount the fact that when they did foul, the Nuggets made their free throws late.
Yeah. But the only other time I really remember Jokic going the line a lot was earlier this year against Golden State. Was it this year against Golden State?
Steve Kerr cried about it.
Steve Kerr said that this is ridiculous, and he was basically singling Jokic out as if he's one of these guys across the league that gets to the line 20 times a night. I don't know. That's ridiculous.
I'm telling you, a study must be done about home court, home ice, home this. Yeah, most teams win more games at home because the opposing team's on the road. You have to travel. Your body gets tired. Sometimes you've done 2 cities in a week, and that adds up. But I think the noise in an arena, it doesn't affect the team the way it used to do. It just doesn't. They've seen it.
Can I ask you another question? A team that did win on the road last night was Golden State. I have a question, Vic. You're a basketball mind. You're a paid basketball analyst of sorts. Who's the Make-A-Wish kid that they're celebrating in Golden State over and over again now that I've never heard of?
Huh?
Who's Pat Spencer? And why is he a thing
You don't know
now?
the history of Pat Spencer?
I have no idea.
First of all, I want you to take back what you said.
Okay.
Apologize.
Okay, I apologize.
Do you realize he's one of the great lacrosse players ever? He held many collegiate records in the sport of lacrosse.
Okay.
And he's a dual sport athlete who had a chance to either play professional lacrosse or, let's make a run at professional basketball. So he put down his lacrosse stick and said, I'm going to go to the G League for a few years and walk my way up. And here he is playing a postseason game, throwing up hook shots in the lane like George Mikan.
Well, that's what I'm wondering. Is this here's my question, and maybe I'm wrong on this. I don't know the history of Pat Spencer. It felt to me very White Mamba-ish, Brian Scalabrine-ish. Remember when Brian Scalabrine would get into a game and the crowd would go crazy?
Yeah. He doesn't look the part. He's a little thick.
But is he an actual player or not, is what I'm asking.
Well, you watched the game. What did you think? Did he hold his own? I thought he did fine.
Fine?
But he's your third point guard. What Curry got hurt. What did you want?
Okay. If Jamal goes down,
All right.
no, hang on, Moshe.
This guy.
Hang on. If Jamal goes down, knock on wood, tonight, just hypothetically, and Trey Alexander has to come in the game, and he plays 11 minutes and he's 2 of 4 from the field for 4 points, he's not getting this. That's all I'm saying.
Getting what? Getting what? What's he getting?
A ton of attention.
Because he's a white guy with a mustache.
Okay, well, that's what I'm wondering. Okay, that's it. That's the answer then.
You answered your own question.
And Moshe, am I wrong here? Are you Team Vic or Team Brett on this?
He's a white.
I'm just confused.
Completely Team Brett. Let me tell you why.
He looks like an actor from. Did you ever see the show 1923?
No.
The antagonist in 1923. He played the son who had a Spencer who came home.
Okay,
He looks just like him.
But the fact that you're defending him so vociferously.
I'm defending the fact he's an NBA player here.
But Facu Campazzo played in the playoffs and he scored some threes.
What's your problem?
I'm wondering why he got a segment on ESPN this morning and why I'm finding things about him on Twitter all over the place this morning.
Because he doesn't look like everybody else. He's a smaller white guy with a mustache.
Facu Campazzo was 4'6". He played in the playoffs. Nobody cared. What are you talking about?
Your ability to glom on to people from other teams is remarkable.
Dude,
your ability to defend people that don't need defending is remarkable.
I recognize greatness. The guy was a tremendous two-sport star. Look him up. Look up his lacrosse credentials. How many guys played professional or collegiate lacrosse and made it to the NBA?
I would say probably probably none ever. Ever.
He's the first. You respect that name.
But the fact that he even sees the floor is a joke, and you know it.
Well, they won the game last night by double digits. Okay. He came in and played key minutes. I have no problem with it.
All right.
So the answer is I'm right. It's almost like a sort of ironic extra attention that's on him.
I don't know what this argument is. I'm struggling right now.
No, listen, put it this way. Brett's got a point. Nobody cares about your third-string scrub who used to play lacrosse.
I didn't bring it up. He did.
I understood, but then you're sitting defending him like this guy's the second coming of friggin'
I never said that.
John Paxson.
My point was this. Why is he getting so much...
John Stockton.
Why is he getting so much attention?
Bagged on.
And the answer is that. Okay, I got it. Got it. Just out of curiosity. That's all it was.
Now, in Vic's defense, calling him a Make-A-Wish kid is probably...
It was just a joke. Have a sense of humor. Crying out loud.
Did I tell you about the time Marlo used the word glazing on our post-game show?
Yeah, you said he used it like 6 times the other night.
I still want to get him on our show just to have him define what that word means. I wonder if he tried to say... I wonder if he meant to say glossing. And
I don't think you do.
Because I use glazing and I had no idea what it meant.
Yeah, I don't think you want to do that, Vic.
A splendid Serbian hooker shot.
Again, join us tomorrow at Safeway, Lowell Boulevard and West 44th Avenue. We'll be there, from 6 to 10 tomorrow. All thanks to Redbird Farms. Their new chicken teriyaki sauce is a game changer. Stop by and see what Redbird Farms has to offer. Again, it's the Safeway on Lowell and West 44th tomorrow morning.
This will be beautiful. I literally grew up 3 blocks away from
why doesn't the Queen of Chicken come for Redbird Farms and make us some good chicken in the morning?
Don't call me that.
Just get like New York on me from Redbird Farms.
Redbird Farms. Huh?
Yeah. Get the Queen over, yeah? Yeah. All right, fact checker.
I once got spanked by Eazy-E in front of that Safeway.
You did?
Yeah, he broke my glasses.
I'll recreate that for you tomorrow. Everybody, stop by, say hi, and spank Vic tomorrow. Yeah. Fact checker next. Tonight, 11-point dogs on the Circus Sportsbook. If you think the Nuggets are going to steal game 2, then why not? Oh, it moved. It's now 10-point dogs. But how about a money line? You think they'll win? Plus 395. Find that in all the game props, all the live odds, as well as Circus Sports has the best odds in the game. There is no doubt about it. Download the app and find out for yourself. Type money line splits, low holds, and excellent customer service. Download the app right now or go to circusports.com. And always remember, any gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. $7:30 tonight right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Game 2, Nuggets and Thunder. Vic?
Make your shots tonight. Open shots. You're going to get many more open shots because I expect the next chess piece to fall. They're going to double Joker tonight. They're not going to get beat up again. And by doubling Joker, jump shooters are going to have shots. Make your shots. I don't see Michael Porter Jr. playing the way he did in Game 1. Make a shot. Let it go in. Feel it go in. Jamal Murray had a good first quarter. Really didn't do much after that. Watch it go in. Feel it go in. You're going to do well.
Let it go in. Watch it go in. Feel it go in. Gotcha.
Well, you know, it's all about your feel.
P-U-T-I-T.
Keys to the game, brought to you by Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the plaza. They have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, GMC, and a huge selection of used.
So, in regards,
all in one place.
In regards, if I watch it go in, feel it go in, and let it go in. What?
I mean, it's shoot or shoot. And when you see the ball go in, the first time, you can sort of feel, you get a feel. And once you get that feel, watch out.
Sometimes I sit here on this show and I just say to myself, what the hell did he say? You guys make fun of me?
Mm-hmm.
What did he just say?
I gave you the keys to the game.
You gave me the keys to life.
I gave you the keys to any game.
Speaking of feel.
Good God almighty. Brett, what are we doing?
Speaking of feel.
Brett.
I think that you're going to get a real feel for what the Nuggets are going to do tonight immediately out of the gates. Are they going to put together like this massive effort in the first quarter? And I just think that you'll see by like maybe the hustle, Vic, how much they want game 2.
Well, are you alleging they're just going to lay down? They're not. That's not the way this team is. I'm telling you, that's not what they do.
Okay, here's what I'm saying. They've played every other night for a long time now.
They're not laying down. I guarantee
I'm not saying
you
they're laying down. Vic, you were the one who said before game 1, if things get out of hand in the third quarter, then maybe they just shut people down.
No, they didn't get out of hand. They were always right there.
I understand. What I'm telling you is maybe the intensity of tonight just won't match what they had perhaps in game 1.
Okay.
Because they feel as if, hey, we've done our job already. If we can get 2, great. If not, then we're still in great shape.
Your point is well taken because, again, the Nuggets are not very good front runners. When they have success is when I think they have trouble focusing most.
Mm-hmm. Because they feel like they got room.
Why is that? Yeah, but why is that? Why is when things should and could go well for the Denver Nuggets?
Because they don't need it. But when they need it, they get it. But when they don't have a need, right?
So when you watch it go in, you feel it go in. When you have a need for it to go in, they get it in.
Can I make a stupid comparison?
Make a shot, let it go in, feel it go in. Jamal Murray had a good first quarter, really didn't do much after that. Watch it go in, feel it go in. Did you intend to hit that, Nelly?
If you shoot like that tonight, Vic, you're coming home with a 2-0 series lead.
Can I make
I agree.
Just a stupid comparison. Mm-hmm. I'm very lazy when it comes to my food. Okay?
I know you are. You made it perfectly clear.
When?
I ain't cooking nothing.
What do you mean? I cook all the time.
If I'm paying for it, I ain't touching the thing.
Oh, yeah. Not if I'm at a restaurant. The point is, like, if I have leftover pizza or something, I don't want to wait for it to even go in the microwave. I'll just eat it cold. Like,
so will I.
Like leftover spaghetti. I'm like, don't care. Don't need it hot. I'm just going to eat it right there.
100%. Yep.
But if I'm really hungry and I really want something to eat, like, I will go through the steps of actually cooking a meal. And I think the Nuggets are, like, nights like tonight, it could be like I'm just eating out of the Tupperware straight from the fridge. You know what I mean? Yep. Like, that's how it feels to me. When they really need to do something, they do it.
You ever just take a piece of meat out of the fridge, right? Leftover, whatever. Mm-hmm. And you just throw like maybe a little A1 on it, just chomp it. You ever do that? No heat, no nothing. No, you just grab that piece of meat.
Cold meat?
Yeah. Just grab it and chew on it.
That the 10 pounds of meat that you got
no,
hit with?
No. But you know what I mean?
Watch it go in. Feel it go in.
Okay. I will eat virtually any leftovers cold. I don't give a crap.
Seen it.
I couldn't care less.
Yeah.
Is there something you would not eat cold? I'll eat soup cold. I have no problem with that.
Me too. What would I draw the line at? Draw the line on cold.
I mean, we drink our coffee cold now.
Cold chicken noodle soup doesn't sound great.
No, dude, I would totally do it. I've done this with chili. Like, I've made chili before. Throw it in the fridge. I'll just take chips the next day and use it as a dip.
Absolutely.
I don't even care.
No problem whatsoever.
Yep. Like a cold dip.
100%.
What would I not eat cold? That's a good question. Like, what needs to be warm?
What about a potato?
No, I've eaten cold potatoes before.
I've eaten raw potatoes.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah.
Potatoes cold are not good, though.
Have you ever eaten
like
raw
cold
potato?
fries and stuff like that? That's bad.
Well, because they get soggy.
Yeah, they get soggy.
Not because they're cold.
I guess you're right, but still. Yeah, there's not a whole lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, not a whole lot at all.
That's a great question I waged there.
Like a cold chicken nugget?
This is also a good question. Moser, why are you using A1 steak sauce? What kind of steaks are you getting that you need the A1?
I don't use any. Let me tell you something about me. I don't use salt, pepper,
what?
mustard, ketchup. I don't use any of that crap.
What do you mean you don't use salt or pepper?
I'm not
what does
one
that
of those
mean?
freaks. I'm not a freak. When you get your food in front of you, oh, give me all this stuff. No, you eat the food in front of you.
Oh, but you season it before you cook it.
I don't know. I don't cook it.
Oh.
Jesus God.
How the hell am I supposed to know? Whatever's in front of me, I eat. I don't do, hey, pass me like 3 of those seasons.
Well, you don't do ketchup. What do you mean? You don't do ketchup
No
mustard?
additional elements to the food in front of you. You eat it.
You get French fries. You just raw dog the French fries.
This is how my family operates. It's in front of you. You eat it. There is no additions.
You eat like a plain hot dog?
Whatever is thrown in
insane.
front.
No, we've actually had this conversation.
I
That's
swear
right.
to God, if you came to my mom's house,
I would never
and you,
disrespect her that
and
way.
you said something
Never.
like, hey, is there any salt? I swear to God.
No, but if your mom made like French fries, I'd be like, yeah, can I have some ketchup? Can I have something like that?
Oh, no.
It's French
No,
fries.
no.
Oh, okay. She puts a salad in front of me. Can I put dressing on it? Or do I just have to eat the lettuce?
Never once have I put dressing on a salad that my mom gave me.
Well, she
That's
probably
because she does it
tosses
herself
it herself.
already.
I don't care.
I wouldn't put extra.
Brett, I've had Bambina's salad. It's got the olive oil. It's got the good stuff. She does it. It's got the balsamic. She does it right. Okay.
Of course she does. Of course.
So it's not like she's giving you a bowl of lettuce and say, here, alpaca, eat.
I still remember, by the way, this was years ago.
Here, rabbit,
it changed,
enjoy.
Vic, it changed the way I look at you, actually, because this is funny, because it just brought me back to this. It was like 2 years into the show. We're talking about sandwiches, and Vic goes, I don't put anything on a sandwich. And I go, what do you mean? It's like, it's just the meat and,
eat the
and
meat.
whatever. And I go, you don't do, like, mayo or Miracle Whip or, like, spicy brown mustard or
Why would
anything?
you
It's
do
like,
that?
I'm like, the fact that you have that dry... it makes me sick to even think about
That's
it.
why you have a beverage. You drink. Push it down. You push it down with the beverage.
I mean, it's the fact that you wouldn't even consider oil and vinegar, something on the sandwich, just to make it a little bit more palatable with the bread. You know exactly what I'm talking about.
S-H-I-T.
When people were around in the 800 BC, were they sitting at the table going, give me some of that Grey Poupon, or were they just eating?
Oh, you think like the ancients didn't put stuff on their stuff?
They're just happy to eat.
Oh, yeah. Every Roman, bro, 2,000 years ago is just plucking olives off the tree and swallowing them. My butt.
I'm going to, in general, by the way, not live my life like people from 200 years ago because things have changed.
It's actually more than 200 years ago.
I didn't know when you said. I didn't know what
said
you were talking
800
about.
BC.
Oh, 800 BC.
Dude,
okay, yeah.
The spice trades. I mean, come on, man.
Yeah, they salted meat to preserve it. What do you mean? They put it on there immediately.
Tomatoes are not native to Italy. Italians didn't even have tomatoes. You should be thankful.
Yeah, Italians created red sauce for your spaghetti to put on top of the noodles.
And that's only
a
like in the
condiment.
last 600 years.
Is it really?
I mean, essentially,
Does
it's
that
the same
count?
thing.
Oh, okay, I'm guilty then.
Tomatoes are not native to Italy.
Vic just raw dog in life.
And by the way, if you ever get into a book, good luck. Get into a book sometime. Get into a book and read about the ancient Italian diet.
Just for the record,
It didn't include tomato sauce, I can promise you that.
If we do get lunch at your mom's tomorrow.
Yeah, by the way,
never.
He tried to invite his wife.
Here's why.
I would.
My wife was so much more excited at the prospect. She's not listening right now, but she goes, if you ever get to go to Vic's house or Vic's mom's house for lunch, I need to go. I want authentic Italian food. She's been on this for like years. I just haven't asked you.
Dude, get in line. Get your lotto ticket.
Just saying.
What do you think? You think she just moves to the front of the line?
The bear has been there.
What happened there?
Well,
they forced themselves upon her.
We were on our way. We were on our way back, and we had to stop. And so we happened to stop there and eat.
I would never desecrate your mother's food with anything, though. Whatever she put in front of me is what I'm eating, and I will trust her judgment on all of it.
Dang good.
One time, Trevor Price was over. Trevor and my brother were good friends, and my mom passed around the bread basket. Right, the bread. Trevor didn't know the custom. He took every piece of bread in the bread basket.
Oh God,
he's a big dude. Trevor Price is a big dude.
We probably house it. Yeah,
every piece.
All right, fact checker Nelly.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker.
Today's Fact Checker.
Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
Boy, I have about a million things after that last segment, but instead I'll go with this. Brett, the Safeway, where you will be broadcasting from tomorrow, what are the cross streets again?
It is West 44th Avenue and Lowell Boulevard.
Vic, what neighborhood, what part of town is that?
It's North Denver.
Well, I am here on the official City of Denver website. I have a list of their neighborhoods. West 44th and Lowell is in the Berkeley neighborhood, according to Denver's official city website.
I'll just slap it. Berkeley Park's nearby, but nobody calls it.
It's right next to the Sunnyside neighborhood.
Yeah. Oh my, that I swear to God, dude, you will be slapped both sides.
Where do I tell you where I live, by the way? I
Where
make
do
it
you
easy
live?
for people. I live in the food court of the airport. That's where I live.
Yeah,
okay?
pretty much.
It's
Everybody
right there.
knows where that is.
Yes, that's where I live.
And Moj lives in Pueblo.
Yeah,
Pretty much.
nailed it.
How far, by the way, how long of a drive will you have tomorrow morning?
With traffic, at least 50, 55 minutes.
Now you know my commute.
7:30 tonight, game 2.
You're not going to my house. You're coming here.
Yeah, but it's not my fault they put this place in the middle of nowhere.
Listen right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, and we will see you tomorrow on the cross streets of Lowell Boulevard and West 44th Avenue in Berkeley or whatever. We'll see you there at Safeway.
I'm going to wear a hat.
Go Nuggets. Talk to you tomorrow. Love you. Bye.
Jarvis has it into the Washington zone. He'll wrap it around the boards. Orlov will get to it. Behind the net, Martinook. It'll come out. Right point. Slavin with a chance. They score! They score! In overtime! Jacob Slavin lets it go from the point, and Carolina has taken game number 1 here in Washington.
Klingberg through the middle to Nugent Hopkins into the Vegas zone to Kane across to Hyman. A shot. Scores! Zach Hyman goes high to the glove side, and the Edmonton Oilers are up 3-2.
Payton out to Butler. Butler with DiVincenzo on him. Butler. Oh my goodness.
They do have a timeout. Carlisle's going to let him play. Halliburton steps back and hits. Tyrese Halliburton trying to take Cleveland's heart. And it is over. The Indiana Pacers in a Game 2 stunner.
Every single road team in the NBA and in the NHL finds a way to win. Indy up 2-0 on a team that's won now 70 games across the regular season and postseason in the Cleveland Cavaliers. Indy's up 2-0.
What? But I was told by my co-host for the last 3 months that the Cleveland Cavaliers and their regular season dominance was just like the Oklahoma City Thunder and their regular season dominance.
There's a reason why they play. Rather, they've won 68 games combined. But
I was told that why even show up for these playoff series? These teams are so good.
It's that is such a gross oversimplification.
I don't know
of what my feeling was about all of these behemoth teams.
It's the fact that Coach started off the show like this 2 days in a row.
Such a joke, man. Like, you look at that game. Donovan Mitchell has to be in tatters this morning. Because Tyrese Halliburton is just that dude.
And the I keep saying it, the Indiana Pacers.
It's impossible not to do it.
So, because they have been that at some point, am I right? In their history?
That I don't know.
I think so. I feel like they were at one point the Indianapolis Pacers. In my 80s brain, it's telling me that.
It doesn't seem as though they were.
Okay. Well, yeah. Oh, gosh, Moser. Jeez, what an ugly face. He just walked by the studio. It's just a tough face. You're right today, Alex?
Are you all right today?
I mean, hey, it's sports talk radio, right? Enter into the locker room, man. It's tough in here. You don't just come into the locker room and expect to go out, unscathed.
No, Moj can't even defend himself. You're behind 17 panes of glass.
You want to hear something just slightly unhinged?
Poor guy.
Every single time that my daughter and I are in a car together, she's 15 years old. She's like, call Moj. And we're listening to him in the morning show on the way to school, and we make fun of him. My daughter goes, oh, poor Mojie Poo. Are you a little tie-tie today?
Because Vic and Brett just roast him.
Oh, just crush him. Leave him voicemails. He answers about 1 out of 10 times, and when he does, my daughter's ecstatic. Hey, the Indiana Pacers, man, those guys are the cardiac kids, and Tyrese Halliburton is proving to be that type of player in the postseason, man. I don't think that they're good enough to win it all. I really don't. I don't think that what's going to ever come out of the West is going to be something that that Indiana could deal with. But I do think that they could very easily come out of the East. Because they just got that thing right now, man. It's like that, look what they did in Game 7 in their first series.
We are so far away from deciding who comes out of either one of these conferences.
Dude,
let's not treat this like we're in a conference final.
There's only 4 teams left.
Let's not treat it like we're in a conference final yet.
The crazy thing about this,
they still have to go through the number 2 seed. Yes, they're up 2-0, and then waiting on the other side of that is either. Like I believe in the defending champs more than I believe in Jalen Brunson's ability to drag the Knicks past the Celtics. So not only do you have to go, again, it's a 7-game series. We've seen plenty of series where teams go up 2-0 and they lose in 7 or they lose in 6 because they think it's over. We certainly have way too far to go to be like, oh yeah, Indy's coming out of the East. They can very easily get out of the East. I think it's an oversimplification of what you're seeing right now. Just because that they've beaten Cleveland in back-to-back games on the road, and again, in stunning fashion in both of these games. Stunning. They can now very easily both get through Cleveland and the defending champs in the Celtics.
Celtics have their own issues, Raj.
It's been a game.
A game matters when it's at a home. And they've all of these teams that we were all told are unbeatable, probably outside of the Minnesota Timberwolves, that doesn't surprise me. The Timberwolves losing to the Warriors, even with a hobbled Steph Curry, appears that he tweaked his hamstring or something didn't look right. Jimmy Butler just carried that team.
Jimmy Butler's the difference, man.
He's awesome. They still don't concern me.
Do they concern you far less than Minnesota does if Denver ends up getting through OKC?
Dude, no doubt. I feel like there's only one team that remains in this postseason that I believe the Nuggets flat out can't beat in a 7-game series. Flat out can't beat. Styles make fights. I'm not saying that the Nuggets will beat any remaining. I mean, tonight's going to be a challenge of all challenges. And it is tonight, right?
It's tonight, 7 p.m.
Tonight.
92.5, 7:30 tip. You'll have a pregame show on both here. Altitude TV is doing pre and postgame. I think you're going to see the most energetic version of the Thunder that you've seen all season long.
I still stand by my take from yesterday. I think we're going to see Shai Gilgeous-Alexander doing everything in his power to silence the critics.
Like try and press it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to show you why I'm the guy. I'm going to show you why I'm the reason why my team has, they win 78 in the regular, so 72 combined wins.
When you watch, we'll just say 1 game sample size. When you watch Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, is there anything about his game that makes you horrified as an opposing team?
Terrified?
Yes.
Yes.
Well, horrified. There's 2 different words. They're the same, though.
He is an elite shot maker.
Yep.
There is not a shot on the court that he cannot create for himself.
Does he terrify you at the end of the game?
Not in game 1, he didn't.
Does he terrify you as much as Ant Edwards does?
But he has, am I correct? He's beaten Denver on a last-second shot in the past 2 years.
Yes, he has. And not to mention, Raj, he is an absolute foul merchant at the end of the game.
No doubt. That's what he does. And you know what happens? That's why in the postseason, those refs don't swallow. They swallow that whistle a little bit more than they do in the regular season.
Again,
it's the reason James Harden.
You're acting like Shai. You're acting like Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is James Harden.
I'm not saying
and
that.
And the two can't be farther away from the truth.
The foul merchant.
The dude nearly had a 33-point triple-double in game 1. And you're going, yeah, I don't care if that guy has the ball in his hands at all. The step-back 3 that he created for himself with under a minute to go didn't make you go, and that's how you lose that game? The heroics had to happen after. The step-back 3 that he made was a shot that 5 guys in the NBA that you go, I get it. And he's one of them.
I'd rather be playing against OKC in this series. I'm really glad that it's 2025 and you're playing OKC in round 2 and it's not 2024 where you're playing Minnesota round 2.
The reason
Talk me out of that narrative.
Oh, no, I can't. I can't. I do agree with you that the styles make fights thing. Minnesota, for some reason, just has your number. Minnesota feels like the Dallas Stars are to the Colorado Avalanche. There's just something there where you look at it on paper and you go, you should be fine. It shouldn't be this crazy where every time you go up against them, you feel like if one thing goes wrong, the entire series is gone. The Timberwolves are to the Nuggets as the Stars are to the Avalanche.
You know what it is for me?
I would have felt better with the Avs going up against Winnipeg, going up against Vegas, going up against Edmonton. I would have.
I think in both the cases of the Stars and the Timberwolves, and we'll talk about the Timberwolves here to start, why I am more fearful of them in a series than I am OKC, is I do think the Denver Nuggets, which we saw on full display in Game 1, have dogs. Playoff dogs. Nikola Jokic, certified dog. Aaron Gordon, dog. Jamal Murray, 1 game a series. I heard Berto yesterday, and I thought it was brilliant. You know what Jamal Murray's good for? He's good for 1 win a series.
Yep.
I thought it was brilliant when I heard him break that down. Is he going to be perfect all 7 games or all 4 or 5 games, depending on how long the series goes? No. But it's almost like the Nuggets right now, with using the data that you have of Jamal Murray's career in the postseason, you're up 2-0. I thought it was brilliant.
I love that.
It is brilliant. It was a brilliant take.
He's right. And you got away with, again, you were the one who brought us the stats, right? In 6 previous games where a team had 8 or more days of rest, went up against a team that had a single day of rest. Those teams were 6-0, right? The teams who had just sat on their hands for a week plus. 6-0 with an average margin of victory of 23.2, something crazy like that. They had everything going against them. You had a worthless performance from MPJ, which it feels like we're going to get one of those every 3 games now. 1 every 4 games.
Maybe more now that the shoulder is just
who knows?
Obliterated, it appears.
It just feels like there's certain games where it looks like he is involved and he can rise and take shots and he can be some sort of a help on the defensive board. And then some games where it's just like, oh yeah, you look like a shell of yourself. You have to be okay with that. But you paired that up with a game where Jamal was like, after the first quarter where he puts in 14 in the first, you kind of went, where'd you go, dude? Yeah. You won that game? It's incredible, man.
And going back to this about what makes me so fearful of a team like the Stars for the Avalanche and a team like the Timberwolves is when you have depth of dogs and you get out-dogged with more heart, more grit, more nastiness, more muck it up. That's what I've seen in the series that ended both of these teams' dreams in 2024 and ended the Avalanche dreams in 2025.
Minnie does have multiple dogs.
Conley, dog. Naz Reid, dog. Ann Edwards. You can hate him. You can say that he's flexing on people up 20. That guy, is he have the ability to take you into deep waters and say, yeah, with a smile on his face, I'm going to beat you. And I think that that's a team, the Stars are a team that they take, it's almost their favorite pastime to beat the Nuggets and the Avs, respectively.
Edwards feels as close to the Kobe mentality as anyone we've seen in the NBA since Kobe left. Am I saying he's Kobe Bryant? No. But in terms of that, like, I'm going to kill you and I'm going to make it hurt mentality, there's not many dudes left in the league that have that.
He's sick. Like, he's a sick human being.
Yeah.
In a good way.
Sociopathic tendencies on the court.
He is sick.
And I look
like,
at OKC.
Does OKC have anybody that you're like, that guy's he is a sicko?
Shea's a dog. But the rest of the roster, I don't know. Caruso's an elite defender.
Caruso's good.
Is he going to drop 20 plus per game? I don't think so, but he is an elite defender, and his energy on defense is something that I believe is going to, it's either going to win OKC a game.
He's an opportunistic shot maker, too. It just seems like he makes shots in critical moments.
I don't know if I can call Caruso a dog. Shea, though, man, he's going to win the MVP. You get that. And it's not like he didn't show up. Like, I think it's a very dangerous path to go down going, well, he's a free throw merchant, so he's automatically James Harden in the playoffs. He ain't. He's different. Now, is the rest of the team James Harden? Maybe. We'll have to see. This thing's going 6 or 7. I do want to hear from you guys today, and I want to use the voice of the people to do this. At 11:30, let's call it, all right? 11:30, we're going to jump into the voice of the people and take your submissions. And what I want you to do throughout the rest of the program is this. I want you to go onto the Altitude Sports Radio mobile app, powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. I want you to click on the little microphone, which is the voice of the people. It's going to start recording you. And I want you to tell me how your mindset has changed from what it was going into the series and what it is now going into game 2. So if I were to do this, I go, bing, voice of the people. Hey, it's Alex from Centennial. Going into this series, I thought it would have been a success if the Nuggets just extended this to a 6 or a 7 game series and then OKC beats them. I would have said, coach gone 3 games to go in the regular season. You win your first round and you push the best team in the NBA to the brink. Good job. Thumbs up for you.
Good boy.
Good boy. Now, after one game, going into game 2, again, Alex from Centennial, I think there's an actual path for them to win this thing at home in 6 games because of those reasons, because you have more dogs, because you are battle-tested at the end of the game, because Nikola Jokic feels like, and he says he doesn't care about awards, feels like he's got that chip on the back of his shoulder. get into the Altitude Sports Radio app, hop in on the Voice of the People. We will take your calls and your Voice of the People submissions coming up at 11:30. That is Coach Mike Sanford. I'm Alex Ryanemi. We sat in on the year-end press conference from Joe Sakic and Chris McFarland. I'll tell you what I heard and what it matters and means for Avs fans moving forward.
Who's a good boy?
I am. I'm a good boy.
You are listening to the Morning Sprint. Alex Ryan-Emmy alongside the coach, Mike Sanford. But tomorrow morning, Moser, Lombardi, and Kane will be live at Safeway on Lowell and West 44th in Denver. Again, tomorrow morning, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. Stop by, say hi to the fellas, and check out the brand new Redbird Farms chicken teriyaki sauce. It's a game changer. We're going to see you tomorrow morning. Again, Safeway on the corner of Lowell and West 44th in Denver. Tomorrow, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. Brett, Moj, Vic, all your favorites from the morning show, again, out there at Safeway. Do not miss it. Before we get into what I learned from the Avs post-season presser, Joe Sakic and Chris McFarland sat down yesterday with the media and addressed a whole litany of things. Ray Bennett being fired, the assistant coach, and Landeskog, and free agency, and losing, and the reason why it happened, and how bad it hurts that you lost. You see, the Utah Hockey Club has now officially branded themselves as
the Utah Mammoth.
The Utah Mammoth.
All right. Cool.
Thumbs up, guys.
Yeah, way to go.
Real,
Good job, pals.
real creative, Utah.
Tell you what, man. You ever want an original idea? Just go to the great state of Utah. They'll give you an original idea.
Yeah, the Utah Mammoth is the team, and they kept the same colors. So it's just one color, right? Because black and white, I can't really say is a color as part of a color palette.
Is it a teal or a Columbia blue?
I believe it's a Columbia blue. It's very close to a Valor blue.
Oh, very nice.
You like that blue.
Which I'm not wearing. I'm wearing my Nuggets playoff shirt today because you made
Did I
fun
hurt
of
your
me
feelings yesterday?
Yeah. Gosh, sorry. Just trying to fit in, and trying to change. But now I have to change between my two jobs. Sucks.
I take it back. Jeez. I like the color.
I
wanted free stuff. Now I'm not going to get free stuff anymore.
This is a locker room environment. Did I gave you something free already, didn't I?
No.
Oh, really?
No, I sure did.
In my head, I did.
Sure, it's all right.
Okay.
All right.
You ever done that before where you just I totally gave
all
that
the
guy
time.
Yeah. Did I? No.
Missed a wife's birthday. Yeah. A few years ago.
But she wasn't married to you. You guys weren't married yet.
No, we were.
Okay.
That's all right.
Was it? So that would have been like her first birthday being married?
We went and did something, but
was that her first birthday as a married couple?
Yes. We went
because you've only been married a couple years.
Yes.
So
she got it. She got a present. We went out. We had a very nice dinner, and we had we did a whole birthday thing. But she asked for a trip, to go out and we didn't find a way to get the trip done. So that's gonna hang over my head for the next 60 years.
What'd you learn yesterday, Raj?
I learned yesterday.
I tried to learn something.
I learned yesterday that the Avs, one, love Jared Bednar and are 100% committed to him. And that, two, somebody's head needed to roll for the failures in round one. And it wasn't going to be Jared Bednar. Because I think that if you look at the organization structure, they go, that's too big of a piece for us to move when we can't guarantee that there's a better coach out there on the market. And I do kind of understand that. I look at the rest of the market, and I told you guys these names the other day. Who's out there right now are Rick Tocchet, Peter Laviolette, Jay Woodcroft, Gerard Gallant, Olli Jokinen, John Tortorella, Adam Foote, Ian LaPerriere, David Carl, but Carl has since recently signed an extension with Denver, and he's going to stay at the collegiate ranks. I can't for certain out of that list of coaches go, there's someone 100% better than Jared Bednar. So I guess I understand it. Did it feel like it was enough yesterday? I don't know. But Sakic and McFarland doubled and tripled down on we lost this because our power play was terrible.
Well, it's definitely when you look at how we lost, and we just feel maybe a different voice should help. I mean, listen, he's done a great job. He's worked extremely hard. He's a great person. Our power play's been top 10 over the last few years, but we feel the way things ended, maybe a different voice going in next year could help that. But ultimately, execution comes from the players. I mean, your top players. We have some of the top players in the world on our team. They're the ones out there that need to execute. So it just ran dry at the wrong time.
The other thing that I learned was, and I expected, because most of these press conferences at the end of the seasons, especially when teams go into the playoffs, you get the player X was dealing with injury 1 and player Y was dealing with injury 2. That question was asked hey, are there injuries that we need to know about? The only injury that Chris McFarland thought was worth telling us about was Ross Colton had a pretty bad growing strain that he could not play on and he could not be effective from. And he goes, nobody else outside of the typical bumps and bruises, which is amazing because Cale Makar just flat out sucked.
We all thought it might be a wrist or a broken bone in his hand. Based
Cale
off what
just
we thought.
had his worst
series.
7 games. He went from having a historic season of 30 goals and 60 assists. Historic. To having his worst 7-game stretch that maybe we've ever seen him play. And it just happened. You know how hard that is to swallow? To blame the loss on, well, it just happened. The power play just dried up. Cale just forgot how to score. That's a really tough pill to swallow. People want to see heads rolled. And was Ray Bennett's head big enough? I don't know.
I look at the power dynamics of the various franchise here at Kroenke Sports Enterprises, and very clearly, because of the basketball background of Josh Kroenke, there's intimate involvement with the Denver Nuggets franchise.
Yep.
There's not, at least to the best of my knowledge, there's not anybody within the higher-ups in Kroenke Sports and Enterprises that are just dyed-in-the-wool hockey guys.
And it has, again, I told you this yesterday, it's been this way for a very long time.
Right. And so who is that guy? It's Joe Sakic.
It's Joe Sakic.
It's Joe Sakic. And should he be trusted? Yes. The guy is the franchise. The history of this franchise rests so deeply with what he did as a contributor and as a general manager to this franchise. Am I right? So Joe Sakic doubling down on his belief in Jared Bednar, which, because I brought it up, I was having some conversations about hockey's a weird sport because this is fairly abnormal. People fire hockey coaches, maybe even worse than college football coaches.
It's all over the place.
So there is a deep, deep belief in Jared Bednar from Joe Sakic. And the question is going to be, what happens if this happens again? A first-round exit. Can't get over the hump with the Stars. Is it then Joe Sakic that has been leading this team down a path that isn't up to the standard, at least relative to what maybe the fan base's expectation is? And I would say you did underachieve this year. The Dallas Stars are a really good hockey team.
Oh yeah, it's a failure.
They were minus their two of their 4 best players.
It's a failure.
Without question. And you didn't get through in a 7-game series.
The quote that Nathan McKinnon brought up at the end of the game was like they were down their number 1 defenseman and down maybe their best forward, was brought up verbatim to Sakic and McFarland. And you could kind of see both of them smirk a little bit. Like, let's be very real about who the Stars' best forward was in that series. It wasn't going to be Jason Roberts, and it was going to be the guy that we traded to the Eastern Conference thinking we would never have to see him again in the playoffs.
I also noticed that the conversation was made, I think it was either McFarland or Sakic that said, Nathan McKinnon's a very emotional player, and he will have an exit meeting, just like every interview. An exit interview, just like every other player on this roster.
They're allowing Nate. I think Worlds are in like Hungary this year, so they're allowed like Nate go hang out with Sid and go hang out with Marc-Andre Fleury and go play in the Worlds and cool down for a little bit. Hang out.
How long do the Worlds go for?
Probably another 10 days is my guess. I don't know off the top of my head, but like,
why do they have those right during the Stanley Cup playoffs?
Because the IHF doesn't care.
Is it a good? Is it? I mean,
it's an okay tournament. Like, you remember the Olympics that they played a couple years ago where you didn't have like NHL players in, but you still had pros, you still had American League players and guys who were playing overseas. Yeah, it was. It's an elevated version of that.
Yeah. Not quite 4 Nations energy.
No, nowhere near it. Yeah. Nowhere near it. But guys do love playing in those things. You mentioned the head coaching carousel in the NHL. Can you guess how many coaches have been employed with their team that they're currently with since the 2022 offseason?
I'd say 8.
3.
Whoa. Whoa.
Marty St. Louis was hired by the Montreal Canadiens in the middle of the 2022 season. The next guy who was hired was Bruce Cassidy, formerly of the Boston Bruins, and now currently with the Golden Knights. He was hired in June of 2022. So the only coaches that existed with their current teams prior to the offseason of 2022, Rod Brind'Amour, Jared Bednar, John Cooper.
Where's Brind'Amour at?
Brind'Amour is the head coach of the Carolina Hurricanes, who just won an overtime game. Jacob Slavin, Erie's own Jacob Slavin, overtime winner.
Colorado. Rise up.
Just throw pucks at the net, and good things happen. Sakic had this to say about the Mikko trade.
Well, listen, I was part of everything that was going on. And as a group, we felt we had a decision to make, and it's a tough decision, trading a guy like that. But you look at where we were in the last few years, we weren't good enough. We weren't deep enough. We won in 22 because we had our stars, but we were also deep, and you can't win the Stanley Cup without it. And status quo wasn't good enough. We wanted to have him signed, and I'm not going to go into details and say, talk about negotiations, but they know where they were at before the trade was made. So, but after the deadline, we love the team we have. If it was up to me, if we could do it, and we'd love to bring this same unit back and try and go on another run. But we felt we had to get deeper, and not only for this season's team, but moving forward that. Just paying 3 high-end guys and not having a surrounding cast wasn't going to get it done.
They knew where they were before the trade. So what I think that does solidify is the Rantanen and his camp playing the victim card doesn't count. They knew where they were, both club and players team. Let's call him player agent. Had those conversations, and they knew where the common ground would have been and where it wasn't. And it was very clearly, we're not getting to your number, you're not getting to ours, let's part ways. And unfortunately, an unforeseen circumstance came out. You trade him to the East, you did what you were supposed to. Did you think it was going to come back? Not only in conference, but in division, and not only in division, but to the team that has been the thorn in your side since going all the way back to 1999. There's no way you could have foreseen that. No shot. And I agree with Joe Sakic. I still make the trade. They were a better team this year than they were last year. They had a better chance to get through Dallas this year than they did last year. And I suppose you can go, well, yeah, they lost without those 2 best players, but they got to a 7th game. And there was a very legit pathway for them to sweep this series. Now, I don't believe that the confidence in Jared Bednar is unwavering. While Chris McFarland said he is 100% our coach, Jared Bednar, I firmly believe this next season, it's a 1-year tryout. You got to go deep.
Where is Bednar at in terms of years on his contract?
2027. At the end of the 2027 season when it runs out.
It's about par for the course to be coaching for your hockey life, if you will, or football life.
With one more season.
Yep, with a season on the back end of it.
Yep.
I want Jared Bednar to be successful.
So do I.
You know what that means? It means that the Colorado Avalanche win a dang cup next year. So anybody's rooting against this team and wants Jared Bednar to be fired just solely I'm talking about this coming season. I understand your frustration right now. If you're driving around right now and you don't have any answers for what happened, frankly, I asked the question. You asked me yesterday, Raj, when we wrapped up the show, what do I want to hear from Sakic and from McFarland? And I said, I want to know why. I want to know why. Do you feel like you really got your why?
Yeah.
Okay.
Our power play was worthless. Our special teams were worthless.
And our players didn't execute.
Yeah. There's your why. Cale Makar went from being the best player on planet Earth to, oh no, where'd he go? Your power play went from being the number, and this is statistically true, from the moment they traded Mikko Rantanen to the end of the regular season, where was the Avs power play ranked? 1. They were the best power play unit in the National Hockey League from the moment they traded Mikko to the end of the year. even with the slide and not playing all their dudes. Number one. So you went from having a decent power play, if not excellent power play, to it being the reason why you lost. So did you get your why? You got your why. Now, I don't believe that they're just going, hey, we're going to try the same thing next year. I do believe that this team is going to look different. The cap constraints are crazy. Can you find common ground with Brock Nelson? Can you find a way to get him to take a discount to come here to Colorado, even though Minnesota's calling hard and he turned down apparently a big offer in New York to stay on the island? In order to get this group to come back together and make one full run at it. We also remember, we all think the Ray Bork thing happened in one season. It didn't. Ray had to come here beforehand on a trade and fail and then come back for one more year. Maybe it's as easy as, let's get these guys 82 games together. They also did say whether or why Gabe didn't play in Game 1 or Game 2. Hold on to that. We'll get into it in Hour 2. That is Coach Mike Sanford. I'm Alex Ryan. More to come with the Avs, more preview to come with the Nuggets going into Game 2, 7:30 p.m. tip and a 7 p.m. pregame show right here on Altitude 92.5.
Playoff basketball is tonight, and you have Nuggets at OKC Game 2, the heavily favored, heavily glazed Game 1, Oklahoma City Thunder, who were favored by 10.5 points, are, guess what? They're favored again tonight by 10 points. So if you go to Circus Sports app, that's the current line on Nuggets Thunder. Download the app right now wherever you get your apps on your app store, and you can find all kinds of things with great odds for the Nuggets. If they win tonight, you get plus 395. And that's what I love about Circus Sports Colorado, because it's sports betting the way it should be. It's got high betting limits with tight money line splits. You see that right there on the plus 395, and exceptional customer service that treats you like a VIP. So whether you're looking for playoff bets or your props on your favorite players and more, Circus Sports has got you covered. So download the Circus Sports Colorado app or visit circasports.com today. Remember, you must be 21 years or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
From Shams, Golden State Steph Curry has sustained a grade 1 left hamstring strain and will be ruled out for Game 2 against Minnesota on Thursday evening. Sources tell ESPN. And burying the lead here, it's the first strained muscle of Curry's career. How is that possible?
One thing I'll say about Steph Curry.
That's insane.
He's very, very loose. He's a loose athlete, loose athletically, and a guy that you don't see because he's not built as a power player. You don't see a lot of those typical groins and hamstrings and things along those lines.
Right. There's like one
Calves.
season that he lost, like the 2019-2020
right?
season.
Just had a knee.
I think it was the knee. I can't remember exactly what it was. KJ, was it a knee injury? Was it an ACL?
If I remember correctly, I think it was a shoulder injury.
A shoulder? I can't remember what it was for Steph when he lost that season. But like,
I know he's always had that tape on his shoulder, that kinesthetic tape or whatever.
At 23, he only played 26 games. At 31, he played 5 games. The rest of them, he's like, the dude is just on the court constantly. Good for that guy. 15 or 16 years in the league, and you've already 1,000 games plus in all the playoff games that he's had. He's got 1,026 games in the regular season. He's added another 155 in the postseason. That's not good news for the Nuggets, by the way. It's bad news for the Nuggets.
It is. It's not great. Yeah, he's had 0 mentions of a hamstring in his entire career. And in his injury history is just it's a lot like shoulder. Yeah, he's
What are the differences in terms of grades for injuries? Like what's the difference between a grade 1 hamstring and a grade 2 or a grade 3?
Raj, you ready for some real transparency and honesty?
I am.
I've sat in a lot of injury reports in my college coaching career with the sports medicine and team doc talking. I've never known if a grade 1 or a grade 3 was worse.
It's like DEFCON 1 versus DEFCON 5.
I have no
What's
idea.
worse?
And every single time, if we're going,
I don't even know if either one of those numbers exists.
If we're going to go truth serum here, the amount of times that I've looked and be like, oh yeah, yep, grade 1. Oh yeah,
that's bad.
The grade 1, yeah.
You don't even say anything. You just kind of do the half smirk. You don't show your teeth, and you tilt your head to the side, and
grade
because
3.
that could be well, grade 3 isn't that bad. So I go, all right, good, I can deal with that. Or grade 3 is the worst, and you go, that's really bad news. It's really bad.
And you know what I love is anytime they come at me with a grade 2, I go, ooh, kind of in between, huh? Oh, yeah.
20 years of coaching, this guy's going, I couldn't tell you. What's the difference?
I mean, I'll coach them when they come back. You want to know what always the subsequent question was?
When's he back?
Yeah. So a grade 1 is, what is that? When do you think you'll be back? No, typically with grade 1s, it's 3 to 5 weeks. And then you'd ask like grade 3, but like it's a different
3 to 5 weeks.
Yeah, it's the same damn thing. What are we doing? It's all made up anyway. It's a subjective term that's made up.
It's like when we started calling bruises contusions.
Yeah.
Like, shut up.
It's a bruise. It's a freaking bruise.
It's a Charlie horse.
Yeah.
Sometimes they're worse than, sometimes you get punched in the leg and you get a dead leg for 30 seconds.
All right. The smart Shop Mazda texters come at me. And fine, I'll take your advice. From the 5500, grade 1 is minor strain. Grade 3 is a complete rupture.
Oh. So
grade
that
2 is a
full
tear.
Surgery.
It's a tear that doesn't require surgery. 5500, thank you for educating me. And I'm glad that you're here in my life because no trainer educated me. Or maybe they just thought I knew. And I was just playing it off so effectively. They're like, oh yeah, coach really knows.
No dumb questions, man. Learn things from PhD. No dumb questions.
Mm-hmm.
You see Gabe Davis got released by Jacksonville?
I did not.
Gabriel Davis, gone. After signing that lucrative deal with Trent Baalke, and now with new management there, he's gone. So former 4th-round pick of the Bills back in 2020. He's only 25 years old. He's coming off of a terrible season. He only plays 10 games, 239 yards, 2 touchdowns. His last full year in Buffalo is 2023 at age 24. 45 receptions, 81 targets, 745 yards, and 7 touchdowns.
Pretty good season.
Would you kick the tires?
6'2", 225, big body type. Yeah, maybe.
He made it
You're
work.
gonna get
He
him.
made it
You're
work
gonna
with
get him on
Josh.
the. You're gonna get him on the cheap.
Right.
Really, really, really cheap. Big body. Which you have so
Like
much,
that's who I want. That's
so
who I
much
want the
redundancy
Avs to
right
look
now.
for, and I don't know if they can. Like looking into the offseason, I mentioned Duchesne scored multiple 30-goal seasons the past 2 years after being cut by Nashville. So he's being paid by the Predators, and then he signs this like $3 million deal with the Stars, and he puts back-to-back 30-goal seasons, and he looks just as fast as he ever was, and he looks even a little bit bigger, and he can play both the wing and the center. That's what I want the Avs to try and find. I don't know if there's a guy that they can pick up, but for the Broncos, I think this is, why not try and sign the guy? Right? Add to that room a little bit. Does it put you over the top? No, but it gives you another weapon.
Is he any better than what you added a year ago in Josh Reynolds? Because Josh Reynolds was a pretty significant contributor for a playoff team in Detroit when he got here without any major red flags, whereas Gabe Davis has just had a...
Josh Reynolds never put up a season with 7 or more touchdowns.
Yeah.
Gabe Davis has, in just 1, 2, 3, let's call it 4 full seasons. If we just remove last year's Jacksonville debacle, right?
Was he hurt?
He played 10 games. He had 239 yards. I'm assuming he was not healthy the whole year. But let's go back to the 4 years in Buffalo. He had 3 years of 7 touchdowns and a 4th year of 6 touchdowns. Reynolds never had more than 5 in a single season. Davis had an 830-yard reception season, nearly 750 yards in 2023. Reynolds' most productive year as a member of either Tampa Bay Detroit or LA was a 618-yard season in 2020.
Coming off a knee injury, 2024.
Okay.
Limited Davis to only 10 games. Production wasn't even quite there. The one thing that's interesting about Gabe Davis is
Reynolds was never nearly as productive as Gabe Davis was in his years in
his
Buffalo.
prime.
Well, his prime's like 2 years removed. One season in Jacksonville, one injury-plagued season in Jacksonville.
Life comes at you pretty quickly, though, man, in the National Football League. Gabe Davis, teammate recently of Evan Ingram. So Evan Ingram also not part of new Jacksonville Jaguars head coach offense in his offensive plans. What's my guy's name from Duval guy? The Duval guy, who's the offense coordinator. Liam Cohen, offense coordinator at Tampa Bay Bucks this past year. Not either one of those guys were part of the plan, so who knows? I mean, you're going to get a little bit of intel from Evan Ingram if you're Sean Payton. And hey, tell me about Gabe Davis. You have that conversation. Good teammate, accountable guy. Evan Ingram's going to win. He's going to want good people around him. So you'll find out pretty quickly.
I think it's worth it. Kick the tires, man. If he can be kind of what he was in Buffalo, I told you I don't kick 30-point performances from Nikola Jokic out of bed. I'm not going to kick 700 yards and 6 touchdowns out of bed.
I want 29, 16, and 14 tonight from Nikola.
We'll get into a Nuggets preview on the other side. That's Coach Mike Sanford. I'm Alex Ryanemi. You guys are listening to Denver's #1 for sports talk, Altitude 92.5. That's the name. You can't get better. He's the commissioner. He's not Mr. Nugget. He's Commissioner Gordon. Do you need another big time game from Aaron Gordon to win tonight?
Well, first off, did you know that the commissioner of the police department in Gotham City, his name is James Gordon?
Yeah, that's part of this whole bit. That's why this bit is...
Are you a comic book nerd? That's a deep cut.
No, it's anyone who's seen The Dark Knight is aware of that. That's why this whole bit exists right now.
I just thought it was just because of Batman, Robin, the two of them, and then the commissioner.
So if his last name was like Lipschwitz.
Yeah, but
we call him Commissioner Lipschwitz.
Well, I thought he'd just be the commissioner because it's yeah, that's pretty good of you.
I am not but to answer your question, not a comic book.
You don't go to Comic Con in Vegas?
Nah. I never owned a comic book, but the Dark Knight trilogy, yeah, I watched. I grew up watching those things. Although I think you pulled a different clip there, right? Wasn't that a Michael Keaton Batman?
It was.
There you go.
That's a good
I
one
heard
there.
Michael Keaton there.
In doing a show with you for nearly a year, and then some other shows too before that, I haven't always been overly impressed with your intellect. This moment right now, I'm like, this guy's pretty on it. James Gordon, the commissioner of Gotham City PD, man.
It's perfect.
Really good.
If you're gonna call Joker Batman and Jamal his Robin, you have to stay in the same theme. And I'm not going to take credit for this. Like our text line these were the people who did this for us yesterday. Because I was thinking when I went, okay, like who's another superhero in the Batman?
You were pulling from the text line.
I pulled from the text line.
Oh,
but do I know that commission? No, it doesn't change it.
So this wasn't even remotely a original thought.
No, our text line did this.
Okay.
But when I was thinking yesterday about trying to give Aaron Gordon a superhero name, my brain went to, well, Batman and Robin are superheroes. Who are other superheroes associated with Batman? And you went to Superman, and that's fine. Justice League, that's cool.
Yeah. Pals.
So I was just trying to stay in the same, comic book fold, and I didn't get it. The text line came over big time.
Yeah, apparently everybody knew that the commissioner of the Gotham City Police Department was Commissioner Gordon.
It's all right. You were the starting quarterback in high school. We get it. You went to parties. I get it. Cool. Sweet.
Yeah.
I get it.
Chicks dug me.
I get it.
Yeah. So I was busy. I was in
cool flex.
Wasn't flipping through my comic book.
Cool.
I wasn't putting them in protective wrapping to make sure that they preserve so I can sell them when they're 39 years old.
Certain protective wrapping.
You don't say.
Coach, game 2 tonight, 7:30 tip, 7 p.m. pregame show right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. I bring back the question prior to us going off on a comic book tangent. Do you need another 20-point Aaron Gordon performance to win tonight?
No. Because if you don't have that, you're going to have Jamal Murray or potentially a Michael Porter quarter, which would be awesome, wouldn't it? See him be able to fill it up to the tune of three tray balls, corner pocket in one quarter. I think that could very easily happen. I know he's banged up. I know he hasn't looked great, but he also has been banged up for a long time and he had a couple of really good games in the Clippers series. Namely one, I believe it was game 3 or game 4. Aaron Gordon's going to show up and ball out. Is it going to be solely by way of scoring the basketball? Not necessarily. Might be to the tune of 12 to 15 rebounds. It might mean that he is rim protector AG. That's the thing that's so great about this basketball player and why he is so incredibly valuable to what the Nuggets are is that he has addressed any deficiencies that might exist in his game and keeps adding different superpowers. That's why I'm going with Superman, not some stupid police commissioner that shares a last name. This guy is a superhuman. And he just keeps getting wiser and wiser as the years go on as a basketball player.
His evolution as a player is, I don't want to diminish like what Jamal and Joker do to this team. We obviously know that that is point 1 and point 2 of their success, are the best player in the world and the next best scorer / player on the team. His evolution as I am just a 4 that dunks the basketball. into a guy who can be trusted from the charity stripe. But we talk about the three that he hit, and we talk about the game-winning buzzer beater dunk. The fact that he hits both of those free throws at the end of the game gives you a chance. Could you guarantee that earlier on in his career? Could you guarantee that 3 years ago?
Nope.
Probably not. Now, he had a great free throw season in his second full year, or rather his first full year, second year with the Nuggets. I think he shot like 75% from the free throw line. But over the course of his career, he's like a mid to high 60s guy, where you're going, all right, well, 1 for 2 down the stretch, like I suppose that's okay. He goes to the line now, and I go, he's got it.
Yep.
He used to be the player that when you get this.
Oh, no. Oh, geez. Gordon for
So we get that now with Russell Westbrook rising for 3, right? We get the, oh no, yeah, when he finally hits one. That used to be Aaron Gordon. When AG would rise up and take 5, 6, 7 threes in a game, and you go, what on earth is happening? He has transformed himself into a complete player. And certainly David Adelman is part of that, unlocking him. The next evolution of the Nuggets is, like, can you turn Peyton Watson into that full player? Can you turn Christian Brown into that full version of a player?
CB's not far off.
He's not far off at all.
It's more of a true, deep belief in himself that I am indeed good enough in this moment, this critical moment, to take this shot with consistency.
He's the next player to step up. It's either Watson, Brown, and MPJ, again, has gotten better on the defensive side. He's certainly more effective as a rebounder. Now it's a crapshoot depending on what's going on with his shoulder. But I do believe that MPJ has rounded himself out as compared to what he was coming in as a injured and raw prospect.
You know what I found very interesting about Game 1 at OKC? First quarter. You know who made an appearance? Our old pal, Julian
Strawther. I did like that for a couple of minutes. I didn't hate that.
We never know what's going on behind the scenes. Was there some type of injury that ailed him? Was he in a bad mental headspace, which does happen? I've coached players that you just go through times where you're like, man, he's just not in a great spot. I'm not going to put him out there. Is he either in a better spot? Is he healthier?
In round 1?
Is he healthier? Is there something that he's been doing that's showing up when we don't watch? Obviously, because he hadn't played much at all in any of the games since David Adelman's taken over as the head coach. Julian Strawther a candidate to be somebody that might do something significant in the series? Not like score 20. Make a big three-point basket at some point in a very opportunistic time for this team. Is that something that could happen? I think so. What do you want to see tonight out of Russell Westbrook? Is your confidence level and trust level in him significantly higher than it was, say, a month ago?
No, it's the same. It's the same exact thing.
Yeah, because you got a pretty high trust level in him.
No, I wouldn't say I had a high trust level in
Russell
Westbrook.
You were in the camp that
I knew
was
exactly
take the good
what it
with the
was.
bad.
You know what's going to
with the
happen.
bad.
You know exactly what's going to happen. My trust level hasn't changed with them or with Westbrook whatsoever. He's the same guy. There's going to be a game in this series where he will drive you insane. I can almost guarantee there's likely a game in this series that he costs you a win. But you don't win game 1 without him. You don't win the first series without him. And it's going to happen. And I've already succumbed to that. I've already accepted that. That's why my live and die attitude on wins and losses this postseason, that dates even back to the regular season with the Nuggets, it's the only way to live right now. It is the only way to take in Nuggets basketball. Every win, they're the best team on earth. Every loss, they don't deserve to be there. No in-betweens. All in, all out.
I was scrolling on Twitter, on X, and I saw that there was some one of those OKC fans at like a restaurant after the game doing like a self-facing video with Nikola Jokic in the background. It was just going out to dinner. It was nothing crazy. But he had that brace on his, like that sleeve on his left elbow. And he almost was carrying himself in a manner It's like, that's stiff. That's bothering him.
There's a bursa sac issue, is what I've heard, where he's starting to fill with fluid. And
you can see it right here. Tell me, as you watch Nikola Jokic in this backdrop here, he kind of has it like that. It's like at a almost like a near 90-degree angle, and he's just holding it there. Doesn't necessarily look comfortable, shaking hands, kind of at a weird angle.
No, that dude is not healthy. Like, if we ask the same question to Nuggets brass right now about injuries, like what's going on with your team, that list is 5 players deep as compared to what we got from Sakic and McFarland yesterday. And McFarland basically went, the only guy who was injured during the postseason was Ross Colton. Everyone else, normal bumps and bruises. Joker is, that dude's hurt. MPJ's shoulder. That's an issue.
You know what is good news? Aaron Gordon does look healthy. Jamal Murray looks healthy. Does he not?
And you know what? I have to take this into next regular season, right? Regardless of what happens in this series. Because again, I think that playing a rock'em sock'em series against OKC, even if you don't get through, and it's a 7-game series and you are right there, is for me a success based off of the turmoil that happened in the second half of the season. I need to take this mentality into next year with Jamal Murray. The 82 games don't matter.
Yeah.
If you show up for 2 weeks and it looks like you don't care, or you're not in shape, or you're in a bad mood, like someone kicked your dog, Jamal, in the middle of November, I take my pledge right now. Right now. If that happens next year during the regular season, I don't care. I don't care. I'm not going to get mad at you. Is it going to be frustrating to see Jamal, kind of loaf around for a couple of quarters in the regular season during the middle of the year next season? Yeah, it's going to be frustrating. But I will not take that into my day because it only matters what he does in the postseason. It's a shame because he'll never be an all-pro as a result, but that helps the Nuggets out from a financial standpoint. You don't have to pay that max contract. You max him out with whatever he can make right now, but I will not take that into next year. It matters what he does in the here, in the now, in the playoffs.
The tastiest of all little morsels of hot takes in Denver sports came last night on the Blitz with Birdo. The Blitz, right?
On the Blitz.
The Blitz. Love the Blitz. And it was that Jamal Murray's good for 1 game that he will, on his back, win you per series. When is that game coming? Could it be tonight?
If it's tonight, man, there's a path. If it's tonight, Denver wins the series in 5. If that dude goes off for 40 tonight, Denver wins the series in 5 games.
Jamal was a little salty after the game about his own performance.
Well, because Shaq called it out for no reason.
But you know what, though? Jamal was salty.
That was a jerk move.
I felt like Jamal was a bit salty at himself, that he contributed in other ways. I didn't have it. Still scored over 20, did he not?
Yeah, but again, 14 in the first quarter. He feels bad because of how he played for 75% of the game. Shaq called him out for no reason. And that sucks, too. Coming off of a big-time win, an emotional win at the end, it was essentially a buzzer beater, right? And the first question you get from the TNT panel is like, hey, you play better when I call you out for being bad. You weren't good tonight. And Jamal's like, dude, we won. Like, what are we doing here? It's the same thing. Like Paul Bissonnette did it with Nathan McKinnon on TNT after they won Game 6. And then Bissonnette called back to Game 5 and was talking about the impersonator behind Jared Bednar. And McKinnon famously lacks as much humor as Jamal Murray does. Those two dudes are, don't tell me a joke, I don't think you're
I think Jamal's got a little bit more in there.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
Dude, Nathan has none.
Nothing.
I mean,
not a funny bone in that dude's body.
He should have been in the NFL, man, because it stands for the No Fun League.
Yeah, that's
Nathan
who
McKinnon is the king of no fun.
So, like, Biz did it to McKinnon and goes, we lost 6-2. I don't care what was happening on behind my coach. Shaq asked the same question about Jamal after a big-time win in Game 1 when no one gave him a chance.
I love me an angry Jamal Murray, and this could have been what promoted it.
Jamal, Shaq here, every time I've jumped on you, you've stepped up and played fabulous. How do you feel about a 6-for-16 game, and what do you say to yourself to play it? Because and I know they're going to need you to play at a super high level if you want to win another championship. So what do you say to yourself after a 6-for-16 performance?
Well, we got the win. I've had plenty of those games before. I know I got better. I got some great looks tonight that just didn't go down. I'm just trying not to force it. You know, they're shrinking the paint. They're really good handsy. They're in the lanes. So it's all about taking care of the ball, especially when they're bringing two bodies on me and two bodies of Yoke. We're just trying to make sure that we don't, flip the ball over and give them easy runouts. So I hear you. I'll be better. Obviously it's not my best game, but sometimes you got to do what you got to do and impact the game in different ways to win the game. And tonight wasn't my night, but it was somebody else's.
Thanks, Shaq. I'll take it. As a Nuggets fan, I love angry Jamal Murray. Give me all the angry Jamal Murray tonight.
NFL notes coming up next.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 presents KJ's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football. Football's fun. Fun, sir. Fun, sir. It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
All right, listen up.
Every day at 11:20 here on the Morning Sprint, we go through the biggest stories in the NFL with KJ's NFL Notes. Before we get to that, Moser, Lombardi, and Kane are going to be live at Safeway on Lowell and West 44th in Denver tomorrow from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. Make sure you guys stop by, say hi to the fellas, and check out the brand new Red Bird Farms chicken teriyaki sauce. We guarantee it's a game changer, and we're going to see you tomorrow morning at Safeway, again on the corner of Lowell and West 44th in Denver, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. tomorrow. KJ, what's first?
According to Chris Thomason of the Denver Gazette, a source said Benito is seeking in excess of $20 million per season on his new deal that he is currently negotiating with the Denver Broncos. In the meantime, he did report to the April 21st start of offseason drills, which is an important detail. The Gazette was also able to get in contact with some former Bronco defensive players. And DN Trevor Price, former Bronco, is a part of the 13-plus sack club for the Denver Broncos. And he said, quote, "If I ran an NFL team, when a guy like that happens, you sign him right now because the price is just going to go up. What are you waiting for? Him to get 17 sacks? It makes sense to sign him right now. It's not like he's going to all of a sudden forget how to play football," end quote. What's the potential downside, guys, of not getting Nick Benito signed this offseason?
I think there's two. I mean, one of them is exactly what Trevor Price says right there, is that his value gets driven to a point where you can't afford him. And then the other one is, if Nick Benito has done everything that's been asked of him, certainly last season, and I think he trended major arrow up. We were talking about him on Dempsey and Company quite often in that 2022-23 season. I think that you might have a malcontented pass rusher, which you do not want on a team that's going to be heavily predicated on how well this defense is built. He is an incredibly important piece of that defense.
$20 million on average annual basis. That's what we're working with.
Yeah.
That gets him into the conversation of Trey Hendrickson, Leonard Williams, Andrew Van Ginkel.
He's better than those last two.
Rashawn Gary.
I think he's way more productive right now than Rashawn Gary's been.
Montez Sweat.
Pretty good player.
Yeah. Milton Williams in New England. TJ Watt up at $28 million.
Yeah.
So if he wants in excess of 20, you're looking between the 10th and 15th highest paid edge rushers in the league. I can live with that. If you tell me he's getting a little bit more than Bradley Chubb is, sure. I'm cool with that.
He is more than deserving of being compensated in the top 12 category of NFL pass rushers. More than deserving.
I think I make that deal.
Before we jump off of the Nick Benito story, while we're still in the Denver Broncos, I had an awesome meeting yesterday with visiting Utah defensive line coach and NFL legend, Luther Ellis.
Oh.
He's father of 4 current NFL players, including Denver Broncos' own Jonah Ellis, the pass rusher. Awesome being able to talk to him about Jonah. Jonah loves the team, loves the trajectory of what's going on. I asked him specifically, tell me about this 7th round tight end coming out of the University of Utah, Caleb Lohner. He said, absolute freak, a 40-inch vert type guy that has just a little bit of football in his past is going to be a definite story to keep your eyes on.
How cool would it be if they find their tight end of the future in round 7?
Very easily.
After you and I were losing our minds the entire draft with all these guys falling off the board.
Sometimes cooler heads prevail, Rush.
Jason Taylor's kid, don't draft him. The 2 kids from Colorado, don't draft him.
Yeah,
Harold
Terrence
Fannin out of
Ferguson,
Bowling
don't
Creek,
need him.
don't draft him.
Yep. Caleb Lohner, man. He was nice and lonely in the 7th round, and he went out and got a guy
falls all the way to 14. You don't trade up and get him.
Dude, I'm in on this Lohner
That'd
project.
be sweet.
He might not be ready to deliver the goods year one in the National Football League with very little college experience, just 1 year, 5 total catches, 4 were touchdowns, 1 was a 2-point conversion.
How long did it take Antonio Gates to become Antonio Gates, though? Did it take him 3 years? His first year in the NFL, 15 games, 390 yards, 2 touchdowns. Well, it took him a year. Year number 2 for Antonio Gates at 24 years old. 81 receptions on 114 targets. 13 touchdowns for nearly 1,000 yards in his second full season in the NFL. I'm not saying Lohner's going to be Antonio Gates. He's one of the greatest tight ends of all time. There is the didn't really play a lot of football, now go to the NFL type of comparison.
And there is the precedent set that you can be a basketball guy. How about this too? Antonio Gates was drafted. What? I don't even know where he was drafted.
Was he drafted?
I think he might have gone undrafted.
I don't think he was drafted. I'm almost positive Antonio Gates was an undrafted college free agent. I'm right on this. He was undrafted. Antonio Gates was not drafted into the league.
For all intents and purposes, a 7th-round pick. There's some people would argue that it's better to be undrafted and sign a free agent contract than it is to be drafted in the 7th round and give up your rights to a team.
13 touchdowns in year 2.
955 career receptions for 11,841 yards and 116 touchdowns. And the beautiful thing about a tight end that hits, that never played college football, and you hit in the NFL, you don't have all that wear and tear on your body from years and years of high school and college football. This could be onto something here with Caleb Lohner.
Oh, give it to me. Give it to me. Who's the tight end that the Broncos had alongside Demaryius Thomas? It was the other Thomas. Julius Thomas?
Was he not a... Yeah, Julius Thomas is the tight end.
Is that his name?
It's Demaryius' receiver, but big receiver.
Julius Thomas had a very short career, right? He had those 2 first seasons in the NFL where he didn't really play. And then in 2013, when Manning comes over, he has that 14-game season with 790 yards and 12 touchdowns. That's your hope for Caleb Lohner in year 3. After 2 years of playing and learning, can you be that dude?
If Caleb Lohner is as athletically gifted as Luther Ellis told me he is yesterday, I would have the expectations by year 2 that he is that type of a player.
108 catches in 2 years, 24 touchdowns in 2013, 2014 for Julius Thomas. Man, give it to me. I don't know if it's going to happen, but that'd be sweet. KJ
6'7" too.
You don't say.
Hey, remember Jimmy Graham, year 2, 99 catches on 149 targets, 1,300 yards, and 11 touchdowns. I would love for him to do that in year 2. How about that? But the Broncos rookies and vets will be at team headquarters for meetings Thursday. Then they will practice on the field Friday, Saturday, and Sunday to start minicamp. One of the players expected to represent on behalf of rookie minicamp is Desmond Ridder as a veteran tryout with the Denver Broncos. But the Broncos quarterback room is a little stacked at the moment. As we take a look at the 90-man roster, the starter obviously is Bo Nix, backup Jarrett Stidham, and they also brought in Sam Ehlinger this offseason as well, not to mention local Valor Christian High School quarterback Blake Stenstrom. He is also on a tryout as well. Guys, let me just ask you straight up. The odds of Desmond Ridder making the Broncos training camp roster is very slim. What does this tryout do for him or the Broncos?
Seems like last chance opportunity to get back in the National Football League, from what I can tell. Des Ridder was the starting quarterback in the National Football League, 3 years ago?
2 years ago, 2023, he had 13 starts with Atlanta. 6-7. He was 64% completion percentage, 2,800 yards through the air, 12 touchdowns, 12 interceptions, but also ran for... How many yards did he run for in 2023? 193 yards and 5 touchdowns.
Good athlete.
2 years ago.
I mean, I remember him at the University of Cincinnati. He was the reason that team got to the place of being a playoff team, or at least in a New Year's Six bowl game. I think they played in the CFP, a 4-team CFP, undefeated Cincinnati. He ended up being a starting quarterback for the Falcons, was a starting quarterback last year, I think for a game or two for the Raiders. Played against the Broncos. I was at that game.
Like if the choice is between Ritter or Ellinger as your third quarterback, Ritter has the better stats.
He's also got more experience than Jarrett Stidham. Does he not? He's got 18 NFL starts. Stidham, what does he have? 5? 6?
Jarrett Stidham in his career has 4 starts.
18 versus 4?
4 starts. 2 with Las Vegas, 2 with the Broncos in 5 years. I don't know. It doesn't do much for me, but sure, continue to put quarterbacks into the room to make Bo Nix feel better about himself, I guess. I would take Ritter over Ellinger just based off of the paper right now. I guess I would take Ritter over Stidham based off of the paper as well. But thankfully we're not in the world where backup quarterback matters for the Broncos.
You know what does matter though is the cute gatherings of the Broncos quarterbacks and their wives on a weekly basis. And if you get rid of Stidham, you already got rid of Zach Wilson. He was part of the crew. You still got to have the Instagrammable moments on Thursday, Friday night with the Broncos quarterbacks and their spouses. We can't completely clean out the room, man. Bo Nix needs his homie, his ride or die, and that's Jarrett Stidham.
Who's Desmond Ritter's wife?
I don't know.
Desmond Ritter's wife, Claire Cornett Ritter, looks like she would fit in very well with the Bo Nix and Jarrett Stidham and Zach Wilson wives.
Okay. Zach Wilson's wife's gone. She'll have to I think he's actually a fiance. She'll have to make a ceremonial appearance now.
If you were to put Zach's wife, Stidham's wife, and Ritter's wife next to each other, you wouldn't know who I photoshopped in and out. I'll tell you that. So if you're worried about what the aesthetic of the Instagram post looks like, Coach, I think you're okay. And I haven't looked at Ellinger's WAG yet, but I'm sure it's probably the same thing.
Yeah, University of Texas.
Yeah.
Austin.
There's an archetype there, Coach. KJ, what's next?
You don't say.
He's stupid. The Cowboys' search for a number 2 wide receiver has come to an end as this morning they landed George Pickens from the Pittsburgh Steelers. Compensation is the Dallas Cowboys will now send a 2026 third-round pick to the Pittsburgh Steelers, and the Cowboys will receive a 2027 fifth-round pick. And the Steelers will also get a 2027 sixth-round pick as well. How much closer did the Cowboys get to the Eagles and Commanders in the NFC East with this trade?
It just screams drama. CeeDee Lamb opposite George Pickens. Pickens not getting what he wants. It's probably why the Steelers made this move after they went out and acquired DK Metcalf, knowing that George Pickens was not going to be the featured target, the moonball recipient from Russell Wilson that, frankly, George Pickens had this past season, which he was very, very productive. Man, I just don't see it I don't think the Dallas Cowboys are going to be a good football team this year.
More often than not, when Mike Tomlin is done with you, the league's kind of done with you too. Doesn't he feel like whenever Belichick and the Patriots decide to let go of a player, and they were really good, and they were effective as Patriots.
Last chance you.
And then they went somewhere else, and they were worthless. Now, granted, you have Wes Welker came here for a year, and because of Peyton Manning, he was worthwhile. He could actually be a player.
There's always going to be
There's always those types of guys. But more often than not, when Belichick was like, thanks for your service, you're done, he wasn't good enough to play really in the rest of the league at a top level. Tomlin feels like that guy in the NFL right now.
One of the problems for the Dallas Cowboys, and I have 2 really good friends that I've coached with or played with in my career that are coaching on that staff. The Cowboys are going to run into all the problems in the world because of who is in their division and how those teams are being constructed in the general arrow up on the Washington Commanders, Jaden Daniels, and then what's going on with the Eagles. They just keep adding strength to strength on that defensive side of the ball. And with all these big personalities that the Cowboys do have, it ultimately is going to do what happened last year. It's just going to blow up and turn into a team full of malcontents. I think CeeDee Lamb will be probably wanting a trade. I could see a very dark George Pickens, meaning like dark in his approach and attitude if he's not getting what he wants. I think it's going to be a problem. And I don't know that Brian Schottenheimer, as much as I love him as a person, I don't know that he's built for that.
Okay, so tell me the standings at the end of the year for the NFC East.
1, Commanders.
Over the Eagles.
2, Eagles.
Okay.
3, Giants.
You're going to have Dallas finish dead last?
I am.
The Giants won 3 games, and Russell Wilson is their quarterback this year.
That's rad. Playoff quarterback.
And if it's not Russell Wilson, it's
back-to-back.
Jameis Winston. And if it's not Jameis, it's
you
Jackson Dart.
Yeah, but you know what Jameis Winston does? He separates out in alphabet soup the W's. That's all he eats is the W's in alphabet soup.
The Giants finishing ahead
Dude,
of...
I'm telling you, man, Brian Schottenheimer is not the leader required of an organization that is in turmoil.
No way.
All right.
I like what the Giants are building, but I still think they're a couple of years away.
Dak Prescott, man, I'm telling you, he's been trending down, man. I think that the Packers' loss in Cowboy Stadium broke Dak Prescott.
That's the Cam Newton in Super Bowl 50 loss.
I think he is
Snatch
a
your soul
broken
loss.
player.
NFL notes here on the Morning Sprint are brought to you by our friends at Mountain High Appliance, Colorado's most complete local appliance store. They've got locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line and brand, and you can find them at mountainhighappliance.com.
Powder seekers and just anybody who wants to get up to the mountains to wrap up what has been an incredible season of skiing and snowboarding, I've got great news for you. 15 inches has fallen over the last 5 days up at Loveland Ski Area. So if you're looking for one final May Pow Day, we got it for you. And the great news also is that for the remaining 4 days of the season, which wraps up May 11th, you're going to have temperatures in the 40s, maybe even hitting 50, and Bluebird Day with fresh snow. So get up to the Loveland Ski Area and make sure you visit skiloveland.com. With closing day being May 11th, you still have the opportunity to buy your 2025 and 26 pass at last year's low price and still use it for the remaining 5 days of this ski season. So visit skiloveland.com and get up to those beautiful mountains with that fresh snow today.
Get on out to Safeway at Lowell and West 44th in Denver tomorrow morning, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane are going to be live out there. Check out the new Redbird Farms Chicken Teriyaki, Game Changer Chicken Teriyaki. Again, tomorrow morning, Lowell and West 44th Safeway in Denver. What are you clapping?
I just love this from the Safeway Twitch feed. Speaking of Safeway, Tola said, I just wasted a couple minutes Googling Broncos QB wives. Thanks, Raj. We wanted to make sure everybody fits into the Thursday nights of quarterbacks and their wives, the triple, quadruple dates. And yes, it appears that both Desmond Ridder, Sam Ellinger would all fit in quite well in terms of having a group that would be highly Instagrammable. And they would have their great times together in their little poofy blankets.
Also, you're welcome.
Yeah. Here we go. Anytime.
7:30 tip tonight, 7 p.m. pregame show on 92.5. Game 2 of OKC and Denver this evening, looking to take a 2-0 series lead would make me feel like we are back on a 2023-esque run. What would take your stance of over excitement, over confidence that I might feel on the other side of that desk right now?
What right takes now, that? I've had it for months,
You've
Raj.
had it for months. What
so don't put that on me like it's just like, ooh, yeah, and I'm a hot take artist because they won one game.
What, if anything, takes that away from you?
Injury to a key player. That's it. I don't care. I care about the scoreline tonight. But if it's one of those bit of a stinker
like
games
it's
tonight,
over and you just kind of pull the parachute.
I still feel good. You know why? How many games do you have left in your home building?
You did your job.
You got 3.
You did your job.
How many games are you going to get from Jamal Murray? It's probably going to give you at least 1. The perfect scenario is if indeed tonight Jamal Murray goes off. That's where it's like, okay, proof of concept. The Oklahoma City Thunder do indeed have a Denver Nuggets problem. And that would be best case scenario. Worst case scenario is that some of these nagging injuries that are concerning, namely Michael Porter Jr.'s shoulder, and he doesn't look like he takes a step in the right direction because he had a bad game in game 1. He looked banged up. He ended up not really finishing the game at all. 3 points, right? 24, 25 minutes. If it's even maybe a little bit worse, I'd say that's bad news for the series, in my opinion. Or if Nikola Jokic's left elbow that appears to be at least bothering him in the time when he's not playing basketball.
Well, it's not bothering him when it matters. And maybe it is. Like, he's playing through pain, and he's just the type of guy that I think, unless it is a leg that is broken in half, he's showing up and putting something close to a triple-double down. Whether it's the final 3 games of the first round where you went, well, you still averaged a triple-double in the series, but you weren't the same guy. He's still effective, right? He throws up 42 in game 1 of this series. I don't think there's anything that can derail that guy. He feels invincible.
He does. Raj, at times in series like this with so much on the line. First, I'm so excited to watch tonight. Like, how exciting is tonight going to be? Here's why. I like to go and take a little road trip over into enemy territory. And enemy territory in this case be the Oklahoma City Thunder. And I like to put my brain in the mindset of an Oklahoma City Thunder fan right now. What do you think tonight means to Oklahoma City Thunder? That fan base, that team, that franchise.
Are you close to the mentality that Dallas had in round 1, game 2, where it felt like if we don't win this thing, the series is in big, big jeopardy? Are we there? If you're a fan of the Oklahoma City Thunder?
I would say yes.
Or can you rely upon healthy team, MVP, 68 wins in the regular season?
It's an unknown commodity in the postseason. That MVP can carry you to series victories consistently.
Now,
he can carry you by way of scoring buckets and getting to the foul line, but can he really carry you with the game on the line in the postseason, where tonight feels a bit like a do or die for Oklahoma City Thunder? Like their fan base right now, if you're listening to our program and you're from the great state of Oklahoma, how are you feeling about game 2 tonight? Down 1-0 and losing in heartbreaking fashion. Chet Holmgren, one of your hyped up superstars. What's his confidence like? What's he going to be doing tonight? Where's the headspace right now of Shai Gilgeous-Alexander? SGA.
Who had a great game.
He had a great game. But it wasn't
enough. That is the one thing in the back of your mind that goes, I was great. I almost had a triple-double. We had the lead, but the other dude was better. I was great all season long, but the other dude was better. Will he always be better? Now, they were dominant the whole season long, right? Like they won the West by 16 games over the 2 seed. That's insane. 16 games over Houston. They had the 6th best record in the history of the NBA, only behind Golden State in 2015, Chicago in 96, Chicago in 97, the 72 Lakers, the 67 Sixers. Now, what makes me a little bit nervous, and I've admitted this, I am a scaredy cat when it comes to Oklahoma City. I have been. I don't think I've been glazing them. I think the reason why you think that is because I think that you've been flippant about OKC, where I go, it's a good team with an amazing player and a lot of length and a lot of depth. I admit they are not playoff tested, but the teams that previously held the top 5 spots in NBA history in terms of point differential per game, where OKC set a record this year, 71-72 Lakers, aforementioned, won a championship. 70-71 Bucks, won a championship. 95-96 Bulls, won a championship. 16-17 Warriors, again, mentioned them earlier, won a championship. And last season, Celtics, won a title. All 5 of those previously dominant teams in the regular season eventually got it done in the playoffs. And that's where I go, typically, numbers even out.
Right.
And what we see over the course of 82 games should be what we see in the playoffs. There is something different, though, with all those teams. Golden State had already been there and done that twice, right? They'd already been there and done that. Milwaukee had already been there.
What year was that with Milwaukee?
70s? It was in the 70s.
Was that Oscar Robertson? Most likely it was.
1970-71 Milwaukee Bucks was Kareem.
Really?
Oscar Robinson.
Yeah, that's a good team.
Or Robertson, rather.
Good team. Good team. Legends.
So, like, most of those teams had been there, done that, and either had suffered, like, devastating playoff defeats and learned from it, while OKC does feel like this is the first time that they're really going through it. So I'll give you that. That's where my weak mindset of, like, they're eventually going to figure it out, that's where my weak mindset goes to die. I'll give you that.
We've heard these promos running all morning. It was a great conversation this morning on the Moser, Lombardi, and Kane morning show, MLK, about the flippant nature of OKC's 2 stars, Jalen Williams and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, at the post-game podium. Like, whatever.
Like it felt like a preseason loss?
Yeah.
Right? That's what what Vic said earlier?
It was clearly problematic that they absolutely obliterated their competition in the first round of the playoffs.
And for the majority of the season.
Haven't been tested. How do they respond? A lot of pressure on you. Because if you don't do it in your building tonight, you're coming back to Ball Arena, man, 2-0.
If you're up 2-0, this thing's a 5-game series. 5 games. See ya. Later.
I still have Nuggets in 6. Tonight's going to be just a wild game.
I'm not making any proclamations.
Yeah.
My proclamations go poorly.
Stay healthy. Win a basketball game tonight, Nuggets. Win a dang basketball game. Can you? Absolutely. Turn the ball over 18 times and you still found a way to win on the road against the greatest team, at least in the last several years in the regular season. Get it done tonight.
That's Coach Mike Sanford. I'm Alex Ryanemi. PhD is coming up next. We'll talk to you tomorrow morning at 10. React to either another stunning win or what will the Nuggets do tied 1-1 coming back to Denver. We hope it's 2-0 tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. Don't miss it.
It don't matter. Divorce court, child support, Lou Dort.
Nuggets.
Divide.
Here we are. I apologize to you boys right off the bat, man. Did something stupid. I am a sweaty freaking mess here walking in here today.
As if that is any different than yesterday, the day before that, the day before that.
This is bad, though.
I mean, we're like 4 out of 5 days a week where I start the show and I'm like, dude.
Are you okay?
Are you all right?
Yeah, that's a good question today. Just was without the car, without the bike. Because yesterday I did something stupid and wrote it in. Yesterday afternoon was terrible.
How could you be sweating in this weather?
Because I was like, I'll just walk. I'll just walk to the station.
Just to show you, it's a little easier to ride the bike than to walk, right?
And it's a little chilly, so I'm wearing a sweatshirt. And about 15 minutes into the walk, I'm like, this might be tight. You know, I left like at 11:13, and I only live a couple miles down the road. But like, you know, how long is it? I don't know. I figured I got plenty of time.
Figure from where you live, you're probably.
Crows
fly maybe 3, but
I was trying to cut
streets.
I was trying to cut through yards and parking lots. I was like, what is the direct line to this joint? And I'll cool down here in a second, but I made it by like 2 minutes. It was ridiculous.
Sounds all right on time to me.
Right. But like, at what point do you call the Uber? And then I was doing that math, and I was like, well, there's no way the Uber's going to get here like in time from right here.
And so when you walked in, did you see the 2 geese waiting for you by the front door?
I walk in the back.
Oh, you came to the back.
I always come in the back.
Wouldn't it have been quicker to come down the street and go to the front?
I don't think so, but maybe. I don't think so though, because I go by the new Chick-fil-A.
Yeah, just go straight right down those steps that comes to our front door.
I could have, I guess. I don't know. Who knows? This is not a good plan by me.
But you got a bike here to ride back in the rain
I do.
when you go home.
Well, hopefully it won't be raining. I'll be in the same spot.
Have you not looked to the mountains to the west in your walk?
I gotcha, but I mean,
you cannot see them. When I got on 470 at Wadsworth, you cannot see the mountains for fog.
I'm okay
and
with a
gray
day
clouds.
or two like this, though. One or 2 days, it's kind of nice.
Yeah. I'm fine with it. It's just I just should have left a half hour earlier. That's all. It wasn't like the hardest thing in the world to do. It's just like I really was like, and God forbid you're not on time exactly for this radio show.
No, I really do feel like you do the same thing on your bike, though. Like on your bike, you time it out to like a minute and a half, and then you're always drenched.
Yeah.
Because you're like, I had to push up that hill to get here.
Be cool if they had a shower.
Oh, that'd be unbelievable. That would be incredible.
Well, you'd have to get here a little bit earlier.
But I would, though. Or I could just splash off during a break or something real quick. I would use, if we had a shower here. So I'm a public shower guy. I don't mind. I'm a big, I don't care. I'm whatever with this body. Ain't nothing I try to do some things about it, but, I'm limited. So
limited.
So like showers, walking around naked in the gyms and in the locker rooms. I got no problems with that whatsoever. Done that a million times. Don't care. So yeah, if they had a shower around here, man, that'd be fantastic. But
they got a sink and some paper towels.
That can do. Did have a theory about tonight though. Sports. I think if the Nuggets win tonight, they're going to win the NBA championship.
Ooh.
Follow my math on this one. What's impressing you about Cleveland right now? Anything?
No, they're not shot it well. They had a lot of days off.
Well, they're down.
No, they're always a scary matchup against the Nuggets, though, just because the way they traditionally shoot the three ball.
But if Pacers just win 1 of 2, I think that series is over.
Celtics, it's a long season. Finished watching Celtic City. The last couple episodes were garbage.
Can't remember when the last one.
Ubuntu, or that was kind of that was all right. That was fine.
That was my last one.
Don't even bother with the rest of it.
Is there one more or 2?
Yeah,
more?
It's about this team, the Jason Tatum, Jaylen Brown. Who cares? Porzingis. The good stuff. You've already seen the good stuff. Don't worry about the rest of it. But I was thinking about how long that Celtics season is, and how long the Celtics or the Nuggets season was after they won the championship.
Right.
It's a long ass season, man.
Well, and then you had at least Tatum, right? And Holiday went to the Olympics last summer, so they're exactly. Even longer.
And then they did focus on the big three with Ray Allen, who they hate, by the way. I think they hate Ray Allen even to this day, and Kevin Garnett and Paul Pierce.
That was a big thing too.
Well, they were supposed to win 4 championships in a row. Those guys.
Yeah.
And they just got exhausted. They just got tired. Teams eventually just catch up with you. Now I'm looking at Minnesota. They can't make a 3. And I'm like, oh, right. I get it. We always think of them as the perfect team and the Nuggets killer and all that stuff. But seriously, what have they done?
But again, they were made to beat who?
Fine. But you shoot like you did shoot against Golden State, who beat them
without
13
Steph
minutes.
Curry?
How about
13
an
minutes with Curry?
NBA playoff game without either team scoring over 100 points?
How about that? And by the way, I'm watching this Celtics documentary. All the playoff games used to be under 100 points back in those days.
Well, they got
all of them. It was like every final was like 93 to 87.
It was walking up trench warfare.
Golly, man.
It was World War I.
That wasn't even that long
Battlefields of France is what that was.
Yeah.
Sucker for any trench warfare movie, by the way.
Well, go back.
Real sucker.
Go back and watch 80s, 90s playoffs.
All right, let me keep going on this one. You win tonight, you're going to lose game 3 at home? What? No. You're going to win that one too. You're up 3-0. How many teams have come from behind down 3-0?
You know what he does on his bike rides and walks, right?
He thinks a lot.
Like when he's on these walks, he's on these bikes, he's like, what is like the most just crazy thing I can say today?
Well, but he has walkabouts. That's why he had the walkabout.
One game, and we're going to win the NBA championship. That's all it takes. Just win this one, and it's all over.
I am sitting right here.
Oh. I think if they win tonight, they win game 3, and then
I think they win the NBA championship. I think they're better than Minnesota. I think they're better than Golden State. And I that East, you might have the Pacers or the Knicks coming out.
Despite our fears of Minnesota and the matchup, Oklahoma City's a better basketball team. And it's kind of like Dallas versus the Avalanche in round 1.
Exactly.
You get through that, all right, well, it does in theory get a little bit easier. I'm not ready to proclaim a championship, but I understand the take in terms of, hey, we got to get through this one. And
but again, and I said this on the show all year long, and it's why I thought if you beat Minnesota last year, you beat Dallas, and you go back to play Boston. Boston didn't want to play us. That's been documented. Derek White said so. But it's matchups. Dallas matchup was not going to be a tough matchup for Denver. Minnesota scared me. Scared me 2 years ago when they won the whole thing. I was more afraid of the Clippers than I have been of Oklahoma City. Now, they got fortunate to win game 1, but I think they can beat them.
Dude, listen, I'm not saying they're going to lose the NBA Finals or lose to Oklahoma City. I mean, who knows if they lose tonight? I don't know. Who knows? They're all over the place anyways. It'll probably just be that roller coaster. I'm just saying if you win tonight, you already did the improbable. You're an 11-point dog. You became a heavier underdog after winning game 1. What? Why?
They were 10.5 to start the game, and if you watch the game and the National does the bet thing, and it had gone up to 12.5, and I went, ooh, I bet you somebody took
a flyer on that.
Took some heat on that.
I'm telling you guys, well, tonight's pretty damn exciting then in my little world, in my little philosophy world. Because win tonight, I think you win the NBA Finals, which is crazy to even think about. But I think winning game 1 in Oklahoma City was pretty damn crazy. I still can't believe they won that game.
Yeah.
And now you look at all the talking heads, right? You listening and watching everybody?
I haven't watched them.
Oh, everybody loves the Nuggets now. Everybody loves the Nuggets now. Everybody. Nick Wright loves the Nuggets. Perkins loves the Nuggets. Everybody loves the Nuggets.
Because LeBron's out. Their guys out.
Yeah, and I saw this morning. The conversation was: is Oklahoma City going to capitalize on their opportunity? Right. Mm-hmm. So their window. It's almost like, can they? Is this the window? What the window?
They're all like 24.
I know that, but that was the conversation. I'm like, what the window?
Yeah. And some teams, they're so close, but they're missing something. And let's hope Oklahoma City's still missing something.
Well, let me just. I have had thought of takes also. One, how do you miss a playoff game when you're already down 0-1 because your ankle sore or your toe hurts or I don't even know what the other guy was. I think 2 ankles and a toe for Cleveland. Porter's playing with a second-degree sprained left shoulder.
Mm-hmm.
Not playing well. At least first game did not play well. But you know what he is? He's out there.
And drop foot and a back.
And he's out there. He's out there. And you got guys, and you're down.
That's about all you could say.
You're down. That's fine, but it still eats minutes for somebody else who now, maybe the perfect golden hour for Russ is between 26 and 31. He doesn't play. Now Russ playing 37, 38.
Yeah.
Maybe that passes beyond his golden hour. But you got 3 dudes, 3 starters or 2 starters in a 6-man who doesn't play for Cleveland last night, and you're down 0-1. Dude, I watched Isaiah Thomas 2 weeks after breaking his wrist or breaking his thumb, going in and cutting the cast off because we needed him. We were losing games in the regular season. And this guy's got a bad toe. Garland's got a bad toe, and he's not going to play. Your jumping guy got a sore ankle, and he's not going to play, and you're down 0-1? Come on, man. I don't. Now, Curry may be a different thing. When you start talking soft tissue, hamstrings, that's different. But a sore, that's what Michael Porter's going through. What's your pain tolerance? And these 3 guys don't play? Come on, man.
I like it.
One thing Michael Porter Jr. has proved over the years, the dude plays. He doesn't miss games. Might miss games mentally, but he doesn't miss the games physically.
They win tonight, they win the NBA Finals.
That's a hot take. That's a deep hot take. I'll give you that.
I think they're playing their version of it's the toughest challenge they're going to have right now. It's the toughest challenge the Nuggets are going to have.
I'm going to go out on a limb. I'm going to say David Adelman gets the job if they win a championship.
There's no doubt. There ain't no doubt about that. I think he gets the job. Well, another semi-hot take. If you beat Oklahoma City, you get the job.
Probably.
I mean, what are we doing here? You can figure that out? Whoever the GM is, I don't know. Who knows? Got me.
Let me ask Scott something on that. I love David Adelman, and I love his attitude. I love the way that he's approached the pressers. He's yet to have a grumpy moment. He just seems like a dude that I'd want to mentor my kids.
Highly intelligent dad.
Yeah. How far can this player empowerment thing go? It's fun. It's cool to see Nikola Jokic out there taking over these huddles. That's awesome. But we do knock LeBron James for the same thing. We do knock LeBron James for taking over the team, and he's the real coach of the team, right?
Ty Lue got a championship coaching like that. Back with LeBron James.
Okay.
How far can it go? How long can LeBron James?
I was asking Scott.
Oh, okay.
I'm not sure if you heard that part.
I will say this: if you go back,
getting excited.
My gosh!
If you go back and watch Celtic City, and the years when they were really rolling, winning 10 out of 11 or whatever that was, wasn't that Red's really his kind of psychology with his team? Was he empowered the hell out of that team?
Yeah.
I mean, he was the coach, but he empowered those guys to, you're buying into this organization. We play a different way. The psychology of what Red Auerbach did was you're buying in this. John Wooden.
Okay, that's different. That's different. Buying in is radically different than taking control.
Well, does it feel like they're bought in more now than they were?
I think so.
How do you get people bought in?
I think so.
You give them a say or what looks like a say in the process.
My opinion is it's got a shelf life. And buying in is a radically different thing, right? So when I heard Adelman talking about it, I want these guys coming to the timeouts. I want Christian Brown telling me how he's feeling on defense. I want these guys giving me their opinion. The more opinions, the better. And I think that's really, really good. And I think that's smart coaching. And I'm not trying to imply that David Adelman isn't taking control. It's just a question, right?
Well,
because I do think that has a shelf life.
I think it's brilliant. I don't know if it does have a shelf life as long as you continue to bring people in that you get into the fold and you buy into the process and they feel part of it. Look at the step up of Christian. Joker ain't the only one talking to them tie-ups. I've seen Christian talking more than I've ever seen.
Yeah, David talks about it.
I've even seen Jamal going in and doing stuff. It is a process. I'll say that in the playoffs, timeouts I think are 2 minutes now because they're longer.
Feels longer.
National commercials, they're like 2 or 2.5 minutes. The timeouts. So I've watched for years that the first minute of a 90-second timeout, there's no one in the huddle, and I've seen timeouts where guys just kind of sit there. The defensive guy might show a film or whatever, and say, "Hey, let's go." Guys just sit there, towel off, get some Gatorade, whatever they're doing. Now, before the coaches get in there, now you're seeing dudes take advantage. They're watching the film and they're in. I think you're probably right. It does have a shelf life, but I don't think it has to have a shelf life.
I don't think the shelf life is anywhere near this season, to be clear.
No. But see,
This season, this works.
But if you keep bringing in dudes that are leaders, and all of a sudden they sit there and they see how this system goes, and boom, boom, and is their game. Because listen, it's tough for a guy, and I know because I always felt I was a leader and I didn't play. But I wasn't ever afraid to say anything if I felt it needed to be said. But you gotta get your time. Christian Brown's getting his time now. So he's not afraid. He knows now, and I think he was empowered by Nikola Jokic. I think it probably has a shelf life, but I don't think it has to have a shelf life.
This is an awesome day, and we're here to talk all about it. A reminder, Moser, Lombardi, and Kane will be at the Safeway on Lowell and West 44th in Denver tomorrow from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m., so stop by, say hi. Check out the new Redbird Farms chicken teriyaki sauce. That'd be a good sampler here. Bring some back. It's a game changer. See you tomorrow morning at Safeway on the corner of Lowell and West 44th in Denver. Hey, Tom Brady speaking out on the Shadur slide. More about Oklahoma City hosting Denver. It's PhD on 92.5.
Hey, guys, if you notice that your hair is getting a little bit thin on you, I know the feeling. It sucks. Maybe you've already gone online and you're looking for answers. You bought the lotions, the pills, the creams, the potions, and you're frustrated because nothing's working the way you want it to. How about you just commit to getting your hair back by committing to call Advanced Hair Restoration? Nobody can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair. They've changed tens of thousands of lives, and you deserve to be the next one. So pick up the phone, call 720-459-HAIR. Guys, when you go to Advanced Hair Restoration, team at Advanced Hair Restoration, and you're going to walk away knowing that the process worked. It's a simple one-day solution. And what I love about Advanced Hair, they believe in what they do so much. They're going to go ahead and guarantee that hair is going to grow for life, lifetime guarantee. Your own natural hair starts to regrow the very next day. So don't waste any time. Commit to call Advanced Hair Restoration today at 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off, or check out those before and after photos at advancedhair.com.
We'll get to the Shadur stuff here in a second. Some football notes, too. Some news going on here today. Again, give me a second on that. Give us a second. One thing about that Celtics thing, because it is about dynasties. It is. It's about how do you develop, and I think that's what we were just talking about with the Nuggets. You were asking, is it a long-term thing? Can that work? Older players, Nikola is basically the player coach. What elements do you need? One thing watching this Celtic City thing, and they have won 18 championships, so, they got that going for them.
There has been something done right.
Yeah. Repeatedly over, long
Decades.
periods of times.
Well, so was their first one
59.
59, right?
Yep. So from 59 to last year, 18 championships in that mix. And, a lot of really good teams that didn't quite make it. And, the big three lost to Kobe and the Lakers as well as beating them. They did both of those things. So they got back there. The Nuggets are still trying to figure out how to get back there. Danny Ainge took over for a good chunk of time, 13 years as their president, GM, that sort of guy.
And completely blew it up and rebuilt it.
That dude is heartless when it comes to personnel. Heartless. And he doesn't care if he said one thing and then 5 seconds later he thinks there's something better to be done. He'll just do it. And he even said it was a mistake to keep Bird, McHale, and Parrish as long as they did because their best days were behind them. They shouldn't have. They should have moved on, and he did. And when it wasn't good enough and they lost to the Heat, they made changes the next year. So they can develop dynasties, like you were saying, is it for the long term? You can do it, but you cannot be sensitive about what tough changes need to be made. You've got to make them. And you can't be afraid of it, and you can't worry about what people are thinking of you. So I think that's a lesson that we'll see with the Nuggets. But this offseason, I think that'll happen. There'll have to be some brutally tough choices made. Or it will die on the vine. You cannot. They probably were just a little too sympathetic to the guys that won the championship in the first place.
Well, not that sympathetic. You let three of them walk.
Could you have kept any of them? You talking about Green, Brown,
maybe,
and KCP?
but you're going to go way over the salary cap thing that went in. You're going to pay double. So if you're $10 million over the cap, you're paying a penalty of $20 million.
You're going to be in a really tough position in the offseason that's going to feel very, very similar to the trade deadline. And the reason you're going to be there is because Jamal Murray's probably going to do enough that you're going to be like, we can't move on from Jamal. We need Jamal on this team. We need Jamal. You'll talk yourself right back into that. And then you land on Michael Porter Jr., and that's an untradeable asset. I mean, that's not going to be tradable. So I know what you're saying. You got to be willing to make tough decisions. Look, you started off the show by saying they win tonight, they're going to win an NBA championship. Okay, I don't know. You really talk about wholesale changes, you make an NBA championship?
Yes.
Probably not.
Oh,
probably not.
I would say yes, even if you win the championship, yeah.
I would be shocked.
If you don't, you're going to be gone.
Okay, well,
you're not going to be in the conversation anymore.
What does that look like? I mean, so you go win an NBA championship. You're damn sure not moving on from Jamal Murray.
The hardest
you don't want to do that. Okay, you go win an NBA championship. You don't want to move on from Aaron Gordon. You damn sure don't want to do that. Nikola Jokic just said he's his best teammate he's ever had.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Christian Brown, we love Christian Brown. He's not going anywhere. And you're down to one dude. You're down to Michael Porter Jr., a dude that's untradeable.
Well, I'm I guess I'm denying your premise a little bit because everybody you mentioned aside from Jokic to me would be in the mix if it could make the team better. There's no sacred cows. No, I'm not saying you have to.
After winning a championship?
Yes.
Wow.
Yes. Or you're
well, Danny Ainge, what's your thought on that?
Well, Danny Ainge would have no problems with it at all. But he was driving himself to some sort of health risk, or he had to get back to the Utah or something, and he finally got out of town. But, he set a precedent for sure. A lot of teams have done this before. And by the way, your changes if you win a championship are going to be relatively minor. And let's hope we have that problem to worry about. Those will be first world problems. Yeah, no doubt.
Well, like what everybody thought when you lost Bruce Brown and Jeff Green the year after you won it.
But I think the Nuggets are getting kind of lucky right now, frankly. I cannot believe all these lower seeds and these road teams are winning left and right. It is wild to see. So at the end of the day, who is going to be the most experienced team? Who is going to have the most talent? Who's been there? Who can finish games better than the Nuggets? And it might be the Celtics, but again, that's a long year. And it is hard to repeat. Cavs, maybe it's just not their time. Even though they got tons of talent. And the same may be true for Oklahoma City. And if that's the truth, are we really that worried about Golden State? Seriously?
Well, everybody's surprised that the Pacers came back and Donovan Mitchell had 48. And I'm like, dude, you put him on the free throw line 23 times. I mean, if he shoots normal free throws, 10 left, you get blown out. It's not even a close game. But again, it goes back why those guys don't play. How important are the games really to these young players? That's the thing that's bothered me mostly. How important are these games really?
All right, we can get back to this. Plus, we have Chris Finch calling out Anthony Edwards is fun. Shedeur Sanders. Okay, here's Tom Brady about Shedeur.
Elephant in the room, Shedeur Sanders. What happened, Tom? Why did he go so late in the draft?
I mean, it's a good question. I wasn't a part of any evaluation process or to
Skip Bayless
see
says
that.
otherwise.
No. Well, everyone's got that's the problem with media is everyone can just say whatever the they want. I actually texted Shedeur because I know him very well. And I said, dude, like whatever happens, wherever you go, like that's your first day. Day 2 matters more than the draft. I was 199.
Yeah.
So who could speak on it better than me? Like what that really means. Use it as motivation. You're going to get your chances. Go take advantage of it.
He was dodging that one like crazy, that's for sure.
Yeah, the follow-up would be, why did you pass on him so many times?
He was awfully uncomfortable at the beginning, searching for his words. You know, there were the reports, and I'm drawing a blank on the North Dakota State kid that they drafted out there in Vegas. But they drafted that young quarterback in the 6th round or whatever, and the reports were Tom Brady loves this guy. Okay, well, were you part of the evaluation or not? Did you like that guy? Because if you like that guy, I think you're a part of some evaluation.
Cam Miller?
Sure.
Okay. 215th pick.
Sounds like more of an offensive lineman.
That's a solid O-line name. It is.
Cam Miller. Yeah, if you liked him so much, Tom,
North Dakota State?
Why didn't you take him? I mean, maybe that's just a better follow-up, Tom.
Well, maybe they were going to take him in the 6th.
Seahawks drafted a great offensive line name, Gray Zabel. Gray Zabel, also a North Dakota State guy.
Where does this go for Shedeur? Oh, and now what's the other Shedeur?
Their training camp starts today. Mini camps or rookie camp started today.
Okay.
In Cleveland.
Okay.
I don't know how this thing's going to go for Shedeur, and I go back and forth on whether after it was all said and done, did he actually land in the best possible destination he could? I mean, from that aspect, here's the sales pitch. Well, you only got Joe Flacco. You got Kenny Pickett. You got, what's his name? Dylan Gabriel.
Mm-hmm.
And that's it. That's your competition, right? I mean, let's throw Deshaun Watson out. He'll be rehabbing somewhere else in all likelihood.
Right.
He's not a part of the conversation. So you got to beat out Joe Flacco. You got to beat out Dylan Gabriel. I don't think Kenny Pickett's probably really in the conversation. So that's the sales pitch. Hey, you actually landed in a pretty good destination. Right?
If you're legit.
If you're legit. Now, on the counter to it, and I think this is really, really strong, and what it comes down to, do you really believe that the owner made the pick or not? If the owner made the pick, he's in hell. He's in absolute hell because he's going to be buried. He'll be number 4, number 5 on the depth chart. And I'm telling you, he'll be lucky to get 3 or 4 live reps per practice throughout OTAs and throughout training camp. Right?
Only if the coach is feeling real healthy about his job security, and if the owner really loved him and he goes to practice and you ain't even letting him get any reps.
True. Now, a lot was made.
Strong denial.
A lot was made about that video when the Browns drafted Shedeur Sanders, and they've got Kevin Stefanski, and they got the GM right there, and they're barely even clapping, right? Golf clap. Well, somebody did go out there, and they put together a compilation of all their draft picks, and it's what they looked like for all their draft picks, right? So, okay, was it really any different? I don't know. Do I think it came from the owner? I still do. But that video was not the damning evidence that you once thought it was, because when you compare it to all their other draft picks, they looked identical.
There is an interesting Shedeur campaign going on. I don't drink. It's like I'm humble Shedeur.
Yeah, football's my
life. That's what I'm really all about. Is the football.
And what I write back on that, The PR machine is back at work to change an image.
Probably true, but you know what? What did we ask Russell Wilson? Go back in the bunker, you know? So if he got the message, I'm not going to knock him for getting the message that he needs to go back in the bunker and make it about football.
I was rewatching, because I've watched it like 4 times. I love it. The 30 for 30 about Deion Sanders playing 2 games, one. Were you in Atlanta, by the way?
It might have been
back there?
86, wasn't it?
No, I was in the 90s.
No, then I was.
I think it was in the 90s. But it was like, if you don't know the story, he was contracted to play with the Braves until July 31st, and then a full-time player with the Falcons. But the Braves were like, hey, would you come back in the playoffs? You know, if we're doing, we're in the playoffs, that sort of thing. And he said on a handshake, sure, even though he was still full-time with the Falcons. And unfortunately, they just didn't have a playoff game and an NFL game in Atlanta on the same day. One game was in Miami, the other game was in Pittsburgh. And they talked about what a cluster it was for, him to fly back and forth, and the Braves were all upset and whatever. There's a lot of drama with that. But if you remember, part of that is when Deion Sanders took a whole bucket of water and threw it on Tim McCarver because he was upset about what Tim McCarver was saying about him. And it was in that moment I'm like, okay. And he still, in that documentary, didn't just come flat out and say, yeah, I was immature. That was a mistake. I'm sorry about that. He still was trying to defend it. He was like, get Tim McCarver here. Let's talk and whatever. And I'm just thinking, my God, Deion, this guy just has not really changed. A phenomenal athlete, just unbelievable. But there's been no sense of humbleness or whatever with Deion Sanders throughout the years or passed down to his kids. And I do wonder, if you just grow up with that, can you really ever be a humble guy or do anything that's not performing for the cameras?
That celebration won that because they won the National League. And I believe he led the Braves in batting average.
That was in the World Series a year later.
But then they didn't play him like in the last 2 games or something like that?
It was all sorts of weird stuff because the Braves were just upset with him that he wasn't fully committed to them when they were playing in the World Series compared to like Game 5 of,
the NFL season.
Yeah, meaningless, a game they lost, by the way. They lost to the Dolphins, and then, in fact, on that day, they lost to Pittsburgh, too, and they lost that series. The next year, he played in the World Series, and the Braves lost the World Series, but he had over 500. He was unbelievable. Yeah. He would have been the World Series MVP had the Braves won that World Series. The talent of Deion Sanders, I really do not know if people of today actually appreciate like what a freak this guy was athletically. I mean, there was nothing. Bo Jackson was damn close. Damn close.
I think Bo Jackson was better.
I wish he had the chance to prove that and he didn't get hurt playing football, which kind of curtailed basically everything for him.
Yeah, killed everything.
Well, although he kept playing baseball actually for years after that injury, where he had stopped playing football, but he just wasn't, quite the same. And there was a game, by the way, if you haven't seen it, where Bo Jackson hit 3 home runs and Sanders, playing center field for the Yankees, hit an inside the park home run.
Jumped over the catcher, right?
Yes. Yeah. Great memory. That's right. Anyways, my point is, I don't know with Shedeur, man. And he just does not have the talent of his dad. He just doesn't. He's just not that guy. But I think he's grown up thinking he's that guy. I'm not sure what happens. But if Tom Brady really liked him, Tyler, wouldn't he have just drafted him at some point?
Yeah, probably.
Why didn't they take him? Why did they fire on Cam Miller?
To be fair, that was after Shedeur was selected.
Okay, fine, but you had 5 rounds to figure it out.
I know, but they didn't select Cam Miller in front of Shedeur.
True.
Well, you had a starting quarterback, so the only reason I would say why you didn't is because you had a starting quarterback that's pretty good. You like Geno. You got an all-world tight end. Now let's make this team better. And is there a luxury to get a backup quarterback?
I actually think the Raiders is very, very simple. And I said this going into the draft, well before the draft ever happened. They ain't touching Shedeur Sanders with a 10-foot pole because they got their guy. They believe in Geno Smith. That's what Pete Carroll believes. He believes in Geno Smith. I definitely thought they were going to draft Ashton Genty, which they did. Mm-hmm. Pete Carroll's got 4 years left of coaching, max, and he's got to go win. So he doesn't care about Shedeur Sanders. He wants to win football games now.
If you had a crystal ball, Shedeur Sanders' career right now, what would it be?
I have no idea.
Well, I've already said it. I think he starts by week 7, week 8. I think he's a starter for the Cleveland Browns in week 7 or week 8. and then it's going to be up to him, and
Well,
then
if that's true,
see what goes on.
You know what? I'd almost rather see him not play at all this year. Because if that's true, he's going to get launched into a terrible situation.
Maybe.
Yeah.
If he gets launched into a starter with the Cleveland Browns in Week 8, things ain't good around there, and he probably ain't going to turn it around. So he'd probably
But what if he does?
He'd probably be better served sitting out the year.
Did you see the Broncos are bringing in Desmond Ridder to give him a little tryout for this rookie minicamp coming up this weekend?
Yeah, is he getting a tryout?
Or
is he an ARP?
Who knows? Right, exactly. Desmond Ridder, who was a bit of the cat's meow back in the day.
He was a third-round pick.
Yep, he's in that world. I'm not saying Shadur is going to be necessarily in that world, but right now, to me, it's looking like Shadur is going to be a journeyman guy at best.
All right, let me ask you this. Shadur Sanders, if I say to you, Shadur Sanders will have a 12-year NFL career, would that surprise you?
I'd be shocked.
Just to let what I'm saying.
Yes, I'd be shocked.
A 12-year NFL
because
career.
I think he'll get too frustrated. I don't think he'd be satisfied bouncing from team to team to team. And I don't view him as like the guy for like 12 years.
No, it would not surprise me. Not at all. He's got too much. Guys, the talent is real. DMac's knocking the hell out of the talent right now. And in my opinion, that's wrong. The talent is real. The talent is first round worthy. The talent is a damn sure second round worthy. You want to debate around first round, second round, fine. Second round dude is a talented dude. We got Trevor Simeons of the world that are still hanging out. And I understand DMac's point. He's going to say he's too big and he's not going to be satisfied bouncing around. At some point, you want to play ball. You want to play ball. And I do think he'll be playing in the league that long.
Listen, if he can,
Gary Kubiak played 15 years.
If he can, as a backup.
Well, that wasn't he just asked how long will he be playing.
No,
it wasn't about as a starter.
I get it, and I hesitated because I'm trying to envision Shadur being okay as a backup and like Trevor Simeon. And I don't see a guy that would be satisfied with
What
that.
year is this coming up for Drew Lock?
Oh, man.
6,
7, 8, somewhere in there?
Yeah.
Pat Surtain, 2021, right? 2021 draft?
I thought he was before that. No?
I think Surtain and Locke were the
6-ish?
No. I'm sorry. My bad. They weren't the same draft.
Drew was before that.
Yeah. 2019, Dan? Is that right? Okay.
You could have just trusted me.
I know. 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. So he's going on his 7th year. He's back in Seattle, isn't he?
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, he's already got 7 years.
Yeah, because he's okay doing this journey. I mean, do you think Shadur is going to be okay doing that journey?
But here's the thing. If Shadur never I get what you're saying. If Shadur was drafted in the first round and he was given an opportunity to be a starter, I can see what you're saying. He wouldn't be satisfied with bouncing around. But if you come in the league as a backup and you never are the guy, that's different. You just settle into that role, and now you want to make money. And now you're going to make money for as long as you possibly can. So could he play 12 years? Yeah, and maybe the easiest path to that is he never really becomes the full-time guy.
Chris Finch calls out Anthony Edwards. You'll hear that coming up next.
It's always been a business thing with Jimmy Butler, not getting paid what he thinks he deserves to get paid.
Butler puts that one back. This is going to be a Golden State victory.
What a wild game last night. By the way, we, the Stars, have a big game against the Jets and Hellebuck tonight. So,
yeah, have fun with that, buddy.
So, we just got to get our act together. American on American goaltender crime tonight, but, we're up for the challenge. So, see how that goes.
To this day, I'd like to punch him in the face.
I gotcha. Is our hockey talk basically done for the year?
Yeah, because we're Americans, and that's what happens when your team gets out.
Is that about it?
You keep acting like, and you're. I know you're lying out of you know what. You keep acting like you're being paying all this close attention to it. No, you're not. No, you're not. No, you're not. Don't even lie.
Oh man, I'm glued to.
Now you might pay attention to the Stars simply because you had this dumb take that you love the Stars, you're rooting for them. So now you might do that just out of principle.
Become pot committed to the Stars.
Yeah.
Yeah. Probably not.
We live in America, and the reality is, unless you're the niche hardcore hockey guy, when your team loses, you're out. You no longer are paying attention.
We're 100% committed to Bednar. All right. We're not
As
really.
am I.
We're not really going to spend a lot of time breaking down your power play coach, it's Ray Bennett. See ya. Whatever. I'm sure they'll make a good decision there. I guess Brock Nelson, you got to make some decisions with. Got to figure that out. Other than that, it's a long, long spring with no hockey.
Chris McFarland did not give me the vibe that Brock Nelson is a priority.
They probably will lose him. But, whatever. So, yeah, I think that's about a wrap. It's kind of sad. It's a bit of a bummer. But, moving on. Yeah, last night with the Warriors and Minnesota, golly, man. Minnesota scores 11 points in the second quarter. Whoa. 31 points in the first half. It's not like Golden State was playing great or anything. And then Steph Curry goes out, and it's just a disaster. Anthony Edwards, who you got to be leaning on, goes 9 of 22 for 23 points. He had 14 rebounds, but here's what Chris Finch had to say about him.
It starts with Anthony. I thought he struggled early, and then you could just kind of see the light go out a little bit for a while. And then, obviously we had to try to get him going in the second half. But
what's wrong with you, man?
I think, it was one of those games where he kind of came out with a predetermined mindset of what he was trying to do, and just rather than just playing the game that was in front of him. So
the lights went out? The lights went out? Wow. I heard the morning show talk about this. They said, can you imagine a coach saying that about a quarterback in the NFL? Hey, Bo Nix was pretty good, but the lights went out for the second quarter. I was like, Bo, you all right? You got to lead us here. It's pretty harsh criticism, man.
Yeah, I think it happens more often than you think, though. And I definitely think it happens in the NFL. I think it happens a lot in the NFL.
Yeah. The lights go out. What does that even mean?
I don't know. You went to bed.
You don't care? You just, you're not concentrating?
Yeah.
Did the lights go out with Michael Porter Jr. in game one? Were the lights out?
Yes.
Not like that. To your point, were you aggressive going to the ball? No. Did you show great effort? No. Are you hurt? Yeah, okay, I'm sure you are hurt. But also, you look disconnected from the game.
But if you're that hurt, and I have no doubt that he's hurt. I'm not calling BS on that. I know Michael Porter Jr.'s got lots of pain, and it's not just the shoulder. He's got things going on at all times, and he plays through pain. He's a tough dude. But if you are that hurt, you do need to be honest about it, and you're not going to help your basketball team. Now, Scott says that maybe just help the team by limiting Russell Westbrook's minutes. Okay. Probably could find other ways to do that. He lost me on that rebound. That rebound at the end of the first half, that I literally threw my phone in the couch. He's got a rebound that's less than 6 inches away from him, and he just lazily sticks his arm out there. And it wasn't a pain thing. It was a lack of awareness thing. He had no clue that there was anybody around him.
Can he turn the lights back on? Like, I have no doubts Anthony Edwards will turn the lights back on.
Can he? Sure.
MPJ?
Sure. Do I think it's more likely that he has another rough game? Yeah.
Chris Finch saying Anthony Edwards, the lights went out.
He had 24 the second half. I mean, he was 0 for whatever in the first.
No, because the lights were out.
Didn't play good, but he played pretty good in the second half.
Yeah. Yeah, but the game was, they killed the Warriors in the fourth quarter and it didn't matter. You still lost by 11.
Yeah.
Irrelevant. You scored 11 points in the second quarter. You can't score 31 points and a half and expect to win in the NBA.
And at home, too, that's tough. Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
That's tough.
It is, I do wonder, man, if there is something contagious about shooting. Really, confidence, the flow, that you're up, not down. You shoot 5 of 29. I mean, that is horrific in the NBA.
Shooting is contagious. Free throws, believe it or not, are contagious. One guy misses a free throw, it's like shooting 80%. It feels like everybody's missing that game. I don't know. I don't know what it is. If it's a psychology thing, maybe what guys ought to do is you never look at the shooter or the ball when guys are shooting free throws. I don't know. But I will say this, a great coach once told me, when somebody on your team's shooting, you always assume they miss it every time. And you should be going the offensive rebound. Too many guys float out the three-point line, shot goes up, and they either stand there, don't move at all, or start trailing backwards.
Here's what's exciting, man. This NBA championship this year, holy cow, is this thing ripe for the taking. And all of a sudden, I'm looking at things, I'm seeing these upsets and seeing what other teams are going through, and I'm like, oh, my God, why not? Why not the Nuggets this year?
We talked about the West anyway, the deepest it's ever been. Everybody complained about it. How could it be this deep? If you remember just a handful of years ago, there was people getting in that were sub 500. Now you're getting guys that are winning 50 games, which used to be the benchmark of a really good season, aren't even getting home court advantage, right? Now the West, isn't it funny that you got the 1, 4, 6, and 7 seeds?
Crazy, right?
And the East is more to Hoyle, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. But, who's saying why is 3 different than 2 and why is 4 different than 1?
Let's dig into it as we have a huge game 2 for the Nuggets at Oklahoma City, as you can hear tonight on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. When dealing with the issue of erectile dysfunction, you want the right treatment for your specific medical situation. But every case is different, and finding the right treatment can mean the difference between just an okay experience and an amazing one. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic is there for you. It's almost a given that better medical practice leads to better outcomes for patients. If you suffer with ED, this is what the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has done to fix this issue with thousands of men for the past decade. Treatment rates are well over 90%. They can take care of you like nobody else. The initial visit's only $99. You get a medical consult, a T, and a PSA test. If advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, the visit is free. But they have an expert staff, and like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. So check it out. 5 different locations up and down I-25, Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. Call them today, 720-440-7900. Visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Yeah, I mean, I think it lets you focus on schematics. You know, you don't have to go in and rally the group to stay together in a tough moment. That's already happening. And they're already having that conversation. You know, keep yourself going. You know, keep your head up. And I know it sounds, cliche, but it's not. You know, in this building, how loud it is. You brought up Nicole, the intensity of the game, people calming him down, him calming other people down. You need that. So when I step in there, we can just talk about trying to win the game. You know, not trying to balance egos or any of that stuff. So it goes a long way.
If you want to get fired up for the game, go to the Altitude Sports Radio app, powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to wilhitewins.com. That's wilhitewins.com. Go to the voice of the people and let it rip. It's an easy way to get a hold of us. Dan will be monitoring it. So if you got something to say, one way or the other, go for it. We'd love to hear you. We'll put you on the air, and we'll go from there. Hey, let me reverse engineer my if the Nuggets win tonight, they're going to win the NBA Finals. Let me go backwards a little bit with this with you guys. Just start here. Why can't the Nuggets win the NBA Finals this year? I got a bunch of questions to follow up, but I'll just start very generic.
The reasons they wouldn't was depth will catch up with them, and or one or more players, Porter and somebody else, have too many really off nights.
All right.
Especially consecutive.
You got to throw Russ into that mix also. He's just a major wild card. You're right. And you never know what you're going to get there. Is he going to win the game? Is he going to lose the game?
Depth, how many guys do you really, truly need off the bench in the playoffs?
Well, I mean, you played with Nikola Jokic for a quarter and a half last game with 5 fouls. and
you won.
And you won. And had to come back to do it.
I'd say it'd be nice if you had 3 you trusted.
Yeah.
Do you trust Russell Westbrook?
Yeah.
You have to.
Do you trust Peyton Watson?
Yeah. For the minute
do you
load,
trust him? Do you
for
trust
the minute
him?
load he's getting? Yes.
Yeah, I think he's in there more of a. He had a big 3.
Yep.
He had a big shot. And he makes those great blocks from behind, the rundown blocks. He gets those. He's tough at the rim defensively, and it's about 8 minutes from Peyton Watson. Who's your third guy off the bench? Who you saying it is?
I don't think you've seen one, have you?
Not on a consistent basis. I think it is ultimately DJ for about 6 minutes. I think. It's not Jalen Virgil, as it turns out.
Jalen Virgil.
Jalen Pickett. Sorry,
that's Broncos.
Get my.
Where's Jalen Virgil at these days?
I don't know. Running fast somewhere.
Probably.
Jalen Pickett. Sorry.
Uncaught. It's not Pickett, but Adelman put in Strother the other day, and you're like,
interesting.
Well, I mean, okay, and that fit a role. 4 or 5 minutes, hit a nice basket. You won by 2. You made a basket.
That was a deep one too.
Yeah,
I think if you're going to lose a game, I don't think you're going to get bad games, game after game after game from Jamal and Westbrook at the same time. I don't. It might happen a game where they're both kind of off on the same game. But repeated bad games at the same time from those guys, I just doubt it. We haven't really seen it, so it would be a first. Now, that's not to say the Nuggets won't get blown out at some point. Happens to the best of teams. Already happened to them. But that's not the end of the road. The end of the road is when you're like the Avalanche and your best players are in the best opportunities and they cannot take advantage of them. And the Nuggets have not proved that yet. How about injuries? How healthy are the Nuggets right now?
I think they're probably as healthy as they've been in 8 weeks.
I think so too. How's Nicole playing right now?
Okay.
Is it really that important that Michael Porter Jr. is some sort of superstar in the playoffs?
No, but
doesn't really matter.
He can't hurt you.
He takes a lot of pressure off of you when he's drilling shots and getting. And listen, he averaged 19 the year. You know, he had 3 games of 14, or 1 game of 14, 2 of 15. And we all were jumping up. We thought that was great. That may be where he needs to live, though.
How many bad games to solid games, and I'm not even going to say great games, but bad games to solid games, do you think we can expect out of MPJ?
What's solid? What are we counting as solid?
Solid is 15, like 4 of 7 3-point shooting, maybe 4 of 9, something like that. Maybe
in a 7-game series, maybe get 2 of those.
Okay, right. So maybe 2 bad ones and 1 good one. Something like that. Something along those lines. Or it was, I guess, maybe he gets back-to-back You said 2 good ones out of 7 games.
Yeah.
So something like that. 2 bad ones to 1 good one. Can we live with that? Because you're going to get a good one in there too.
Good? No. Is that good or is that solid?
Well, I think it's
semantics. I know
you're winning games with him playing poorly. So if he gives you 2 bad ones and 1 good one, that's good one.
You know what the sad reality is? Like, if we needed a 3-pointer to win a game, it would sure be nice if we were like, hey, we got to give Michael Porter Jr. the ball.
I agree.
He would be the last person I would want shooting the ball to win the game with a 3-pointer. The last one.
Well, he's hit some big ones.
I'll take Nikola over it. I'll take AG over it. I'll take Jamal over it.
I think it depends on the night. Like, I understand why Adelman did not have him in at the end of the game, last game. But there's been plenty of other games where, hey, man, you definitely want MPJ taking that shot. And he's made that shot. He's made a lot of big threes with less than a minute to go in a wide variety of games.
Here's the stat.
Honest question. I'm not trying to be misleading here. How many game winners does he have? I don't know.
Game winners? I don't know off the top of my head.
He had 1 this year.
Does he have any that like we could think of?
Well, he had 1 this year that was like, and then you had to get a stop. So, I mean, it was the last.
Well, that's fine. That's fine. I'll count that.
I think he had at least 1 this year, maybe 2.
I would consider any 3 with under a minute to go in a close game a big 3.
I'm down.
And he's had plenty of I can't tell you the games, but there's too many for me to count.
He's had them. Christian's had them. Joker had 1 last game.
Yes.
Here's an interesting stat I got at the end of after game 6 or 7. Gosh, now I don't even remember. Well, Thursday. So had we played game 7 yet? What day was game 7?
You're killing me. Numbers and calendars, really, seriously.
It was a Saturday. So
okay.
This was after the Thursday game.
I'll take your word for it.
After game 6 losing.
Okay.
So now it's been 14. Now it's been 14 playoff games.
Yeah.
In the last 14 playoff games Michael Porter has played, he's had 9 games sub 9 points.
Okay. Out of how many games?
14? The last 14 playoff games.
Okay, so and 9 of them. That actually goes to your point. Where I'm going, it's 2 bad ones, 1 good one, more or less, right?
And when he scores over 9 or 10 plus, when he scores 10 plus, they're 4-1 now.
Okay, perfect. He'll have 2 bad ones and 1 good one. He's already had 1 bad one. He might have another bad one, but another good one's coming. It is. It'll come at some point.
And it may be
if he's healthy. See,
okay.
I don't know that we can count on another good one coming. Dude, don't look healthy to me.
He's got the same injury he had on game 7. He played good game 7.
It got worse. It hurts more now.
To me, if you got 17 points out of Michael Porter Jr., I'm fine.
I think you're going to win the game.
Yeah, I'm good with that. Jamal's going to be Jamal. Jamal could have 40 tonight, no problem. You never know when that's going to happen with Jamal.
I listened to Berto last night, and he had a great saying. See if you guys agree with what Berto said. In a 7-game series, Jamal Murray is going to win you 1 game.
Absolutely.
At least 1 game.
Absolutely.
So his thought was, now that you win that game, you got to figure out how to win 2 other games.
Right.
Because Jamal Murray is going to win you 1 game.
And that's yesterday we said, hey, I can't believe they won that one. It's like they've won 2. Because Jamal's going to have his game. It's going to happen. So that's 2. How are you going to win the other 2?
Yeah, and that was Bertle said, and I said, boy, that's kind of brilliant. That's kind of a brilliant take.
So if you win tonight, ideally you win tonight and Jamal doesn't have a great game. That would be awesome.
Because then game 3, he's going to light it up.
He's going to light it up. And nobody loses a 3-0 series lead. And you just beat the Oklahoma City Thunder. Now what? Limping around, battered up, old Steph Curry going against Ant-Man, his coach tells him the lights went out. A team that just shot 5 of, the Nuggets have had some ugly games, but 5 of 29 from 3, 11 points in the second quarter.
Yeah, that is a Nugget.
31 in the first half.
That's a Nugget game. But I'm still sticking with this. Tim Connelly built the Timberwolves to beat the Nuggets, but not necessarily everybody else.
Yeah, we'll see if they get there. And if we're playing Golden State, are you kidding me?
They'll pound Golden State.
Oh, my God. We're already seeing the problems that Oklahoma City is having with the big man. Hartenstein, what's he going to do? Holmgren, seriously, what's that stick figure going to do? Jokic could go for 40 every game in this series, no problem.
What if he averaged 40 and 20?
He could easily do that against these guys. I don't know if that's the best way to play, but I don't think he would.
Well, considering my timeline on Twitter during the first game, the whole first half was Nikola Jokic just having a bad game, and he pops out with 40 points. Yeah, seems like he could probably do that.
Had a bad game, and what do you have, 16 the first half?
You're killing me with the stats. What do I look like over here?
Well, he had 34. I remember looking at the sheet when they're still down 10. He had 34, and he'd had 16 the first half. He'd already had 17 up to that point in the second half.
Jamal Murray and Nikola Jokic were 0 for 9 in the first quarter against the Clippers. How'd that one go?
I don't like how easy D-Mac's trying to make this seem.
And the others won that game.
It's making me uncomfortable.
I'm just telling you.
And Scott's kind of fallen into it, too.
Yeah, because you can see the path.
Well, I'm telling you, Berto.
You're making it sound too easy.
Jamal's going to win you a game. All right. We haven't had it yet, and you already got one in your pocket.
That's right.
Just don't let 2 slip before that happens.
Right.
You can let 1 slip. Don't let 2.
Yeah, but who's to know? He's liable to go and drop 38 tonight.
What's cool, too, is once you have one in your pocket, even if you get blown out, who cares? It really doesn't matter.
Be careful.
They got blown out by the Clippers, my friend.
You got to send a message, though.
I got you. You want to, but not all is lost.
Hey, when the Clippers blew them out in Game 3, it was, the world's lost. What a good season. What'd you really expect?
No doubt about it.
It's all over.
Yeah.
Then you win Game 4, and then you blow them out Game 5, and you're like, ooh, wait a minute.
All I could think of when that blowout was going on is like, man, Scott, I think was right. I was wrong about the Clippers here. I thought the Clippers kind of stunk.
Oh, they're good. But I think it was also a great tune-up for the Nuggets for this series.
Is Adelman capable of just managing things the right way through a championship run?
Yes.
Do you trust him?
Yes.
Do you trust him, Tyler? Do you trust David Adelman?
Well, I trust Nikola Jokic a lot, and to me, the combination of those two seems A-okay to me.
If you trust your coach, you have the MVP. You have other teams that are flailing all over the place and you're relatively healthy, dude, let's go. Serious. And this is a wild conversation to have. And I didn't think we would be having it this year.
You know what? And maybe it's too soon. Like I said, you get 2 down on a loss, you get 2 up on a win. But this game, this series reminds me, and I don't know the year, but it was the year they gave David Robinson the MVP, and Hakeem Olajuwon just had an unbelievable year, but they voted David. And then Houston and San Antonio got to play in the playoffs, and Hakeem averaged like 34 on David, the MVP, and he just crushed him. And then that was the year they played Shaq in the finals, and Shaq had a good series, but Hakeem crushed him too. And I'm like, ooh. We got into a series where everybody's saying, well, here's your MVP, here's your MVP. And Joe goes, really? All right. Let's see. That's got to count for 2 wins, doesn't it?
There you go, Scott.
Now we got to find us one more.
You're rolling with me, buddy.
Now we got to just find one more.
Let's go.
And the others have got to win you one. Is that fair?
Sure. Tonight is gargantuan. They lose tonight. Okay, you take a deep breath and you try to, let's see how things go. And who knows? You win tonight. Oh, my God. And you'll hear Nick Wright and others. Others are realizing this. They're figuring this out. They're thinking like this too. And they don't want to be caught with their pants down when it happens. That's what's going on. And you'll hear it coming up next.
They were chanting free throw merchant at you. I'm curious what you thought of that, and how much do you rely on your experiences in Serbia?
To be honest, I didn't hear that, but that's kind of funny. But in Serbia, I played even in like small gyms where it's like literally 30 people and you can hear everything what they're saying to you. So sometimes I think that's the worst because you can see the guy who is telling you. And I play in front of a lot of people. National team, I play in front of other countries. So it's definitely an experience that I'm going to say I don't get distracted by fans, let's say like that.
I am late to this party. Free throw merchant?
I guess I didn't watch the Cleveland game last night.
Help me. If I'm late to this party again, I apologize. But how long is
we all know he gets too many calls.
Yeah, but how long has free throw merchant been like a chant?
I think that's brand new.
I felt when that first came out, I felt stupid. Like, is this? Crowds are chanting this? I didn't even know this was a thing.
I think it's actually kind of creative. Free throw merchant.
That's kind of cool. He had 13 attempts in game one. On the season, he averaged 6. Shai Gilgeous averaged 9.
Yeah, I get it. It's like the best player steps up to the free throw line. The whole crowd chants overrated. I mean, he obviously isn't, but I get it. But what, Dan, you have a history of the free throw merchant?
A little bit of the backstory here is Shai Gilgeous-Alexander has been labeled by other NBA fan bases as a free throw merchant.
How long has that been going on?
For a while. And so Shai, when he's at the line in opposing buildings, has been getting that. The crowd has been chanting that.
Oh, okay.
So
it's an
now
Oklahoma
they're trying
City
to
thing.
turn it back. The Thunder fans are trying to turn it back on Jokic.
Oklahoma City's copying.
Yes.
Gotcha.
They're
So,
a little salty.
Like Giannis, the crowd starts counting down.
Which we started in Denver.
Which is great. Or counting up, rather.
I don't think we started it.
No,
we were one of the first ones.
It's well known. It happens. I didn't realize free throw merchant was a thing for SGA in other buildings. I had no idea that was a thing. But obviously Jokic did.
And again, I wonder what Oklahoma City fans are saying last night at the Cleveland game. Mitchell had either 21 or 23.
That is a pretty clever little chant
It
by
is, right?
the T-shirt wearing lemmings in Oklahoma City. Like they're kind of goofing on themselves.
Well, wasn't it like the Big East basketball back in the day? Depending on what building it was the same chant every time. Da, 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 da. Da, da. And then you go to St. John's and it'd be different wording, but it'd be da, 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 da. It was, and I'm like, no one's creative. Everybody just switches words
Just
around.
rips it off from
Just
themselves.
rips it off.
Here is, by the way, I can tell what's going on TV because these announcers and these guys, they've been burned by the Nuggets in the past, and they do not want to be caught if the Nuggets happen to go on a run. They do not want their old quotes coming back to haunt them. So everybody is kind of...
They did on the championship year.
Correct, and nobody really wants that. I present to you Nick Wright.
In one of the most shocking turn of events in my sports fan life, I am finding it harder and harder not to root for Joker. I know.
Okay, and he kind of goes on from there.
Who he spent killing, 2 years going for MVP, the entire series when they won the championship, just because we butchered him on the show that whole year.
Oh, he's been leading the charge.
Yeah, he's led the anti-Joker
Not
charge.
now, though. Now,
I think it really just comes from his Chiefs love more than anything else, but yeah.
Yeah, but now I got to tell you, this Joker guy, pretty good.
He's pretty good. It's kind of like Stephanie Reddy. I'm going to have to pay more attention to these guys.
Ooh, with this Joker guy.
He's pretty good. I'm
can't
going to have to go back and pay more attention.
Man, I'm going to have to watch this dude. He isn't the only one, though. I saw Kendrick doing it, too.
Who's been anti-Joker, pro MB, pro.
You hear Perkins now. He's talking about Joker being like one of the best of all time. He's like really gone, in the other direction.
Did you hear Paul Pierce on a podcast after game one?
He's always respected him.
He's always respected
him. Him and KG, they've been on him from the beginning.
Loves him.
KG loves him. Yeah. But KG just came to work too. Now KG played with a little more fire on the court. But KG he didn't care if he scored 50 or scored 5 if you won the game. I went and told him that. He's the only player. No, I've done it two times. As an announcer, and you get to see all the players. I'm walking in to go see Doc Rivers in Boston, and KG's walking out. I said, listen, man, I just got to tell you. I introduced myself, blah, 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 a long time. I just want to say, man, as a fan of the game, I appreciate how you come to play every single night. I've watched you every single night. There's no doubt you're ready to play, and I just think that's a great example. And I just want to say thanks because it's fun to watch. And he kind of hung his head, and I'm embarrassingly, I appreciate it, man. Thanks a lot. And then I said it to Ginobili because I felt Ginobili was the same way. I thought Ginobili played his butt off. He hated him, but I think he always played hard.
Mm-hmm.
There's only two guys I've ever said that to.
Does Oklahoma City have the heart to hang in there with a punishing Nuggets team?
You never know with a young team. Young teams can go any direction. And
did you see the body language after the game and during the pressers?
I guess not.
Reminded me a little bit of the Carolina Panthers in your Super Bowl. A little bit like, moment might be a little bit too much. I might be reading too much into it, maybe. But if you go back and look at just, look at the body language. Look how they sort of were receiving what was going on.
But young teams, they get the benefit of not really respecting their opponents, which can be in their favor.
Mm-hmm.
And they can, the drawback is they can't fold. So I don't know what the makeup of that team is. I feel like they think they're in a window. And when you think you're in a window, I'd be surprised if they were the type that's just going to fold.
Well, if they don't look at this as a must-win game tonight, they got a problem.
If you're in a house that's on fire and the window's open and you burn to death, isn't your fault for not climbing out the window?
It depends.
Well, how high?
Does it matter if the house is on fire?
If you're on the 10th floor,
you've seen a lot of 10th floor houses.
Not in
If you're
my
on the second floor of a house and the whole bottom floor is on fire, you jumping out?
We're
going to survive that.
We'll give you 15 to 20 feet, sure.
Yeah, we're going to go. The point being, there's windows open. Are you willing to do what it takes to go through that window?
What does that mean, though? What do you mean?
That means getting beaten game one and come back and pulling up your big boy drawers and going, okay, no more here.
How does a team? How would they get more physical with Jokic though? Like, what would they do?
I don't know if they can. They're a team that gets up in passing lanes, creates havoc by always dropping. They'll continue to drop. Again, I sit there now. It's hindsight. I'm not sure what they faced in that first series wasn't great for them here. Like, they still had too many turnovers, but they cut them way down in the second half when you're trying to make a comeback, especially points off turnovers. Remember, that's the most important, points off turnovers, because those are free points, basically.
Correct.
It's being able to get beaten game one, feel like you give the game away, and so that ain't going to happen again. And it becomes a real mindset. Why I think it's important that if they come out with that mindset, you come out with the same mindset. We're taking two. We ain't happy with one. We're taking two. And then even if they win, they're going, geez, these dudes play their butts off. And I'm sore. And then all of a sudden you got them. But you can't, you don't ever just give a game tonight. You just can't give the game tonight.
What do you think? Give me a little prediction.
I think this team has turned a corner. Kreckman said it yesterday, and I agree with him. They're playing better now than they were at any time before or after the All-Star break.
The way we're talking here, I do feel like we forget Oklahoma City was in control of that basketball game the entire game. They were in control.
Well, the second, third, and fourth quarter, yeah.
Okay, fine. They were in control the entire game to the point that you're sitting there going to bed. Scott went to bed.
I went to bed.
Right? And
I got my daughter, and I'm home. I get to spend time with my kid.
You went to bed.
And so I laid down and went to sleep with my daughter.
Okay, yeah, you went to bed because you thought the Nuggets lost the game.
Well, no, because I realized when you sit and watch
because you thought the Nuggets lost the game.
No, because when you watch a stupid TV and I get too passionate. I'm jumping, and I hate that.
How are we just dismissing this team all of a sudden?
I'm not
dismissing them.
Oh, it sure feels like it.
I'm saying if it's a hypothetical. Listen, the other hypothetical is they run you out of the gym and they beat you by 30, which could easily happen too.
Yeah.
I mean, they have a whole season of not having close games. Oklahoma City is a damn tough team with tons of depth and incredibly talented players. And if Luke Dort is going to freaking kill you, that was like, oh my God.
Luke Dort was just flat out ticking me off.
Dude, that was like, he's going to be burying threes left and right because we're going to leave him open all day.
A pudgy little face.
He shot 40% from three this year.
Okay, well, what are you going to do? Are you not doubling down on Holmgren if he has the ball. You're not throwing guys at SGA. It's a very similar team to the Nuggets.
SGA you probably will, but Holmgren probably not.
Okay.
Because is Holmgren going to back down? Is Holmgren going to back down?
Who you putting on Dort then?
Aaron Gordon.
Who you putting on Dort?
Well, it's supposed to be Jamal.
Uh-huh. All right. Jamal's got other things to worry about. It's Jamal. Okay. Well,
just go out and play tonight.
Sure.
Play the best you can play, and let's
I'm
see
not
what
going to
happens.
worry about it. Yeah.
Yeah.
By the way, Jokic is getting all sorts of praise for his defense on the inbound technique.
When he turned his back?
Yeah.
That was fun. That's what you're supposed to do, though. Show that you're going to jump the ball and then turn around and play center field.
Then why don't we see that on a regular basis from anybody else?
Why don't we see more Albert Einsteins?
Why didn't we do that on the one that Christian Brown got beat with the easy layup?
Exactly.
I'm not even joking. If that's what you're supposed to do, is that the way it's coached?
When I played, that's what you do. You go 1,000, 1,000, boom, you're
and turn around,
and you're looking for cutters.
Then why does nobody do that?
Because we only see Albert Einstein in black and white photos. That's why. I don't know if anybody's teaching that anymore. I guarantee you they are in Europe. Obviously, Joker knows about it.
Do you think that was a European thing?
No. Well, it used to be
a basketball thing.
It used to be a basketball thing.
Who besides Jokic have you ever seen do that, Tyler?
I don't know.
Somebody did it a home game. It might have been Christian Brown. On a home game in that Clippers series, I believe. But yeah, when you want to try to make it,
you jump up and down like a lunatic.
Because the key when you're down, they were down 1. They're inbound the ball with 10 seconds, something like that. First thing you want to do is get a steal. So what better than to get on the ball 1,000, 1,000, and now you turn around, and now the inbound passer thinks, I've got an easy pass to this guy coming. I'm face guarding. So whoever I see coming, guess what? I jump in the pass, arms extended, I might get a deflection.
It's also just from the inbounder's point of view. Well, what the hell is Jokic about to do? Like, is he going to go left? Is he going to go right? Is he going to the middle? It's got to make you question where you're going to throw the ball.
And the other brilliant thing he did, he sold it in the first however many seconds, 1, 2.
Yeah.
Even before they threw the ball, and what's he doing?
He's
jumping up and down, going crazy, waving his arms. So this guy's saying, okay, I just got to get by this 7-foot windmill and figure a way to get the ball in. And then all of a sudden you're figuring out, okay, how I can fake him left and I'll throw it to the right. Okay. And then all of a sudden he turns around. And now if you see him, he's waiting for whoever breaks. And you're like, whoa.
And that got the ball to Holmgren, who missed the
instead of SGA.
That's correct. The morning show called it, and I was laughing because they put a name to it, but it's that inflatable thing you see at like parking lots there.
Tire stores.
Tire stores, the inflatable. They call it something like Dave or something. I don't know. I have no idea
why. They
why.
had a name because they had one in here last year.
It's pretty hysterical. Yeah. I forget what the name is, what they're calling it. I'm happy to roll with it on whatever they call it because it's a good comparison because that's what Jokic looked like. He looked like a friggin' lunatic.
Gary.
Why do they call it Gary?
Because Raj loves it.
They brought in an inflatable one of those a couple, like maybe the playoff run when they won it.
Yeah.
And they would play it and put it in the corner, and Gary was here for the
Gary.
whole. It was for the playoffs.
I'm down with the new.
How about we change the name to Nikola?
Well, however you want to go. All right, got a couple of different little stories for you. Let's go, Dan.
PhD presents Sports.
Breaking news out of the NFL.
Breaking news out of the NBA.
Not sports.
The driving violation.
Suspended for 4 games without pay.
Former Red Sox pitcher is under arrest.
That was not acceptable.
I need to have you guys chime in on the new name for the Utah Hockey Club.
Stupid.
As they're going to go with the Mammoth.
They did the same thing that Washington did. Like, the football team was cool. That was cool. It was pretentious. You should have just kept the hockey club.
Yeah,
I would have been fine with hockey club. Dan thought it was stupid.
Isn't all the premier things are Arsenal SC?
Okay.
I mean,
sure.
I think if you look at a lot of their names, Liverpool SC.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's a big European soccer thing.
Stanford Soccer Club. All right. Utah HC.
Right. And you just say Utah. Now, Moser, of
I think
course.
it makes you sound elite.
Moser, of course, likes to have fun with it because he goes, Avs 3, Hockey Club 1. But you could just easily say Avs 3, Utah 1 and be Utah HC 1. You can, but whatever.
Mammoth's an indoor lacrosse team.
Okay. Now it's our
They did steal our Yeti also.
It's but then
Now they're going to get that big woolly mammoth. He's going to jump mammoth ship and go to Utah now.
Okay. Are our mammoth big enough to be should have been a deterrent to them using the word mammoth?
In other words, could our Colorado mammoth
we all know the mammoth.
Gone Lawrence Taylor on the Utah Hockey Club and said, no.
But you only get to do that if you're big enough.
You can't have it.
Are the mammoth, and it's tricky because, of course, they are to us, but are they big enough in general?
I mean, if you're going to play that game,
cool
there's a
logo,
lot
though.
of crossover names in sports, man.
That's a cool.
Lots of them.
That is a cool logo, though.
I like the logo too. I like the colors too.
The big mean elephant with the mountains looks like it's mountains on his head. Top of his head.
That's pretty solid.
And I like.
Actually, now that I look at it, I dig that.
How many people outside of
not bad.
How
Not
many
bad.
people outside of Colorado or big lacrosse fans even know that there's another mammoth team in pro sports?
Everybody in South Dakota.
How many hockey fans do you think would associate the Utah Mammoth with the Colorado Mammoth?
Very few.
Okay. Big deal or not a big deal, then?
Well, they got to get some big mammoth bones and get one of those.
There's some reason it makes sense.
They got to get a big taxidermy that gets a big woolly mammoth taxidermied.
Not to be a total moron, but it's what I specialize in. But don't you think in every city in America, if you went back far enough, you'd find some freaking dinosaur bone someplace? Couldn't every city in America claim some sort of You don't think so?
You know,
you don't think there's some prehistoric?
I've never done that one up by Red Rocks. I've never done it. Do I need to do it? Am I missing out? Do I need to put that on my Colorado bucket list?
What's that?
Where the dinosaurs are. Right there before you get on 70.
Yeah.
Well, they got Fossil Trace Golf Course. Have you ever played there?
I have.
They got all those fossils of them. Or the,
okay.
Oh, so you guys care or not care?
No, I don't care.
Don't
Cardinals, Giants, Jets, Kings, Panthers, Rangers, all crossover names in different sports.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't care. Other than I thought Mammoth was whatever, but then the logo sold me. That's a cool logo. That's a really cool logo.
Subtle story. Brian Sanders, remember him?
Yeah.
Broncos GM. He's got a new job. He's going to be basically a senior advisor to the Jaguars GM, who looks like he's about 12 years old.
Well, there you go.
So they had some time together with the Rams. So Brian Sanders, who might have been the most instrumental guy in bringing Von Miller here, frankly, Julius Thomas and guys like that, goes to the 12-year-old GM there in
Jacksonville. He will always be associated with Josh McDaniels to me, so Brian Sanders can go pound sand.
Okay. Are the Jaguars quickly becoming a little bit of a scary team?
Well, people have been saying that for 2 or 3 years. Trevor Lawrence is going to grow up this year. Trevor Lawrence, that's a good year. Wait till they get people next year.
Mm-hmm.
And then he regresses. He had a horrible year last year.
I don't have a whole lot of faith in Liam Cohen.
Okay. All right.
Do you even know who that is?
No.
The head coach of the Jags.
Yeah, I have no idea.
Came from Tampa Bay.
Well,
offensive coordinator.
He's a Duval guy. Duval. That guy.
He was a really random hire. Like, it was not a particularly hot name.
Yeah.
The team wasn't particularly hot. I just didn't get anything about it.
Yeah, but he only had to move a few hundred miles across state. So
that's true.
All right. If you've
Save
got
some money.
no dumb questions for us on the text line, on Twitter, on Twitch.
No dumb question.
Yeah. Oh, we're good. Okay.
I'll just jump in right now.
Okay.
Dude, if a buddy of yours, you're out, whatever, talking, but he's got a big bug hanging out of his right nostril.
You're making me nervous.
Do you say anything to him?
I got something going on?
Do you say anything to him?
Yeah, definitely. No. It's Tyler.
Here.
All right.
No.
Here, you want that?
No.
More questions.
Give it a little taste.
But it's been staring at me for like 2 breaks.
Give it a little taste.
More questions like that coming up next.
All right, guys, gals. Hey, if you're in the market for a new vehicle, just go to the best dealership in Colorado. It's my friends over at Phil Long Ford. I've been a customer since my rookie year in the NFL, and I keep going back because relationships matter to me in life. And once you buy your first vehicle from Phil Long Ford, you're going to become a customer for life. Guys, they've got over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. So whether you're looking for new, whether you're looking for pre-owned, you're going to find the vehicle of your dreams at Phil Long Ford, and you're going to get the best price at Phil Long Ford. No reason to drive all over the state of Colorado. Just go to one dealership, Phil Long Ford, find the best price, find the vehicle of your dreams, walk away happy. They've got an award-winning service department, so once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced at Phil Long Ford, and I promise you're going to love your ride for a very long time. Check them out online at phillongford.com.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
I like to use no dumb questions as parenting advice for myself.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
I'm seeing some stuff on Twitch that's more of statements, not questions. Jamal. From S and Snelso31. The names are great. Tyler is still a bit salty with anything McDumbass. Don't blame him, though.
No blank.
Your hatred for him will
never go away.
So let's forgive him, though.
I don't hate very many people in life. I really don't.
Like
there's actually, I could probably count on 3 fingers the amount of people that I would be like, yep, just never the rest of my life could that ever be fixed.
So we know 2.
You counting DMac?
No, well, I was searching for a 3rd.
Somehow that one kind of healed.
Yeah, well, that one healed.
Is there anything he could do if you ever ran into him? I mean, it's not crazy that you may run into him at some point.
I've ran into him.
And how does that go?
I just ignore him.
Okay.
Yeah. No, I mean, what could he do to take away that PTSD? I'm being serious.
I'm asking you. Nothing's nothing, I guess.
No, I don't think there's anything he could do.
It's that bad.
You know, what's amazing about it, I've talked to many guys that played for Josh as an offensive coordinator in New England, as an offensive coordinator in St. Louis, and they like the dude. It's just when he becomes a head coach, he becomes a different guy. And I was curious when he signed with Vegas. I really was curious because nobody that ever played for Josh is going to tell you the dude didn't know football.
Mm-hmm.
The dude knew football. I learned some things from him that I didn't learn from anybody else. And the prep, the way you had to go about it, it was overkill. But if you could have found a healthy balance in there, I learned some things about how to prep for football from him. So I was genuinely curious, did the dude learn his lesson or not when he went to Vegas? And no, he didn't.
You know, I had a buddy of mine who was assistant coach when I was in Miami named Dave Wool. And I told him, he and I were one day sitting at a hotel bar, had a beer, and I said, Dave, are you, and he was a head coach at one time, I think, for New Jersey. I said, are you ever going to get back and be a head coach? Because he was one of the greatest assistant coaches I ever had. Smart, talked the game psychologically, executionally. I mean, he was always on it. He goes, no. He said, I'm not built to be a head coach. I go, what do you mean? You're great. Your knowledge, the way you talk to players. He goes, Scott, when I became a head coach, I became somebody I didn't even recognize. I once fined a player $500 for farting in practice.
Yeah.
He said, you just get so uptight and everything just is always bothering you. And he says,
some people can't handle it.
He goes, I did not, but and some people don't recognize that they can't handle it.
At least he self-reflected.
Right? And he said, I became an entirely different person than I am, and I don't want to go down there again. And so he's still, I think he's still doing some advisory stuff, maybe for the Clippers. I meant to check in with him.
You know, McDaniels is back as the OC for the Patriots for the 3rd time.
Yep.
Crazy, right?
So Kraft must love him.
Oh, they love him in New England. My parents think Josh McDaniels is the greatest. Everybody in New England loves Josh McDaniels.
Anybody who's played for him as a head coach, I don't think feel that way.
The only one I know 2 people. 2 people that liked him. Brandon Lloyd.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And Brandon Stokely. Those are the only 2 guys that I've ever known that liked Josh McDaniels.
Lonnie Paxton probably likes him too. I would guess, but yeah.
So 2 slot receivers.
Well,
loved
Josh
loved because Josh loved.
Well, Brandon Lloyd
receiver.
had the best year of his career with Josh.
He was unbelievable with Josh. He was loyal to him. Josh brought Lonnie here and paid him $1 million to hike the ball when Lonnie could barely run, and his career was resuscitated basically. Yeah. So you get it. You're loyal to the guys that can help you out, I suppose.
Mm-hmm.
Another comment, not a question. Dan Tanner is the best teacher I've ever had. From X Remix the Beast X. Dan is. Do you recognize that student of yours?
No idea.
You guys realize Dan is a professor?
Yeah, he at this Colorado School of Broadcasting.
That is correct.
So check that guy's. Was it the IP address? The McDonald's.
Wow, is that what you're saying? Dan, would you like to? How would you like to take this compliment from one of your?
It's not my mom, I swear.
No, it's from X. You think your mom would name herself X Remix the Beast X?
I don't know, maybe.
Never know
Really?
what she's doing on
Good
the
alias.
weekends.
Holy cow, mom. No dumb question. How does Cause know when the opposing team will call a timeout after the Nuggets make a bucket? Is it a guess or what?
It's usually a feel. If the run goes too far, that it's usually just a feel.
But aren't there also scheduled TV timeouts that happen as well?
Anything under 7 and under 3 are automatic if there hasn't been the timeouts taken before that. Like if you take a 10, then you got to wait all the way to 3.
Is there a red light or something that signals to the refs? Or they just know it.
No, but sometimes there's a guy at the table that'll raise a hand or something. But
Cause will just have you have a feel for it.
Usually it's a feel, or you'll see the coach also. You're not visual. You're sitting there looking at the whole court.
Right.
You see a guy start to run up to the official, and he goes, Mark Daigneault is going to take a timeout. There it is. And you're like, okay.
So it's just after watching hundreds of thousands of minutes of NBA basketball, you get
and especially
vibe
at
for
this time of year, you ain't getting those 17-0 runs without a couple timeouts.
No dumb question. Again on Twitch. Heavy on Twitch here today. What's the protocol to take while using a urinal? Is it weird to talk while you're doing your business at the urinal?
Well,
do you know him or not? Definitely a difference there. I mean, if you walk into a bathroom and you go to the next urinal by a dude that you know, that's weird to not acknowledge him.
Yeah, I try not to acknowledge him, but I'll walk in, and if you got to go by somebody, I'll just, as soon as I get there, I'll go, and just kind of see what happens.
My go-to move, though, is to sneak in a little bit quiet. Just push them on the back.
If I know
as they're peeing, just give them a nice little nudge on the back, and they got a face plant into the wall, and they pee all over.
I wonder why I always lean and put my head on the wall now, and I'm thinking now that's probably why.
Preventative,
yeah. Preventive strike, yeah. Iron Dome, that's my Iron Dome. I put the big dome on the ceramic so no one can push me into the toilet.
Do you have any company just a few minutes ago, or were you?
Oh, yeah, Bad No,
I walked into that bathroom.
Good Raj was in there.
Raj is in there.
Yep.
Jason is in there.
Jason
and
walked
Scott
in there?
is in there.
At the same time?
At the same time.
Well, when I walked in there, it was just Raj.
Oh, no. Jason was in there also.
Wow.
Well, I saw him when I was walking in there, he was in his office.
The three of you were taking care of that place.
Did you immediately turn around?
I would, yeah.
Did you hightail it out of there, Tyler?
All I know is when Scott came back from that thing.
Eventually.
We had a minute and a half left in the entire segment.
I'm telling you.
It's a number 2.
Well, I told you, I've been trying to eat a lot better. But last night,
did you go hike up that hill from DMac?
I had like pizza, and boy, it just tore my stomach up.
Okay. No, we almost sent out a search party for you there. We were getting a little concerned.
Well, in the middle of the segment before, it was one of those, don't trust. Because I was like, ooh, I knew I had to get going.
That's what Peter McKee says, never trust a fight.
And I think you appreciative I didn't go to the nice bathrooms.
I thought you took one for the team.
Yeah, I did exactly what I did. Well,
Good job.
There's
Good
35
job,
seconds of walking right there.
We weren't complaining about it. We're just concerned for your well-being.
Oh, no, it was.
I'm glad you're okay.
It was a necessity.
When we come back, the big question of the day is ultimately what's going to happen tonight. That's next on PhD. All right, here's the big question of the day, and this is pretty simple. Maybe it's more of a prediction, but we'll get there because it bodes well for the question. Give me a score tonight. Nuggets, Thunder, give me a score tonight.
118-112.
Well, that's pretty. Who?
Give me a score including
Hold
the
on.
teams.
Yeah. Who?
118-112.
Yeah, give me a score including what team scores what. Let me be more specific.
I think OKC wins.
Okay. We'll get back to that in a second. Tyler?
125 to 120 OKC.
Yeah. Wow. I'll go 117-107 Nuggets. Dan, you want to chime in on this? You got In the Paint going on the old digital. Are you on the radio tonight too? I would assume you're both, right?
Yep.
What do you got?
I predicted the Nuggets would win game 1. I was right. I think the Thunder are going to get game 2.
Damn. What's the score?
114-108.
Well, I want my big hot take to be right. So maybe I'm a little biased here. So if you guys are all against me on this one. Why?
Oklahoma City was the better team. We got, I don't know. Well, lucky's not right. We didn't get lucky. What did we get?
Well, they left the door open.
We got lucky that they had a really bad coaching decision at the end of the game.
They didn't finish against a team that can finish, is what happened.
Yeah.
They didn't, and it goes back to the stat we read you yesterday.
But they didn't even try to finish. Like, that was like, they
have not been in a lot of close games, as we found out.
8 games of the 82 preseason, well, 86, if you count the first 4 games of the postseason, they'd only been in games decided by 3 points or less 8 times in 86 games.
They have not played a lot of close games.
Yeah. And I don't want to go back and look again, but I want to say the last one was like in March, maybe early April, late March. So it's been a minute, and I just think they forgot how to close out a little bit. And Denver never. And the one thing we could say, and this has been kind of a up and down year. Where are they? We've talked about on the show 100 times. Where are they? They're a little schizophrenic at times. Blah blah blah. But the one thing we can say that's been pretty consistent, they don't usually quit. If you leave games open, they're not afraid to come back and win games.
Here's what I'll say. I've got the Nuggets losing the game, and I'm still going to be happy. You went on the road, you stole a game. You're good. You're in good shape, man. So did I ever think in my wildest dreams that the Nuggets were going to start out this series 2-0 on the road? Hell no, I did not.
I thought they'd get one.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. But I definitely did not think they were going to start out 2-0. So that's where my prediction comes from.
I will say this: if they do find a way to win, and I think they can win today. I don't think, and I know they won 68 games. I just don't think Oklahoma City's that much better than them.
Wait, what time is the game?
7:30.
7:30.
8:30 there.
If they do win tonight, it's over.
It's over if they win tonight. And the Nuggets will have beaten the best team left in the playoffs. So there's that. Hence my little prediction. They win tonight, they win the NBA championship.
Whew.
Okay. Yeah, pretty fun if you think of it that way. I mean, it's not a hard twist of the arm to say Oklahoma City is the best team.
I mean, is your real prediction just if the Nuggets beat Oklahoma City at all, they win the NBA championship?
No, this game specifically.
No, then what's the difference? Like if they win in 7 or if they win in 6, what they still would have beaten the toughest team.
If they lose tonight, I don't know if they win the series.
Oh, okay. But my question was if they win the series.
If they win the series, will they win the NBA championship?
I feel like you got to say yes to that.
I think I probably do. Yeah, you're probably right about that.
They won the championship.
You're probably right. Yeah.
5, 6, 4, 5. If they win a championship this year, it may be something like 7, 7, 6, 7.
Listen, do I know this?
I mean, it might be.
Maybe.
Do I know this for a fact? No, I do not. But I'm going to go ahead and say it as a fact. There's no way there's ever been a team in any professional league that fired their coach a week before the playoffs and won a championship.
There's never been
in any league.
There's never been a team that's fired their coach this late and won a first round.
Yeah, we're on new territory.
It's all new territory.
Every win is like a historic win. Boy, I mean, can you imagine, though? Wow. Would that be the I told you so of the century for the Nuggets ownership? My God.
Well, let me ask you.
Holy cow.
We're jumping way too far ahead. I hate jumping way too far ahead.
Is Malone getting a ring?
Probably.
Does he accept the ring?
Maybe.
Did Bones get a ring?
No.
Okay.
If they win it.
That's a good question, by the way.
I think he'll be offered it. I think the better question is, does he take it?
Yeah.
That's putting the cart before the horse, but it's a good, fun question.
If they win it, though.
You already predicted they're going to win it. Here we go.
If they win tonight. It's a big if, though. It's a big if.
If they win it this year, Joker jumps a whole bunch of people to go to the Mount Rushmore of the NBA.
Yeah, has to.
But you guys got him losing tonight. I'm the only one that has him winning. The three of you guys got him losing.
I think the opportunity is going to be there.
Let me ask you this. When do you start getting ants in your pants?
First half.
I saw this with the Stars when they were here in Colorado, in Denver, and they had already won the first of their 2 games here, but you still got to stay in that city. You're still in the hotel. You're doing, you know what I mean? You've been now in one place for a long time. And it must feel like that, too. Like, my God, we are still here in Oklahoma City, man. We've been here since Sunday, and it feels like forever that we've been here. How much impact does that have on your performance in a game?
Good teams, it helps because you're a captive audience, and you're not really doing anything or going anywhere.
Adelman actually said, did you catch him yesterday? He said they had a walk around just to get the guys out of the rooms, so they would stop watching Netflix and playing Minecraft. Thank you.
Saw that movie this weekend. We threw popcorn when the chicken jockey came.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So you're one of those people.
I didn't do it. The girls did.
How old do you
I'm proud of you for knowing about it, though.
Yeah.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
You want to talk about a movie, just a hodgepodge of randomness.
I know, right?
Good Lord.
How old do you have to be to where you're too old to see that movie without being there with a kid?
Oh, there were multiple people on their own.
In their 20s?
Minecraft's been going around forever, but I think they're probably mid-30s. Maybe. Did you play Minecraft?
No.
So it's probably just a little less than you. I would say probably 33, 34.
It'll probably make $1 billion. It's a reason to go to the movies. Anyways, back to the Nuggets. Adelman said he did not want the guys just sitting around. They would be playing Minecraft or watching Netflix or just, that's just too much sitting around. So he kind of admitted that's a thing. You don't want, you get a little, ants in your pants.
Well, that's why you do walkthroughs. You go do stuff and you try to take their mind off of you.
I always laugh at
a big dinner, maybe a team dinner where everybody goes and you hang out.
Oh, he said something else that was just like that. I'm glad you brought that up. He said he had heard the players were organizing a dinner. The coaches don't go to those dinners. They shouldn't go to those because it's enough of them and it needs to be more about the players anyway. Yeah. Is that just the code and that's always been the code?
Oh, I've never seen a coach at a dinner.
Yeah.
Okay. But it's on the players to organize it themselves.
Yeah.
Does it say something if that doesn't get
organized?
Aaron
Gordon's been the guy in the past that organized it.
Is that right?
Yeah, the heart and soul.
You don't think it's a big deal if the guys don't get together?
No, of course not.
Okay.
Look, you get in a routine when you go on these road trips. No, I've never played basketball, but, you get in a routine on these things, and you got 2 or 3 buddies that you go out to. Usually when you go out on the road, you go out with them. Yeah, not a big deal at all.
In basketball, does the whole team go out together and something like that?
If it's something like that, if somebody organized it, let's go hang out. Chances are probably there's not a lot of family members and cousins that are coming to Oklahoma City. So let's go out and hang out.
You kind of got to invite everybody on a basketball team, right?
Yeah, you got to know.
Football team, who cares? You get whatever. There's 100 guys there. What are you going to do? Basketball team, you don't get invited, man.
I remember we did that a couple times when I was with Detroit. And
would you ever not invite a player?
But we would just basically go up to one of the dudes' rooms. One of the players always had a suite. Seemed like we'd just go up and hang in a room and drink a lot of beer and have fun for about 3 hours, 3-4 hours. Spent an entire afternoon in Phoenix.
What team? What on the Pistons?
Yeah.
You guys were a crew, man. You guys are something else. All right. Is that
I did that once with Denver.
Yeah.
But I was invited to the Celtics hotel, and I did it with a bunch of Celtics. Mikhail and C. Sting and Abdu Nabi was on that team, and Joe Klein, same thing.
That was okay back then to break bread with the enemy?
Joe and I were boys. We went and played college roommates.
We're in the season. Really?
Yeah, they had a full day off, and we didn't.
Nobody
play
cared.
No.
There's Scott. There's Hastings.
Yeah.
Hastings wants a piece.
Yeah.
Okay. Is that a potential pitfall for tonight?
No, I think that's good. I think it gets them more focused. It brings it togetherness. What you're hoping brings it togetherness. Everybody has fun. You're probably not talking tons of basketball, but you're talking about, man. Until my wife called me last night, and you're getting to know guys differently. And I think the better you know guys, the more willing you are to fight for them.
All right. Well, I'm curious why you guys have the Nuggets actually losing tonight.
Because I don't think Oklahoma City's supposed to. And again, I'll repeat, I think there's going to be an opportunity to win the game, but I can't see Oklahoma City being dumb 2 games in a row. If they are dumb 2 games in a row and Denver wins tonight, it's over.
It's over.
This series is over.
Do you think that's true too, Tyler?
I don't know. I don't know about that. I mean, why do I have the Nuggets losing this game? Because Oklahoma City was in control the entire basketball game, and I never really believed the Nuggets had a chance of winning that game all the way down to the end. I mean, I really did not believe all the way down to the end the Nuggets could win that game. And I definitely did not think the Nuggets would be able to go on the road and steal 2 straight wins. So, it's just, for me, I'm just kind of using law of averages here. That's a damn good basketball team. They're playing at home twice. The odds of us beating them twice doesn't feel great.
I just think the Nuggets snatched their soul. And I think it's going to be close at the end too, but I think they're going to be gripping.
You had them winning by 10 points.
I did. Well, yeah, because
is that close?
Well, because games kind of go like that, like they just kind of bleed out sometimes. If you get a couple of a 5-point lead could balloon to 10 in the last minute because you just get some empty possessions and fouls and blah 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 blah. I have it like that. I don't have it like the Nuggets are up by 20 and then it goes down to 10. I have it the Nuggets. It's a nip and tuck game and the Nuggets just sort of bleed it out. I think the Nuggets will make the big shots. I think Jamal Murray is destined for a huge Jamal game, and I think Michael Porter Jr. will bounce back. Maybe not in superstar ways, but, he can't be much worse, right? So I think all those things bode well. And I think the inside game with Jokic, I don't know what they're going to do. I have no clue what they're going to do to stop him on that. So maybe the best thing is for Jokic to, I don't know. Is it crazy that he gets 40-20 in every win that they have? Is that nuts?
No, of course not.
No.
I don't know what's going to stop it. Hartenstein? Holmgren? Who?
They'll probably come quicker to Joker and rely on Peyton Watson, Christian Brown.
Okay, then hit some shots.
Jamal Murray, Russell Westbrook, Aaron Gordon not making shots.
Listen, man, I see the crowd. They're all wearing the same stupid T-shirt. They're playing Don't Stop Believin', and there'll probably be 3 Jumbotron engagements. They won't know what to do with themselves in Oklahoma City after tonight. And that'll be that. And then SGA is going to look like an idiot when he's accepting the MVP award down 2-0 or whenever that happens. That's got to be happening soon, right? The MVP announcement's got to be right around the corner.
Yeah, probably about
a week.
5.
Yeah.
You'd think he'd be in this series for sure.
It was last year with Yoke. So it was during the second round. And that's going to, boy, can you imagine? He's accepting the MVP and his team's down 3-0. Or they just got bounced by the Nuggets, depending on they whenever that happens. Conference. Congratulations, you win the MVP.
Hey, what's all the press conferences? When did the sunglasses became cool thing at nighttime press?
You're looking at the post game.
Yeah, I'll watch it.
Yeah, what do you think of that body language? What do you think of the sunglasses?
I'm stuck. I'm going to give you the old guy on the thing. Michael Jordan refused to do post-game interviews until he got his suit on and was dressed up.
Yeah, well, those days are way done.
He was chairman of the board.
Yeah, I got you. But nobody wears a suit now.
And he was the MVP. So if that to me is what MVP should look like.
Joker's not even wearing suits now.
He does at home.
He wears nice clothes, but it's not always a suit.
Yeah, but it's not a flak jacket, sunglasses.
No.
It's not that.
Flak jacket.
Right, or whatever those are.
Well, Russell Westbrook brought up like a a lunch bag the other day.
I'd say about 10 years ago, Scott. The sunglasses deal's been going on for a while.
Yeah.
I still think the sunglasses is a little odd. We're wearing sunglasses at the press
Don't tell
conference.
Dion that.
Well, I got you on that. I mean, yeah, okay. But like, what are you hiding? What's got you so bummed out there, dude? SGA, you okay? You all right? I think it's a weird move. I don't know. Does he always wear? And listen, if he always wears sunglasses at his post-game pressers, I take it back. I haven't followed it that closely. But if he doesn't, and he just decides this is what Cam Newton was at your Super Bowl. It was just off, and it was this weird arrogance of like, I can't be bothered with this, that sort of vibe.
So 10 years ago,
and it was.
There you go.
It was a kind of like a nervousness, like just sort of like trying to puff yourself up a little bit. Like the moment was kind of too big, and you were pretending it wasn't. There was a weird vibe around the Panthers, man. And you guys were just in that. I know you go whatever you were doing that week, but you guys were just chill. They were all wound up, man. And I don't know what the vibe was.
Well, in 48, it was just the opposite.
Exact opposite.
48 was just the opposite.
Exact opposite. The Broncos were so wound up.
So wound up.
It was just, you couldn't breathe. They were so wound up. And I don't feel like the Nuggets are that wound up right now. I don't. I feel like they're pretty loose. They're playing on house money. They're confident. They're in good shape. They're not really hurt. Everybody seems to love DA. Joker's coaching the team. Everything's working good. And if they lose by 30 tonight, we'll have a different conversation tomorrow. But so far, so good. So we'll figure it out. Jeff Legwald will join us at 2:30. Let's football go. We have a new quarterback joining the Broncos. Details next. It's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. When dealing with the issue of erectile dysfunction, you want the right treatment for your specific medical situation. Every case is different. And finding the right treatment, that can be the difference between just an okay experience and a spectacular one. ED, it's an intimacy destroyer. Research shows that men can draw apart from their partners when ED affects their sex life. This condition causes stress, anxiety, depression. Even worse, a man's partner can blame themselves when the ED becomes a problem. Get that out of the way with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Their success rates are well over 90%. Some can have you go an hour or more. Good on you. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade. So if you're struggling with this, let it be the end. All you have to do is hit them up today at 720-440-7900. There's 5 locations up and down I-25. That's 720-440-7900. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We thank you, Mountain High Appliance. You guys are the best. MountainHighAppliance.com. Jeff Legwald in about 6 minutes. He'll join us. And a reminder, Moser, Lombardi, and Kane will be live at Safeway on Lowell and West 44th in Denver tomorrow from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. So stop by, say hi, and check out the new Redbird Farms chicken teriyaki sauce. It's a game changer. Tomorrow morning, Safeway on the corner of Lowell and West 44th in Denver. Let's football go. Dan Buds, Quince Tanner, what's up?
All right, yeah, the Broncos did bring in former third-round quarterback Desmond Ridder for a rookie mini camp tryout. Also in some Broncos news, guys, Chris Thomason of the Gazette is reporting that outside linebacker Nick Bonito is seeking a new contract in excess of $20 million annually. So thoughts on Desmond Ridder coming in for a tryout? And when/if the Broncos get this deal done, when do you think they get it done by?
So, Desmond Ridder is probably here because they don't have a quarterback to throw at rookie minicamp. That's probably the reason why he's here. He probably has very little chance of making the team or even getting signed. Can you guys name the third quarterback on the Broncos roster right now?
Sam Ehlinger.
Good job.
Yeah. Texas.
Intriguing name.
Sure.
So Desmond Ridder will be competing with Sam Ehlinger to
As that guy. Yeah.
be that guy to be on the practice squad. Sam Ehlinger, they're not going to carry 3 quarterbacks again this year.
No.
But Desmond Ridder is a bit intriguing.
Sure.
He was a third-round prospect. And
he's played NFL games.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
Are we sure they ain't going to keep 3 quarterbacks? Are we sure that
would be idiotic.
Yes.
But are you sure that
it was idiotic
Sean
last year
Payton
also.
doesn't like that?
I think there was some weird thing with Zach Wilson. I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. It made no sense. It never made sense. It continues to not make sense.
They probably thought if they could just hold on to him long enough, they'll get something in return. And they just didn't.
I don't know. And they just kept him. They were just, I don't know.
What was Dan's other question?
Dan?
Nick Bonito is reportedly seeking $20 million or more annually. Too much, just right, not enough. And when do you think they get this deal done?
Where's $20 million put you with pass rushers in the league?
Oh, I don't know.
Top 15? Top 10? I mean, where is it? I mean, that's the question. Does he deserve to be amongst the top fill-in-the-blank pass rushers in the league? So I would have to know that before,
Well, I know Myles Garrett is making 40. I know Max Crosby's making 40.
Maybe I'll this way.
Okay, top 10. I would put him just outside the top 10. You got, I won't read them all, but you got $40 million at the top, down to $21 million at number 10, which is Trey Hendrickson, and he wants a new contract.
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah.
So is Nick Bonito one of the top 15 pass rushers in the world?
Here's what I would do. I don't know the answer yet. So I would buy as much time as I possibly could. You got 3 decisions to make here. You got to make a decision on Cortland Sutton. You got to make a decision on Zach Allen. You got to make a decision on Nick Bonito. Is he a top 15 pass rusher? Well, he had a great year last year. He had a fantastic year.
You could throw John Franklin Myers kind of in that pool too.
But that's not big money.
Probably not.
No. I mean, you got 3 big money guys, and you probably can't get them all done right now.
Mm-hmm.
It's very unlikely you could get them all done right now. I would tell Nick Bonito all the right things. I would tell him I love you. I would tell him I'm going to pay you. I'd tell him everything he needs to hear.
And then Danny Ainge him.
And then I'd make him earn it. And I'd just try to keep him happy.
It might cost you more.
Okay,
You're
fine.
willing? Okay.
But I think it's easier to get Cortland Sutton done. And Zach Allen, I know is worth it. So I know Zach Allen's worth it.
Okay, so even
Cortland Sutton's going to be easier to done. Nick Bonito, I'd still love to see a little bit of prove it year.
Okay, but he's going to make you pay for it if you do that, and you're okay with that.
Yep.
If you prove it, then
I'd rather pay.
whatever.
I'd rather pay more for a house that I know I love.
Okay.
I agree with that.
Dan, next up.
All right, quickly, fellas, before we get to Jeff Legwald, the Dallas Cowboys and Pittsburgh Steelers agreed to a trade today that will send George Pickens, wide receiver, to Dallas for a 2026 third-round pick. The Cowboys will also send a 2027 fifth-round pick to the Steelers and get back a 2027 sixth. Thoughts on the Cowboys acquiring George Pickens?
I was shocked by this. I didn't get this at all. I thought the whole thing was going to be Pickens and Metcalf in Pittsburgh with theoretically Aaron Rodgers, but what am I missing here?
This has been brewing for a while. George Pickens unfollowed the team a while back. He's been doing the typical social media games. If you're reading between the lines, George Pickens was not happy.
All right. Jeff Lakewald joins us now. It's brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW, Local 68. Start with a job. And with the career, we can just bring Jeff right into this conversation. The Pickens deal with the Cowboys, Jeff. What do you think of that?
Well, I mean, you got the quarterback who sort of led the league in attempts, downfield attempts, with the two receivers who led the league in downfield catches. So you can sort of see where that's going. The Steelers have been looking to move him for some time, and I think this is all part of Pittsburgh's plan to look at quarterbacks in next year's draft. They now have 12 picks already in the 2026 draft. So
wow.
This is about Pittsburgh doing other things later than it is about Pickens now. But when Mike Tomlin says during the season you got to grow up, I think things are a little frayed.
Okay, so does this mean, I'm not saying they're tanking, but certainly you wouldn't be bringing Aaron Rodgers on board if the goal is next year and beyond, right? Like, but what's the point of that?
Well, I think that's why again. Maybe, I think the one and done is not out of the realm of possibility for the Steelers and Rodgers. I'm just saying, having covered that team long ago and not much changes there, to already have 12 picks in next year's draft tells you they're positioning for something. My guess would be that that's a long-term quarterback solution in a draft that is, again, a billion things could change before next April, but it's considered a far better quarterback draft than this year's was.
Well, there's no Shedeur Sanders, so we'll see how deep that draft will go. And this one went 5. When you look at Benito, did you even answer that? Is Benito worth $20 million, or is this part of the protection that you go in the draft class and you start looking for different guys that can play that position? Have they positioned themselves, if they say no to Benito, that they're still okay?
Yeah, I don't know that you could say that, Scotty. I mean, he was a second-team All-Pro. I mean, that's a pretty big jump for any player coming out of any player not in the upper half of the first round, I guess I should say. Guys like Doomerville are rare that you get in the 4th round and they suddenly show immediately that they're ready for the NFL. But, high-end pass rushers are high-valued players. And I think sometimes we have to remember that the cap doesn't look like it did even 5 years ago, let alone 10. I mean, the prices of players, you're going to pay that, and you can on this salary cap situation. I mean, the Broncos took the biggest salary cap hit in the history of the NFL last year and went to the playoffs because the cap is simply different than it was, 10 years ago. So I think, to start, sort of asking, are players worth this or worth that? I mean, that's the price of a premium pass rusher. So your question is, as a team, do you think he's a premium pass rusher? Last year he was. So I guess I'd always be apt to make sure I had edge rushers and corners if I was building a defense.
Desmond Ritter's in town for the rookie mini camp. Any legitimate interest there, or is he just an arm?
Well, I mean, they carried 3 quarterbacks last year when I think a lot of us thought in training camp, or even off season, that was going to be hard, and they gladly did it. So I think they're always on the hunt for quarterback. Can they save another one? If this becomes the destination point for QBs and you can turn those QBs into other resources, I think it's a good move. I mean, Ron Wolf built a Hall of Fame career as a general manager by believing you could never have enough quarterbacks around to turn into draft picks or trades or whatever. I always think it's a good move. He was a pretty premium draft pick at one point. So see what's there, like they did with Zach Wilson, rather, and see maybe what you could get out of it.
What answers or what questions do you have to look to rookie minicamp for answers, Jeff. What is compelling about this year's rookie minicamp?
We will learn how good they are at jogging. This is a very light touch. This is an orientation.
Oh, really? Are they not going to practice?
Do you know?
They'll practice, but it'll be a light. I mean, there's such a fear in the league, for the grievous injury in rookie minicamp that they've become really cognizant, DMac, about transitioning these guys from 4 months of pre-draft, pre-pro day training to actual football. So they'll practice. Last year they won an hour 15 or so each day, and it was mostly just drills and get acclimated to this is how we do things when we practice with everybody else.
That ain't right. You know how nervous I was for my rookie minicamp? I mean, seriously, I was terrified for my rookie minicamp. And it was balls to the wall, dude. I mean, it was insane. And I could still remember the nerves that I had for that thing.
Were you doing one-on-ones and all that's...
We weren't supposed to.
Wait, hold on, Jeff. You weren't supposed to, but what?
We weren't supposed to.
Everybody broke that rule. Yeah. Everybody in the league broke that rule.
Yes.
That was unanimous. 32 teams broke that rule.
No, I'm curious.
You're gonna ask me a third time?
I'm curious who you battled against. Like who was kind of an interesting one if you go back in that time. If you can remember.
Man, I don't remember. I mean, a bunch of those guys weren't even around the next weekend.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah.
I mean, the vet minicamp was the one that was really terrifying in hindsight. But at the time, rookie minicamp was scary.
Okay.
Well, so it's going to draft a guy coming in there, right?
Tyler. I mean, Mike tried very hard to set the Mike tone when the rookies only were around. He was very intent on letting everyone know that.
And then the vets were very quick to let us know, hey, this ain't rookie minicamp.
So chill out.
Yeah.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah.
All right.
Stop running so hard.
What rookie that nobody's talking about are you kind of curious about? I mean, Barron's going to be obvious. Harvey will be obvious. Who's got your interest a little bit? That could be kind of interesting.
Well, just in that format where you're just going to see guys basically move in drills. I want to see what the Alabama rusher, Q Richardson, Robertson is bringing to the table. I liked him coming into the draft. I thought he's still a very, very, very ascending player with a lot of room to grow, and I want to see defensively kind of his footwork and how he works, some of the fundamental things.
Well, Jeff, what have you thought of the NBA playoffs so far?
Well, we know who the MVP should be.
Okay,
but
there you go.
That's where I come down on that. But
there you go.
Any question? If I was him, I'd just say any questions. Folks.
Right? Was that like a mic drop?
When is the media availability for rookie minicamp, Jeff?
That's an excellent question, DMac. I would guess the hordes of questioners will get at least two opportunities in the 3 days.
Yeah, because I just haven't heard Sean Payton is so weird with stuff, man. During the offseason, what they do and how they put out information, Jeff. Really, seriously.
Will at least one of those opportunities be Zoom?
I hope not. That would be ridiculous.
My head will explode. You know how that goes.
I'm just saying. It's not lost on everybody. It's Mother's Day on Sunday. You know what I'm saying?
So Zoom.
No, you can't do Zoom for this crap.
Mother's Day.
Zoom on Mother's Day.
So you would skip Mother's Day to go to a
No, I
would.
I actually would not. I actually would not do that. I'm skipping it for the Nuggets game. All right, Jeff, we appreciate it. And we'll see you this weekend. Jeff Legwell, brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBW Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career. Well, my mom's in Massachusetts. I told my sons, I already told you this. I told my sons, it's your mom. I got something going on. Make sure she's busy.
Good plan.
You trust that?
Well, I don't have no idea how it's going to work. Usually I end up figuring it all out.
Well, so you probably flew your mom out, though, right?
No, mom and dad. Dad got in a little pickle a few months ago, and they're kind of, they're really just hunkering down, man. Hunkering down in the marsh. They're, I don't think I'm going to get them to go anywhere these days. I got to figure that one out. I got to go back there. You don't know. You guys don't know how hard I have tried to just come out here. Let's get out here to Denver.
Yeah, they can buy a place right next to you.
There is a perfect place. All right, I won't get all personal here, but yes, trust me. You want to talk about things that like keep me awake at night, that sort of thing. But then you realize with your folks, it's just folks are folks. You got to love them. That's it. The end. You just love them. You don't question them after a while, and you just sort of say, okay.
They're comfy.
Yeah. Are they? I don't know. Who knows? You know who's not comfy going back there? Your boy.
Well, and whatever happened to your boat? Did they take care of your
The boat's got marsh grass all. It's just,
They just let it go to seed?
They're not taking, yes, basically, yes. But the next door neighbors, they got a flotilla. I think they've got a jet ski business going on.
Really?
Oh, 10 seconds personal. If there's one thing my parents could have done when it was available was buy the house next to them. I know that sounds like, how could you possibly afford all that?
Yeah.
But I'm telling you, in your life, if you've got a nice piece of property and there is some way to stop somebody else from moving in next to you, if you have a nice piece of property, figure out how to buy the place next to you if it's available. And they didn't, and they're paying for it right now with dogs and jet skis. It's PHC on 92.5. Why in the NBA have so many of these road teams won? If it happens once or twice, okay, maybe it's a fluke, but this seems to be a significant trend going on here. Got any theories on that one?
I could say Cleveland and Denver only because those two teams, Cleveland and Oklahoma City, had so many days off. But it surprised me. And then Cleveland, I think, still taking it for granted. Dude, and I said in the beginning, you're missing a playoff game down 0-1 with a bad toe and a sore ankle, and you ain't playing? You better be on a crutch, and you're not playing? Come on, man.
Dude, in Celtic City, they went through the whole Paul Pierce in the wheelchair and then coming back on. That was so goofy, man.
We had a Paul Pierce fine in our offensive line room.
Really?
If you you know the old Riverside deal in football, if they ever got to move the drill for you,
yeah,
and you come back in the same practice, that's a $500 fine.
That's funny.
Yeah, you can't make the team move the drill and then come back in the same practice.
Well, how about Bolsey one year? Remember that?
That would have been a crystal ball. I mean, that would have been a max fine. Yeah. Not only did he get carted off, he gave the thumbs up to the crowd like I'm alive. I'm here. I'm still breathing, guys.
He didn't miss a day.
Bolsey. I like Bolsey.
Yeah, I do too. He's had such an incredible career here, man. Really remarkable. One of the more amazing Broncos careers of all time.
And a guy people wrote off after a year and a half of his career. What a bust of a draft that Elway had. What are you doing?
Never seen, I think, it might be the cruelest thing I've ever heard in sports with 80,000 people booing an offensive lineman like that.
Never seen it.
It's wild.
Well, that 1 year holding 72.
Oh my
that was all the time,
dude.
Led the NFL in holding that year, didn't he?
Yep.
Wasn't there that one game he got 5 of them and the refs just called it on somebody else because they felt bad for him?
We used to play that drop when we had before Take the Money and Run left, both of them. And we'd play that all the time.
He might have the most redemptive story in Colorado sports history.
Colorado sports history, it's not even close.
Yeah, nobody could have been as hated as much as he was, only to hang in there and stay with the team. The Broncos were letting him go. They didn't exercise the 5th-year option. He was done. He was toast.
Bolts is on a Ring of Fame path.
Yeah, it's crazy, right?
He finishes out this contract. That'd be tough to argue.
Finish out this contract and win a Super Bowl. You might be right.
Oh my God!
I don't know if I'd put him in the Gary Zimmerman class or
no. Well,
Tony
Zim was barely here. You gotta ask yourself: was he better than Ryan Clady?
No.
Well, hang in there. You never know.
I'd be curious what the longevity says. You know, Ryan was here a long time, but the final 2 or 3 years he didn't play.
Yeah, barely played.
Well, after he tore his patella.
Playing basketball.
Yeah.
Well, he had that. He had the Liz Frank, kept him out.
Yeah.
He missed
Hey, Tony Jones was a hell of a tackle, too.
He was, but Bolsey's kind of...
Oh, he's up there.
He's
crazy. He's up there, top 2 or 3 best left tackles in franchise history.
Isn't it wild?
Yep.
Guy that was just, almost run out of town. All right, well, you never know. We'll see how it goes. How much more time does he have on this one?
Yeah, I think he just signed it last year, didn't he?
I don't know. Probably 3 more years.
And McGlinchey's good?
McGlinchey's probably on a make or break it year.
Okay.
You know, he'll have an out in his contract next season. So
and did you draft a center? Was who you picked up, right?
God, we drafted no lineman.
No, they picked up a guy like that in undrafted free agent.
Yeah.
We signed multiple interior offensive linemen and gave them pretty healthy signing bonuses for undrafted guys.
They're definitely taking a peek. That's the message. Center is a little bit up in the air. Little bit. Not a guard, though. Not starting guard.
No, but I mean, I went into the draft saying you can run it back with everybody. And when I said everybody, I didn't just mean the starting 5. You could run it back with the entire room.
Yeah.
We had great tackle depth last year. We had good interior depth last year. That was as rock solid of an offensive line room as we've had in a long time.
We had one.
Even though Scotty will tell you that they sucked.
I thought they were very average.
We had one bad blocking arrangement on field goals.
True.
That sucked. And people lost their jobs after that.
Did that cost you a home game in the playoffs?
No, it was the Chiefs game.
Like, how did that affect you for the long term?
You'd have been.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You'd have been 11-6.
I don't think you're beating out the Chiefs for the division, but it would have been a good win to have, and it would have meant something. It would have been important for sure. But they went on a run after that anyways, as they should have, and they did. But that would have been a nice one to, that would have been nice. Because it feels like the 38-0 shellacking at the end of the year wasn't even a.
Yeah, that'd have been a real game.
I guess it breaks the streak and the whole thing, and so there's that whole thing. But like, that didn't feel like a real game. You got to win a real game against the Chiefs,
and that one in Kansas City would have been.
Oh, that would have definitely been a real game, no doubt about it. Yeah, that would have mattered, and it should have. I
still wondered how that would have changed your playoff perspective. Having 11 wins versus 10.
Well,
probably
I can't even remember where it was shaped up at.
I mean, I don't know what the seedings looks like.
I think you've been playing the
Ravens. At some point, you're
Ravens.
facing off against Buffalo. At some point, you're facing off against one of the top dogs, and you weren't a top dog.
I think you'd be playing the Ravens in Baltimore instead of the Bills in Buffalo. I mean, is there going to be a different result? Probably not. It's probably going to be the same thing.
Maybe because Lamar chokes in the playoffs.
They already got you once. You knew what they were going to do.
It's KKSE FM HD1 Broomfield, Denver, Boulder. Okay, tonight. What are we looking at tonight? What are some indicators that things are going well, things are going bad? What do you hope to see?
We always say you're playing with house money. You were playing with house money when you got to the playoffs. Really, kind of. And now winning the first series, you're really playing with house money. Now, you know what you are? You're the big pot, and you're doubling everybody else on the table in this matchup because you lose. Imagine if you beat Oklahoma City, had they be in a big market like L.A. or they would get crushed. It's Oklahoma. But there will be panic set in. I heard a guy on Nate and Andy's show yesterday that you can tell he's writes for the Oklahoman. Oh, this is what. Oh, I'm like, okay, whatever, guy. You lose this game, there'll be panic. There'll be panic in Oklahoma City. And I think if you win this game tonight, this series is over. Because I'm not going to go Charles Barkley on, but I think you win game 3 because that place is going to be lit.
Okay, I'm not trying to rain on any parades, but I'm just trying to see the other side of the coin. Oklahoma City has had their way, even in Denver, though. They've had, punishing games against the Nuggets here in Denver. Why would that be so much different in the playoffs?
You split with them here in Denver, and you split with them there in OKC. So if you win tonight and then you split with them games 3 and 4, you're up 3-1.
True.
Now you just got to find a way to win a game. So I don't know, man. I think Oklahoma City bounces back, but I think Denver will be in the game.
How are they going to take care of Jokic? I mean, he drops 42 on them. That's not acceptable, obviously. They 42-22. They can't do that again. What changes tonight?
I think they'll play similar to what they did the other night. I think they'll be quicker with their doubling and banging on him. I think they're going to do the best they can not to switch out tiny guards on him, which they got into in that fourth quarter. Those 42 points, he had 18 in the fourth quarter.
Early in the game, the announcers were making a big deal out of the fact that every time Jokic got the ball, they zoned him up, right? And so they were almost going in and out of his zone defense to man-to-man defense, just depending on if Jokic got the ball. Did they get away from that as the game went on?
It sure seemed like they got less of it.
Because it seemed pretty damn effective at the beginning.
Or Joker, what he started doing is he stopped worrying about passing out of it.
Okay.
Like I thought early on he was worried about passing out of it too much. And he got a bunch of turnovers trying to throw it to baseline, trying to throw it over his head, trying to do the stuff he did. And I thought, especially fourth quarter, if you're going to put me Caruso on me, I'm just going to back him down the dotted line and just a little floater over the top of him.
I got a quirky question for you because you were in a unique position, Scott. Give me a second there. A reminder that Moser, Lombardi, and Kane will be live at Safeway on Lowell and West 44th in Denver tomorrow morning from 6 to 10 a.m. Stop by and say hi. You can register to win a Yeti cooler filled with cool prizes. It's brought to you by Redbird Farms Chicken. It's juicy, tender, and so delicious. Redbird Farms. We'll see you tomorrow morning at Safeway on the corner of Lowell and West 44th in Denver. You don't watch games on TV very often, and nobody's better than the Altitude crew for hockey and basketball, period. I set up my question, framing it in that context. You're watching the game. My guy, Ian Eagle, who I went to college with. And we had the crew was like, Ian was there, Tarico was there. We had some, we had some cool guys there.
Successful guys than you.
Yeah. I was there, and a couple of other slugs were there at the same time. How'd you like Ian and Grant Hill on the call? What'd you think of that?
Ask Nate. I saw Nate's tweet.
I want to see because I didn't see it because I don't really play with that. I like Ian. Ian, I would consider a buddy in the broadcasting world. Like he came
Been
over
there
and talked
forever.
to us and known him forever. We've had him on the show forever. By the fourth quarter, I started realizing every bucket he's trying to do a soundbite. Bullseye in the ring, or
How about the Peyton Watson hitting a three and he dropped an elementary?
Yeah, and
yeah.
This was a guy.
Oh, you think he's trying a little too hard?
I thought this was a guy that had a handful of things already written down and planned to say.
Oh,
and so
okay, all right,
maybe like radio call almost.
Well, but think about this: the social media world we live in, you don't show the whole game. You show a big bucket by Joker.
Yeah,
or like Peyton Watson with the big three, elemental. Okay. So he's written down all these things, and I thought all it was saying after saying after saying. I was like, dude,
too cute.
I thought he got cute.
Okay.
Oh, what was your criticism, Nate? Same thing?
No, my criticism. I just tweeted it was just a lot of Caruso slurping, and
he was slurping Caruso.
And I say that as somebody that loves watching Caruso play basketball, but it was like, we get it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he's playing hard.
Yes, we know the white guy's hustling. Yeah. Yes, there's no doubt about it. He's making some tough, smart plays out there. We're all aware.
Do you think that white guy's a gym rat?
you know the white guy defensive end scouting report, right?
Yeah. Let's have it. High motor?
Yeah, high motor, effort guy.
Yeah.
Never gives up on the play.
Right.
Yeah, high football IQ.
Yep.
They got all those things.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. No, and hey, Caruso was good. I get it. So he gave that to him. Did you see the number, Scotty? I know you look at Dan Hyatt's stuff. That the Nuggets were, let's see, Jokic 0 for 7 when Jalen Williams was his closest defender. 0 for 7.
Is that the Arkansas Williams or the other?
No, the other Williams, the Santa Clara Williams, not the Arkansas Jalen Williams.
Because I remember him scoring on him.
There's too many Jalen Williams in this.
They got a couple
in this series. Yeah, no, it was the 6'5", 211.
The all-star Jalen Williams.
All-star Jalen Williams. Hold on, I want to make sure I got it right. He's J-Dub. So Jalen Williams, whose brother Cody played at CU, that's Jalen Williams. He's J-Dub. The other Jalen Williams, the one from Arkansas, is J. Will.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah. I'm learning all
I think
of
I
this.
knew
Thank you for that family tree.
So he didn't score much on J-Dub.
He did not.
Yeah.
No, he was really effective against Chet. His regular season numbers against Chet were like bad. Jokic's were. His regular season numbers against Hartenstein were great. Let me ask you that you did Hartenstein's games here. You watched him. Was it just a matter of like he needed to get to a place where he was going to play and then his game could take off?
Yeah, I think he was part of the big guys that came in that the Nuggets just refused to play.
Yeah.
Because there was a handful of games. In fact, if you remember Marlo, who's also great at nicknames and stuff, there was one game he helped win, and he called it "It's a Hardy Party."
That's good.
And that's what he is.
It's right up there with a Murray Fleury and a Porter quarter.
Yeah, it was a Hardy Party.
Uh-huh.
And then he just wouldn't play. And then he went to New York, and you got a defensive guy in
Tibbs
that said basically rebound and play defense.
Yeah.
And that's all he did. And then all of a sudden he gets a big contract.
He's a good player.
He set a hard screen.
Yep.
Rolled to the rim. Play good defensive rebound. And he'd be the perfect backup right now for
Sounds
Joker.
like Scott Hastings.
Well, yeah, but he'd be the perfect backup for Joker. Right
you guys, I think Jokic is just he's gonna have a massive series.
Yeah.
I love this matchup for him. It really, if anything, what game one told me is how good Zubats is. And just like his size, strength, and mobility to stay with Jokic. Like neither Chet nor Hartenstein have like the combination of all those things that Zubats does. No. And, I don't know if he's going for 42 every game in this series, but like this is a monster Jokic series.
He got quite a few mismatches too. And every time he got a mismatch, he was on it.
Yep.
I mean, he was barreling that sucker down to the hoop and making him pay.
And especially that fourth quarter, he said, because I think the turnovers happen when he's trying to pass out of that little zone, block the lanes, do what they were doing.
Yeah.
I think they won that part of it. And then he finally, his fourth quarter, said, "Nah, okay, we're just being."
Yeah. I wonder if they're going to try and guard him tighter on the perimeter, because those 2 threes that he hit in the fourth quarter, like they were kind of the ball game.
Especially that last one, because it brought him within one,
Yeah.
right? But he was pretty close to him. I was like, whoa.
Well, and that's the risk you run, though, because if you guard him too tight, then he'll pump fake you into oblivion. He'll put the ball on the floor. He'll hit that runner. He'll draw a defender and kick. He'll get fouled, whatever it is. Like, he's just it's you just pick your poison on him. It's too tough.
Here's an interesting story. He's the first guy, I think, in playoff history to average a triple-double in a
series.
Postseason series.
Yeah.
What if somehow Denver finds a way to win? Could he be the first guy that averages 40-20 in a post? And I'm thinking, I'm wondering if Wilt ever did it or somebody like that. But,
Sure.
But could he average 40-20 in this series?
In a series? He could. The 20, I think, is very realistic. He averaged 16 boards a game this year in the regular season against OKC, and like he killed those guys on the boards in game 1. Again, he had a great rebounding series. It's not like it is against the Clippers. He doesn't have a body like Zubac's that he's got to deal with.
Well, it goes back to what we said the other day also. Once you played the Clippers, there's no way Oklahoma City is going to be more physical.
Right.
I'm not even sure they can be as physical as that Clipper game was.
Mm-hmm.
I
mean, they fly
and I think
around.
They tried. They fly around. They're very athletic.
Yeah.
They're very athletic, very young. They're a very good team. But I said this on our show, and I'm standing by it. If they win tonight, the series is over.
How much better are the Nuggets right now versus what they were, I don't know, let's say the second week of April?
What do you think?
It feels noticeable.
Yeah.
I asked this question earlier, and I think a lot of this has to do with the player empowerment that's going on. You see Jokic in the huddles. It's so obvious. Now, I know Jokic would do this, but not like this. Jokic kind of downplayed it, and he said, "No, I used to do it. They just didn't have the cameras on me." Well, okay, maybe. It didn't seem like it was like this, I asked Scott this question and this is in regards to David Adelman. How far can that go? How far can player empowerment go? Is that a long-term thing? Is that it seems like it's good enough for the playoffs. Like, I don't see any reason why it would be not enough for now.
Yeah.
Is that a long-term solution, player empowerment?
I think it is if the player you're empowering is a player like Nikola Jokic. If the player you're empowering is a Tim Duncan type, is a make sure that everything is done correctly on the floor, like that. It's one of the beauties of Jokic, and it's one of the things I loved about the way that he played the last series was he had lower scoring games by his own standards, right? I think he only averaged 24 a game in that series. But, for example, Game 5 when Jamal's going off, there was no point in that game where Nikola was like, well, I got to get mine now. I gotta pump up 8 shots this quarter because I gotta get mine.
Yeah,
that guy is team above everything else, and he has played correct basketball above everything else. Honestly, sometimes probably to his own detriment, right? Like, there are points of games where it's like, dude, just take over and score, and he's always looking for the right play. I think he's gotten way better at that as his career has gone along. But I would say my answer to your question, Tyler, is if it's Nikola Jokic, then God, yes. If it's
Tim Duncan, yes, for 17 years,
right.
He was able to do it.
If it was, the 09 or let's say 07, 06 Nuggets, and you're talking about Carmelo Anthony and Allen Iverson, I would say, probably not.
That's pretty much the same answer Scott gave. I do have my concerns that's got a shelf life on it.
Mm-hmm.
When it's Nikola Jokic, there's probably not a shelf life.
That, and to your point, short sample size because it's the playoffs.
Well, and here's another thing too. And I said this: if you've watched the Celtic City documentary,
it's great.
Great,
it's great,
especially the early part.
Yeah,
isn't that what Red really did? Did he not just empower his teams forever and ever, and they were able to win some? I mean, he empowered those. This is your team. This is how we play, and he really empowered those guys. And I think if you're going to start it, and this is why it's even more important for the next GM, that you bring leaders in as free agents or drafts
Right.
or whatever it is, that they can learn over the next 6 years from this guy. And then when he's gone, you've got somebody to step up in the void.
General managers, like every GM in the world, will say, well, I'm looking to draft or acquire high character guys. Everybody says that, and it's one of those meaningless things of like, what the hell does that mean? Because to me, like, character works when you have, the correct combination, the correct stew, like-minded guys. Not everybody's going to be a choir boy. And quite frankly, Scotty, like, you don't want that. You don't want everybody that's like, we got to get the best shot humanly possible on every single possession. Sometimes you need a guy that's just going to put the ball on the floor and go get his. Like, if anything, there have been points of this Nugget season where I'm like, I think they've been lacking some of that.
And probably a lot of the problem with the second unit.
Yeah.
No one was ever looking to go get there,
Get there.
except Strother once in a while.
Sure.
But no one else really was. Pickett, when he turned around and started having good games, he actually got aggressive. The Sacramento game, when David's first game as a coach.
Yep.
That was as confident as I've seen a guy, but he played downhill and tried to get his. But I think it's going to be interesting. I don't think we'll see. I don't think Oklahoma City's ready to give this up.
No. I think this thing's got long. Here's the other thing the Nuggets have working for them, or I suppose that they have to be able to meet tonight, is you can't be the first road team to lose a playoff game this round.
So keep the streak.
You keep the streak. Yeah. Although I guess Knicks Celtics play, so the Knicks could still blow it.
So 2 questions I want to ask you guys. One, did you happen to hear Berto? I thought Berto had a brilliant comment. And that's rare.
Okay.
He goes, do you know in this series, Murray's going to win you a game? After winning that game 1, all you got to do is find a way to win 2 others.
That's a good point.
And when you think about it, Murray's going to win you a game, right?
Mm-hmm.
Should.
I mean, that's what he does. Even the Lakers series last year when he didn't play
he won
great,
you a game.
He won you a game Lakers series. Minnesota, when he's hitting that half-court shots and stuff, he's winning you a game. He's going to win you one. How do you win 2 more? I thought that was a heck of a point.
Well, but see, that goes back to your question of averaging 40. You don't want him to average 40.
Doesn't need to.
Well,
you hope he doesn't
when
need to.
When he scores a lot, they don't win. It's that simple. Well, when he's assisting a lot, yes, they do win.
He only had 6 assists in game 1. There were so many.
There was no reason for them to win that
there
game.
Was no reason.
I'm so glad they did.
Okay, hold on. Let me blow your guys' mind. Okay, again, this is a shout out to my dude Dan Hyatt right here. Listen to this. Okay. By the way, 31 years ago today. Yeah, 31 years ago today. Game 5 win over Seattle. Mutombo on the floor.
I was I traveled for that game.
Yeah, you were there. That
I was calling radio for that game.
That's a.
When was your last year with the team?
The year before.
So you just missed it.
Yeah, they were all my buddies. They were all my friends. I ran after we signed off from Seattle. I sprinted to the locker room because I still thought I was a player, right? Because they're all my buddies. They were all my friends. I sprinted to that locker room to celebrate with everybody.
Got some beers.
Oh, got beers. And I
met. What was that flight? That was a much different time.
Oh, I met Issel walking in or walking out or running in. Actually, he was the same thing as me, giddy. He gave me a big hug. He had a beer. He had already had a Budweiser cracked. And it was a celebration.
Okay. So how unlikely was the game 1 win? So the Nuggets shot 44% from the floor, and they only had 18 assists, fewest of any game that they played this year, right? Lowest assist total of the year, and they had 18 turnovers.
Well, that 44% tells you that too, right?
Yeah. This is the second time in the Jokic-Murray era. This game 1 was the second time in the Jokic-Murray era they shot below 45%, had 18 or fewer assists, and had 18 or more turnovers and still won the game. The only other time that it happened, October 26, 2016, at New Orleans, Jamal Murray's NBA debut. That's it. Since that time, if they play, let's be honest, when you see those numbers, if they play that, air quotes, poorly, they lose.
Well, but it also gives you, here's how you play the game. They stayed in touch, even all the bad. And I think of those 18 turnovers, they had 12 or 13 the first half.
Yeah.
So they really limited the numbers in the second half when you needed to. and they started making big shots. And you said they shot 44%. It'd be interesting to see what they shot in the fourth quarter. Because I bet it wasn't 44%.
No, it was yes. They shot the ball better late in that game. These are how you get it done.
So and that's kind of the key of the playoffs. George Karl used to say that always make it on the road a fourth quarter game.
Mm-hmm.
And they made it a fourth quarter game.
And the Thunder haven't played many fourth quarter games.
Well, exactly.
Yep.
Do you know, counting last game, the Thunder have only lost 9 home games all year, including that playoff game, and 2 of them are from Denver.
Say 2 of them for Denver.
That team lost 14 games all year. The Nuggets are 3-2 against those guys. Matchups, man. Matchups are a hell of a thing.
That's the biggest thing. That's the biggest thing.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
That's why I still think, no matter fatigue or not, they beat Dallas last year if they win that game 7.
Scott Hastings, enjoy watching a game on TV tonight.
Should we do a watch party?
No. Here's what I've realized. I am Andy Lindahl when I watch the Nuggets on TV.
Uh-huh.
And I mean, I'm standing up yelling. And I got the warden's dad there, who goes by the moniker of prisoner 582166586. So he's watching the game with me. I leave at halftime. I said, I'm putting Ellie to bed. And I don't know if he stayed or left, or I think they left. I went up and laid down with my daughter and fell asleep.
Do you coach as you watch the game? Do you coach them?
I coach them. I coach the announcers.
Uh-huh.
I'm coaching the refs as usual.
Uh-huh.
Look me dead in the eye right now. When you do the inmate number for your father-in-law, is it the same number every time?
I think it always starts.
Or do you just go with what you like?
I go with what hits me. But
are these old phone numbers that are kicking around in your brain?
Nope. It usually always starts with a 5.
Okay.
But then it's just random numbers.
It's just there from okay.
So
I was curious.
He's not prisoner number 8675309 or anything like that.
586755562.
Okay.
I told Nate yesterday.
And then you got the governor as his wife.
And then
I'm married to the warden.
All right.
And then there's Junior
Warden. And then Junior Warden, which I went and put Junior Warden down in her bed.
I do wish you were there Monday night. You would have laughed because first off, you'd have liked it because my buddy Jay was upset that he thought a Nuggets player was wearing a Kobe Bryant jersey and he wanted no Lakers stuff on the sideline. So we had to rewind to see, is that in fact a Kobe Bryant sweatshirt that the point guard was wearing? I still can't remember his name. Trey Alexander. And so we tried to catch up, but got behind. And so as they were rebounding the ball for the fateful last possession, my kids started losing it. My son's yelling. My daughter's talking like a sailor because she couldn't believe it. And I looked at my buddy and I go, I think something good's about to happen because my kids are just like me, destroying the house when they win.
Yeah.
Apparently they're from
your bloodline.
I don't know. Yeah, the South, Arkansas.
House
you
of
light
Dragons
couches on fire.
Yeah.
Andy's family is the
we
House
go
of
and light
Dragons.
people. Yeah, I guess if they win this thing again, maybe I'll take them out and we'll go find a Chevy Trailblazer or whatever. What was Brandon Allen's car that got lit on fire?
A Chevy Avalanche.
Avalanche.
It was a Chevy Avalanche.
We'll just go torch one of those. Now we'll have to find one. I don't know where they are.
Oh,
they're vintage now, aren't they?
Let's hope we get another living room mosh pit tonight. Scott Hastings,
See you,
everybody.
boys.
It's Kreckman and Lindahl. Chris Dempsey joins us next.
Boy, this would be a huge miss. Second free throw, Holmgren. Missed it again. Rebound down to Christian Brown. You got to hurry. 7 seconds. Front court over to Westbrook. Left side Gordon for the win. Yeah! 2.8 seconds left coming back the other way. Williams from half court. Banked it no good at the horn. And the Denver Nuggets shock the Oklahoma City Thunder in game number 1.
Yeah, they did that. And now they got a chance to steal another one. Pull off what Indiana did last night in Cleveland. How amazing was that finish? Can the Nuggets repeat the feat and keep the road teams unbeaten in the postseason? Joining us right now, well, at least in the second round, excuse me. Joining us right now to discuss, to preview game number 2. It's our pal Chris Dempsey from Altitude. Demps, how you doing, man?
I'm doing great. Isn't it wild that no home teams have won?
It's so weird.
It
is so crazy. And hey, real quick, and we'll get to the Nuggets here in very quickly. Tyrese Halliburton, okay, who, by the way, what a weird postseason for him. Right before the playoffs start, the anonymous player survey rates him the most overrated player in the NBA. He's been nothing but terrific so far. He ripped Milwaukee's heart out. He's been great in this Cleveland series. Demps, when you watch Halliburton, does he have that? Do you find that he's got a little bit of that Jokic quality of like, he doesn't always force himself onto the game. He feels the game, and then he steps in when his team needs it.
Yeah, I think that's exactly it. You know, when the Pacers, whenever it was the last time they played the Nuggets, I said that
Michael Malone's last game. By the way, there, Demps, yeah.
Oh, that's right.
Mm-hmm.
I said that in the pregame, so we were talking about Tyrese Halliburton, and I said, you know, look, the flow of how he plays is he does the minimal amount of scoring in the first quarter, and quite honestly in the first half. But as the game goes on, he just kind of injects himself into the game as needed, and then in the fourth quarter, if you need him to become scoring Tyrese Halliburton, then he does, and then obviously he's got the clutch gene. He knocked in that shot to put Cleveland down 0-2. That is just it's a shocking series right now. But yeah, I think I love that about Tyrese Halliburton. But I think when you ask players, you know, who's overrated, they respect, you know, from tip to the final buzzer, what you're trying to do is score, and put your imprint on a game in that way. And that's just not how Tyrese Halliburton does it. But he is exactly the type of player that the Pacers need for that offense, and they have a number of players who can score. So you don't need one guy dominating the ball all the time. If he can kind of distribute and then, get himself involved later on, perfect. And so, but he's been great. I'm happy for him because I thought that was really unfair from the players, from his peers, but he's answering them back with his play.
All right, Demps, and one more on the other series, and no cart before horse here, but we could be talking about the Nuggets Western Conference Finals opponent. Is the Jimmy Butler postseason voodoo, is that enough to overcome Curry missing a week with this hamstring?
Yeah, see, I think ultimately no.
Yeah.
When Curry went out of that game, I believe Golden State was already up 12. And, Minnesota was busily missing every single shot that they took. And I just don't, Minnesota is prone to these games. I think it was game 2 against the Lakers. They missed all the shots too. I mean, they're just kind of prone to these games where they don't make, the shots that they probably ultimately will over the course of a 7-game series. But that is just too massive of a loss for Golden State to be able to hold on, for him to be back. And right now, what do they say? He might miss games 3 and 4 as well. Obviously, he's already out for game 2. So I mean, that's gonna be tough. And look, if you're Minnesota, you make sure that if Steph Curry comes back for game 5, that they're down 3-1. That's your job as the Minnesota Timberwolves. But I think Jimmy Butler, he's good, but he needs help, and he doesn't have enough of it with Golden State now.
All right, so I teased in our promo today, Chris, that there's some things going on in the tea leaves that suggest things look a little bit like they did in 2023 when the Nuggets won the championship. You want some voodoo of your own to lean on to why the vibes might be high for this team? I'm going to give them to both you and Nate.
Let's have it.
First off, the Avs. They were dumped in the first round in a 7-game series to the Seattle Kraken.
Okay.
So that's just one of those coincidental things.
All right.
Secondly, Nikola Jokic didn't win MVP that year, you remember, and he's doing it again, and it looks to me like he's a little bit angry about it. I see. Chris, I want to remind you of this. Remember, back when they won the championship in 2023 was the year of the All-Star game where LeBron decided he would take Jokic last on the team. And remember, that was by accident. And it felt to me in that Lakers series in the Western Conference Final, and every series since, that Jokic is going to let him know, I've not forgotten that diss. I may be the casual, laid-back big friend of you.
I'll never say
But don't think that I haven't forgotten that you tried to say you were better than me. And I think there could be a little extra fire going in this series with we all expect SGA to get named any day now MVP of the league. But let me dig into some numbers. Here's some Dan Hyatt stuff for both of you.
Ooh.
Okay, KCP. Now, we're cheating on the sample size. We're not going to worry about that. I'm on a roll. During the playoffs, KCP averaged 9.7 points, 2.8 rebounds, and 1.7 assists, okay? Christian Brown right now in the playoffs, 12.6 points, 6 rebounds, 2.4 assists, all right? You also had a guy we all loved in Bruce Brown. Bruce Brown averaged 12 points, 4 rebounds, we'll call it 2 assists in the playoffs. Russ, 14 points, 4 rebounds, and about 3 assists right now. Point being, the two guys filling in your 7-man rotation. Now, you want to compare Peyton Watson to Jeff Green somehow? Have at it. I don't know how that really works. But I'm saying that they're getting the same. They're getting, in some cases, a bit better performances from the guys filling in for the two guys we always wish they still have. So how's that? There's no question. I'm going to Ernie Johnson you there, Demps. How do you feel about that, pal?
Well, I feel really good about it. To be honest with you, I mean, I think prior to the season, one of the things that I thought about this basketball team was I thought the key to their season, prior to this was kind of the role players, and actually, I think what I said more specifically was the young players, because they were leaning so heavily on, or they were going to lean so heavily on young players to kind of fill roles. If they could do that, then you have a team that is fully capable of getting itself back to a Western Conference final and maybe an NBA final. But if they could not do that, then this team had a shelf life. And what you are just describing right there is the players, the support players around the core are doing the job, and they're doing the job of so far in these playoffs. And I would just say Christian Brown has outplayed KCP the entirety of the basketball season. If you look at how those two individuals performed this year in this season, and so that has been a total advantage Christian Brown and advantage Nuggets. And I never thought I would say that in a million zillion years when you lost KCP, who obviously is a 2-time champion. But Christian Brown has been great, and Russell Westbrook has been needed. And look. Right now, I think the way I see the Nuggets is you got Jokic doing his thing, you got Murray doing his thing, and you have Aaron Gordon who's having a great playoffs. Michael Porter Jr. obviously is too injured to have a game over game impact. So So then who else can kind of fill in for some of that? Well, it's been Russell Westbrook, 18 points in the last game. That's something that Michael Porter Jr. could have done with actually 2 healthy shoulders, but he only has 1. So you need somebody to fill in that production. It's been Russell Westbrook for the majority of these playoffs. And if the Nuggets are going to keep getting that, then they're going to be very dangerous. And, this is a basketball team that injuries were a part of the story in terms of inconsistency this year. Actually, it was the largest part of the story. I think the starting 5, their projected starting 5, only took the court 28 times, something right around there. You can't be consistent when that happens, but they're all on the court every single night now, and they're playing really well. And Russell Westbrook, staying away from the turnovers by and large, giving us all the defensive energy that you need, and then he's knocking in shots. These teams are daring him to shoot jump shots. He's shooting them. He's making them, and that's making the Nuggets way more dangerous.
By the way, 2023 playoff Jeff Green, 4 points, 2 rebounds. 2025 playoff Peyton Watson, 4 points, 2 rebounds.
Love it.
Well done. Well done.
All this energy, all of it.
Yeah.
And DJ's got the house somewhere, I'm sure, to let everybody come over and have a good dinner.
Who is rookie Christian Brown right now?
Look, it's not a perfect, but we're gonna just hey,
close.
Don't hurt the karma.
I liked it. Hey, I'm a fan. Let's perpetuate.
It might have been
this.
Deron Holmes. Don't you guys? We'll never know. I really wonder how much would have been different had Deron Holmes been in the conversation of the rotation.
Very much in the plans, and how much better that would have made you in the future.
Probably Michael Malone is still your coach.
Injuries.
You know
are
what
just,
I mean? Talk about the butterfly effect.
Yeah, no kidding. Injuries. You said it right there. By the way, Dems, what is the rest of this series going to look like for Porter? Because if you look over right now, like his last 4 games, there's like a real on again, off again, on again, off again sort of pattern right here. Is it just like how the body responds to treatment and maybe you get something out of him that night?
Yeah, exactly right. Yeah. So you start him every game, and then if he has it, then you roll with it. And then if he doesn't, then you don't roll with it. And I think that's just going to be his existence in these playoffs. And it's too bad. This injury, it's just too bad, because, being injured is one thing. Having an injury that you wouldn't normally even play with at all, but now you're having to gut through it. And look, there was a pass that Christian Brown threw to him. I think Christian Brown was in the corner. Michael Porter was kind of out near the 3-point line. He couldn't reach up both of his hands to catch the ball, and then kind of loafed it, actually trying to get it, and it ended up being a backcourt violation. And then they threw an alley-oop to him, and I don't know why we're throwing alley-oops to a guy who can't lift up both of his arms.
With one arm.
Yeah, and so it's too bad because he was having, a really good and positive impact, I thought. I thought we saw a lot of growth in his offensive game in terms of not just being a three-point shooter, but doing a lot of other things that kept him engaged when his three-point shots weren't falling. And he just can't get to that on a night-to-night basis because of the shoulder. But I think the plan, to your point, I think we're just going to watch the Nuggets start him and then see what they got. And, if he has it, then roll with it.
If he's got it, then roll with it. Dems, what's this game look like tonight? What carries over from game 1? What adjustments do you see out of the Thunder? What kind of product are we watching out there tonight?
Yeah, so I think 2 things for Oklahoma City standpoint. They're going to try, they should try to keep Isaiah Hartenstein on Jokic as much as possible. Nobody could guard him. Obviously, he scored 42 and 22, but he was just 3 of 9 against Isaiah Hartenstein. Now, the thing about Hartenstein, as we well know from him being here on this team, is that he's prone to fouls, and so. Even if he's having success, he's probably going to foul enough to get him off the court, and then that's going to be a real problem for Oklahoma City. But I would expect that they try to keep him on and just tell him, don't foul this guy, just get good hands up and contest this shot. It's very difficult for them to surround Nikola Jokic with more players simply because the Nuggets have done a fantastic job of just moving Nikola Jokic around everywhere. It's kind of like the edge rusher who he's over here on this play, he's over there on this play, and what are we going to do? And you had better get him identified. Well, Nikola Jokic, from a post up, a spot up, of the pick and roll, whether he's handling the ball or just rolling, from a transition standpoint, early offense, he's just never in the same spot. And so if you are going to say, well, they're going to just double team him, that's fine, but it's very difficult when he's moving all around. So we'll just see what happens there. But I think they also need to get him boxed out. His impact on the putbacks on the offensive glass was huge. It really kept the Nuggets in the game.
7 offensive rebounds in game 1.
Correct. Yeah, correct. And as a team, 21 as a team for 27 points. That can't be how you operate if you're the Oklahoma City Thunder in game 2.
All right, we're in the tree of trust here. By the way, you gave us another drop of the year candidate. We may just have to have you on every week so that we can play a full segment of you when we do this award show at the end. Alex Caruso, if you were in the gym, seriously, you've gone to the Denver Athletic Club with Vic to play a little ball, and that dude's out there with his bald head and his headband. You're going at him, aren't you, Chris? That's your guy. That's who you're targeting, is it not?
Oh man! Unless he's a great defensive player, and then you just let him shoot. The thing about Alex Caruso was the 3-point shooting to me, because he's been mostly a reluctant shooter, period. Any shot, period, by and large over the course of his career. And he hasn't been a fantastic 3-point shooter over the course of his career either. So for him to go 5 for 9 was Like, okay. And look, the Nuggets are going to let him shoot these shots. They're going to slow close out to him while they try to devote more defensive resources to slowing down Jalen Williams and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, and to a lesser extent, Chet Holmgren as well. Like, that takes a lot of your defensive capital. And so guys are going to be left open, and Caruso is going to be one of them. And they'll slow close out to him again. If he goes 5 for 9 in a game again from the three-point line, I really would be shocked, to be honest with you. Now, the guy that they also slow closed out to that I think you can't always do that is Lou Dort. And Lou Dort hit 4 3-pointers. I think he was the entirety of his shot profile was 3-point shots. He made 4. Now, in the regular season game against the Nuggets, he made 8. And he's improved his 3-point shooting the way Aaron Gordon has improved his 3-point shooting. So you can't just have him taking wide open shots. So they're going to have to close out, I think, to Lou Dort a little bit faster. But Caruso, that's somebody is going to get an open shot. And unfortunately for the Nuggets, he made a bunch of them. I think that they're going to play the percentages that he won't repeat that multiple times in a series.
Look, I just want you to admit his goofy look annoys you. Come on now. I can handle getting schooled by Hartenstein or even Chet bugs me. But it's like the Jeff Hornacek back in the day. And I know we all love him here, but when Earl Boykins at 5'5" or whatever is raining threes, that's what drives you nuts, isn't it? You should be able to get that guy done. Huh?
Well, he's just so bald that he's just breaking up the baldness with the headband. And he looks goofy.
It's the bald look with the headband that just drives me crazy. I know he's a good player, but I don't. Yeah. It's like, dude, please, for your own sake, lose from one ugly man to another. Lose the headband. Lose the headband.
The thing is, though, do you remember early in his career, he still had the short hair going on, the horseshoe pattern and everything. But he didn't have it back then because he had some hair to absorb the sweat. His head's too smooth now. There's nothing to take any of that moisture away.
Well, by the way, how have none of us talked about the slick move by Nikola to try to sweat up the ball on inbound? And Caruso's like, dry this off, and the ref had to rub it on his pants.
Nikola, man, he's the smartest. Oh, man.
Smartest basketball player on the planet. Mm-hmm. Chris Dempsey, everybody. Guys, tonight, flip over to Altitude immediately after the game. Vic and Demps, and I'm assuming Marlowe's going to be in there as well. But you want to hear Chris Dempsey's post-game analysis. Yeah, I know Shaq and Kenny and all those guys are fun, but Chris Dempsey actually pays attention and knows what the hell he's talking about. So go watch Demps after the game tonight. Demps, good work as always, man.
Appreciate you guys.
All right, that's our buddy Chris Dempsey.
I'm going to make you all hate Caruso by the end of this. I had on the nightly, I had people going, I know why you hate Ben now. I know. Well, Caruso's my guy this round.
That's your dude.
When we're done, I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know when it'll be over. I'm going to make sure you all hate Alex Caruso.
It is the
Somebody said this. He looks like Elmer Fudd in Space Jam. That's perfect.
He's got, yes.
Well
put.
That's a texter. Good job, texter.
Nice job, texter. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl show. It is a Wednesday afternoon. We are rolling with you. We'll take a break. When we come back, I believe there is one aspect of the brilliance of Nikola Jokic that we don't talk enough about, and it's going to get put to the test for the rest of these playoffs. I'll tell you what that is next.
Guys, Andy Lindahl for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Now, we had a few people tell us that last segment got them a little excited too. But if you want true excitement back in your life, if you've been dealing with erectile dysfunction and the excitement doesn't feel the same, you got to go see our friends over at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They can help you figure out a solution for your erectile dysfunction. Don't let ED be a relationship destroyer. Don't let it cause you to pull away from your partner or avoid intimacy, or if you're single, avoid any sort of dating or anything like that altogether. Get your confidence back. Get your sex life back over at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They have treatments that work when pills and herbals fail, and treatments with success rates well over 90%, and some treatments that can have you lasting an hour or more if you so desire that. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, and they've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Schedule a consult today with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Your initial visit's $99. You'll go and meet with a Colorado licensed medical provider. They'll do a T and a PSA test. And if you're medically advised, they'll give you a test dose. And if the test dose doesn't work in the office, well, then it's free, so you have nothing to lose. They have an expert staff, and if you're like a lot of men, they could have you feeling like your old self the day after the appointment. 5 locations throughout Colorado to serve you, up north in Fort Collins and down south in the Springs as well. Call them today, 720-440-7900, or visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
They were chanting free throw merchant at you. I'm curious what you thought of that, and how much do you rely on your experiences in Serbia? I've heard you say crowds here don't bother you.
To be honest, I didn't hear that, but that's kind of funny.
It is the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Free throw merchant Nikola Jokic. That's funny. He does get a lot of free throws. He shot 13 in game one. He's got a lot of scars on the arms. It is Kreckman and Lindahl. We're taking you up to game 2 tonight right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 with Kaz on the call. But Andy, I was looking at this, okay? This is from the fine folks over there at Basketball Reference, okay?
Okay.
This is total minutes played leaders, your 2025 NBA playoffs. This is total minutes played so far in these playoffs.
Playoffs. I don't know how he doesn't play that drop every single time. And it's good he doesn't. It's good he doesn't.
Did you realize the top 4, the only 4 dudes in the NBA that have played over 300 minutes so far in the playoffs, all Denver Nuggets?
Yeah, it sounds about right.
Jamal is the minutes leader at 339. Joker at 322. Thank God he got to have a casual Game 7 against the Clippers. His numbers actually went down a little bit. CB's at 316. AG is at 311. Next closest is OG Anunoby of the Knicks at 297. Not surprisingly, all the next few guys on the list are all Knicks because Thibs is a psycho. But yeah, it's all Nuggets. So, like, the thing about Nikola Jokic is, do we celebrate this guy's endurance enough?
No.
He's amazing. He's absolutely incredible that he can play all of these minutes the way that he does, and you don't see his production wane. Even last year at the end of the Minnesota series, when everybody else gassed out, guess who didn't?
Well, and I'll add another reason why. You always compare highway miles to city miles on a car.
Yeah.
Nikola Jokic's minutes are like city miles.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Well
He's
put.
in the paint, especially this year. He's got 3 dudes coming at him.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone's trying to shove a shoulder, shove an elbow. He's always getting something hit.
Yeah.
They're trying to get physical with him. It is unbelievable how he has the energy on a nightly basis to give them what he gives them.
So along these lines, Hyatt had the minutes played stat, which blew my mind. Then I'm reading this in The Ringer. This is a great piece of sports writing. You know me, I'm a newspaper dork. I like good sports writing. Danny Chow had this in The Ringer, and this is a paragraph about Jokic that I want to read to you because I think it's really good. As soon as the whistle blows and the ball is tossed into the air, Jokic is already on the brink of collapse. His triceps have permanent temporary engravings like the strongest walrus on a sheet of ice, the last alpha standing against a gauntlet of tusks. The scrapes and scratches deepen over the course of a game, then they heal, wiping the canvas clean for another round in a few days. His entire body expands and contracts with the heaving breaths he takes, with a mouth that's always just a bit agape as he stares off into a mile-long distance at mile-high altitudes. He conjures moments that make you feel alive. He'll do it with a punch-drunk wobble that, if you didn't know any better, might suggest he's about to pass out, but he never does. That state of fatigue and soreness that Bill Walton coveted, Jokic has internalized it. He's harnessed its potential, the never-ending second wind. That's great.
Were you not waiting for him to just fall down at some point?
Yeah.
In that fourth quarter?
Yeah. And yet, it's just like, okay, keep giving me the ball. I'm going to keep going to work. He has possessions where he'll shoot a quick trigger 3. He didn't really in game 1. It usually will happen a little bit later in the series. And, like, sometimes I wonder if it's fatigue, and sometimes I wonder if it's just, like, frustration of just, like, well, I hate the motion on this possession, so I'm just going to jack this up.
No, I would agree with you. He was visibly, I thought, frustrated at points in the third quarter where he just had guys hanging out on the wing and nobody coming towards the basket.
Yeah,
I think that's why we did see eventually Jamal was bringing the ball down when he did the coaching thing, and he's waving the arms, and he's literally telling people, I want you to move. I'm tired of this. But, yeah, I do think you're right. I think there's sometimes where he comes down, He gives people a couple of chances to cut, and if you're not going to cut, I'm shooting because I'm too tired to go in there and do it this time.
We talk all the time about, great players have to be able to find time to occasionally rest on offense. He never gets to. If he doesn't have the ball in his hands, he is the key screener on a given play. He will set 2 and 3 screens every possession, which every single time, that's another 220-pound world-class athlete that's ramming his shoulder into him. Like all of those body blows, it never slows him down. It just, and not that he necessarily is ever going super fast, but he never stops.
Do you not feel, and this is what was amazing to me, I feel like he almost single-handedly, and I give Aaron Gordon credit too, I don't want to take him out of it, but those two smell like wore out the whole Clipper team.
Yeah.
And they may wear these guys out quicker. They're not, that Clipper team was full of a bunch of thick dudes.
Yep.
You know what I mean? It did not look like it was fun to be in the paint, and that was a man series being in the paint. Chet is not going to hold up to this. I don't think Chet, if this were to go 7, Chet may need surgery.
Chet and
he's just not a thick guy.
Neither Chet nor J-Dub were that good in the postseason last year, and again,
it becomes a different deal.
A lot of this series to be written, but
yes,
so far so good. We used to have sponsors for this bit. I don't know. I got a screwball, rockhead, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, you know what? I kind of miss the old screwball. Let's do that.
Okay, so here we go. This coming to us from ABC News. Headline: Woman arrested after raccoon named Chewy found with meth pipe in driver's seat during police stop.
One more time.
Woman arrested after raccoon named Chewy found with meth pipe in driver's seat during police stop.
A literal pipe to smoke meth.
A woman has been arrested after a raccoon named Chewy was found holding a meth pipe in the driver's seat of her car in what police are calling a strange encounter on patrol in Ohio. I can think of a few other adjectives.
Like this is run in the mill.
The incident occurred on Monday at approximately 7:15 p.m. when Springfield Township Police Officer Austin Branham decided to conduct a traffic stop on South Arlington Road after identifying a vehicle whose registered owner had an active warrant and a suspended driver's license, according to a statement from the Springfield Township Police Department. When Officer Branham approached the car, he found 55-year-old Victoria Vidal of Akron, Ohio, and was able to detain her without incident. However, things took an unusual turn, according to the police statement. As Officer Branham returned to the vehicle, he observed a raccoon named Chewy sitting in the driver's seat with a meth pipe in its mouth. Chewy had somehow gotten a hold of a glass methamphetamine pipe, leading officers to further inspect the vehicle. Yeah, I would say you see a raccoon with a meth pipe, you're like, I have further questions. I require more information.
Well, wait, what are you getting to first? The raccoon in your car or the meth pipe?
Police did confirm that Chewy was a pet raccoon and that he was not a wild animal. I think you can be a wild animal and a, air quotes, pet at the same time.
Yes.
After Vidal had the appropriate paperwork and documentation to own him. So amongst all the meth and assorted other things, I got my documentation for my raccoon.
Here's my local municipality saying this guy's fine.
My emotional support raccoon can go with me everywhere. However, a subsequent search revealed that Vidal's car contained a bulk amount of methamphetamine, crack cocaine, and 3 used glass methamphetamine pipes, police said. Vidal's charged with felony 3, possession of drugs, 3 counts possession of drug paraphernalia, and was cited for driving under suspension. She was also subsequently turned over to Cuyahoga Falls Police on her active warrant, where additional charges related to crack cocaine possession will be presented at a grand jury pending lab results. Quote, thankfully, Chewy the raccoon was unharmed. I don't want to sound like I'm cold-hearted, but I kind of wasn't that worried about the raccoon, but maybe that's just me.
Not only that, the raccoon's been around meth. Are you sure?
We've now got cocaine bear, meth squirrel, meth alligators, and now meth raccoon.
I used to just mainly worry about rabies with the raccoons.
Yeah.
Now I got to wonder if it's got a hold of a meth pipe.
Also, a pet raccoon.
Sure.
You named it Chewy.
Chewy.
Is that because it gnaws on your face while you're sleeping?
No, you're smoking meth and probably think the Wookiee from Star Wars is sitting next to you every time you drive out in your car.
Ironically, he was in the driver's seat, not the co-pilot seat. Notification was made to the proper authorities to determine that she has the proper paperwork and documentation to own the raccoon. While our officers are trained to expect the unexpected, finding a raccoon holding a meth pipe is a first. No raccoons were hurt or injured in this incident. As always, we remain committed to keeping our community safe, no matter what surprises may come our way.
But where's the raccoon now?
I don't know.
The rehab facility they sent Cobain to?
I mean, you open that car door and there's a raccoon sitting, let alone a raccoon holding a meth pipe. Just the raccoon sitting there. I'm tasing that thing right off the jump.
Everyone is tweeting it about the body cam video. We will tweet it out. It is funny. The officer has a good sense of humor about it. He doesn't feel in danger, clearly. But it's a raccoon with a meth pipe. And they're Weezer does meth pipe, don't they? Hash pipe.
Hash pipe. Very different.
That's a different pipe. Weezer probably doesn't want to out their problems.
Meth pipe is it's like a triple time speed metal song.
Yeah, that's a band.
A little bit different.
Out of Norway.
It's Kreckman and Lindahl. Godspeed to Chewy, the meth smoking raccoon.
I've eaten a lot of raccoon.
It's hour number 2. It's Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. One of the key advantages that we saw the Nuggets have in Game 1 over the Thunder was competence in the clutch, right? So, Andy, you actually can, like, clutch is sort of, one of those sort of...
it's measurable.
Yes, it's sort of an ephemeral statement, but also, like, yes, you actually can measure it and quantify it. And what the NBA and what basketball defines as clutch situations is last 5 minutes of a game and the score is within 5 points. What's funny about it is the Nuggets came back and won that game, but there was technically only 2 minutes of clutch time where the score was within 5 points. In that time, in Game 1, in those 2 minutes, the Nuggets 10 points on 50% shooting. The Thunder 4 points on 25% shooting. Game 1 was just the second time the Thunder played any clutch game since March. They've just been killing everybody.
Yeah.
Which, like, again, that's a testament to how friggin' good they are. I don't mean this as, if anything, that stat is just like you killed everybody. Like, you're just that good. But also it leads you to be able to say, okay, with a younger group, with a group of players that got ousted in the second round of the playoffs last year, that haven't been in this situation against a team as experienced and as composed in tight situations like the Nuggets are, how are the Thunder going to react? And in Game 1, the reaction was that the Nuggets were better. They were flat out better in those situations. They made all of their free throws in the clutch situation of that game. Chet missed his. And when it came time, they got the rebound that they needed. Aaron Gordon, wrestled Caruso away from the ball, and Christian Brown picked it up. And again, it's wild that neither Murray or Jokic touched the ball on the winning possession. But when you're looking for the little advantages that the Nuggets have that we don't necessarily know how the Thunder are going to react in those situations, and you don't want to make too much out of what happened in one game, but in late and tight situations, we expect the Nuggets to not be bothered by it.
Well, but I think there's something else that's going on that I do think is interesting, just in my opinion, and it goes back to the top of the hour conversation from last hour that you and Scotty were engaged in about having a coach on the floor like Nikola Jokic, basically, or having a player that just, do you defer to him?
Yeah.
Nikola Jokic is the closest thing, and I don't even know what other sports to compare it to other than maybe Peyton Manning in football. Pick the guy that ran his own offense.
Yeah.
And
the greatest quarterback.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's what Nikola Jokic is. But what I think where the Nuggets have an advantage, and will have an advantage, I think, the rest of the way, I don't have a problem with the philosophy that Oklahoma City employed. Now, again, I think the execution of it was a little off. I just think we all can obviously point to the Caruso foul immediately on Gordon after the dunk from SGA as just being way too soon. Let him dribble a couple seconds off the clock. No one's hoisting a shot from their own free throw line. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
On the other side of the court.
And it's not like Aaron Gordon's a great athlete. It's not like he's like De'Aaron Fox and you're not going to be able to catch him or something.
Exactly. Yeah. That's another good point. But to me, so there was this interesting discussion years ago I heard about, it was from Wayne Gretzky. And I think Jeff's told the story on our air before, but if not, he's told it to me before about the players becoming robotic.
Yeah.
And not living in the moment. And to me, despite the sound philosophy and the stats saying it's the right thing to do, your players, the OKC players, got a little robotic. They basically went into, we're fouling. That's the only thought in my head. Right. You played the cut yesterday. We played the cut of the players acknowledging, wow, we didn't even think about the fact that Jokic was out of the game.
Dagnall said, would it have been nice to have a few seconds go off the clock? Yes, but he's like, to me, it's more critical that just the foul occurs, kind of clock be damned in that situation, which, like, okay, but also there are extenuating circumstances like, Jokic not being in the game.
Or, yeah, and again, just play a little of the game. Let them... But see, I don't think this is just a Dagnall problem.
Mm-hmm.
I think this comes from, again, I've got 100 friends that have kids that play whatever sport, okay?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I haven't talked too much about your experience. I think you told me you played on one travel team or whatever. But we have kids that just, they don't pick up. I don't see a lot of pickup games going on. Even in my own neighborhood, they don't pick up and play football. They don't pick up and play basketball. You know why? They don't have to.
Mm-hmm.
Because there's a league for everything. They're constantly traveling. They're always in a game. There's always a coach telling them what to do.
Mm-hmm.
And again, when I watch Nikola Jokic telling his teammates what to do or just letting it happen, I think the Nuggets, as you said, they're good in the clutch moment because they're not afraid to just go and let it happen. And again, I'll credit old coach Michael Malone. He wasn't hyper about always getting the timeout to make sure the perfect play. He just let his guys play sometimes.
Sure.
Now, it happened the other night because they didn't have a timeout, right?
Mm-hmm.
But they're not afraid of the moment. You got a guy like Russ. Russ ran. We all were worried that Russ was going to go and drive to the hoop or force a Nope.
Made the right play.
His teammate was open and he threw to him.
Yep.
And I just think they have a freedom that maybe some other teams don't. And we'll see tonight what do you think they'll do if this same situation plays out? Let's say it's again 20 seconds, 30 seconds, 2-point game, 3-point game, whatever it is.
Yeah.
You think he does the same thing?
Play
Does
the
he
foul
tell
game?
him to at least
but
at least let a couple seconds run off? Why? How about I ask you this, Nate, for the sake of the discussion?
Yeah.
Why is there ever a need, unless, like you said, like the Nuggets don't have a super speedy dude that you're not going to catch?
Sure.
Because Jamal, I don't know that Jamal's going top gear. Who do you have to foul in the half court? Why not let him get over the line?
So this is what I'll say for the way that Daigneault coached that thing was, and his argument that he made. And I see his argument is, to me, it's more critical to execute the strategy and get the foul. Like, to him, the biggest thing is the foul, right? The biggest thing is the Denver Nuggets don't have an opportunity to shoot a three to tie the game. The most that they can score in this possession, theoretically, is 2. There's always the possibility, you can make one miss, get an offensive rebound, pull a Tyrese Halliburton last night, and finish off the game that way. But like his argument basically is that the execution goes above everything else. To be fair to Mark Daigneault, what happened to him the other night almost never happens.
Sure. But what I want to know what does often happen is why they don't have Dame Lillard out there. They don't have Steph Curry.
Right.
We don't have a shoot from the logo and make a 3 guy. We're happy when they make him just from the 3-point line.
Well, so their shoot from the logo guy or their shoot from 3/4 court guy wasn't even in the game.
Thank you.
Yeah.
But my question then is, so what is so wrong if you at least wait till they at least approach the half court line before you foul? Why does it have to happen so quickly as soon as the ball's in?
Again, his perspective being execute the foul immediately, just get the strategy done and do it correctly rather than, leave all this room for jazz is essentially what you're asking for. You want some scatting and bebopping around.
I just want a couple seconds to run off the clock.
And Daigneault's thought is merely all that matters is we get the foul. We get the foul, they shoot the free throws. And that's how we'll play the foul game. But you're right.
That's how they had enough time to do it at the end.
It is.
The Caruso one is the one I just could not believe.
Yeah, which was done immediately.
That was a foul as if they were down.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You could have let it have a dribble.
I saw a story today that I wonder how you're feeling about.
Oh, we can get into this if you'd like.
It's official now. Utah has picked Mammoth as their mascot for their hockey club.
Go one more. Did you see what there's one more little item they put out today that finally got me annoyed enough to tweet about it.
They have a motto.
Yep.
Or a slogan,
That's
I suppose.
And you know this because you've done Mammoth interviews with
Yes. Tusks up. Tusks up.
Yeah. So that's where it became, I think, a little too much for those of us that are connected with the Colorado Mammoth. And for those that don't know, I'll be very clear. I'm the voice of the team.
Yeah.
Love calling the games. Played lacrosse most of my life. And so, yeah, I care. I heard DMac earlier going off about how the Mammoth are too small a pro franchise for it to matter. And so I'll say this. In fairness to the argument, there's the Carolina Panthers, there's the Florida Panthers, there's the New York Giants and the San Francisco Giants. Names get shared all the time.
Sure.
The Mammoth stuff wasn't necessarily bothering me.
Okay.
Now, I thought it was a little weird because we're just a state over, but whatever. At the end of the day, I think it's a pretty cool name as far as names go. But when you went Tusks Up, that's when I think a lot of us that are connected to the Colorado Mammoth, which again, the catchphrase has been Tusk Up for years. And I bring it up for those that haven't heard. We've had Ryan Lee. We've had like all the Mammoth players are kind of programmed at the end of stuff. All right, go Mammoth, Tusk Up. That's what they say.
Sure.
And now I'm like, are you looking at all the marketing? I finally tweeted out when they announced it, Nate. I said, hey, you want some alternate jersey ideas and maybe some theme nights? What else can we share with you there?
Well, here's my curiosity, okay? So your Mammoth, Tusk Up.
Single tusk.
Their Mammoth, Tusks
They have
up.
two. Theirs is plural.
The name, by the way, this is according to the copy from ESPN, Greg Wyshynski with the story. The name, which inadvertently leaked on the team's official YouTube channel last week, was inspired by herds of mammoths having claimed what would become Utah as their home more than 10,000 years ago. Fossils have been found throughout the state, and a complete mammoth skeleton was discovered in Huntington Canyon in 1988. The team said in a statement in its release, quote, evidence suggests mammoths charged in herds at speeds exceeding 25 miles per hour, comparable to the speeds reached by the fastest skaters in the NHL.
Oh, great. That's fantastic.
That's cool, Carl. Some intern discovered that and was like, we got to put this in the release. You'll never believe it. According to the team, Utah chose a singular mammoth rather than mammoths because, quote, it symbolizes one team, all in, and all of Utah, close quote. So it's just singular rather than the plural, mammoths.
Well, congratulations.
Also, have you spent much time in Utah?
Not enough.
There's nothing there. That's what's funny to me about like the all of Utah. Like when you're driving on highways in Utah, there are signs that are like gas up now.
Yeah.
You won't be amongst civilization for another 250 miles.
I'm flying there. You know, I've done both Utah football and basketball games with CU, and you look down and that dang lake feels like it's beneath you forever. The Great Salt Lake, I'm like, whoo, there's really not a lot around here.
The new team logo, the head of a mammoth with a curved tusk, features several Easter eggs for fans. The snow-capped Wasatch Mountain Range makes up the top of the mammoth's head. The silhouette of Utah and a negative space M are hidden on the left side of the logo. The curved tusk is meant to evoke the letter U for Utah. Tusks Up is the team-endorsed rallying cry for Mammoth fans.
By the way, the Colorado Mammoth aren't the only people having beef with this.
Okay, who else
So
does?
thanks to our buddy Trent.
All right.
That's a good listener. He sent me this, the Blue Shells Hockey. Look at their logo.
Oh,
they've been around for a while.
The Blue Shells?
Yeah. They're not real psyched about it. So they tweeted at Utah Hockey Club and Ryan Qualtrics, fan here. Love your official logo. I wanted to reach out about your self-described community effort to finalize branding. I shared this Mountainhead Mammoth mock-up back in February. So there you go.
Do I get royalties?
Yeah. Hey, that looks familiar.
AKA my lawyer will be contacting you.
But again, I meant to find this sound for spring. Do you remember the interview? We've talked about it before, where Vanilla Ice said that the Queen bass line went dun 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 dun. Mine goes dun 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 dun. That's what this feels like. I feel like Vanilla Ice is arguing with me that one single note was changed, and that's why it's different.
These guys are total hacks. Complete bunko artists. That's all they are. Lifting ideas from everybody else. The Utah Mammoth. I liked Hockey Club. Just stick with Hockey Club. You'd be the only one. It's
UHC
cool.
is United Healthcare. So they got a problem there.
They were trying to be the Yeti, but then they couldn't because of the coolers.
Yeah.
Apparently.
The coolers stopped them.
These guys
Which, by the way, we should tell you, Moser, Lombardi, and Kane will be live at Safeway. Hey, this Safeway they're at, I've shopped there as a Ute.
Lowell and West 44th.
That was my home Safeway in my old neighborhood. They're there 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. tomorrow. Stop by, say hi. Nate, you can register to win what?
A Yeti cooler. filled with cool prizes.
Utah hockey gear?
Could I get a Utah Mammoth hat? It's all brought to you by our friends at Redbird Farms Chicken. It's juicy, tender, and so delicious. Redbird Farms. We'll see you tomorrow morning at Safeway on the corner of Lowell and West 44th in Denver. By the way, here's the question that I asked you the other day. Are they broadcasting live from the Redbird Farms section of the grocery store?
I don't know how much that store's changed since I was a lad. There used to be a Farmcrest milk store across the street, so I would go there, but we'd buy our milk from Farmcrest.
Ooh.
You ever tried to carry home 2 jugs of milk about 3 or 4 blocks? I don't recommend it.
No, not generally.
It's not going to be chilled when you get home on certain days. There also was a little dive bar called Billy's Inn that might still be there. You would like that place.
Was a bad choice.
Nice draft beer, little Olympia there.
I would like going. That sounds good right now. We should do that right
Pizza
now.
Pros was in the strip mall. I used to get my hair cut at a barber there, and it made me, people would ask, does your dad not like you? What's with the haircut? One of them old guys that had like 3 pictures, the 3 heads right there on the wall. Which one you want? I'm shaving it either way. And you almost want to go, I'd like to see him live. What's the real? It's like this mammoth logo. What really is the difference?
But it's got a cool letter M in the left side of it, so it's super cool and
7.
unique.
It's 7-minute abs, man. That's the number.
The Utah Mammoth. Yeah, you guys ripped that off. I just hope you guys know that. That's like fine. Be the Mammoth all you want.
I think it's a cool name. I'm not so upset about the name. It's the like.
Clearly, you think it's a cool name. That's your team's name.
But again, why not get in the pit? You could have had, think about it, the tar pit, get in the pit. You could have had a metal band playing, speed metal. Everybody could have got all fired up and got a little pit going somewhere, I guess the concourse.
You know what they could have gone with? So they play, obviously, in Salt Lake City. What is that known for? A lake. They could have been the Utah Lakers. And it would have actually made sense, seeing as how they have a lake.
Not a lot of jazz, though.
Nope. Not much jazz.
Is there a lot of jazz in Utah? Am I just not educated?
No, there isn't. Okay? It's mostly blank stares. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Hey, it's Nate Kreckman for Roller Auction. Go to roller.bid right now and get registered. Make sure you hit that drop-down menu. Click that you heard this on Altitude. So many great auctions coming up at Roller Auction. It's so fun to keep an eye on these things, start to bid. All the bidding, by the way, guys, is online. You just go to roller.bid, you get registered, and you are right there in the game. They got a great auction coming up here. City of Fort Collins vehicles, well-maintained vehicles from the City of Fort Collins, selling at public online auction. These government vehicles, guys, these are well-maintained vehicles. You can find some fantastic deals on this stuff. Go to roller.bid right now. Great stuff coming up. They've got some great tools available to you right now. Plus, next month, yet another government fleet vehicles and equipment auction. Go to roller.bid. Get registered right now. That is roller.bid. Game 2 tonight. Nuggets Thunder. Chance to really put a dent in OKC's postseason plans. All right, Andy. If the Nuggets lose tonight,
yes,
they would have a split in Oklahoma City.
Yep.
As a lower seed road team opening up on the road in a postseason series. Really, that's all you ever ask for is just get one. Last night looked like that's all Indiana was going to get, even with as banged up. No Hunter, no Mobley, no Darius Garland for Cleveland. Yeah, Donovan Mitchell playing out of his mind. Like it looks like, okay, this thing's going to go the Cavs' way. And then Tyrese Haliburton just said no. And they get that victory, and they pull that thing out, and it's 2-0. And now you're looking at the Cavs, as great a regular season as they had. That team is banged up. You're like, ooh, they're in trouble right now. I mean, the Thunder are healthy, but the Nuggets can put them in a very similar spot to that with a win tonight. So, like, on the must-win scale, where do you put this game this evening? I believe it is, by the way, a sliding scale. I believe there's elasticity to the mustness.
All right, here's the thing. You've got a chance. If you have another hard-fought game and you lose,
yeah,
you can live with it.
Sure.
But don't do what you did in Game 6 of Minnesota last year, where you feel like, I'm good. You lose by whatever.
Yeah.
Here's why I'd say it's a must-win. I'm clearly digging deep in the satchel to come up with reasons why, after already gaining a split minimum, you need a month. I do believe OKC still has the deeper roster. Okay, you need to pedal to the metal, get every win you can. Like, there's no screwing around. I wouldn't be feeling great about coming home. How about I put it to you this way? They've won plenty in Denver the last few years to feel good about too. It's not like they're afraid of coming into Denver and trying to steal a win here.
Nope.
Okay, so I take no chances. I want to be up 2-0. I would also I'd just point to what happened last night watching that Golden State-Minnesota game. Everything's going swimmingly for Golden State, and then Steph Curry leaves with the hamstring injury, doesn't play the second half, gets a little hairy there. Now, they were lucky. They built a big enough lead, and Minnesota couldn't shoot their way out of a paper bag, that they were able to hold on and get that win. But now I'm reading Steph Curry's out for Game 2. He's gone now a week is the latest update. So what's that, the next 3 games?
Yep.
If it looks like the Nuggets schedule.
Game 5 at best.
Right. And that's if that thing's feeling okay.
Yeah.
So because of the injury history of the guys this year, and I don't want to name them or jinx anything, but you need to get every win as soon as you can. So is it technically a must-win? No, but I'd like to see you play desperate like you think it's one.
George Karl said a playoff series doesn't really begin until the road team steals a game.
Well, it's happened.
Mm-hmm.
Game on.
All right. Road teams in a best-of-7 playoff series, all-time, 156 and 455. A 255 win percentage, okay? However, record all-time for road teams in a best-of-7 playoff series after stealing Game 1, 87 and 80.
Interesting.
Yeah.
All right.
I think there's a psychological component that goes into it. We know we can win in this place.
And we took home court from you.
We took home court, and we know we can beat you guys. That's where, like, when we talked yesterday about, okay, how does this sort of change the chemistry of the series, so to speak? Even if it goes to a Game 7, the Nuggets will always have in their back pocket, we know we can win in that place. We know in clutch situations that we can pull it out and we can get a win in that place. And I do believe that psychological advantage there is something to it.
I agree with that. I also think the Nuggets are just more well-versed in Game 7s than Oklahoma City is. But I would say this, every win that you put on the board, and unfortunately, we've got a little bit of the avalanche to point to for this. Every win you put on the board puts more pressure on, in this case, OKC.
Mm-hmm.
They start asking themselves, can we really do this? All your confidence, all your bravado, all that great regular season has isn't going to look like it means much if you get them down 2-0.
Right.
Or if you can get them down 3-1.
Mm-hmm.
And again, this has been the round they've struggled to get out of. And so, they let them wear that pressure a bit. There's been no pressure on OKC this entire season because they got out to the great hot start. Everybody has loved SGA from the get-go.
Sure.
Everybody has almost seemed hell-bent to get him his MVP back that the national media seems to feel like was stolen from him for a year ago.
That team spent the year murdering everybody, basically.
Sure,
Yeah.
and they've been everybody's darlings. But guess what? The playoffs aren't like that.
Mm-hmm.
And again, the playoffs, they're ugly. They're nasty inside. I brought up Chet. Is Chet ready for the physicality of what Aaron Gordon and Nikola Jokic will bring for 7 games?
So I gave you, before the start of the series, Jokic's numbers against Chet in the regular season. 24 minutes, he was 12 of 31 with Chet as his sole defender. That's not good, right? Game 1, 7.5 minutes of matchup. Jokic had 18 points on 8 of 13 shooting against Chet. I think he's scouted him. He's prepared. He had a number of regular season games against him this year, knows what he's doing. Hartenstein, by the way, now regular and postseason, Jokic shooting 56% against him. When Jalen Williams found himself guarding Jokic, Joker went 0 for 7 in game 1. That's a dude that's 6'5", 211. Which is
strong,
wild.
Though.
Yes, very strong. By the way, I want to make sure everybody's got this, okay? So Jalen Williams, but they also have Jalen Williams. They have 2 Jalen Williams. Jalen Williams, the all-star that I just referenced, 6'5", 215. So he's J-Dub.
Okay.
Andy. He played at Santa Clara. His brother is Cody, who played at Colorado, just finished his rookie year with the Jazz. Then there's Jalen Williams, J. Will, and he's 6'9", 240, third-year guy from Arkansas. Here's a note for you. Actually, I got 2 good J. Will notes. He played high school hoops in Arkansas with future Thunder teammate Isaiah Joe.
Okay.
Who, as far as I know, is no relation to Connor Joe. Also, Jalen Williams, J. Will, his mom was born in Saigon, so he is the first NBA player of Vietnamese descent.
All right.
There you go.
Congrats.
So you got your Jalen Williams or your Jalen Williams. All right, here we go. Get in the hunt. Athletes with the same name. Let's do it. Let's do it. I'll start it off.
You're going to have to send the dogs out first.
Oh, I got it.
Hit me.
Brandon Marshall and Brandon Marshall.
Well, there you go.
There you go.
Yeah, I remember talking to the linebacker, Brandon Marshall, when he first got here about how often he got tagged as the receiver, Brandon Marshall. They were trying to get mad at the receiver, Brandon Marshall, and they would always hit him.
Yeah.
I think he finally had to change the old handle.
So Brandon Marshall. What about Isaiah Thomas and Isaiah Thomas?
That's very good. No relation, right?
No relation, no. One of them, the IT version, Isaiah Thomas, played for the Nuggets for a minute, and it didn't go great.
I might have to cheat.
Here we go. I got another one for you. You ready? The Adam Joneses.
Oh, that's true.
Adam Pac-Man Jones, who briefly played here for the Broncos, and Adam Jones, the center fielder for the Baltimore Orioles.
Well, I'll add one more on, Mr. Tusk-Up.
Let's have it. Tusk. Yeah, the Utah Mammoth and Colorado Mammoth.
The Colorado Mammoth, one of their top scorers when I was first doing games, was also an Adam Jones.
Oh, no way.
So there's 3
So there was a
Adam
lacrosse.
Jones. Yeah.
Adam Jones.
He was very good. Teacher out of Vancouver.
Of Adam Jones.
What do you think about that?
Let's see. You got your Steven Jacksons, your former Pacer, Steven
right.
Jackson,
And
former
running back.
Rams running back, Steven Jackson.
I got to cheat. I'm trying to think of.
Get in the hunt, everybody.
I'm not going to be able to.
With the same name, same named athletes. In honor of the Jalen Williams.
How many times has that ever been on the same roster? This has got to be the first time.
Did Brandon Marshall play? Did Brandon Marshall and Brandon Marshall? They didn't cross over.
No, they did not. Because they picked up the linebacker after the receiver had been traded.
Okay.
Matter of fact, I want to say that the linebacker Brandon Marshall was like a Fox guy.
Mm-hmm.
But I might be wrong. But I'm almost sure he was.
My dude Alo chiming in with the 2 Steve Smiths.
Great call.
Miami Heat, Steve Smith, wide receiver for the Panthers, Steve Smith. Various Steve Smiths in your life for you right there. How many? okay, so you got how many Roy Williams were there? There was Roy Williams, Carolina coach. How many NFL Roy Williams were there? There were 2, right?
Yeah, because there was the safety and there was the receiver.
The receiver that the Lions took high in the draft, Roy Williams.
Oh, there's a Lamar Jackson in there, Chiefs corner and the quarterback.
That is correct. Various Lamar Jackson.
Michael Jordan, the guard for the Panthers, and of course, MJ.
Also actor Michael B. Jordan.
Don't we also have, like, isn't there a Kobe Bryant, but the current Kobe Bryant spelled his name differently or something?
Isn't he? Does he play for is he like a corner for Carolina?
Yeah, I want to say that's it. Yes.
Oh, chiming in right there from Green Mountain. Abby says 2 Charles Johnsons.
Oh, that's true.
Our buddy
the
CJ. There was Charles Johnson, the receiver. There was Charles Johnson, MVP of the 1990 Orange Bowl, CJ, our bro. And there was former Rockies catcher Charles Johnson.
That's a good call. But now hold on.
Charles Johnsons.
Abby's a P1.
She is.
Do this right.
Uh-huh.
What did you call Charles Johnson? Wasn't that or was that Preston Wilson that was legendary?
Oh,
I thought it was Charles Johnson that was legendary.
Rockies legend Preston Wilson.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
I'm sorry. I mixed up both short-term Rockies there. That's on me.
Hey, that 1 year of Preston Wilson with the Rockies, though, was magic.
Yeah.
Okay?
By the way, it's a Seahawk corner, Kobe Bryant, but it's
Seahawk corner.
C-O-B-Y.
Okay.
And, of course, Seahawks also have a corner, Michael Jackson.
Hey, I think if I'm mixing up Panthers and Seahawks, the color scheme is close enough that I get a pass on that.
I would agree.
Thank you. Yeah. I appreciate that. All right.
Josh Allen.
There are – oh, but that dude changed his name. What is he now?
He
Hines
was
Allen.
He's what?
Joshua Hines Allen.
Joshua Hines Allen.
Boy, he went both names.
Yeah.
He went first name and middle name.
We had Josh Allen and then Josh Allen, but he went Joshua Hines Allen because he wanted to catch up. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Athletes sharing the same name, getting the hunt, Irvin Joe style. Keep it here. Andy Lindahl, Nate Kreckman. We call it Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Andy had this note earlier. The vibes. 2023 vibes. We're now vibing over here. In 2023, the Avalanche were dumped in the first round against Seattle.
In 7 games, no less.
The Avalanche, I don't know if anybody remembers, but they lost the other day against Dallas. It's not important how it happened. Nikola Jokic did not win MVP in 2023. It is the only time in the last 4 NBA seasons that it did not happen. However, history will repeat itself. SGA will be named the MVP in the next couple of days. I don't see that changing. Again, the Bontemps straw polls are usually right.
It's going to happen.
But Jokic has the opportunity to knock him out of the playoffs, which is awesome. It's Michael did it to he did it to Barkley, he did it to Malone. We had the list the other day.
You were saying Shaq got Iverson in Philly
and Duncan
in San Antonio.
Year. LeBron got Steph in 2016 when he was the runner-up. It's been known to happen. Duncan got Steve Nash one year. This is the old, sure, somebody's going to get an MVP trophy, and that's cool. We won't deny that MVPs are objectively cool, but all these guys want is to win this series, and Jokic has a chance to be able to take it to SGA and get this thing, And OKC is the team that has not been in this uncomfortable position enough. Dagnall was bad down the stretch. Holmgren was bad down the stretch. They gave up the ball too much. They weren't good. The Nuggets were great in that clutch situation.
Let me ask you this, because we didn't get to expand on it with Chris.
Mm-hmm.
And I know Jokic, I think ultimately, I want to make it clear. I don't think Nikola Jokic is a selfish player. How could you?
Sure.
I think all he thrives off of is winning. But I also think, here's why I thought of this. I was talking to one of my buddies today, former Bronco, old professional athlete, whatever. Talking about the Nuggets, loves the Nuggets. And he brought the whole MVP thing up. And again, like all of us, asking the question, you think there's any way he gets the MVP? And I'm like, no.
No.
And he said, well, then don't you dare underestimate a pro athlete's competitive pride.
Sure.
And he goes, I bet you he deep down wants to shove that thing so far where the sun don't shine to let them know. Because again, I don't think he actively campaigns for it, but it's still a slight. And
the guy averaged a 30-point triple-double, and he's not going to win the MVP.
Right. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
And I think every pro athlete has a little, you're going to tell me I'm not the best?
Sure.
I'm going to show you I'm the best. It's why I brought up the LeBron James thing.
Mm-hmm.
I know Jokic, because of who he is, laughed it off, didn't want to make it uncomfortable. He looked like he wanted to personally torment LeBron James in the Western Conference Finals and the rest of the Lakers, but I think specifically for you're going to pick me last? You're going to pick me last, huh? Even though he technically wasn't, but...
Perfect example of it, Tyrese Halliburton is voted by the players last week the most overrated player in the NBA. Last night in Cleveland, they're chanting overrated at him, which I know is it's a rote thing.
It's the go-to.
But also, there's... He's been voted, okay? He's won the election. He is the most overrated player in the NBA, by 14% of the vote that he got by his peers, that this guy is the most overrated. And right now, I think he is playing that series like, I know what people think of me right now, and I'm going at these dudes, And if you're the Cleveland Cavaliers, you're probably looking at your fans just being like, yeah, shut up.
Yeah, it's on par with you chanting a goalie's name when maybe one goal has been let in. And all the arenas are doing it this year.
Right.
I'm like, you know what? Guy's giving up 5. Go ahead and chant his name.
Yeah. So I saw this clip recently, and I had never seen it before. It was from the Matt Barnes, Steven Jackson podcast, which is very funny. And I think those guys have great basketball conversations. But they had Kevin Garnett and J.R. Ryder together as guests on there. And J.R. Ryder starts telling this story about early in KG's career. KG might have been his rookie year, right? And J.R. Ryder was having a good game against Jordan. He was having a good night. He said he was I had 19 points through 3 quarters. I was having a great game. And Garnett came up to him after one of his buckets with MJ standing right there and did the KG thing and just said, mess up this MF-er. You're blowing him up. He ain't nothing, all these kind of things. And J.R. Ryder is just looking over at Michael just going, I'm dead now. you know? And he tells the story of like going back to the timeout, you know, and being like, you don't have to guard him. I have to guard him. Shut up. And then Jordan just like they had an 8-0 run to start the fourth quarter that was all Jordan buckets. Just killed him.
You make me laugh. Has Nalen told you one of these stories? Because I think I've heard them from every offensive lineman that played with Shannon Sharp of don't talk to my guy.
Right.
You go talk to your guy. You're always yapping at our guy, and then we got to block him, and you get him all frothed up, and then you go run around. You're nowhere near him.
Yeah.
Don't do that.
Do you see that 315-pound ball of muscle across from me?
That's my problem.
Yeah. I'm not having a good time right now.
I am going to make you block him.
Nalen used to tell me like every week, and I had some of his teammates confirm this. Like, again, this is Tom Nalen, one of the greatest offensive linemen in NFL history. All right? He was so good. And yet every week, like, they would start watching film, and it would be Monday and Tuesday, and Nalen would be watching film of like whoever he was going to have to block that week, and he would just be white as a ghost, terrified, just being like, "I'm dead. This guy's going to kill me. I can't do this. This guy's going to end my life. This is awful." NFL defensive linemen are the scariest human beings on the planet. Yeah. And Nalen is just like, and then he would go out there and he'd play great. He would do his thing and he'd lock them up with the hands and they wouldn't be able to move. But yeah, it's that's very, very real of looking at it on film and just being like, I don't know how I'm going to do this.
We remember Nick Hardwick told us when Jamal Williams would get ready to face Nalen, he'd show up no tape all week. And Hardwick would be like, dude, lay off me. Leave me alone. What are you doing? Why I got to go through this? It's Nalen you got the problem with, not me. God, Williams and Nalen had some great battles.
Yeah, so Thunder fans, I mean, yell free throw merchant at Jokic all you want. And he'll laugh. He's Nikola Jokic. But, like, you're right, Andy. Like, that dude's competitive fire burns so insanely. Like, Don't mess this up. Like, I don't think Jokic cares if he wins the MVP. He just wants to win basketball games. But when you've won 3 of those things and you've had enough people in the planet call you the best basketball player alive, which, by the way, everybody agrees on. There's, like, no debating it anymore.
No.
Yeah.
Even the people that voted for him said, yeah, Jokic is still the MVP, but it's Shea's turn.
Right. Whatever it may be, okay, the Thunder had a great season. They won 68 games. Whatever it may okay, fine. But also, like, Jokic is aware of this.
Yeah, and we're on the court together now, dude.
Yeah. And
so I'm just going to win this game. You can take your trophy.
Right, yeah. Let me go and get this thing. I expect the Thunder to play well again. What's so funny about this game tonight, and looking back on game 1, the Thunder were really good all night.
It was their game.
Until the very end when they weren't. And the Nuggets didn't panic, outside of Adelman taking Jokic out of the game, but I digress. And they were just they were calm as could be. By the way, and I sent you the tweet earlier. Did you see Adelman's reaction to Aaron Gordon's game winner?
I didn't tell you sent me the tweet.
He just do you remember when Villanova hit the buzzer beater and Jay Wright was just like, okay, I'm gonna go shake hands now while the football arena that they're playing in is going insane. That was Adelman. He was just standing there with his arms crossed. Yeah. As my buddy Dan Hyatt said, it was like somebody's just standing there watching their sprinklers get blown out. Whatever. Okay.
I'm going to give them a little bit of grace because I got to be honest with you, I was so shocked that they got that game with the way the game had gone. I was like, what just happened?
Yeah.
So there might be a little bit of that. Good sign. It's
for Adelman. It's a great sign for Adelman.
Here's the thing. Tonight was when the reason why I'd said all along I thought they would get game 2 was they would make adjustments. They always adjust. But you're going to see Oklahoma City has to be desperate tonight, don't they?
Yeah.
You can't go down 2-0 in this thing.
No.
Not to Jokic.
No. Adelman is the only coach to win a playoff series before having coached 5 regular season games in North American sports history.
Is it not nuts?
He has 5 playoff wins and 3 regular season wins in his coaching career.
Do you think they're quietly looking for a GM and just saying, you probably got your coach, but let's chat?
I think he's making an excellent case for himself right now. Yeah. And I do think that there is if you're Josh Kroenke, when you made the move to unload Malone when you did it with the hope of this as the end result of there was some spark that was lit. There's a team that is playing better. Again, we talked about this with Demps before. The last game that Malone coached, they lose to Indiana. They were awful. They were disconnected. Nothing. This team looks connected right now.
Yeah, because
and they're playing the best they're legitimately playing the best basketball, and I think health has a lot to do with it, like Dempsey pointed out, but they're playing the best basketball that they have all year.
Well, the guy unlocked, and I think this is what he's probably trying to say, was Nikola Jokic.
Yep.
And look, I don't even think Nikola had the perfect game. It was certainly not a great first half for Nikola the other night.
Mm-hmm.
Threw a lot of, missed passes and telegraphed some stuff and whatever. But as you said, he was gathering information. The thing about it is they went on their fact-finding mission and still won the game.
Regular season, the Nuggets were mediocre at best against winning teams, right? Well, they're 5-3 so far in the playoffs against teams with winning records. Good start. We have the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the Nuggets Thunder Game 2. High Five coming up next. Third hour of the show, Kreckman and Lindahl. Hey, Moser, Lombardi, and Kane are going to be live at Safeway at Lowell and West 44th tomorrow, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. Stop by, say hi. Register to win a Yeti cooler filled with cool prizes. Brought to you by Redbird Farms Chicken. It's juicy, it's tender, it's so delicious. It's Redbird Farms. We'll see you tomorrow morning at Safeway on the corner of Lowell and West 44th in Denver. Give me that Tesh, Spring.
Consider yourself Teshed.
Is that going to be a thing now? Did we just start something?
Unfortunately, maybe.
It's the High Five. It's brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it is never ordinary at Bet365. Nuggets Thunder Game 2 tonight, 7:30. Nuggets coming off of the upset Game 1 win. Let's listen to some more post-game comments from that game because the Nuggets haven't formally talked to the media since. David Adelman commented on the Nuggets' consistent team mentality.
They're just for each other. You know, it's like I just never saw anything where you're going, yeah, we're kind of losing it. Maybe competitively, because that's what happens in a playoff game. Both teams, you know, they want this so bad. But just the communication on the bench, it wasn't about blaming somebody. It was about how can we do this better. You know, what can we do better in a cross match? What can we do better with Shea? That's what it was. You know, even down whatever it was, you know, with the last couple minutes to go. So when you have that and you're just communicating about trying to win a game and not all the other crap that can go on, you give yourself a chance. And we did. The ball bounced our way. We got an opportunity, and Aaron knocked it down.
I mean, really, what Adelman is kind of saying right there, and I like it, is play the game the right way, stick with our process, execute our game plan, which I think to his point is we never wavered in that. We stayed with it for the entire game. I mean, a part of the championship experience that the Nuggets have is recognizing there's going to be portions of a game that you're well prepared for that just do not go your way. And what's the key? Don't get away from what you do well, which, you know, this was a staple of this team under Michael Malone forever, which I think they're now continuing here. But I think that's kind of the point that he's making right there is just like plug away, play the game the right way, stick to our game plan, and there's a chance that we can have success.
Yeah, and again, ultimately, even if you don't get a chance to stick to your game plan, you have Nikola Jokic and his mind on the basketball court. Like we talked about earlier, he's never going to go robotic. He's going to dissect problems in real time for you.
Yeah.
And that's why the Nuggets have a chance in any game they ever play.
Yep. Possession to possession, all that. He's a real-time problem solver. He's the T-1000 on a basketball court.
High five. Let's hear from Nikola Jokic following the Game 1 win. He was asked about what he learned from the Thunder, how they were attacking him, how they were defending him as the game progressed.
I mean, they were definitely coming. You know, I think I had like 4 or 5 block shots. So they blocked my shots 4 or 5 times. They steal all the balls. They were aggressive. You know, that's what they do. They're playing passing lanes. They are. I mean, maybe I was not cautious. Maybe I was just playing loose. But I just needed to be aggressive, and I think I did it the best of my capabilities.
Hastings was talking about this a little bit before. The Clipper series was such a good primer for this one for Jokic. The Thunder led the NBA in turnovers forced, led the NBA in field goal defense. Like, they're outstanding. Chet's going to block shots. I think he blocked 4 shots in Game 1. He's going to block shots. The thing about Nikola is I don't think he panics that much about it. It's the same way when he plays against Rudy. It's just sort of like, okay, he's going to win sometimes because he's a great rim protector and a great shot blocker. However, you know, dissect it as the game goes on, find my shooting spots, and figure out ways to be able to beat him more often than not, and I can be successful. I don't think he panics about it. I was amazed when I saw the data. He was 8 of 13 against Chet Holmgren in Game 1 after Chet kind of gave him some problems in the regular season.
I think what we all got reminded of, you better watch out for Caruso. Yep. Caruso's lurking all the time.
Yeah, he's swiping.
Didn't he get one of Nikola's where I felt like Nikola adjusted away from Chet and then there came Caruso?
Yeah.
So I think Nikola's going to be very aware of, I better be sure, and hopefully Jamal Murray has adjusted too, to don't throw passes. If you've got Caruso to one side, throw it to the other side. He loves to cut it off in the lane.
Jokic, Holmgren, and Hartenstein all had 5 fouls in Game 1.
And then the refs kind of let him play.
That is something that I think bears watching tonight, is which big can stay out of foul trouble. By the way, Jokic has scored 20 or more points in 24 consecutive road playoff games. The only player in NBA history with a longer streak, Michael Jordan, who did it 37 consecutive times from 90 to 95.
High five.
All right, let's hear from Jamal Murray now. And nobody was really picking the Nuggets to win this series. Nobody was really picking them to win Game 1. They are 10-point dogs.
Was that like a pointed comment at us, Spring? What was that?
I wasn't either.
Okay, good.
I'm with you
So
guys.
it's all three of us. Okay.
Yeah, and
good.
in fact, the Thunder opened as minus 700 favorites to win this series.
Wow.
They are now minus 290 to win this series. So still a lot of love for the Thunder. Jamal Murray, after the Game 1 win, on nobody picking him.
I mean, no one ever expects us to win. So for years, it's been the same. We just deal with it and go do our thing, and yeah, be ready to play. I mean, no one expects us to win though ever. So I don't know where that's coming from.
That's freeing, though, isn't it?
Yes.
I mean, what really doesn't matter what dummies like us think about whether you're going to win or not?
Well, it's fun, like, and I know that the national jerks, were on the Lakers bandwagon back in 23 when they won the NBA championship. But, like, the Nuggets were the best team in the NBA the entire season, and then they were the best team and steamrolled through the postseason at 16-4. So, like, there wasn't a huge, like, us against the world thing. I think it felt like it there was for us when they played the Lakers. I think the Nuggets were just like, we know we're better than these guys.
Well, when the sideline reporter comes to town and admits, I don't know anything about this team, when you've got the two-time MVP at the time, that felt like a slight.
I think Malone used it to what he could. I don't think if the Nuggets cared all that much. Like, this year, they can honestly use, like, hey, nobody believed in us. If you didn't notice, we fired our coach a week before the season ended. Like, you actually can use that narrative, and it's actually authentic this year.
Yeah, there's no denying it. I thought they might get a split, but I thought it would be tonight.
Yeah.
Not the split already earned by Game 2.
Yeah, go get it. By the way, Jamal Murray, 21 points, 6 rebounds, 6 assists in Game 1. It's his fourth 25-5 playoff game this postseason that leads the playoffs as of right now. SGA and Steph have 3. Jalen Brunson has 2.
High five.
The Russell Westbrook revenge.
For guards, by the way. For guards. Sorry. Jokic is obviously doing that.
The Westbrook revenge tour continues. First against the doubters down the stretch of the regular season, then his former Clippers, now his former Oklahoma City Thunder. Christian Brown talked after Game 1. Is there any extra juice with the Nuggets to get that Game 1 win for Russ in his old building?
Man, I think Russ brings enough juice, for everybody. I think that obviously he always rises to the occasion in any game, but when you're in OKC, you can tell he's into it. The crowd's into it for him and those things. So it's fun to play with Russ in OKC. I think his energy's great. He scored the ball great again. He's been really, really good on both ends. I think in Game 7 he had 5 steals tonight. He hit a lot of big shots. He was downhill. He was finishing. So he's being Russ, and we need him, but he's been great for us, and he's going to continue to do that.
He had the game-winning assist when he flipped it over to Aaron Gordon. By the way, as an individual defender in these playoffs, Sandy, Westbrook is holding opponents to 34% from the field and 29% from 3. His defense has been outstanding.
Yeah, but it goes back to something you pointed out halfway through the Clippers series, and I keep forgetting how you put it, but it is how did you put it? His effective aggression, basically
aggressively effective?
Yeah.
Or
he's not out of control, though. I feel like Russ, probably like a lot of veterans, probably has a little loose fun in the regular season with games.
Mm-hmm.
But I point to the game-winning shot by Gordon. Russ could have done a Russ regular season thing where you go take on a 7-footer that is ill-advised for the game-winning layup. But no, he just made the right play, because I think this is the time of year where players like Russ and Jokic and Gordon and Murray just want to win. And they want to go get their second ring, and then they're going to go enjoy the beach. Do you know what I mean?
Yep.
And so Russ is about making the right plays. He's not been near as reckless with decision-making. Now the free throw, or the layups, I should say, still a little hit or miss.
Yeah, you know what? He's going to miss some layups.
It is what it is. But when it comes to the reckless decisions the passes that were way too forced, like he had one of them the other night, but he didn't have 5 or 6 of them.
Right.
I think he's just being real smart and picking his spots, as I think most vets do when it comes to the playoffs.
You talk about his desire to get it done, by the way. Most playoff games without a ring amongst active players. Russ is number 3 with 129. Only James Harden and Chris Paul are above him on that list. And they're both obviously out of the playoffs. By the way, Jimmy Butler is number 4 on that list, and he is still in the playoffs. He's so freaking good, too. When Jimmy Butler when he wants to be on your team, you saw him last night. He was so good for Golden State.
I'm kind of hoping they win,
Yeah.
they go on to face Golden State, because there would be another synergetic moment facing a Jimmy Butler team on the way to the title.
Hey, we'll take it.
High five.
And finally, a few Thunder players did talk to the media at shoot-around today. One of them was Chet Holmgren. He was asked what a pro wants, what does a pro need to clean up ahead of Game 2 here tonight.
Yeah, obviously when you don't do something as good as you feel you can do something, and when something doesn't go in your favor, there's always an eagerness, a readiness to get out there and kind of clean those things up, fix them up, and be better, and that's what we're looking to do.
Hey, who the hell was the Lightning coach?
John Cooper.
That had a little John Cooper vibe to it. You know what's great about today? It's not yesterday. When you want to clean something up, you want to go and clean that, you never mention the something.
What's great about today is that it's not yesterday.
By the way, do you have the Dempsey drop from earlier? Can we lay a little of that on Nate?
Okay, so I missed this.
I don't know how. Keep a little Tesh going. He's an NBA guy.
Okay.
Why not?
Okay, so Chris Dempsey was on our show back at 320. So as K&L loyalists will know, and by the way, we're getting new K&L heads all the time. Welcome to the show. Chris Dempsey, so every year at the end of the year, we do Drop of the Year. And I feel as though like this year we're like more laser focused on it.
Sure.
Then I feel like in years past it's usually like mid-December and we're like, oh yeah, we got to do that thing. This year we've been paying really close attention to it.
The Broncos.
I don't know why.
We need a joker.
I don't know what it is, but we're really focused on it. So last week, during the Clippers series, Dempsey gave us this one.
Is really an all-timer. That is the leader in the clubhouse.
Sounds like he's auditioning for a Cannibal Corpse cover band.
Yeah.
And then
today.
So I missed this. You pointed this out.
It was mid-answer.
Okay, mid-answer. Lay it on me, Spring.
It's even if he's having success.
Can you isolate the noise? Yeah. And then we got.
That one feels to me like it's just allergy season. That one, he's just a little.
There's a good grunt in there. Yeah.
It's just a little. He's a little phlegmy.
Look, on one, you're gonna throw up. On the other, something needs the final push for you to be done with the exercise.
By the way, Andy, do you know how to spell the word phlegm?
PHELM, or no, PHLEM. No, PHLEGM.
Yes! 7 tries in, you got it.
But I was in the neighborhood the whole time. I felt like I was trying to put a password in, and I kept forgetting the one letter.
Why is there a G?
I don't know.
Don't know.
Like, I can't even excuse the PH.
Yeah.
Why is there a G? Phlegm? What is that? That's what they should have named their hockey team in Utah. It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
The Denver Nuggets.
And I wondered what would happen if OKC was faced with a little bit of pressure of not being there before.
The home of mile-high playoffs.
I watched Chet Holmgren walk up to that free throw line. He would rather have been anywhere else in that arena than the free throw line.
Altitude Sports Radio, 92.5.
Guys, Andy Lindahl for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Now, we had a few people tell us that last segment got them a little excited too. But if you want true excitement back in your life, you've been dealing with erectile dysfunction and the excitement doesn't feel the same, you got to go see our friends over at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They can help you figure out a solution for your erectile dysfunction. Don't let ED be a relationship destroyer. Don't let it cause you to pull away from your partner or avoid intimacy, or if you're single, avoid any sort of dating or anything like that altogether. Get your confidence back. Get your sex life back over at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They have treatments that work when pills and herbals fail, and treatments with success rates well over 90%, and some treatments that can have you lasting an hour or more if you so desire that. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, and they've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Schedule a consult today with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Your initial visit's $99. You'll go and meet with a Colorado licensed medical provider. They'll do a T and a PSA test. And if you're medically advised, they'll give you a test dose. And if the test dose doesn't work in the office, well, then it's free, so you have nothing to lose. They have an expert staff, and if you're like a lot of men, they could have you feeling like your old self the day after the appointment. 5 locations throughout Colorado to serve you, up north in Fort Collins and down south in the Springs as well. Call them today, 720-440-7900, or visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
The all-new 2025 Mazda lineup is built for those who demand more. More style, more control, and more refinement in every drive. At Shop Mazda, we make buying one just as impressive. With our one price, one person, 1 hour philosophy, you'll know that you're getting our best price upfront with no hidden costs or gimmicks. Plus, we never charge dealer handling fees, ever. It's a better way to buy a car. Shop Mazda. One price, one person, 1 hour. 0 dealer handling fees. Visit us today in Aurora.
Hey guys, I know that there's endless options for hair restoration in Denver, but how about a simple solution that's guaranteed to work? It's an easy one-day treatment that begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day. That's what you get with the world-renowned Advanced Hair Restoration. Address years of thinning, receding, or balding just like I did, and get your confidence back. With Advanced Hair, you get confidence going into your treatment as well because they guarantee that your new hair is going to grow. Advanced Hair is home to the best medical staff and technology in hair restoration. They've changed tens of thousands of lives, and now it's your turn. So schedule your free consultation today. If you qualify, you're going to get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Simply call 720-459-HAIR. You've been waiting for the right option, and it's here. But this is a limited time offer. One-day treatment, life-changing results. With Advanced Hair, your new hair guaranteed to grow. 720-459-HAIR, or view the before and after photos at advancedhair.com.
Mother's Day is Sunday, May 11th.
As a mother myself, I'll tell you, she's not going to remind you. She's way too busy being mom.
Which is why we are. Make your Mother's Day unforgettable with a little something truly special from Williams Jewelers.
Prices start at under $250, and we have thousands of fine jewelry choices, from names she knows and loves, like Gabriel & Company, to Corey and Hearts on Fire.
How about a beautiful diamond cross or precious sterling or gold locket for mom?
A Monica Rich Kozan locket with the kids' pictures inside will become a family heirloom she'll cherish for life. We promise.
This Mother's Day, come home to family.
Come home to Denver's first family of fine jewelers.
Come to Williams Jewelers,
where Colorado shines.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers, where Colorado shines. In Inglewood at Bellevue and Broadway, and in Cherry Creek North, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
Hey, it's Nate Kreckman for Golden Spike Roofing. Springtime is here, and your roof is being put to the test. If you've seen hail in your neighborhood or extreme high winds, then your roof may be damaged. Call Golden Spike Roofing at 303-942-1386 for a free roofing inspection. That's 303-942-1386 or goldenspikeroofing.com.
Golden Spike Roofing. Altitude Sports Radio. Kreckman and Lindahl. Back in 60.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hoped it'd go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable. with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
It's Kreckman and Lindahl, brought to you by Colorado Off-Road. Colorado grown, Colorado owned. Online at cooffroad.com. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Hey, you can look at our stupid faces on Twitch if you want to. Our Twitch feed is presented by Safeway. At Safeway, get everything you need to make Mom feel special. Safeway has you covered with fresh fruits and gorgeous flowers to help celebrate Mom. Get started at Safeway.com or in the Safeway app. We got the Blitz coming up next at 6, pregame with Birdo at 7, and tip-off sometime after 7:30 tonight. By the way,
No.
What?
That sucker will be close to 8. You know it.
Yeah, it'll be a little bit later. Knicks Celtics will go the predictable long, and then you'll have to find NBA TV, all that good stuff.
See, this is why can't we just have an altitude alternate? Seriously.
I don't know.
Because if you're trying to record the game and they started on NBA, I'm happy I was actually home for once. You know how many of these? You probably do the same thing.
Yeah,
you got to record it and start it.
Yep.
Darn thing starts on NBA TV.
It's the way sports are televised. I have my issues. Speaking of how do you feel about things, Andy?
Yeah.
Also at 7:30 tonight, Game 1, Stars Jets.
Let's go Winnipeg. I don't know what their stupid thing is. Whatever. I don't care.
You down with the peg?
Oh, yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Canada,
I'm down. Hey, I'll root
Center.
for Vegas if I have to. There's one team I ain't rooting for. I'm not Mr. I hope the team that beats us wins because then it means that you're closer to the championship. No, it doesn't. Don't care.
You gonna put your white T-shirt on tonight and cheer on the Jets? I had forgotten about the white T-shirt thing, and then I saw the Yahoos outside the arena. I remember that from the Avs played them a few years ago.
Yeah, they really like their white T-shirts.
They really do.
The Canadians really jam a mall square to watch the extra TV. Too.
They sure do. They love to have people watch them watch a hockey game. It's a big part of Canadian culture.
I get it near the finals. Not everybody can get in.
Yeah. Florida and the Maple Leafs, by the way, underway as well. No score in the opening period of that one. How you feeling about tonight?
I'm stress-free in part because
because you got Game 1?
You got Game 1. Now, again, I'd like them keep going. If you got a chance to get this one, get it. I mean, it'll be frustrating if you lose a close one.
Yeah.
But I didn't think they'd be here. I'm seriously... I'm going to try to keep it as stress-free as I can for a while. I told you, the whole dang season was annoying to me because the whole dang season felt like the Clippers series where I thought there were going to be so many times where you're thinking we should have been better, we should have won, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
They're playing with house money. You've won a series. You have won a series without a head coach technically.
Yep.
Now, I know David Adelman's the head coach. That's no slight to him. But the position is he's the interim. It's not been given to him yet.
Mm-hmm.
And this is starting to finally look like the Nuggets team that I know where the core four does their thing. Although the core four now is going to be Brown and not MPJ until that shoulder gets a little more rested.
So I'm thinking about this game. Really, I've been largely thinking about this game for some reason from the Thunder's perspective because, and maybe it's just ingrained in my brain of like, losing team makes the big adjustments. All right. Now you might hear that and think, well, what did the Thunder have to adjust? Like they were basically up anywhere between like 9 and 13 points basically the entire game.
As I looked at the play-by-play, because I like to follow the play-by-play when we do our highlights, there was a point where they were up 14 with like 7 minutes to go in the fourth quarter.
Yeah. And they didn't win the game.
That's when I started thinking, get him out of the game. Get everyone out of the game.
But
this
is where if you're the Thunder and Dagnall and his staff, you got to think about it a little bit differently. I'm going to give you some second half stats. I've isolated just second half numbers. Nuggets won the second half 71-59, plus 12 just in the second half. Denver was 50% from the field, 47% from three. They didn't have a great three-point shooting night. They only made 10 in the game, but they made 8 of 17 in the second half. 50% from the field, 47% from three. They made 81% of their free throws just in the second half. The Thunder shot 38% from the field in the second half. Denver's defensive pressure started to really get to those guys, including J-Dub. Jalen Williams was 2 of 13 in the second half. Shea was only 6 of 14. It's not awful, but it's certainly not MVP worthy when you take a look at the second half of that game. On the boards, Denver won the second half 32-18. They out-rebounded OKC, including 10 offensive rebounds for the Nuggets in the second half of that game. So, yes, like if you're the Thunder, you're like, well, we led most of the game. We peed it away at the end. We should have won the thing, and we didn't. If we merely stick to our game plan, execute better in the clutch, we come out on top, which is certainly one way to look at it. But if you look at this game over the back 24 minutes of basketball, the Nuggets were, by almost every measure, the better team on the floor.
See, that's interesting. I felt like OKC, at least in the first quarter, and I'm not looking at the stats. I could pull up the play-by-play, but I felt like OKC suffered from some rusty shooting to begin with, and then it felt like they got going.
Settled in.
Like their three-point shooting kind of surprised me when they finished 34%, because it felt like in the second half, they were hitting most of what they were getting from the three-point line.
Right.
You know, and Caruso went off for a number in the corner. But you're telling me, the numbers are telling you the Nuggets made their adjustments in-game and actually got themselves picked up the second half.
Second half, Jokic had a double-double in the second half with 26 and 10. He also had 4 assists in the second half of that game. All right. If you're OKC, Jokic going for 42 in game one.
Mm-hmm.
In a game that, again, you basically led until there was 2.6 seconds left. You've talked about this plenty of times before, Andy. The Nuggets don't usually win if Jokic has a huge scoring game. So for them, they may look at it simply and say, we'll continue to play him straight up with as much Hartenstein as we possibly can. We know that Chet's going to win and block shots on him occasionally. We'll send doubles. Like I bet they'll still send like Caruso or Lou Dort from the backside to try and swipe at the ball. Like basically everybody does to Jokic anymore, the classic, guard blindside thing that they try and do to Nikola Jokic. Like they'll send extra bodies, but I don't think they want to start committing too many bodies to him. Remember AG hit that corner 3 in the fourth quarter the other day, and there were 5 defenders right around Jokic. I would feel like if I'm Oklahoma City, that's a play that I put on film, and I tell my guys, don't guard it this way, okay? If Jokic beats you with a floater inside the paint, fine, let him, okay? Don't give up open corner threes to Aaron Gordon, to Russell Westbrook, to Jamal Murray, to Christian. Don't give that shot up. Porter, hopefully, if he can play and he can give you something, don't give up that shot. Live with the 2, even if Jokic gets it.
All right.
And that's sort of that, like, you're better off with Jokic scoring 42 than you are with Jokic getting a bunch of assists.
So we started the show where Scotty had pointed out that, and it's Berto, the guy that's sitting just next to you in the other room right now, said that Jamal Murray will win you 1 game a series.
Mm-hmm.
And kind of he did that in game 5. You had a very easy cruise to victory.
Yep.
Nikola didn't score a lot, but had plenty of assists. With the way that MPJ is feeling right now, are you going to need two games from Murray that he wins you?
Maybe.
Because here's the thing. I know that you look at it, the 21 points from Murray the other night.
Yeah.
Again, he got 7. He was fantastic from the free throw line. 7 of 8 from the free throw line. Did a great job. I still don't really feel like he shot. He wasn't that. Now, he got it going a little bit in the fourth quarter, where you saw the little wiggle and he's starting to mess with guys on the dribble, jab step, drop back, there's my fade,
he had
cash.
He had a good playmaking game. He didn't have a great shooting game.
If he can, I need him to have a good shooting game tonight. If he can get a good shooting game tonight, I think you got a chance to take the 2-0 lead.
I mean, a part of it is like Lou Dort, and then when they go to the bench, it's Alex Caruso. Like that, whew. That's a rough matchup.
Yeah, but I don't think if MPJ can just give you 15 from the 2 the other night, If he can get into double digits and get the shoulder right, and even if it's just 15 minutes. See, MPJ to me, go ahead and start him if you want to.
Yeah.
But I'd play him bench minutes, really.
So this is the last 4 games, and these are all post-shoulder injury for Porter. When was the shoulder injury? Was it game 2 of the Clippers series?
Yeah, it was at home, and they fell on top of him.
Yeah, it was game 2 when the Nuggets puked at the end of that game. But looking back on it, his last 4 games, he went for 14 in game 5. He scored 5 in game 6 out in LA. He was terrible. He only played 24 minutes. Game 7, he scored 15, 6 of 11. He made 3 triples, and then game 1 against the Thunder, he scored 2. All right, so like, I don't. It's hard to predict. I don't know what you're gonna get one night to the next out of Michael Porter. But he played 30 minutes in Game 7, could have had an impact on how he played in Game 1. Coming off a 24-minute performance and 1 of 8 from the field and spent most of the second half of that game glued to the bench. I think he only played like 8 minutes in the second half. Maybe this is a bounce-back game. Maybe this is one for Porter, but I feel like this is just what he's going to be the rest of these playoffs.
No, I'm
playing with one arm.
I'm with you, and the problem is, again, OKC wants to run him through screens and make him hurt.
And that's honestly like the Clippers.
They should have done it.
If I was a Clipper fan, I would have been screaming for that. I was amazed they didn't do it to him all that much. Harden was like too impatient in that series and didn't hunt Porter the way that he needed to, the way that I expected him to in that series. The Thunder are just a better, more disciplined team. They're going to stick to their principles a little bit more, and it's exactly what you just said. They're going to run Porter through screens and just they're going to physically tax him in this series.
So is this so you got 30 minutes out of Westbrook the other night?
Yeah.
He's also another amazingly conditioned athlete.
Yeah, you're probably...
Do you go 35 maybe for Russ and keep it around 20 for MPJ?
It's all dependent on if he's making shots or not. You know, if you get to halftime and he's 2 of 4 from 3, then you say, awesome, let's keep rolling with this.
Give me 2 more.
Right, exactly. Maybe you get the you get a 13, 14-point night out of Mike. God, his only field goal too. Didn't he like rebound his own miss and then go and hit a floater?
Yeah. He did a good job of that. It was frankly the first time I feel like he really he chased his shot. He followed it. He knew it was off.
Right.
And like you said, he grabbed it about mid-key and put it right back up.
Yeah, my answer on Porter is I don't know. I just don't know. I think it's all...
I just don't know what kind of physical series. See, this is going to be... We laid out start of the show that basically, for those that missed it, we'll keep it real simple. When you look at the averages and the numbers, Russ is giving you what Bruce Brown gave you in the championship season, and Brown has been better than KCP in the championship season to this point.
And Peyton Watson is Jeff Green.
And Peyton Watson is Jeff Green. But you asked the question. Someone is going to have to pick up for what, the bad news about that scenario is someone has to pick up for what Michael Porter Jr. gave you.
Right.
And it would be great. Now, if Peyton Watson could hit a couple more threes in a game, great. I don't know how many of those I want him taking because I yelled at the one he took the other night.
Made one the other night. That's I feel like with P. Watt right now, if I can get a bucket or 2 out of him and some good defensive possessions using that length. Peyton Watson, by the way, he looks like he could play for the Thunder. When you look at all the Thunder's dudes and they're just mega athletic and super long, and you're like, hey, Peyton Watson would look good in that uniform right now. Alex Caruso probably won't make 5 threes tonight.
You hope.
You've got that going for you. Isaiah Joe probably will make shots. He was 0 for 4 in game 1. So that's one thing that I think is critical and going to be a little bit different here tonight.
Do we get another 6 minutes of Julian Strother?
Maybe. I could see that. I didn't think he was that bad. And he got a bucket for you.
I don't disagree. I'd have let him have a little second half run again.
Yeah.
I mean, again, to me, somehow, because I thought Chris Marlowe made an excellent point yesterday when we talked to him. Because of the long replay with the
challenge on SGA.
The foul.
Yeah.
Well, no. Remember, it was they took a long look at the elbow.
Right.
Why can't I think of the flagrant one
on Lou Dort? Yeah.
They had a long conversation about it. They did the whole thing where they reviewed, they stepped back, they talked, they reviewed again. Basically, because of that delay, that's where Jokic got his 5 minutes of rest, and he did not get through the playing time.
Yeah, it was like an extra TV timeout that he basically got.
And so then he was able to be strong down the stretch. I think somehow David Adelman has got to try to steal him 5 minutes of rest in the second half, which he only gave him a couple prior to that long delay.
Yeah. I hope.
Yeah.
I also believe there's a world where Nikola Jokic will play every second of every second half the rest of this series.
But is that where you already getting game one allows you to just, for the sake of the longevity of the series, we're giving him 5 minutes rest, and if it costs us, I mean, I don't know. Look, you don't want to say if it costs us the game, but let's say you give him 5 minutes rest. He gets in there, it's a 5-point lead or a 6-point lead for OKC, and it grows to 10.
I'll see your 5-minute rest, and I'll raise you in the opposite direction. How about a 2-minute rest?
No, that's what you gave him the other night.
I'll give you a 2-minute rest, and that's the best he can do. Hey, best conditioned athlete maybe on the planet, Nikola Jokic. Just keep it. I don't see how he doesn't play almost every second of the second half the rest of this series, because I think every game is going to be tight, and non-Jokic minutes are usually death, unless he gets in bad foul trouble, in which case they'll have to play DJ. And who knows? We'll get official predictions on tonight. Pick to click. Who that is not named Nikola Jokic is going to have a big offensive game tonight for the Denver Nuggets. How's everybody feeling? 303-504-0925 on the Champ Mazda text line. Go ahead and get in on that. Kreckman and Lindahl taking you up to the Blitz at 6 o'clock, and then Game 2, Nuggets and Thunder pregame at 7. So the first game of the night, game 2, Celtics-Knicks. Score is 30-23 with 7 minutes left in the half.
Yeah.
The Knicks have 23 points. The Celtics, not even that much better with 30 as of right now. The Knicks are shooting 32% from the field. Boston, not great at 38%. These two teams, a combined 4 of 23 from behind the arc. So, Brickfest in Boston to start your NBA night. So we'll have to see if the Knicks can continue the trend. Road teams 5-0 so far in round 2 of the playoffs. If the Knicks win tonight, then it's on the Nuggets to keep it going.
Well, I hope it happens because I hope it happens for
awesome.
obvious reasons. Yeah,
but it's just like this is crazy. By the way, this has never happened before in the second round in NBA history where the road team won the first game of every single series.
Well, it was interesting to listen to Brian Windhorst talk about this on Monday after the initial, or on Tuesday after the initial win. Well, I guess it was Monday when Indiana got their first win over Cleveland, where he said, "Here's a little what's going on this year. You've got teams like Indiana who maybe had a little hangover from the conference championship bounce last year.
Yeah.
And they started out poorly, but they did catch fire the second half of the season because of the Luka trade and all the other stuff. Nobody really paid attention to it. So now you've got an Indiana Pacers team that you probably ought to be a little leery of if you're in the East period, because Halliburton's playing out of his mind, and they're a really good team that was tested last year. So, and I think the Nuggets dealt with a little bit of that, right? The Nuggets went through almost a full season of the malaise, and now it feels like they're waking up. I just feel like you got a lot of teams waking up late. Hey, I want to change gears on you real quick before we jump back into some predictions for tonight's game.
Change it.
So I was telling you about this earlier. Former Utah quarterback, he's now former, Cam Rising, has decided to announce his retirement from college football.
So Cam Rising, who got hurt last year and gave way to Zach Wilson's little brother.
That's right.
Yes.
Now, it was kind of funny because it feels weird to hear somebody talk about retiring from college football, but Cam Rising is 25 years old.
Sure.
And as you and I talked about, he was going to try to transfer somewhere else, possibly. There was all sorts of stuff out there. So I am curious, is there going to become a point with the NIL era and injury designations and all this other stuff where you're going to have to cap how old a guy can be to keep playing? It used to be there was the minimum age to go to the NFL.
Yeah.
Are you going to have to put like an age cap on some of these dudes from playing college football? Like, how old was Devon Vele?
I mean, if you have, eligibility is eligibility. Like, wouldn't CSU's kicker
but
like
I don't know that I
32
want
last
like
year?
the 28-year-old playing against some of these like actual 18, 19-year-olds. That was the NFL reasoning for not letting guys jump from high school to college.
Then what do you want BYU to do?
Well,
those guys are all
rearrange the mission.
They've got 4 kids already.
It's just
they got to make those NIL bucks.
It's just kind of funny to me because what about Carson Beck? How old is Carson Beck? I mean, he's and look, I don't blame him. Go make your money. But we're getting to a point where guys in the NIL era are probably going to be able to make a nice career as it is, just continuing to play a little college football if you're really good in college but not good enough to be in the NFL.
You know why I'm most offended by this take?
Please.
This is Scott Bakula erasure. And I don't like it. This is the star of Quantum Leap, Scott Bakula, still with his eligibility and going back to Texas State to quarterback that squad with Kathy Ireland at kicker and Robert Loggia as the coach in Necessary Roughness.
For those that don't remember, Kathy Ireland, very strong.
Robert Loggia.
What was that one called? Necessary Roughness?
Necessary Roughness. Yeah, Scott Bakula, the quarterback for Texas State.
Good old Texas State.
Uh-huh.
I feel like there's been a bunch of movies to feature a mythical Texas State. Is there an actual Texas State College or something like that?
There is.
State University.
Yes.
Good old TSU.
Texas State University does exist. I believe they're in the Sun Belt, aren't they?
All right.
The Bobcats of Texas State. Yeah, they're in the Sun Belt.
So you don't think we're going to get to a point where we might have, like, 23 is not fair, just like,
No.
bro?
No, eligibility is eligibility. If you've got it, you should get to use it. That's what I say. Yeah, like that kicker from CSU that was 32 or whatever last year. Drove a minivan. He was British.
The kickers don't bother me as much. Right?
If you got eligibility, if you can play, you can play. Get out there and play.
Our buddy Brian Madden's upset you forgot about Sinbad being in that movie.
Sinbad, yes.
Why do you have to hate 80s/90s icon Sinbad?
How could I forget that Hector Elizondo was also? I think wasn't he the head coach and Robert Loggia was the assistant?
I remember Rob Schneider being up there going, he was Mr. Funny Commentary guy.
Yeah, Rob Schneider was the play-by-play guy.
That's right.
Uh-huh. Jason Bateman was on that team. He was before he was Bateman, which is my kid's favorite commercial right now. Jason Bateman was also on Texas State. Kathy Ireland, the kicker. Yes, I apologize for eschewing Sinbad in my analysis.
Do your kids, it is the perfect commercial. One word, it's a long one. Dermatologist.
Right. I love Jason Bateman. All right. Prediction time. Here we go. Didn't think we were going to be discussing necessary roughness today on the show, but
I didn't know we'd have a 25-year-old quarterback retiring from college football. The world moves fast.
Wasn't Bakula like in his 40s or something in that movie?
Probably. By the way, Rising announced it on social media, and it just says, "Bad Moon out." And then he posts a note under "Bad Moon out." You're going to walk around like, again, now remember, who was your big fighter for the Blackhawks that was scary as hell?
Bob
Probert. When he called the bad one. Isn't that what he told the cops when he got pulled over one time? What's your name? The bad one. That dude deserves it. I don't know if Cam Rising around it just... You walk around and drop Bad Moon on everybody.
Bad Moon Rising.
Bad Moon's here. Mm-hmm. Who's the reservation for? Bad Moon.
Wasn't that Andre Rison's nickname? Andre Bad Moon Rising?
Yep. Mm-hmm. Given to him by Chris Berman, though, I believe.
I would have gone with Cam Lowering. That's what I would have gone with. But that's just me.
All right, expectations
for tonight. Basketball game, Nuggets, all that good stuff. All right, I'll give my honest opinion.
Yep.
And I also will say that I gave this same honest opinion going into game one, and it worked out in the Nuggets' favor. So, hey, I'll use whatever I have to do for the universe. I think the Thunder get this one tonight. I think Oklahoma City comes back. I think they play better. I think they close the game better. I do think the part where, the Nuggets had to play 7 games in a super physical series last round against the Clippers comes into effect, and a slightly fresher Oklahoma City Thunder team on their own floor, fly around defensively, give the Nuggets problems, and I like the Thunder to win by 9 tonight.
Yeah, we're really in a pickle now.
Yeah.
Neither one of us can go picking these guys without worrying about putting the kibosh on them.
Because we both picked the Thunder in game one.
I just think, in all seriousness, the desperation of the moment gets to they've got to have this.
They have to have it.
They've got to have this, and it was such a slim margin of victory. I'll go with the Thunder to tie the series up, but I still think we get a good game tonight.
Yep.
I don't think it's a mail it in. I don't think this Nuggets team is going to be allowed to mail it in with the mode that Jokic is in.
I don't think so. I don't think Westbrook allows any of that. But on the balance of things, I don't think the Thunder at all played poorly in game one. I think if they go out and play that way again, it's going to require some magic on the part of the Nuggets, and that's tough to recreate, especially on the road.
Do you think that they realized that they blew a bad chance the other night?
Oh, yeah.
I don't think they processed. The Nuggets are not the team you want to go giving games to with their experience, and you did that the other night.
I mean, we had the number. The Nuggets, they increased their likelihood to win the series by 35%. This is a coin flip series now. Teams where the road team wins game one of a 7-game series, that becomes a coin flip series, and that's what you're staring at. And a coin flip series means tight games, means you got to deal with the Denver Nuggets in clutch time. I will say this. I'm not going to be stunned if the Nuggets go and get this one tonight. I'm really not.
I have a whole new outlook on this series because of what went on the other night.
Yep.
And I I'm not sure Oklahoma City realizes the blunder they pulled. Now, I don't know. I might be eating those words next week, but
yeah. I'm gonna pick the home team to get this game tonight. I'm gonna say the Nuggets get a split, which is wonderful, before they come